At the same time, at the southern port of Yunxiang City, southern wilderness, the garrison area of the Iron Wall Army, a series of experimental mechs had been brought here. Song Qing couldn't help but be surprised after learning from Yunqi that this was made by Yunxiang. The more Yunqi said, the more proudly affirmed that it was all made by his older brother. Is it super VIP or what? After hearing this, Song Qing paused for a moment in thought, then summoned his subordinates in the military camps to choose people who are suitable for these types of mechas, and quickly formed a special combat enhanced battalion. In addition, he used the name of the Iron Wall Army to contact businesses and purchase a large amount of materials, buying as much as he could get his hands on. Looking back at this group of mechas, Song Qing couldn't help but sigh. This thing is seriously impressive. He felt that if the entire army could be equipped with these, not only could they protect the southern wilderness Great Wall, but expanding the territory from the border into the southern wilderness wouldn't be impossible either. Beside him, Yunqi could barely hold back his laughter. If his dad knew that Yunqi had those pills, they would probably want to give each person in the Iron Wall Army dozens of them. At the same time, Song Yunxiang was flying through the air at top speed, listening to Lao Mu recount everything that had happened in the past few days. Fortunately, everything was fine, and there were no problems. Yunxiang estimated that he would arrive at Sand Dune City by dusk. Suddenly Lao Mu remembered something. According to the Dark Guard's intelligence system, a divine-grade treasure had appeared outside Sand Dune City a few days ago, and now Sand Dune City had entered a state of alert. Therefore, Lao Mu told Yunxiang to be extra careful, offering a few perfunctory words of reassurance. Yunxiang disconnected and thought about the news he had just heard. Even though he didn't know what kind of treasure it was, the opportunity was evenly distributed to everyone. First, he would go there and see what's up. Putting on his oxygen mask, Yunxiang directly activated the shuttle's maximum speed, and the shuttle flew off even more frighteningly than before. Outside the West District of Sand Dunes City, Lan Kun led his subordinates, wanting to enter, but they were stopped. After some questioning and negotiation, Lan Jian took out a storage card to bribe the gatekeeper, and was successfully led inside by him. As they walked, the gatekeeper warned, "This is a VIP passage. If you run into anyone else, tell them you are merchants from Tiandu. Moreover, the West District is not like the outside. There are experts everywhere." To facilitate the plan, Lan Jian went out of his way to lower himself, using the excuse that he wanted to visit the hot springs in the luxurious West District to broaden his horizons. After a while, a group of people appeared in front of Lan Jian's group, and the gatekeeper immediately warned in a low voice, telling Lan Jian's group to try to act natural. Only by cooperating can you fool the people here. Even though he was prepared, Lan Jian was still very cautious, telling Lan Li to immediately protect His Highness if anything went wrong. Accepting the order, Lan Li took out a soul talisman and held it firmly in his hand. Ahead, the gatekeeper signaled them to be quiet, waiting for him to go greet them. The two guards communicated with each other in the Xia region language, and thus successfully passed each other. Unexpectedly, as Hu Yangxing passed by, he noticed Lan Kun under his cloak, and he coldly told them to stop. Then asked in the Jioran language, "Have we met somewhere before?" Lan Kun's eyes narrowed slightly, guessing that the other party was probing them. Taking off his hood, Lan Kun calmly replied, asking Hu Yangxing if he had any advice to offer. They are not very familiar with the Xia region language. Seeing that the other party was a human, Hu Yangxing felt a strange sensation in his heart, questioning the gatekeeper. "Who are these three?" The gatekeeper was caught off guard and became flustered, remembering that the other guard had reminded him. He suddenly exclaimed in surprise, and was even more frightened when he realized that the person in front of him was from the Hu Yan family. Beside them, Lan Kun's group immediately became defensive, sensing that the person who had come was not friendly. Steadying himself, the guard reported, "The three guys I'm escorting are merchants from Tiandu country, here all the way from the Central Plains to supply goods for their master Qi." As he spoke, the guard winked at Lan Kun and his group. Across from them, Hu Yangxing gave a soft "oh," which Hu Yanfa behind him explained that Master Qi is the fourth of the four talents from the Mai family, My Jin's little bro. Understanding, Yunxiang smirked a bit, then ordered the guard to carry on with his duties. Those guys were just waiting for this. The guard hurriedly told Lan Kun's group to scram, afraid that another moment would expose them. After this, besides Lan Kun, the other three all breathed a sigh of relief. Lan Kun had secretly etched the name Hu Yan into his memory. On Yunxiang's side, he was still pretty concerned about Lan Kun's group, telling Hu Yanfa to send someone to keep an eye on them. The hint of doubt flashed in Hu Yanfa's eyes, asking Yunxiang if he thought there was something fishy about them. All you could see was annoyance on Yunxiang's face. He felt like those three merchants had a seafood smell on them, and he's allergic to that stuff, so he wasn't comfortable at all. This discomfort was like imprinted in the Hu Yan family's bloodline. Hearing this, Hu Yanfa still didn't get it. He thought that pale-skinned guy was just a normal human. Before he could finish, Yunxiang cut him off, telling Hu Yanfa to trust his gut and investigate a bit. In the middle of the bustling street, Hu Yanfa's figure suddenly disappeared without a sound, leaving only Yunxiang strolling along the lively slave market street. Yunxiang gave a mischievous smile. He'd long heard that the quality of demon girls in Sand Dune City was the best in the lower domain country, and looking at the stretch of road it really lived up to its name. It just so happened that his uncle Fa was split up. Convenient for him to have a little fun with them. In the West City area of Sand Dune, Lan Kun's group of three were on the roof of a building, constantly searching for Lan Zhao. Lan Jian's mood was getting more and more irritated, cursing, "We're working our butts off chasing him the whole way, and Lan Zhu's just chilling here enjoying himself, relying on the power of the Jade Merman to transform into human form." The more Lan Jian looked, the more he hated it. Hearing this, Lan Li couldn't help but want to see Lan Jian's head explode with steam. Unable to watch any longer, he had to hand over the surveillance to Lan Li for a while, holding the binoculars. Lan Li sighed with emotion. Who knew this thing could see through the anti-peeping formation over there? Lan Zhao's enjoying himself with countless human girls in the pool. Getting bored of watching, Lan Li switched to the place where only the girls were bathing. Not even 3 seconds passed before Lan Jian smacked him upside the head. Beside them, Lan Kun sat slumped on the ground, silent. After a while, he finally spoke up, asking about the situation with Lan Zhu. In response, Lan Jian gave a quick rundown, and even told Lan Kun that he could see for himself. Lan Kun waved his hand, refusing. "Just waiting like this isn't the way to go. I think we should just sneak in." Lan Li felt that this was not a good idea. They were relying on the formation on their cloaks to hide their merman aura. If they went into the bathing area and took off their clothes, wouldn't they be completely exposed? As soon as he finished speaking, Lan Kun took off his outer cloak, planning to go in himself. Just then, Lan Jian reported some news. "That rebel is about to come out." Immediately, Lan Kun led his subordinates to attack, completely unaware that the girl had been watching them since they arrived. The girl who came here finally understood everything. Long Hai's betrayal, stealing Ao Bing's inherited star soul, a demon-human prince, and leading a bunch of ant-like underlings to chase after him. Before this, she thought they were after the different shattered divine stairway. Such a surprise. Huang Yaoyin, she sees herself as a sparrow waiting for a catch. Huang Yaoyin is none other than one of the 4 sages of the Hyacinth Water Kingdom, and her age is a secret. Surprise after surprise. The sage Huang Yaoyin was also being secretly watched by another old geezer. If she's the sparrow waiting, then he's the one aiming for the whole jackpot. Rewinding time to a little earlier, Yunxiang landed outside Sand Dune Desert City. Even though he already used a stealth formation, to be absolutely sure, Yunxiang stored the shuttle into the system space. Then, he blended into Sand Dune City. At Yunxiang's command, a vortex appeared in his palm, sucking the shuttle in. And so, Yunxiang walked straight to Sand Dune City, trying to attract as little attention as possible. First, Yunxiang planned to exchange the medicinal herbs that Manager Hong had arranged beforehand. He took out the all-beings mask. Yunxiang put it on. He had previously put it in the system space, and hadn't had time to study it carefully. Now that he was blending into Sand Dune City, it was perfect for changing his appearance. In an instant, Yunxiang transformed into the form of a lower realm teenager, which was the human form of Devour. Although it felt good to disguise himself as a lower realm person, he would be dealing with the Samael family's employees later, and this appearance was definitely not suitable. Helpless, Yunxiang continued to change into the form of instructor Cheng Yi. Still feeling uneasy, Yunxiang changed into a middle-aged old man. With each step, Yunxiang became a different person. A series of transformations echoed in a corner. But he still hadn't found anyone he liked. Not long after, in the city district market of Sandune City, an old man wearing a hooded cloak entered. He found Manager Lu through the female attendant. Taking off his hood, this old man was none other than Yunxiang from his previous life's future. Soon Yunxiang was led to Manager Lu by the servant girl. Seeing that someone was looking for him, Lu Yang hurriedly rushed to greet him. In response, Yunxiang introduced himself as being introduced by Manager Hong from South Continent to make a deal. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Yang suddenly interrupted, signaling him to lower his voice and inviting Yunxiang to talk elsewhere. Lu Yang had already received instructions and vaguely guessed that Yunxiang was from the Song family. Even though it wasn't accurate, Yunxiang just went along with it, introducing himself as working for young Master Yunxiang. This transaction was for the Heaven Silk Tendon and Purple Sand Egg. With this information, Lu Yang was completely certain. He revealed that the people from the Samael family who were sent to trade had been waiting for a long time and asked about the ferocious beast materials they needed. In the guest reception chamber were an old man and a young girl. The girl asked the old man with a doubtful tone, "Heaven Silk Tendon and Purple Sand Egg are both spiritual medicines that you've been hoarding privately. Although they aren't considered very precious, their production is rare. Why are you personally taking out these two treasures to trade for ferocious beast materials?" This girl was Jia Yaha, an illegitimate daughter without inheritance rights in the Samael family. Hearing this, the old man explained in a low voice, "This time, they are representing the Samael family, who have been entrusted by the Mai family to use the data to research and develop a new mecha. They can bring it back if they can speed up the research progress a little. It doesn't matter if he uses his own money." He had high expectations for the Mai family to use Spirit Soul General Essence to develop a new mecha. This old man was Teacher Yungan, a Tier 4 crafting master. Even so, Jia Ya still felt that he didn't need to come to trade in person. This kind of thing could be arranged for the Mai family's servants to do. Just as she finished speaking, Lu Yang led Yunxiang in, introducing him. "This is the buyer of the Heaven Silk Tendon and Purple Sand Egg." After a few greetings, both sides sat down on the chairs. The transaction went very smoothly under the guarantee of Manager Lu. Although shocked by the grade of the crystal Yunxiang took out, nothing unexpected happened. Deal done, both sides said their goodbyes and left. 2 medicinal herbs are now in Song Yunxiang's hands. Now all that's left is the Wuhen herb from the Mai family. First, Song Yunxiang plans to go to the Mai family in the West District, keep an eye out, and then make a move at night in the Shadiao West District. Song Yunxiang relied on his battle-hardened self to easily sneak in. What military area with strict defenses? Song Yunxiang trampled all of it under his feet. With the hidden formations, Song Yunxiang directly moved across the rooftops. Suddenly, he sensed something and stopped. Not far from Song Yunxiang was a woman exuding a saint, mistage aura, attracting Song Yunxiang. Even with 2 layers of concealment, Song Yunxiang was certain he wasn't wrong. What made Song Yunxiang wonder was that he had no impression of this person's aura. Could it be someone he'd never met in his previous life? Countless questions flashed through Song Yunxiang's head. He wondered who she was monitoring. Unable to figure it out, Song Yunxiang told the system to scan this place. He inadvertently spotted Lin Kun of the Jiaoren race, fluctuating the soul power of the blue-haired guy. Song Yunxiang even felt vaguely familiar. In the inner city area of Shadiao City, the high-end Yao slave club Hu Yangxing took a detour and ran over here to enjoy himself. The girls flocking to him were all beast, near demon race. Their attitude was attentive to Hu Yangxing. While he was enjoying himself, An old man suddenly came over, introducing himself as Ba, the manager of the VIP area on the second floor. As soon as he arrived, he praised Yunxiang as extraordinary and generous. Already tired of hearing it, Yunxiang impatiently told him to scram if he had nothing else to say. Seeing such a tyrannical attitude, the old manager became even more humble and asked if Yunxiang was satisfied with this cat girl. In response, Yunxiang just said, "So, considered top-notch goods." Waiting for just that, the old manager gave a price, saying that Yunxiang only needed to pay to take both cat girls back to play with at his leisure. He explained that they were both bred by the shop, and the shop had bloodline certificates. Absolutely not uncultivated wild demon race. As soon as he finished speaking, both cat girls begged Yunxiang to buy them, showing off all the talents they had. After pondering for a moment, Yunxiang decisively bought both of them, making the old manager even more impressed. Suddenly, Yunxiang asked about wild cat girls. He had heard that this shop had recently obtained an extremely high-quality item. According to the old manager, that was indeed the case, but it had already been reserved. Ignoring that, Yunxiang arrogantly told the old manager to bring him to see it, and if he was satisfied, he was willing to pay double. Finishing speaking, the old manager still politely refused, explaining that it had been reserved by Master C from the Mai family, and they couldn't afford to offend the Mai family at all. Yunxiang snorted coldly. Today was the second time he had heard this person mentioned, so he had to compromise and tell the old manager to bring him to take a look. This request was again rejected. The old manager was embarrassed, saying that the demon race had not been tamed and was still locked in the dungeon being taught this. If he wanted to meet her, he would have to invite Yunxiang to go along. Without saying much, Yunxiang decisively agreed, in a very excited mood. In the taming room on the second basement floor, the old manager led Yunxiang to a girl who was tied up. This girl had a human body and a horsetail. According to the old manager, this girl was the ultimate Yao Ma race that Master C from the Mai family had reserved. It was said that she was the strongest warrior of the Yao Ma tribe. She had a violent personality. She looked weak now, but when they captured her, they lost 5 Shuan stage old guards. Fortunately, they used several foals as bait to lure her into the trap. The 2 Miao girls beside Yunxiang showed extreme fear, constantly begging Yunxiang to leave this place. While the old manager was quoting prices, Yunxiang received a call from Yanfa. He praised him for being as wise as a god, and those 3 people really had problems. According to Yanfa, so those 3 stooges have been tailing a newly recruited heavenly tier guest who's cozying up with the Mai family. Turns out, according to the investigation, this guest is none other than Long Hai's wanted man. Yanfa wanted to spill the tea to the Mai family, but Yanhang was like, nah, hold up. First, he pinged his location up. After hanging up, Yanhang tossed the old manager the soul charm containing the ransom for those 2 Miao chicks. Keep the change, he probably said. Without letting the old manager get a word in, Yanhang snatched up the 2 Miao girls and bolted. Yelling after him was no use. The old manager was just left to do as he was told. With those insane skills and that crazy generosity, he guessed this dude must be some young master from a big shot family. He glanced at the demonic mare. He decided to be extra careful and get those girls to the boss ASAP before things got even weirder. Over in the West District, by the hot springs, Lin Kun and his crew were laying low, not too far away, waiting for Lan Zhao to show his face. Trailing behind them was that saint-tier lady, and bringing up the rear behind her was Yunxiang. Every time Huang Yaoyin moved, Yunxiang was right on her tail, totally pumped to be the mantis stalking the cicada. But Yunxiang's got bigger plans than that. He's playing the long game. Down on the street, Lan Zhao was strolling along, nice and easy, completely clueless that he was being watched. After a bit, the old fox suddenly stopped and glanced behind him. Then he suddenly took off like a shot, leaving Lin Jian's crew looking like total noobs. Sensing that he'd been spotted, all 3 of them started chasing after him immediately. Based on the direction he was going, Lin Jian figured Lan Zhao was heading out of the city. On the rooftops, Lan Zhu was running at full speed, even leaping across the gaps between buildings. The noise caught the attention of the guards down below. Still chasing, Lin Jian was shouting out the battle plan. The three of them were stopped by the city wall, but they didn't freak out. Lan Li jumped up and grabbed onto a crack in the wall, then used his body to boost Lan Jian up even higher. And finally Lan Kun. He borrowed strength from the two guards to successfully overcome the city wall. Lan Zhao walked in front and was noticed by a guard. Before they knew what was going on, Lan Kun appeared behind, passing by the two guards even faster. Once they were far from Sandiao City, Lan Jian suggested that Lan Kun use his soul general. Up ahead, Lan Zhao peeked back, totally shocked to see who was chasing him. Suddenly, two dark shadows flashed over his head, instantly summoning mecha to block his way. Lan Zhu couldn't help but shout. In the desert, using Tiandu's Weiyuan style, you can tell at a glance, only those dumb, useless wastes in Longhai Kingdom would think of disguising the exterior. A few miles from Shadiao City, Lan Kun's group had successfully intercepted the rebels. Despite being surrounded, Lan Zhao showed no worry. On the contrary, he displayed an air of confidence. He had originally thought he could lure other princes, but the one chasing him was a mixed blood waste. After Lan Kun finished, Lan Jian angrily pointed down his sword, roaring, "Lan Zhao, shut your mouth. Hand over the treasure now, or die." Beside him, Lan Kun was more conciliatory, still calling out, "Uncle Lan, the treasure of the Jiao Ren clan is very important. As long as you turn back, there's still hope." He could beg his father to spare his life. Turn back, huh? Lan Zhao chuckled softly. As expected of a mixed blood born from a human woman, even your words lean towards the human race. Lan Zhao gritted his teeth mockingly. He made humming sounds, thinking that only weak humans and useless demonkin lived on land. His noble Jiao Ren clan was of true dragon bloodline. The place belonging to the Jiao Ren was the endless deep sea. As he spoke, Lan Zhu secretly took out a soul talisman behind his back. A moment later, he activated the spirit soul, creating a golden pillar of light that shot straight up. Beneath his feet, the desert sand turned into a violent whirlpool, radiating pressure that pushed back Lan Jian and Lan Kun. By the time they regained their composure, Lan Zhao had disappeared into the sand vortex. "Not good, that villain has burrowed into the desert," Lan Jian exclaimed loudly. In no time, the sand vortex surrounded Lan Jian and Lan Kun at the center. From within the sand, Lan Zhao's voice echoed, "Don't think he's as stupid as Lan Kun's lot, knowing full well he's at the peak of the heaven stage, yet daring to pursue. Truly a bunch of gutsy wastes." While yelling, Lan Jian fired a beam of spirit energy. Luckily, the surprise attack hit Lan Jian's sword, deflecting its course. But it was only then that Lan Kun's group realized they were being ambushed. As Lan Zhao guessed, Lan Kun's group was so confident because the old thief, the Longhai King, had given them that thing to deal with him, the dragon-shaped Zhuaoi artifact, which specifically countered the Jiao Ren clan. Lord Lam An, the previous host of the Star Spirit General Hua Bing, was assassinated by this very thing. Whether Lan Kun's group had the dragon-shaped Zhui or not, Lan Zhu wasn't afraid. If they couldn't see him, what could they do? With that, Lan Zhu laughed heartily. Before even fighting, their trump card had been seen through. Lan Xian worriedly asked, "Lan Kun, what should we do?" In response, Lan Kun reassured him, "Don't panic, subordinates." Then he told Lan Jian to think of a way to attract Lan Zhao's attention. He would find an opportunity to use the dragon-shaped Zhui to bind him. Hearing this, Lan Jian vaguely understood. His eyes widened as he looked at Lan Kun. Seeing this, Lan Kun whispered, telling Lan Jian to follow the plan they had discussed earlier. At this point, Lan Jian finally understood and exclaimed in realization. In an instant, Lan Jian sheathed his sword. He stomped his feet hard on the ground, leaping high, simultaneously taking out a ranged weapon. While in mid-Zanjan, Lan Jian fired relentlessly at the sand below, cursing and provoking Lan Zhao. The two sides clashed through the entire desert area into chaos. At the same time, at Shadiao City, Huang Diaoyin, relying on her Saint Stage battle power, had dealt with a bunch of soldiers in the city. Behind her, Corpses lay scattered. While monitoring the battle, Huang Diaoyin smiled smugly, completely unaware that behind her, a figure had been following closely for a long time. Yunxiang was a bit confused about Huang Diaoyin's intentions. Was this saint-stage woman simply here to watch the fun? Or was she waiting for an opportunity to strike? In another corner of the city, a squad of reinforcements was rushing over. Report! They had tried many times to contact other places, but there was no signal. The more he thought about it, the more the captain felt something was wrong. There were so many people with mechs outside the city, yet Shandiao City hadn't sounded any alarms. Now they could only go to the West City area to report to the Mai family. After going a bit further, the soldiers encountered two people blocking their way. Immediately they stopped, increasing their guard, and loudly questioned who the people in front were. Facing them were Hu Yangxing and Hu Yanfa. These two walked calmly and reassured the soldiers. There's no need to panic. Hu Yanxing introduced himself as young Master Mai Jin's guest, then asked what was up. As soon as he finished talking, one of the soldiers reported to the squad leader. Earlier this morning, I saw these two with General Mai Jin. Heard they're from the Huyan family. Just hearing Huyan family made the squad leader and his goons instantly bow and give a formal greeting, acting all sincere and apologetic. According to the squad leader, they were West District Guards, and it was Squad 13's turn to patrol the area tonight. Just now, some people scaled the walls and got out of the city, and were setting up mechs 10 miles outside. Plus, some joker messed up the warning formation, their comms were down so they couldn't reach the higher-ups, and a mysterious powerhouse just popped up out nowhere and ambushed the defense squad. Only a few of them managed to escape, and they're rushing to the Mai residence to report and ask for backup. Hearing this, Hu Yanxing hummed a little, glanced at Huyan Fa, and asked, "So the Mai family hasn't gotten word yet?" Without a second thought, the squad leader confirmed it. He was just about to get the two Hunyans somewhere safe when Hu Yanxing and the dude next to him suddenly yelled and jumped into action. The soldiers were caught off guard, standing there like dummies. The squad leader freaked out, eyes wide, and just as he was about to call out to Hu Yanxing, wait, he got smacked in the neck and went down for the count. The soldiers nearby didn't fare any better. The two Hunyans ambushed them, and they all dropped like flies. In a flash, Hu Yanxing and Huyan Fa were standing behind the pile of soldiers. With that out of the way, Huyan Fa suggested wiping out these soldiers. But Hu Yanxing refused, telling him to forget about them. They should go join the fun in the Jia clan's internal squabble instead. With that, the Huyans channeled their soul force and sped off in a straight line towards the city outskirts. At the same time, the battle between Lan Kun and Lan Zhao was still raging. Lan Kun was holding his ground in the center, while Lan Jian was in charge of sniping from above. He was shooting while yelling like a maniac, taunting Lan Zhao to show his face. In contrast to Lan Jian's craziness, Lan Kun calmly watched the situation, constantly reminding Lan Jian not to be reckless. From under the sand, Lan Zhao in his mech suddenly shot up behind Lan Kun. Even though Lan Kun reacted super quick, he still got slashed by Lan Zhao's sword. Ignoring the pain, Lan Kun immediately seized the chance to grab Lan Zhao's arm tight. Looking all smug, he taunted Lan Zhao, "The real idiot is you, thinking the dragon subduing mace is with me." Not giving Lan Zhao time to figure it out, Lan Kun yelled to Lan Jian, "Now's the time, just waiting for that." Lan Jian rushed in from behind, summoning the dragon subduing mace. Dense lightning instantly solidified into a long, slender orange mace. In the distance, Huang Yaoyin was watching every move. This was the first time she'd seen the dragon-subduing mace written about in the old imperial texts. Over by Yunxiang, he was also carefully checking it out. In his past life, he remembered it ending up in Nansongzi's hands. Hu Yanxing couldn't hide his surprise. If he's not wrong, that's his 9th aunt's magic weapon. Lan Kun used all his strength to hold Lan Zhao in place, yelling at Lan Jian to hurry up. "He can't hold on much longer!" Inside his mech, Lan Jian's expression suddenly turned twisted, and he coldly replied, "Relax. I'm gonna help him release the dragon-subduing mace." In Lan Jian's hand, the mace suddenly broke apart into a bunch of sharp sword blades. Gripping them tight, Lan Jian threw them with all his might, piercing right through Lan Kun's mech chest. This instantly made Lan Kun cough up blood, seriously injured, and totally confused. A second later, Lan Kun was blasted by lightning from the dragon, subduing Mace, and his mech was disintegrated in no time. Pierced through the body by this weapon, Lan Kun screamed in agony and started to lose altitude. A moment later, Lan Jian landed, holding the dragon, subduing Mace in his hand. At the end of the mace, Lan Kun was like a fish on a hook, totally helpless. Right then, Lan Zhao, the sneaky guy, sauntered up to Lan Kun and was all like, "See? I told you Lan Kun was an idiot. He really thought he could outsmart me? Seriously? Thinking those losers could even touch a top-tier heavenly stage mech? Please!" Lan Jian, the traitor, knelt before Lan Zhao, calling him master with this smug look, like he'd just won the lottery. Lan Zhao then rubbed it in Lan Kun's face, revealing he'd planned the whole thing, using Lan Jian to lure him there. With each gloating laugh, Lan Zhu kept calling Lan Kun a moron, twisting the knife deeper. But Lan Kun just stayed silent, not reacting at all. After a while, Lan Zhao realized Lan Kun had actually passed out. He was so ticked off. All that showing off for nothing. Lan Zhao frowned slightly. He snapped at Lan Jian, ordering him to wake Lan Kun up so he could accept his fate. Lan Jian unleashed a thunderous attack on Lan Kun's body, giving him a world of hurt. The pain was so intense it jolted him awake, even though he was barely conscious. Seeing this, Lan Zhu grinned wider, taunting, "How's that dragon subduing club taste?" The moment he woke up, Lan Kun's eyes blazed with hatred and a million questions. Gathering his strength, Lan Kun questioned Lan Jian. "Why, Uncle Jian, you were a veteran of the royal guard, directly under the Longhai king. How could you betray Longhai?" Lan Jian apologized to Lan Kun, admitting he had been loyal to Lan Zhu all along. Hearing this, Lan Kun's pupils shrunk to pinpricks, utterly shocked. Slowly, it dawned on Lan Kun. If that was the case, Lan Zhao had been plotting this for ages. Regaining his composure, Lan Kun demanded to know Lan Zhao's real goal. Still smirking like a villain, Lan Zhao said he just wanted to borrow a bit of Lan Kun's merman blood. Hearing that, Lan Kun was even more confused. Merman blood? What for? Lan Zhu asked, then answered himself. "You know why the merman jade is a legendary treasure, right? Centuries ago, ferocious beasts from the West Sea ran wild, forcing the merman race to abandon their homeland and seek protection from the human empire in the Central Plains. Then, the first holder of Ao Bing's Azure Soul, with his amazing soul general, fought for 3 days and 3 nights, single-handedly slaughtering tens of thousands of sea beasts. Using the unparalleled power of the Ao Bing soul armor, Lan Tong quickly pacified the endless seas. The merman race reclaimed their ancestral lands, revered Lan Tong as their leader, and established the Longhai Kingdom. Everyone knows the story of the Soul General and their master. The Soul General transforms back into a Soul Jade, seeking out the next suitable host. To ensure the Ao Bing Soul General would always protect the merman race, Lan Tong spared no effort and eventually received a secret art from a descending immortal. Lan Tong sacrificed his own lifespan as the price. Using the secret art, he sealed the Ao Bing Soul Jade and created the Merman Jade, the merman race's greatest inheritance. That's the origin of the treasured Merman Jade. Whenever the Ao Bing Master's lifespan runs out, the secret art will be activated again, sealing the Ao Bing Soul Jade within the Merman Jade, awaiting the next chosen member to activate the inheritance. Yunxiang, listening to this, thought the secret art was similar to that of his Huyan clan. Huang Yaoyin, on the other hand, felt it a pity that the secret art was lost. Otherwise, her Jishui kingdom would be able to seal the Soul General as an inheritance for thousands of generations, and dominating the Central Plains would only be a matter of time. Yunxiang's eyes narrowed slightly, realizing this was the merman race's version of the story. The version he knew from his past life was that the Longhai King was appointed by the Celestial Empire. Back to Lan Kun. He was still bound by the purple lightning, his head hung low. He asked coldly, "So, activating the Ao Bing Soul General inheritance requires merman blood?" "Just summoning the Lanzhao dagger. He also confirmed that it does require merman blood to activate the inheritance, but it needs the blood of 3 merman royalty. Originally, his plan was to use Shandiao City as a way to get to the Tiandu Kingdom. In that place, combining the outer force and the inner force, and setting up ambush to catch 2 princes. But unexpectedly, the heterogeneous Calamity Divine stage suddenly appeared and made a mess. The plan suddenly Lan Kun showed a satisfied smile. They needed 3 people with royal blood. Now he understands why Longhai Wang told each prince to bring a troop of soldiers to pursue Lan Zhao in several directions. It was so Lan Zhao couldn't find all 3. Now only he and Lan Zhao are royalty here. Lan Kun wonders what Lan Zhao plans to do. Seems like he's really screwed. Looking back at Lan Jian, Lan Kun tells Lan Zhao not to say that's his son, or he'll laugh himself to death. Lan Zhu narrows his eyes and curses, "Lan Kun, is this grandson of mine an idiot? If he's out of options, why would he lure people out here?" As soon as he finishes speaking, Lan Kun is startled and looks at Lan Zhao with suspicion. Over by Yunxiang, he's speechless at this guy. He can't be wrong about this dumb look. It's almost identical to that merman prince he met in his previous life who got sold and helped the buyer count the money. Sensing the Shandiao city guards getting closer, Yunxiang feels uneasy. They've been talking for too long. Moving, Yunxiang curses in his heart. Damn villains, why do they have to be so long-winded when they act? Stealing a glance at Huang Yaoyin, Yunxiang feels like he doesn't need to worry about her. Although this woman's hiding isn't that great, she probably won't be easily spotted by the city guards, given her saint stage cultivation. Just as Yunxiang predicted, Huang Yaoyin is standing above the guards. But they don't even have a vague sense of her presence. They pursue Lan Zhao's group all the way. As soon as they get to the city gate, they open fire to suppress them, demanding that Lan Zhao's group disarm and surrender. Lan Jian doesn't flinch at the barrage of bullets. He draws his bow and arrows, aiming straight at the guards. "Raise your hand, my ass, get lost. Just relying on you crap guards." Lan Jian's few shots take down several guys, making them falter. Relying on their superior numbers, they quickly reorganize to try and get up close and personal. While suppressing the hammer, wielding Lan Jian, he harasses the Shandiao soldiers, buying time for Lan Zhao to finish his configuration. Lan Zhao tells Lan Jian to stop shooting and lead Lan Kun to the alien fragment of the divine stage. As soon as Lan Jian retracts his hammer, Lan Kun receives all kinds of pain. Every second and minute is like torturous hell, making him scream in agony. Ignoring that, Lan Jian quickly chases after Lan Zhao, leaving the guards behind, bound by purple lightning. It's impossible for Lan Kun to struggle, like a fish on a chopping board at someone's mercy. Just like that, Lan Zhao and Lan Jian are quickly approaching the alien fragment. From afar, the guard captain vaguely guesses what Lan Zhu's group is planning. He immediately tells the people next to him to report to the guards over there to fully protect the alien fragment of the divine stage. At this moment, one of them receives a message that General Tai and the guards are on their way. High above, Huang Yaoyin is still keeping track of all the changes, wondering if that merman wants to borrow the energy of the alien fragment to activate the Aobing inheritance formation. As for Hu Yan's group, they take out soul talismans, deciding to chase after them, just in time to catch Yunxiang's eye. More and more people are joining in the fun. Yunxiang wonders who these people are again, but he can't figure it out. He puts it aside and chases after Lan Zhao's group anyway. There are many guards guarding the alien fragment of the divine stage, forming an encirclement, but after a moment, everyone here has been eliminated by gunfire. The next second, Lan Zhao and Lan Jian slowly descend. Lan Zhao dismisses his configuration and approaches the alien fragment. He laughs and calls out to Lan Kun, "Listen carefully. Now I'll explain why just 2 people can gather 3 parts of merman essence to activate the inheritance." From his pouch, Lan Zhu takes out a small bottle containing the essence, according to him. In this bottle is the essence of Lan Aobing. This was an unexpected discovery during my last contact with the energy of the alien fragment. Didn't think it could make inactive vital essence boil again. Using this vital essence, Lan Zhao poured it onto Aobing's soul jade. Immediately the jade reacted. This step is pretty much done. Lan Zhu glanced at Lan Kun. with a meaningful look. Lan Kun was just gawking at the scene, totally shocked, like how is this even happening? Outside the barrier wall, the two Hu Yan bros arrived just in time to witness everything. Hu Yan Fa urgently asked, Hu Yanxing, should we stop him? Beside him, Hu Yanxing was completely puzzled. Didn't expect this inheritance ritual to be 90% similar to the spirit general, Neja. If the Hu Yan's key and inheritance ritual are the same, then before imbuing the third key, Hu Yanxing guessed Lan Zhao wouldn't dare assemble his mech armor to avoid missing the chance to enter the mystic realm. If that's the case, this is our chance. As soon as he thought it, Hu Yanxing took decisive action, yelling for Hu Yan Fa to cut off the ritual or find a chance to steal the inheritance. From the beginning, Lan Kun was still locked down by the dragon-locking mace. Lan Zhao, holding a dagger, slowly walked over, revealing his scheming. Raising the knife in front of Lan Kun, he coldly announced, "Now it's your grandson's turn." Without another word, he slashed a line on Lan Kun's body, causing blood and flesh to gush out. Lan Zhao's pupils flashed again, mumbling some kind of incantation, collecting Lan Kun's vital essence onto the blade. At the same time, Huang Yaoyin was right beside them, watching every anomaly. She was a bit surprised that the power of the alien fragment could activate the vital essence left behind by Lan An. Looks like she'll have to take a portion of this god-tier alien fragment back to Xin Shui. Who knows? It might awaken the Holy Emperor who's in a dormant state. Yunxiang too was no exception. Standing on one side, watching, he realized Lan Zhao just used the blood essence grand spell of the demon race. What caught his attention was how similar it was to the records in the spirit race's alchemy techniques. Whatever Lan Zhao's plan is, Yunxiang hoped he could smoothly finish the inheritance ritual. No matter who gets Ao Bing, he could directly copy it later. Relying on the blood essence spell, Lan Zhao kept extracting Lan Kun's blood and flesh. This whole ordeal made Lan Kun suffer immensely. Lan Kun's blood escaped, swirling around Ao Bing's soul jade like dancing silk, gradually merging into it at an increasingly fast pace. And the soul jade grew at a crazy rate. The size soon became ridiculously large. From within the soul jade, Lan An's voice echoed, "By fate, imbue the third vital essence of the royal family." Looking at the soul jade, Lan Zhu was full of anticipation. Just as he raised his arm, ready to slash, a blast of energy shot straight at him. Thanks to Lan Jian's warning, Lan Zhao noticed in time, immediately retreating to dodge. Lan Zhao's reaction speed was insane. In an instant he composed himself and questioned the attacker. Up above, Hu Yanxing didn't bother to reply, continuing to fire a series of soul power blasts straight at Lan Zhao. Lan Zhu cursed, struggling, using all his skills to dodge left and right. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Yanxing yelled, "Hu Yan Fa, quickly kill the remaining merman, seize that thing." In this moment, it won't be easy for Lan Zhao to assemble his mech armor. Thanks to his celestial tier cultivation, Lan Zhao quickly returned and gathered next to Lan Jian. Only Lan Jian was still clueless about what happened when he received a blow from Hu Yan Fi and staggered to one side, not flinching in the slightest. Lan Jian reacted instantly, bracing himself with his elbow. He swung his foot to counterattack Hu Yanfa. Unexpectedly, Hu Yanfa seized the opportunity to grab Lan Jian's leg. Not allowing him to escape, Hu Yanfa directly crushed Lan Jian's leg with brute force and kicked Lan Jian away with one kick. Even so, he couldn't knock Lan Jian down. In mid-air, he drew his sword to steady himself. Lan Jian's expression was livid with anger. As soon as he looked up, Hu Yanfa appeared in front of him. He used Lan Jian's own leg to smash his head. Immediately, Lan Jian was forced to cancel his mech transformation due to the backlash. His body lost its protection and slammed face first into the sand. Following that, a massive mech foot stomped him into a pool of blood. Seeing this, Lan Zhu cried out Lan Jian's name in anguish, but it was too late. His capable subordinate was completely obliterated. Unable to hold back any longer, Lan Zhu pulled out a soul talisman. Regardless of whether it would affect the inheritance, the moment Lan Zhao's mech form materialized, it was struck in the chest by an outward burst of soul power. Inside, Lan Zhao coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The attack was so powerful it directly pierced through the mech. Lan Zu took advantage of this moment to telekinetically direct his soul power toward Hu Yanhan in an attempt to wrestle the dragon-subduing pestle. But Hu Yanhan subdued Lan Zu under purple lightning. In pain and shock, Lan Zhao roared at the Hu Yan siblings, questioning, "How do you know how to control the dragon-subduing pestle?" Seeing that he no longer posed a threat, the two Hu Yans deactivated their transformations and landed. They calmly walked up to Lan Zhu and scolded him for being an idiot. The dragon-subduing pestle was originally a magical artifact created by our Hu Yan family to deal with the aquatic tribes. At this moment, Lan Zhao finally took a look around. All his previous arrangements and calculations had come to nothing, leaving nothing behind. Veins popped out on Lan Zhao's face, clearly showing his rage. He gnashed his teeth and cursed, with a self-deprecating laugh. He should have realized it sooner. The Hu Yan family, how could he bear this hate, feeling this heat, when the purple lightning coiled around his body? Hu Yan family. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky, as if calling out to someone, begging the high-level expert in the sky to lend a hand, promising that Longhai Kingdom would definitely reward them handsomely. These words were directed straight at Huang Miaoyin above, catching her a bit off guard. To be able to sense her existence, this heavenly stage Zhao Ren is quite capable. However, instead of showing herself, Huang Miaoyin thought it would be better to wait for those two ant-like Hu Yans to seize Albing's inheritance and then snatch it from them in the dark. Seeing that no one responded, Lan Zhu became even more agitated. He always felt that there was a strong person in the sky paying attention to this place, and now their inaction made him even more suspicious. This person was an enemy, not a friend. Seeing Lan Zhao shouting so loudly, Hu Yanfa was startled. He hurriedly asked Hu Yanhan if he had noticed anything. On the contrary, Hu Yanhan wasn't nervous at all, laughing it off. "Hu Yanfa, you're a heavenly stage powerhouse and you didn't notice anything? What good would it do to ask me?" The way he saw it, there was no expert whatsoever. This seafood dude was probably just putting on a show. Hearing this, Hu Yanfa felt like a huge weight had been lifted, tossing Lan Zhao to the side. Hu Yanhang walked up to the soul jade, trying to examine it. If this thing was the same as the legendary soul jade passed down through the Hu Yan family for generations, then all he needed to do was, before he could even finish, Hu Yanhang was interrupted. Looking back, both Hu Yans were totally shocked. No idea how Lan Zhao managed to break free from the dragon-subduing mace's restraints. Pulling out a dagger, Lan Zhu rushed over like a madman. Didn't know who helped him, but looked like the heavens were on his side after all. Around the dragon-subduing mace now appeared an array, blocking the purple lightning strike. The one who created it was none other than Yunxiang. He absolutely didn't want the Hu Yan family to take this soul jade, otherwise, what the hell was he gonna copy? Based on what they just said, Lan Kun in the previous timeline should have chased after them inside the heavenly metropolis, and this traitorous merman has accomplices on the heavenly metropolis side laying an ambush. He didn't know the process, but in the end Lan Kun got Albing's legacy. Now the Hu Yan family was getting involved, adding a whole lot of variables. It's all because this so-called Dinyi Suishenji suddenly showed up and messed with the original timeline. Yunxiang was totally puzzled where it came from. Could it be a butterfly effect caused by him unintentionally? Back to the present, both Hu Yanhang and Hu Yanfa got all tense. Being more cultivated, Hu Yanfa stood in front of Hu Yanhang protecting him. The moment they met face to face, suddenly Lan Zhao sprang up, circled around Hu Yanfa. Cutting his hand mid-air, he activated a blood essence incantation, guiding the blood into the soul jade. This was something neither of the Hu Yans expected. They couldn't react in time at all. Hiding behind the Dinyi Suishenji, Yunxiang gave a slight smile, lamenting, "Perfect." Even Huang Yaoyin was surprised, but didn't move to stop it. Seeing Lan Zhao's blood gradually merge into the soul jade, anomalies appeared more and more. A notification rang out from within, activating the inheritance ritual. Dragon Sea Secret Realm open. This sound wasn't too loud. Yunxiang only vaguely heard it, even thinking he was hallucinating. Light poured out of the soul jade, solidifying into a past Ao Bing host's phantom. Seconds later, the Phantom introduced himself as Ao Bing's first host, the Dragon Sea King, Lord Lanan. After the introduction came the call for the merman race to enter the secret realm, take on 3 trials, and the final winner would become Ao Bing's host. As he finished, the Soul Jade emitted a vortex of water, sweeping everyone Lanzhao and the Huyans inside. Even Huang Yaoyin, who was close by, was no exception. She was accidentally dragged straight inside by the suction. Finally, there's Yunxiang. With his speechless cousin, he activated his stealth talisman while cursing the idiot who designed this teleportation array, thinking something like, "What? Breaking out of the box design? It doesn't even have a feature to filter and select the identity of the participants." At the same time, in the Mai family's mansion in Sand Sculpture City, the family head was sound asleep when he suddenly got scared and started muttering in his dream, begging for mercy. Beside him, 2 courtesans groggily woke up, figuring he was just having a nightmare. Mai Biao was thrown back into the war at the intersection of the heavenly metropolis and the desert of death. The battle between the 2 armies was extremely fierce. Right as they were in a deadlock, a series of shots from the sky rained down, wiping out a bunch of Sand Sculpture City guards. The soldiers of the heavenly metropolis next to them were completely unharmed. Every Sand Sculpture City soldier was pierced by hidden arrows. One neca-sided disadvantage was quickly suppressed, waiting for the war to gradually subside. Only then could they see clearly that the previous barrage came from a series of flying swords, controlled by soul power swirling across the battlefield. After a sweep, they flew back towards the wings of a dazzling astral spirit general in the sky. Each flying sword was retrieved into the back of the astral spirit general's wings. It was in mid-sake air. The astral spirit general Bai Qi exuded overwhelming power. Flames soared past all the mechs on the ground. Those who survived Bai Qi's chase were scared out of their wits, realizing the intelligence was wrong. They knew Bai Qi was powerful and domineering, but they didn't expect him to actually show up on the battlefield. So, they joined forces to counterattack, trying to hold Bai Qi back. Based on those crude weapons, they couldn't even scratch Bai Qi's defense. 1 second Bai Qi was high above. The next he appeared behind the Sand Sculpture City soldiers. His speed was so fast that the Sand Sculpture City guys couldn't help but freak out, wondering if what they saw earlier were just after images. Before they could even finish their thought, Bai Qi swung his leg, slicing a bunch of Sand Sculpture mechs in half. In no time he turned the tables, shifting the battle in favor of the Tiandu kingdom. The survivors trembled with fear, their remaining fighting spirit completely extinguished, yelling at each other to run for their lives. But under Bai Qi's feet, they had absolutely no hope, and were quickly wiped out by Bai Qi's attacks. Only a small group outside the canyon seized the opportunity to escape. Seeing Bai Qi chasing after them, some desperate guys stayed behind to hold him back, helping the Sand Sculpture City Lord escape. Mai Biao didn't even glance back, but acknowledged the loyalty of the soldiers behind him, promising to take care of their wives and children. Before he could finish speaking, the Suicide Squad was instantly annihilated by the flying swords. Mai Biao was scared out of his mind the moment he turned his head back around, silently watching his last 2 remaining subordinates get taken out. Now it was just him and the astral spirit general, Bai Qi. Not even 3 seconds later, Mai Biao knelt down in surrender, trembling and barely able to speak, begging for his life. Bai Qi, in his majestic voice, coldly asked him if he was the head of the Mai family. Not daring to lie, Mai Biao confirmed while begging for mercy, offering to give up all his family's wealth. Bai Qi was too lazy to even listen, flatly saying he didn't need it, and that he could keep his life. Then, he pointed the weapon in his hand towards the canyon not far away, using it as a boundary. If he ever found out that any of the Sand Sculpture City's soldiers dared to cross this line, no matter the reason, Bai Qi would personally go to Sand Sculpture City and take Mai Biao's dog life. As he spoke, Bai Qi's eyes shot out a lightning-like light, making Mai Biao not even dare to look up. Bowing his head, willing to obey, even if he had 10 times the guts, he wouldn't dare to cross the line by even half a step. Back in Sand Sculpture City, right now, Mai Biao was mumbling to himself as he slowly woke up, his whole body extremely tense. Even in his dreams, he was panting like he had just gone through a battle. Seeing him wake up, the two courtesans beside him hurried to comfort and soothe him. Backage. But it didn't seem to work. Mai Biao's eyes were full of fear. It had been quite a while since the day he met Bai Qi. After calming down, Mai Biao gritted his teeth in anger, clenching his fists tightly, cursing the name Nan Rongyi and the Tiandu kingdom. Sitting up, he shouted for his subordinates, ordering them to prepare for him to go down to the basement. In addition, he also summoned Dr. Dan P. to the underground bunker beneath the Mai family's mansion. In Sand Sculpture City, Mai Biao, in an irritated mood, led his subordinates quickly over here, looking a bit eager to find Dr. Dan P. According to my subordinate, Dan Pai and his disciple are already waiting inside. Before I could even finish announcing, this eager beaver subordinate rushes in saying that there's some unknown armed force causing a ruckus outside the city. Mai Biao couldn't care less, tells the subordinate to leave that kind of thing to the Mai Jin crew from now on. A moment later, Mai Biao enters a steel chamber. Inside, Dan P and Jia Ya are already waiting. Seeing Mai Biao, they immediately bow. Greetings. As soon as Mai Biao looks up, he's stunned. Ignoring Dan P and Jia Ya, he rushes forward, peering intently, exclaiming, "It's almost complete." Dan Pai replies, feeling emotional, "Today's luck wasn't bad. I managed to trade for the missing materials from the Merchant Guild. Barely enough to consider the Astral Soul General rock completed." Mai Biao stands rooted in place, his voice trembling with excitement, lavishing praise, calling this Astral Soul General the embodiment of Shandiao City's spirit. He even wants to name it, but can't think of anything right now. Having this mecha means we can finally fight back against the Shuyuan Astral Soul General. Mai Biao sees the brightest light in his life. This will help him take revenge on Bai Qi Astral Soul General for the humiliation from all those years ago, and he's going to repay that debt 100-fold. Behind him, Jia Ya whispers to her master, "Didn't he already come up with a super cool name based on the mecha's appearance?" Understanding, Dan Pai clears his throat, signaling Jia Ya to deny it, saying it was just a casual thought and shouldn't be taken seriously. He doesn't know how much time has passed. Song Yunxiang, in a daze, saw a dark figure calling him awake. He's now inside a makeshift cloth tent. His face is no longer that of a teenager, but of a middle-aged man. Song Yunxiang wakes up, his head a jumbled mess. It takes him a moment to remember that he was also sucked into the Grand Formation by Ngao Bing's Soul Jade. Luckily, he was quick to use protective measures to shield his sea of consciousness from the illusion. Only now can he clearly recall his real memories. Looking in the mirror, Song Yunxiang is a bit surprised, but quickly adjusts. As expected, the first trial layer is an illusion created from memories. Probably some kind of heart demon test. He guesses that the so-called 3-layer trial definitely has an illusion formation. Song Yunxiang can't help but curse, "What an old trick. Too bad, in his past life, he'd conquered countless secret realms. This kind of trial really isn't a challenge. But hey, it's a rare experience." Song Yunxiang thinks playing around for a bit won't hurt. Taking stock, he realizes he's wearing the Xuanjia Guard uniform, a celestial guard rank. There's no scar on his face yet. Calculating the time, this illusion is probably set 2 years after the Southern Wilderness Beast Tide. Song Yunxiang walks out of the tent, and the guards, seeing him, snap to attention and greet him. Song Yunxiang's expression turns mischievous, and he suddenly barks at them, "F your heavens, I'm your daddy." This leaves the two guards wide, momentarily speechless, letting out a collective "erp." Assuming Song Yunxiang is joking, hearing this, Song Yunxiang finds it even more amusing. At least this illusion's dialogue has some intelligence. Looking up at the sky, Song Yunxiang muses, if it's an illusion, then messing around a bit shouldn't be a problem. The Xuanjia Guard's encampment is surrounded on 3 sides by cliffs, with a mountain behind it. It's truly an easily defended fortress. Song Yunxiang is already intimately familiar with this place. He heads straight towards the cliff face, confusing the guards, who wonder what he's up to. Too lazy to think, Song Yunxiang directly says he's going to relieve himself, even inviting the guards to follow him to the cliff. He, Song Yunxiang, surveys the scene. Before him, he recognizes it as a major city near the central continent's south. Calculating the time, the southern continent has already been destroyed by the beast tide, the Dilun people are scattered, and the enemy's southbound opportunity. The marshal leads half of the Swanjia Guard north to reinforce the North Suppression Army, while he followed the other half of the Swanjia Guard responsible for the central continent defense line. However, back then, Song Yunxiang was hot-headed and fell for the Nightweaver's luring the tiger from the mountain scheme, which led to the Tai-He mercenaries destroying the southern defense line of Dan City. Not long after, the battle with the Nightweaver left him with that scar. Summing it up, Song Yunxiang understands 8 or 9 parts. This illusion is for him to repent for the mistakes he made in his youth. Just a shame. It's like when someone realizes they're in a dream, they can become the master of that dream. As he thinks this, Song Yunxiang unleashes his power, and his cultivation swiftly surges to the saint stage. Feeling no problems after checking it out, Song Yunxiang gets even more excited. He can try experiencing the saint stage. He hasn't relied on this level of cultivation in a long time. Song Yunxiang directly takes flight, shocking everyone in the camp, leaving everyone who witnesses it speechless. Only saint stage powerhouses can fly. Releasing his soul power, Song Yunxiang soars through the sky, creating a long trail of light. He now wants to find the Nightweaver in this dream and have a satisfying fight, then directly break this illusion. In the illusion world, the 3 southern continent defense lines are the scene of a battle between Uy Vien Thuk and savage beasts. The 2 sides fiercely wrestled, neither willing to give in. In the battle, 1 soldier and 1 fighting hawk brood, both selfless and unwilling to back down. He used the last of his strength to draw his bow and counterattack, successfully taking down the fighting hawk brood. After a moment, the Tiandu mecha unit gained the upper hand, continuously pursuing the remaining ferocious beasts. Squads of 3 formed support lines, preventing any ferocious beasts from launching sneak attacks. They slowly eliminated the careless beasts. Though struggling and difficult, the Uy Yuan unit finally claimed victory. The excessive consumption of spirit power left everyone panting and exhausted. After the battle, the squad leader began assessing the losses and gains. They had killed quite a few ferocious beasts this time, and most of the soldiers were not in mortal danger. Confirming that all the ferocious beasts were eliminated, he allowed everyone to deactivate their mech suits for 2 minutes to quickly replenish supplies. Just waiting for this, the soldiers eagerly released their mech suits to the ground, some so tired they couldn't even stand. Seeing his brother collapse, Zhang Da, Muggy ran over to help. As he struggled to his feet, Zhang Da, Mufu reassured Zhang Da, Muggy. The battlefield was covered in smoke and dust. The squad leader stood in the center, observing, adjusting each unit, arranging for medical care, and taking charge of preparing supplies. Unlike Zhang Da, Jiefu, Zhang Da, Zhagi looked full of energy. Carrying his brother with an axe, he headed towards the rest area for food and drink. After a few steps, a voice called out. Seeing it was the squad leader, Zhang Dagi and Zhang Dafu went over to meet him. The squad leader immediately praised Zhang Dagi for his good performance. He said that rich young masters like him don't seem reliable, but he didn't expect him to be a master at piloting mecha. Praised, Zhang Da, Mikagi smiled contentedly and thanked the squad leader. Then, the squad leader turned to Zhang Dafu with a stern expression. He didn't know why Zhang Dafu was working so hard, but since they were all Tiandu soldiers, he wouldn't allow any soldier to waste their life uselessly. Finishing his words, Zhang Da, Gofu lowered his head and apologized, the exhaustion still clear in his eyes. Before Zhang Da, Gogi left, the squad leader reminded him to take care of his brother and help him calm down. A moment later, another person came over, curious about the 2 of them. This person with the Zhang surname replied, and the squad leader didn't hide anything, thinking that they were just 2 discouraged young masters from Zhang family's central province. He happened to have some connections with their elders and understood the inside story. The other person instead praised the 2 Zhangs, considering them talents worth nurturing. Taking 2 portions of food, Zhang Da, Shang Da, Shang Da, Shang Da, Shang Da, Shangfu sighed, urging him to eat a little while he could. If there wasn't enough, he had dried meat. Taking it, Zhang Da. Kufu still looked dejected, politely thanking him. Zhang Da. Kuki didn't distance himself because of this. Trying to cheer up the atmosphere, taking out a small bottle of wine, he suggested, Zhang Da, Sifu try some, but was refused. Zhang Da. Kogi's expression couldn't help but be disappointed. By now, he was no longer as cheerful as before, letting his emotions show. He didn't understand why Zhang Dafu was so set on dying. The decline of the Zhang family was predetermined by fate, and no one blamed Zhang Dafu now. He felt that the two of them joining the army to protect the country wasn't bad. Hearing this, Zhang Dafu became even more melancholic, continuing to apologize, taking all the blame upon himself, and blaming himself for being foolishly deceived back then, and even wanting to attack Zhang Dagi. While eating, Zhang Dagi brushed it off, saying he hadn't taken it to heart at all. But no matter what he said, Zhang Dafu still wanted to atone with his life. Unable to bear it, Zhang Dakagi raised his voice, hoping to continue persuading him. Just at this moment, the siren sounded, followed by loud shouts. Level 7 ferocious beasts have appeared. Everyone, immediately enter combat status. All the resting soldiers rushed outside together. Without anyone telling them, they simultaneously activated their spirit, infused mech suits to meet the enemy. Their unfinished lunches were thrown aside. Very quickly, the soldiers spread out along the defensive line, facing the enemy forces. Following their gaze, a massive swarm of ferocious beasts was rushing towards them in the distance. The entire army's morale plummeted. Without needing to think, they knew this wasn't a number they could handle. Without much talk, the squad leader ordered the signal to be sent to request reinforcements from defensive sectors 2 and 4. The ferocious beasts, both in the sky and on the ground, were densely packed. The number was uncountable, and the instant that death loomed, the squad leader unhesitatingly ordered the medical and support personnel to board the airships and retreat first. Hopefully, they could still buy some time for people to survive. The ravenous Chongqi beast came mingled with war, filled with bloodlust, its deafening aura seemingly unstoppable, the distance to the front lines no longer significant. Suddenly, the beasts sensed something. Turning their heads in unison to investigate, all they saw behind them was a heroic spirit releasing its soul power outward, weapon in hand, creating a pillar of light shooting straight into the sky. Near this heroic spirit, a terrifying pressure crushed the earth, and shattered Sword Mountain River formed a massive aura, firing out non-stop. In an instant, the sword fell, sweeping away the entire horde of beasts in a miserable state. Not a single one fortunate enough to resist. By the time the soldiers could see clearly, there wasn't a single beast in sight. Only the deep sword mark remained, etched into the earth, forming a giant trench. On the other end, the heroic spirit wore a cloak over its shoulders, still holding the dual swords that continued to crackle with lightning. Suddenly, a soldier asked the squad leader hesitantly, "Is that the Namzhu Netherworld soul from the legends?" The squad leader, stunned by the scene, stammered, recalling the legend of the Namzhu semi-saint from before. He'd heard the legend that the semi-saint of Namzhu had unfortunately fallen in the beast tide 2 years ago, becoming a source core. Then, about a year ago, another legend arose about someone seeing an old-fashioned gentleman's sword, lying outside the norm, like a wandering soul falling into a beast's lair in Namzhu. The gods didn't know. The ghosts weren't aware, so it was called the Namzhu Netherworld Soul. Regaining his senses, the captain called out. But the heroic spirit before him had already taken to the air. At the same moment, Yunxiang was flying rapidly towards the camp. He had luckily caught sight of the mysterious heroic spirit wielding those dual swords earlier. Now, the Namzhu Netherworld Soul was leaping over hills, moving with utmost speed. Yunxiang secretly followed from above, observing him. Yunxiang wondered, who exactly is this guy? Could it be old Zin from the original timeline? If he hadn't shown up beside the second prince, then it's very likely that old Zai came to the rescue in this timeline. Because of his appearance, Old Zai broke through the Saint Tier first armor and defeated the Yi Zihe's evil demonic dissolution state. But in the original timeline, Old Zai was very likely defeated. But this Namsu Netherworld soul before me is like a gentleman's sword, yet has a mixed feeling. The more Song Yunxiang looked, the more curious he became about what was beneath that cloak, deciding to get closer for a look. Suddenly, the Namsu Netherworld soul turned its head, discovering Song Yunxiang. This caught him completely off guard. How could this be? The Namsu Netherworld soul, realizing he was being followed, immediately stopped to confront him, head, Grion, extending a large hand behind it to support its body, aiming the dual swords at Song Yunxiang and launching a barrage of attacks. Caught by surprise, Song Yunxiang frantically fumbled in his pockets, soul, seeking talisman, but alas, it wasn't there. At the same time, on the ground, the Netherworld soul unleashed a fierce, shattered sword mountain river. The massive pillar of light aimed directly at Song Yunxiang, showering him with light before slowly dissipating. A golden orb formed from soul power fell from above. Song Yunxiang, still shaken inside. That was really dangerous. Just now, I instinctively reached for the talisman, almost forgetting that this is my illusionary realm. Seeing that the other party was unharmed, the Netherworld soul was shocked. Without thinking, it hurriedly turned and fled. After taking a few steps, the Netherworld soul heroic spirit suddenly froze, collapsing to its knees, clutching its head, and emitting intense purple, red lightning. In an instant, it dashed away with extreme speed, leaving Song Yunxiang dumbfounded. He realized this was the demonic dissolution state, and immediately gave chase at full speed. Both sides were evenly matched, chasing each other along the way. Before long, Song Yunxiang saw a faint wall ahead. That Netherworld southern continent was like, lol, nope, and went straight through the barrier wall. Song Yunxiang was super shocked by this, but whatever it was, he decided to charge right at it. Turns out, this wall was tougher than my grandma's cookies. And face planted Yunxiang straight into the ground. Ouch. After that collision, Yunxiang's head was ringing like crazy, and he was like, WTF is going on? That thing just strolled through, but he got a face full of wall. After calming down, Yunxiang flew up and started checking out the barrier with a suspicious look. Yunxiang flew along the border, trying to find the end, but after a few hundred zang, still no end in sight. This made Yunxiang wonder, is this thing even endless? Helpless, Yunxiang called up the Star Master system for help. After a while, the Star Master system still didn't reply. Then he remembered, oh yeah, this system isn't all that useful yet. But no worries for Yunxiang. If this is an illusion based on his memories, then he can just create a peak stage Star Master system. Soon enough, Yunxiang summoned the max Han level system. Then he asked it what the current situation was. After scanning everything, the system was like, because this illusion world is based on your memories, the effective range is limited to what you remember. Your original self only operated within a 500-mile radius. With this answer, Yunxiang finally understood. He was originally thinking of using this opportunity to travel all over the place. But if it's only 500 miles, then there's nothing much to see. He can't even leave Zhongzhou. As for that Netherworld southern continent, he'll have to find another time to investigate. After thinking it over, Yunxiang decided to find Ye Wang, have a quick fight, and then bounce out Panikta this world. At the docks in the illusion, the place was engulfed in the smoke and flames of war. Everywhere was occupied by Dilun troops. The Tiandu soldiers were completely defeated, trampled underfoot. On the rooftop, Ye Wang coolly ordered his subordinates to clear the battlefield and take all the supplies. Their next target was Dan City in Zhongzhou. For his next move, he only needed to use the lure the tiger from the mountain trick to lure the Xuanjia guards here, and then they could take the opportunity to raid Dan City. Ye Wang was already satisfied just thinking about it. Suddenly, he saw a speck of light in the distance, and in an instant, the speck of light shot over and slammed into the tower next to them. After the smoke cleared, Yunxiang appeared. He got up and looked around, and just like he expected, Ye Wang was there. Ye Wang was both shocked and confused. He recognized Yunxiang as a member of the Xuanjia guards, But it didn't make sense that Yunxiang just flew in. Ye Wang's mind was blown, and he couldn't wrap his head around it. Only a saint stage expert could fly. How could a mere heavenly guard do that? Yunxiang smiled mischievously, confirming Yi Wang's confusion. With that, Yunxiang transformed into his past life form. This time, he is a saint stage powerhouse. As he flew up, Yunxiang called upon the Star Master system to activate the Soul General, Abyss Sovereign. In an instant, Yunxiang's soul form created a huge phenomenon. The entire sky formed a vortex, shooting down dazzling golden lightning. The Abyss Sovereign slowly materialized, shocking the entire sky. The Dilun soldiers below were all frozen in place, staring upwards. As for Ye Wang, seeing that this was actually an origin mech, he freaked out even more. His mind was so blown he just couldn't process what he was seeing. He's the Abyss Domination Mech Master, with the sharp, golden aura, radiating a seriously terrifying vibe. The Dilun soldiers sized up the situation real quick, whipping out their weapons. They all bunched together, going on the offensive to try and protect Ye Shuang. Song Yunxiang, floating elegantly in the air, casually gave the signal. The Daoyuan sword was ready to roll. As soon as he said that, a whole bunch of sword phantoms behind him, all covered in spirit power, shot out like a million arrows raining down. Seeing this, the Dilun soldiers just froze, mouths agape, like, whoa, what the heck is that? Yang Wang stood there high above, super frustrated. Flying swords are spirit, sensitive weapons kinda like a Kanxiang spirit general. Facing Yunxiang's power, Ye Wang yelled, "This is bad, everyone, get out of the way." His subordinates didn't have time to dodge before Yunxiang hit them with fatal blows. No one could even put up a fight. Yunxiang wasn't done. Unleashing another move, Daoyuan sword. Return to your place, Ye Wang, stop running. Summon your Kanxiang spirit general. Ye Wang was both scared and shocked. How does he know I have a Kanxiang spirit general? The mercenary group couldn't have a traitor. Besides, the only people who know I have a Kanxiang spirit general are from Taiyuan. Could it be that people from Taiyuan deliberately leaked this information to the heavenly map side? Taiyuan always talks about what doctrine, peace, and equality for all, outwardly using force to intervene and prevent wars between countries, but in reality, they deliberately control the balance between countries. Could it be that? They don't want the Eastern continent to be unified. Again, what exactly are those weird women planning? Song Yunxiang shouted. You used the feint the tiger from the mountain tactic, lured the Xuan armor guards away, and then sneaked into Xiangzhuang port through the sea route, and then planned to attack Dancheng at night. I have to say, it's really a very clever move. You can be regarded as a rare military genius. Ye Wang panicked. He saw everything. I thought you were just a normal, insignificant little person. Before, it seems that I, Ye Wang, have underestimated the heroes of the world. Song Yunxiang laughed in his heart. I've been talking nonsense to this extent. It really feels so refreshing and happy. Stop with the extra words. Hurry up and form your Kanxiang so that I can find all the fun and end this boring illusory world, Ye Wang retorted. Although I don't know what you're talking about, only the Kanxiang Spirit General can really fight you. Release the spirit, form the Kanxiang Spirit General, and attack. The two sides began to enter the battle, the Wind Dragon giant blades neither side giving way. Wind Dragon Blast combat skill. That Ye Wang used the strongest move of the Spirit General Kanxiang Wind Dragon Blast. What was once such a fearsome attack, now it just looks so using just 3 Daoyuan swords will be enough. Or just attack randomly. Song Yunxiang counterattacked. Ye Wang was taken by surprise. What is that? Looking at Yunxiang's power, Ye Wang definitely couldn't block it. This is bad. Release all the wind blades and defend for me. Ye Wang defended, but it was useless. How is this possible? The defense created by the wind blades can't stop it either. I'm done for. Done for. Ye Wang gave up struggling. You can't run anymore. Who are you, you bastard? Ye Wang panicked and fled. No way. How could the Xingtian kingdom have someone so strong? Song Yunxiang continued his attack. Is that all you got? You're already dead. You're even more boring than I thought. So the core of this weird illusion is there, huh? Alright, let's end this pointless illusion. So the battle's over. An old geezer stood alone, deep in thought. He held a huge, long staff, face downcast, a scary frown plastered across his face. He was baffled. Someone actually completed the first trial so quickly. How could my Gioran race have such outstanding descendants? Suddenly, a light appeared right in front of him. He said to someone, "Get ready. A junior who passed the first trial is about to appear. Stay put and wait for the formation to guide them. Don't interfere." But before he could finish, someone broke his formation. The old man was surprised. "Hey, wait a minute, you. Don't mess around." Song Yunxiang appeared. "Haha, so this is the core of this secret realm, huh?" The old man pointed at Song Yunxiang. "You dare to cause trouble with your pathetic self? Wait, what kind of spirit is that? No, that's not right. You're not one of our Gioran descendants. Who are you anyway? How did you get into our Gioran secret realm? Surrender now." The old man attacked, trying to take down Song Yunxiang. Song Yunxiang quickly countered. At that moment, the old man was the one bound by the chains Song Yunxiang created. The old man panicked. "What's going on? How can you control me?" Song Yunxiang replied, "Oh, so you're the manager around here? Come on over here. What do you want to do to me?" No, senior. Please spare me." Song Yunxiang unleashed his power. The old geezer was defeated. He lay tied up, rolling on the ground. Seeing Song Yunxiang's terrifying power, he was terrified. How is this possible? The secret realm is collapsing. That thing is invading the formation that protects the stability of this secret realm. What? Even my data is being corrupted, the old man muttered, begging. "Great Master, Immortal Senior, please stop. As long as you stop immediately, I can give you control. But you must promise me not to steal Albing's soul jade." "Too late. I'm almost done, old man." The old man thought to himself, "Damn it. If this continues, we won't be able to save the secret realm, let alone the Gioran's legacy. What should I do? This humble one is willing to hand over this secret realm and serve you as master. Please, have mercy." "Oh really? People are all the same. They never shed a tear until they see the coffin. Now you regret it." The old man bowed and begged, "Your Honor, please remove the restraints on this humble one. I am willing to offer the Jade Core's secret realm." Song Yunxiang released the old man. "Thank you, Your Honor. The restraints have been removed. Come on, let me see what other tricks you have." "My lord, I wouldn't dare." The old man took something out of his person. He pulled out a jade orb. Here's the Jade Core that controls this secret realm. Please accept it, Your Honor." This is the refined essence, huh? Song Yunxiang was all eyes, scrutinizing that Jade Core. "Yeah. Looks like when you enter the core area, your appearance gets reset to how you looked before entering the realm. But appearances are born from the heart, so even the formation of this realm can be tricked. Sure isn't simple at all." The old dude presented the jade to Song Yunxiang. Song Yunxiang glared at him. The jade was still in the old guy's hand. Song Yunxiang stepped forward and took the glowing jade from the old man's hand. "Finally got it. Looking at this jade, it's kind of familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before." "That's right. It was that cauldron. There seemed to be something similar inside." Song Yunxiang asked, "This is the Jade Core that controls this secret realm." The old guy clasped his hands and bowed, replying to Your Honor, "Yes, that's it." Looking up and staring at the old guy, Song Yunxiang barked, "Can't you shrink down or something? Talking like this is a bit of a strain." "Whoa." Replying to Your Honor, "I can't, but since Your Honor has taken control, you can adjust my size. Please insert your divine sense into the Jade Core, and you can control this world." "This thing, huh?" Song Yunxiang started messing with it. The thing in his hand was glowing. "So that's how it is. This secret realm is a miniature world opened up in a special space. HMPH, I see. So I'm controlling the whole secret realm, huh?" Replying to Your Honor, "I can sense that you've become the master of this world." Song Yunxiang started testing the power, restoring the entire space. Total power trip. Song Yunxiang tweaked a few things in the space, making that old geezer shrink. From a giant, the old guy shrunk down to a normal human size. Song Yunxiang was amused. Oh, kind of fun, actually. So, can you turn into something else too? Heavens, no, I can't. Can you turn into a woman? Ugh, alright. Song Yunxiang transformed the old guy in front of him into a woman. Round boobs popped out of his chest. A total makeover. From face to hair, turning into a beautiful woman. Even he was taken by surprise. Huh. What have I turned into? Oh God. Your Honor, please stop messing around. The woman covered herself with her hands. Screaming in embarrassment, Song Yunxiang found the whole thing amusing. Whoa, grow bigger. Ah, there. What is it now? The round boobs grew bigger and bigger, becoming gigantic boobs. Your Honor, please have some self-respect, the woman pleaded. As her breasts grew larger and more massive, Song Yunxiang covered his mouth. Ahem, just a slight mistake. I've been messing with this guy so much. And he hasn't gotten angry or resisted at all. Looks like he's really surrendered. Let's see how everyone else is doing. Song Yunxiang relied on that jade core, observing each person appearing on the screen, each with their own appearance and different things they are occupied with. He discovered that the spirit avatar is of the saint stage. I wonder if that's right. Let's head over to her place and check it out. Instantly, Song Yunxiang appeared right there. A chaotic battle was happening. Song Yunxiang's sudden appearance surprised everyone. The spirit general Wen Zhang is here. Someone was running after her and shouting, "Hey, Yao!" She turned around. A beautiful woman appeared as the spirit general. Dad, I killed a ferocious beast. Are you alright? Huang Yaoyin's inner demon is like, nothing. Yao, I've warned you so many times. If you encounter a ferocious beast, just avoid it. You absolutely mustn't summon your spirit general to fight. Why don't you ever listen? Song Yunxiang, in his spiritual form, watched the two of them chat. Huang Yaoyin was scolded by her dad. Yao lowered her head and said, "Sorry, Dad. Yao won't do it again." The spirit general Wen Zhang was a bit impressed. Back in Xishui Kingdom, he had heard one of the 4 saints of the kingdom's royal family had the spirit general Wen Zhang. Could it be this woman? Who knew her inner demon illusion would be of her childhood? Song Yunxiang was a little surprised, and used his management privileges of the secret Jade Realm to check out her past a bit. Then he took a look at Huang Yaoyin's illusion, and was shocked. This illusion has repeated itself 13 times. A dignified saint stage expert is trapped by her inner demon. Could it be that she doesn't want to wake up? Then he looked in the distance at the father and daughter and thought, I originally wanted to use my management privileges to forcibly interrupt this illusion, but if there's drama to watch, then let's observe for a bit first. Who knows? I might dig up some strange clues. After deciding, he flew off. In a large peach blossom forest, a grave lay quietly under the large peach trees. In front of the grave was a wooden plaque with the inscription, "The Grave of Divine Empress Yu Ji," established by Minister Jing in the 1233rd year of the star calendar. Peach petals fell and covered the grave. Nearby, there was a formation surrounding Yao and her father. Each carried something, passed through the formation, and entered the peach forest. One carried a basket of joss paper, and the other carried a jug of wine. Once inside, Si Kongjing closed the formation as before. Dad, can you teach me formations? Seeing her dad using formations so skillfully, she looked up and asked. He lowered his head and stroked his daughter's head. Hey, Yao, why do you suddenly want to learn formations? She smiled brightly and replied, if a Yao knows formations, then whenever she wants to visit Mom, she can go anytime. No need to wait for the peach blossoms to bloom every year. He looked at his daughter tenderly and said, let's go. We'll pay respects to your mother. The father and daughter sat down in front of the grave and burned joss paper. Song Yunxiang was still standing above, observing and pondering. This is a formation arranged using sealing techniques. I once saw it in the Emperor's Tomb Secret Realm. This Si Kongjing, could he be the legendary man from the Central Eastern continent who had a mysterious formation master inheritance, guarding the tomb and shouldering the responsibility of sealing the Emperor's Tomb Secret Realm? In my previous life, I met that person in the Emperor's Tomb Secret Realm. He used up all his life force to suppress the dried corpses within. Legend has it that under the Emperor's tomb secret realm is sealed the spirit soul general who once unified the entire eastern continent and founded an empire that lasted for hundreds of years. It is said that the spirit soul general possesses incredibly terrifying and tyrannical power. If it chooses a master, this entire continent will descend into endless war. To prevent that situation, the gravediggers have always shouldered the responsibility of suppressing and sealing the Emperor's tomb secret realm for hundreds of years. He tilted his head, looking up at the sky. This place is probably the Sky Void Mountain of the Eastern Continent. 100 years ago, the timeline seems to match up as well. He then looked toward the peach forest, where the father and daughter were standing. What a coincidence! Lighting incense and burning spirit money, Si Kongjing patted his daughter's head, saying, "Anyao, why don't you go play somewhere for a while? Let Dad talk to Mom alone for a bit." She looked at her father and replied, "Okay, go, but remember, don't arm the spirit soul general," he instructed his daughter. After hearing her father's instructions, she turned around and made a funny face at him. "I know. I'm going now." He watched his daughter's figure for a while, then supported himself to sit down in front of the grave and unfolded a neatly folded piece of paper. Holding up a cup of wine, he read, "It was Chao Shi Hui, like a fleeting dream, flowers falling through the years." After finishing reading, he held the paper and burned it in the basin where he had just burned the spirit money. "Yunzi, I never stopped missing you all these years." Song Yunxiang, stroking his long beard on the hill, muttered, "Old Song, you're good. When it comes to eating melon seeds and adding fuel to the fire, you're a pro." This place is a mental illusion. It doesn't count as eavesdropping on private matters. This has nothing to do with morality. I'm collecting intelligence. Yes, I'm collecting intelligence. He suddenly remembered and scratched his face a bit embarrassedly. That's right, using the secret realm core might work. After speaking, he used the secret realm core to conjure up a tea set and half a watermelon. He ate watermelon and drank tea while straining his ears to eavesdrop. That year, I promised my master. Now the 10-year deadline has passed, and besides, what to do? I remember that year. I and she first met at the Luo Chao Shi Hui, vowing to be together forever in the peach forest, with peach petals floating in the gentle breeze under the clear blue sky. At this moment, not far away in the peach forest, Yao was hiding in the bushes, looking out. In front of her was a very large wild boar eating. Suddenly, it stopped. It sensed danger and became alert. At this moment, Yao was in the bushes, imagining how many delicious dishes could be made from it. The more she thought about it, the more she craved it. So she jumped out towards the wild boar and beat it up badly. "Still want to run? Obediently turn into grilled meat for me." The boar was quickly defeated and lay on the ground. She looked at it with joy and thought about what delicious dishes she should make from it. On the side of the peach forest, Song Yunxiang sat cross-legged, summarizing the story he had just heard. So that's how it is. The story of the gravedigger having 10 years of freedom to marry, have children, and leave behind descendants. This young Si Kongjing left the emperor's tomb secret realm to travel the world. But after 10 years, he must return to take on the responsibility of sealing the emperor's tomb. He traveled from the sea to the Skywater Kingdom's divine capital city and met Ayao's mother, Huang Yuzhi, at the Luo Chao Shi Hui. The two fell in love at first sight. They vowed to be together forever under the peach tree. At this time, Si Kongjing had not yet realized how much trouble getting involved with a royal princess would bring. Si Kongjing abandoned the responsibility of the gravedigger, deciding to grow old together with the royal princess. The two lived a peaceful life for a while, but it was quickly discovered by the royal family. Huang Yuzhi was seriously injured and gave birth prematurely. She passed away after giving birth to Ayao. Si Kongjing then set up the Fengling Grand Formation in the H mountain range. He picked up the watermelon and ate it with emotion. It's truly a tragic story that makes listeners heartbroken and shed tears. While chewing, he heard Yao's voice. Dad, pant! Her father glanced over and was so shocked that he spat out all the watermelon seeds. Yao was carrying a wild boar several times her size. Running back, she happily shouted, Dad, look! I caught a super big pig. Can we go back and ask Sister Yunxiang to make roasted pork? Seeing this, Yunxiang put down the melon and stared at her, marveling. No wonder she's a natural-born cultivator. At such a young age, she already has Earth-stage power. Efesi. The father and daughter Huang Yao Yin carried the wild boar back, and Xing Kongjing went out to open the formation. No doubt about it. It's definitely the Feng Ling Grand Formation of the Gravekeeper clan. Yunxiang confirmed after observing. The father and daughter left the peach blossom forest and headed home. In the courtyard, a woman was sweeping the floor. Yao carried the pig and excitedly yelled, Sister Quanxiang, look! Jiao caught a super big pig. Quanxiang, who was chained at the hands and feet, greeted them when she saw them. Master, Miss Yao, you're back. Seeing her, Yunxiang was surprised. Huh, this person, I know her. This woman, I know her. That's right, it's probably that old hag. Yunxiang recalled his past life. Back then, when Tiandu was declining, I was seriously injured and fled to the Shishui kingdom. My injuries gradually improved. I disregarded the Empress's advice and stubbornly returned to Tiandulai. But I was stopped by this old hag. This guy's incomplete soul vessel won't last much longer. There's no need to waste soul power trying to force it. He's done for. At that time, he was tied up with chains and couldn't escape. The system kept notifying. Beep. Warning. Insufficient soul power. Beep. Warning. Insufficient soul power. The chains tightly bound his astral soul general. Beep. Warning. Insufficient soul power. Because of the lack of soul power, his astral soul general was being disintegrated. He sat down, clutching his wounds, and said, Old hag Ain Jingxi, you guys are truly persistent. A group of people, including Tong Jinchang and the seductive Nunna-type An Jingxi, surrounded him. She leaned on her cane and said, Yunxiang, you can't escape. Obediently surrender. Chief Tong, the Empress has already agreed to let me leave. An Jingxi, you're pursuing and ambushing me without authorization. What do you mean by this? Is the Empress's decree just a piece of scrap paper? Yunxiang shouted. Tong Jinchang glared at him and scolded. You lowly Yunxiang, don't try to talk your way out of this. I suspect you of stealing important military intelligence from the Shishui kingdom. Now, I'm arresting you as a spy. I spit on that, old hag. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. He was about to continue when a ship approached from afar and announced, The Empress Qingzi has arrived, shocking everyone. What? HMPH? How coincidental. It seems Her Majesty was prepared and determined to protect this Yunxiang, Tong Jinchang thought to herself, broodingly. An Jingxi immediately stopped the pursuit. Both sides ceased fighting. Disarm. The dragon boat robot loudly announced the Empress's decree. The chief's people from An Jingxi and the guards of Tong Jicheng were about to ask her for further instructions, but she raised her hand to stop them. The ship approached the shore where the group was standing and lowered the gangway. A female official appeared and loudly announced, Yunxiang, listen to the decree. Yunxiang and the An Jingxi group knelt down together as the female official read the decree. Yunxiang, loyal, courageous, has merit in saving the emperor, intelligent beyond compare, elegant and outstanding, which comforts us. Now, we hereby bestow the title of Southern Commandery Marquis, and immediately enter the palace to await summons. Southern Commandery Marquis? Isn't that the highest title under the Southern Concubine Empress? This status is equal to the Queen of Tiandu Kingdom. What exactly is the Empress playing at? She doesn't actually want to bring this old man to the harem to serve her, does she? Yunxiang thought blankly after hearing the decree. Marquis Song, congratulations. Please follow this official back to the palace to receive your orders. The female official put away the decree and bowed to him. Tong Jinchang gnashed her teeth after hearing the decree and thought to herself, This is bad. Her Majesty wants to bring this little brat into the harem. Why? Sooner or later, the secrets related to ancient civilization on his body will be discovered by Her Majesty. No way! He and the power are like the legendary Taiyuan Lord. I must have him. After thinking this, she immediately spoke out to stop him. Wait. The two seductive, Cree-type An Jingxi, upon hearing this, quickly took a defensive stance, ready to attack at any moment. Chief Tong, An Jingxi, do you want to resist the decree? Are you plotting a rebellion? The female official asked, sensing the danger. Tong Jincheng immediately lowered her head, sweating profusely, and explained, I wouldn't dare. It's just that this song Yunxiang is very suspicious. Then she cursed inwardly. That bastard wants to pin this crime on me. Humph, Elder Tong, if you can find any direct evidence about reporting to the capital, then great. Her Majesty the Empress will decide. The female official, and Song Yunxiang, turned to look at her. Then the female official glared at her and continued. This official is ordered to summon Song Yunxiang to the palace. Your Dark Mirror Division doesn't have the authority to stop him. Finishing speaking, she turned away and said, Lord Marquis Song, please board the ship. This official wants to see which blind dog dares to stop him. Song Yunxiang, who was walking up the steps onto the ship, turned back to salute and said, Chief Tong, then this little one will go first. I wish you good health, longevity, and may you live to be 100. Oh no, not that I forgot, you are already 100 years old. I didn't mean to curse you. Don't take it to heart. Hearing him curse her to die early, Tong Jincheng gnashed her teeth. Song Yunxiang, just you wait and see. And she thought to herself, Your Majesty, if you stubbornly become a foolish ruler indulging in male beauty, then don't blame this old woman for seizing the 400-year inheritance of the Shishui Kingdom. Dark Mirror Division, Shishui Kingdom. I heard it's a special agency created by the previous Shishui Empress, selecting personnel from among criminals and slaves. I'm afraid that old hag is the woman in front of me. Song Yunxiang speculated. Interesting, I even met an old acquaintance in an unexpected place. He looked and sighed with emotion. That old woman was eyeing the power of the Star-Lord system back then, huh? Wait, who's older, her or me? He wondered about the important thing. Never mind. Let's continue watching the drama. He stopped wondering and decided to watch the fun. A Xiao dragged the wild boar into the yard. Guo Xiang just looked at her and smiled. Ah. Yao ran quickly into the yard. Seeing the little girl running towards her, Guoxiang sat down and stroked her head. Then she looked up at Si Kongjing. Si Kongjing also looked back at her. Seeing this, she blushed and turned her head to look elsewhere. Yao saw the reactions of the two and covered her mouth, snickering to herself. Song Yunxiang, witnessing all of this, didn't know what to say. The sun gradually set behind the clouds, and smoke billowed from the chimney of the house. Guoxiang had prepared a table full of delicious dishes. Si Kongjing was walking in with his daughter. The plate of roasted pork looked very appetizing. Yao's mouth was watering non-stop. The father and daughter sat down to eat, while Guoxiang sat in the other chair, smiling happily as she watched Yao enjoy her meal. Song Yunxiang found these scenes uninteresting. They were all useless scenes. Using the authority of the Jade Secret Realm to increase the speed, skip the unimportant everyday life stories, he fast-forwarded the speed on the screen. The sky turned from orange toward to pitch black, and the moon and twinkling stars dotted the night sky. After fast-forwarding, it was late at night at the house. Yao was fast asleep. He went in to see and commented, This little girl's sleeping posture is a bit fierce. Then he went to Si Kongjing's room to see him reading a book. Hey, this guy is reading a sealed array book. Interesting. The 5 elements reverse flowing ridge array is similar to the array for sealing the fighting war old ancestor. If I have the chance, I can steal to learn that. Hey, that old hag is peeking outside. Could it be she also wants to steal the sealing array too? He was shocked and speculated. Oh, she's pushing the door open. What does the old hag want to do, he wondered. Si Kongjing, who was bowing his head reading, looked up when he saw the door open. He was taken aback by Guoxiang's attire. Song Yunxiang, watching, irritably said, Where are you looking? Quickly chase her away. Keep reading your book, bro. Guoxiang let her outer robe fall off her shoulders and shyly touched her hair, making him watching, spitting out sounds of disgust. Si Kongjing turned his face away and raised a hand to stop her, making Guoxiang bite her lip in embarrassment. TCH, what a noob. Song Yunxiang told Guoxiang to take off her outer robe completely, revealing only her inner bodice. Song Yunxiang sat with her legs crossed, watching and constantly scooping up melon to eat. Oh ho, what's this old hag planning? Guoxiang continued to raise her hand to her collar and wrap her arms behind her neck, smiling. The knot of her bodice was undone, and she took it off. Both her outer robe and bodice were now lying neatly on the ground. Si Kongjing's book fell to the ground with a thud. Song Yunxiang watched and spat out his melon. Guoxiang, completely undressed, turned towards Si Kongjing. The sky was about to dawn. Inside the house, a window still had a light shining brightly. Song Yunxiang kept stuffing melon into his mouth and chewing. From the window with the light, you could see the silhouettes of Si Kongjing and Guoxiang. He kept chewing melon and praised with narrowed eyes. Good melon. Wonder what melon he's talking about. Inside the room, Si Kongjing conjured a sword and pointed it straight at Guoxiang, making her cry with tears streaming down her face. Each drop of tear fell to the floor. Then she tightly hugged the remaining cloth on her body and ran crying out of the room. Song Yunxiang spat out all the melon seeds as he watched. Niu Tao, cowhead, went to bed but was rejected straight to the face. Failed to seduce the master with beauty, haha. Didn't expect this old hag to have such an embarrassing past in her youth. Watching like this is too slow. Let's use a 10,000x. Fast forward, he said, and started to fast forward. Fast forwarding faster and faster to Yao's training, eating, drinking, and playing life. He ate melon as he watched. While watching, the scene fast-forwarded to a month later, then fast-forwarded to 6 months later, and 2 years later, he saw Yao talking to her father, and decided to stop the fast-forward, then restored the normal speed. Yao was happily looking at her father. Father finally taught me formation magic. Well, Yao, you'll be 10 years old in another 6 months. There are some things I should teach you, Si Kongjing said with his hands behind his back. Hearing that she was going to learn formation magic, the little girl jumped up and cheered. Great! Si Kongjing looked at his daughter and continued. The formation magic I teach you is different from the formation magic commonly seen in the Eastern continent. This is the seal formation magic of the Gravekeeper lineage of the Eastern continent. A polygonal shape appeared in his hand. This ancient inheritance must be traced back to the second epoch. Song Yunxiang sat attentively in mid-air. Sure enough, it's the seal formation magic of the Gravekeeper lineage. But teaching such an incomprehensible method to a child who isn't even 10 years old, Si Kongjing doesn't seem to be good at teaching. But I can learn a little more about the seal formation magic. If I have the opportunity to enter the Emperor's Tomb secret realm again, I can explore some areas that I couldn't enter before. Green forests intertwined with rocky mountains. 2 months later, the green forest had turned into a golden yellow. Yao was trying to create a formation. She yelled, "Formation!" Suddenly, a distorted shape appeared on her hand. She turned around and looked at her crooked formation, and was overjoyed. Dad, I did it! I learned it! Si Kongjing looked at his daughter helplessly. This silly girl! Her formation talent is really bad. Even I learned it just by watching. Song Yunxiang hovered in the air, commenting while looking at the formation in his own hand. Unexpectedly, it's the sealing technique of the Gravekeeper lineage. The technique is almost from the same source as the 5 elements grand formation that suppresses the spirit of the Daozan old ancestor. If I was only 60 to 70% sure of breaking the 5 elements grand formation by force before, now with the sealing technique of the Gravekeeper lineage, not only am I completely sure of perfectly breaking the formation, but after breaking it, I can even seal something more advanced, and even add a password to it. He recreated the formation shape on his hand, then looked towards the father and daughter Yao in the distance. This silly girl probably still needs a lot of practice. I'll speed up and see how those guys are doing. Several screens popped up showing the mental states of the others in the secret realm. Then he looked at Yao Yao's screen. Zoom in, zoom in. Those guys are starting again. Get to the point. Let's see the mermaid. What? Could this woman be that master of Huiyan? How is that possible? Already asking at the age of 20-something. Could it be that you're also a formation master? HMPH. Happy as a kid near his 5th birthday, he looked at the two mermaids and said. Another screen showed a snowman. Seeing this screen, Song Yunxiang was surprised. There's even a snowman. Back to the house of Yao and her father 2 months later. Another season has arrived. Yao put her strength into it, stretched out her hand and yelled, "Release!" The shackles and chains on Guoxiang's hands shattered. Guoxiang rubbed her wrists and said, "Thank you, Miss Yao, but if the master comes back and finds out..." Yao turned to open the formation gate. Formation open. And said, "Sister Guoxiang, hurry and leave. Get out of here. These years have been wasted on you. Now I'll return your freedom for my father." Miss Yao, this. Guoxiang hesitated, but the little girl pointed towards the door, urging, "Hurry and leave." Guoxiang gave the little girl one last look and walked out of the formation door and bowed to Yao. "Thank you." The little girl was trying her best to hold the door open for Guoxiang to run away, unaware that as soon as she turned away, Guoxiang smirked secretly. Song Yunxiang looked at the snowman screen, wondering, what's with this snowman? Over 100 million years, and it only has one scene of sleeping. Then he looked at the other screens, deciding to keep fast forwarding. Suddenly he looked towards Yao's screen and was surprised. Wait, what's going on? The silly girl let the old witch go. Looks like the important part is coming up. Rewind and take a look, he said, then turned left and then right, searching. Hey, where's the melon? Did I eat it all? Seeing all the melon gone, he reaches out again and summons a plate full of all kinds of other fruits, including melon. There, melons here. Song Yunxiang sits there holding the melon, staring at the screen, trying to find it. Where was it before? Seems like it was this place. He clicks on the screen showing Sikong Jing. Sikong Jing waves goodbye to his daughter, telling her, "Dad's going down the mountain to do some stuff. Don't worry, I'll be back for your birthday. Remember the warnings I gave you. And don't forget to buy a present for Yao. Absolutely, don't forget." What warnings did her dad give? Again, can't remember. Gotta rewind and check. Song Yunxiang rewinds back. The structure here is different from usual. You need to think about the stability when the path and surface are combined. I know, Dad. The screen shows Yao and her dad practicing formation. Seeing this, he realizes, oops, think I went back too far. Probably not this part. Alright, Dad promises. As long as you can seal the formation and cultivate to the 3rd stage. When we get back, I'll take you to Tiandu City to eat Tiandu roast duck. Yao's excited hearing her dad's promise. Really, Dad? Gotta keep my word. Guess it's still not this part. The screen changes to Sikong Jing giving his daughter a jade token. Could it be here? Song Yunxiang pauses to watch. Yao. Help Dad carefully protect this item. Also, Dad wants to warn you about 2 things. First, even within the formation, you can't easily transform into the spirit general Wen Zhong. Second, before Dad comes back, absolutely don't leave the formation. Sikong Jing puts the jade token in his daughter's hand, and then puts his hand on her head, carefully reminding her. Yao understands. But can't Dad not go? The little girl lowers her head, whimpering quietly. Don't cry. Dad promises you, when I'm done with work and come back, I'll take you away from this place. We'll go to Tiandu Nation. And I'll take you to eat all the yummy food from all over Tiandu Nation. Sikong Jing comforts his daughter. Hearing her dad say that, Yao is happy again. Really? Sikong Jing looks at his daughter and smiles. Yao's eyes shine like stars, saying, Then can we go eat roast duck in Tiandu City? Of course. Lingyan City steamed buns, no problem. Zhangzhou fish noodle soup. Southern continent smoked seafood. Northern continent mutton dumplings? She lists a bunch of dishes. No problem at all. Sikong Jing agrees to everything. Really? Pinky swear? Dad better not lie? The two of them pinky swear. A promise is a promise. I'll definitely keep my word. Then Dad has to come back quickly. Yao urges her dad. He pats his daughter's head, who's about to cry. Don't worry. If something dangerous happens, just use the formation to activate these items that Dad taught you. Then you can activate the defense system of this formation. Plus, I'll sense it. So I'll come back right away to protect Yao. Song Yunxiang looks at the jade token and strokes his chin, thinking, so these were his last words before going down the mountain, huh? That thing kinda looks like the command tokens those Central Mainland sects use. The name's still lit, so he's still alive. What next? He fast-forwards again. Miss Yao, no need to thank me. Guoxiang is just a servant. Wah, Guoxiangji, I miss Dad. Wah, I miss my family too. It's been over 10 years. I wonder if they're still doing all right. And the screen gradually switches to the daily life scenes of Yao and Guoxiang. As Song Yunxiang watched, he noticed that Yao was staring at Guoxiang's shackles and chains in the video. So, that's how it is. That old hag used a suffering flesh scheme to get sympathy, Tesk, using such despicable tricks to deceive a naive girl. The little girl tries to use her strength to break them. Guoxiangji, you go! Leave this place. You've been stifled all these years. Now I'll take my dad's place and give you your freedom back. The little girl says sadly, head down. Miss Yao. This. Guoxiang looks at her, hesitating, wanting to say something. Hurry and go. If Dad comes back, you won't be able to leave. She urges Guoxiang. Guoxiang goes to the formation entrance, bowing deeply. Thank you, Miss Yao. The little girl behind is trembling, choking up, trying to use her strength to open the formation door for Guoxiang to leave, but she turns her head away, and a victorious smile is on her face. The formation door slowly closes. Song Yunxiang watches and has to support his forehead and sigh. This kid's way too easy to fool. Could it be because she can't forgive herself for her mistakes? Can't be that extreme, right? Let's see what's behind, he says, and fast-forwards again. A few days later, Yao sits alone in the courtyard and sighs deeply. I kinda regret letting Guoxiangji leave. It's so boring here with just me. A few more days pass. The little girl sits under a tree, holding up her fingers and counting. 3, 4, 5, sniff. 7 more days until Yao's birthday. Why hasn't Dad come back yet? A few more days pass. The little girl sits on a rock, jutting out from the stream, muttering to herself, did Dad get lost? Song Yunxiang was still watching the little girl from above. Sure enough, suddenly some commotion in the distance caught Yao's attention. The little girl excitedly shouted, Dad! Is Dad back? She hurriedly ran barefoot towards it. Someone's deliberately attacking the formation. Song Yunxiang wasn't too sure. I should go take a look first. With that, he shot off towards the disturbance. Outside the formation, 2 robots were working hard to attack it. Master, we found the area covered by the formation. Seems like this is the place. A short-haired woman with thick glasses reported to Huang Chengnan, the head of the Huang family. TCH. Never thought they'd hide in the Mount Haikong range, Huang Chengnan said, looking at the formation. Master is wise. We've been searching tirelessly for 10 years. If it weren't for that bitch who ratted them out, who would have guessed they were hiding right under our noses? The woman with glasses continued, then turned to the 2 robots struggling to break the formation. How long will it take you guys to destroy this formation? One robot turned and replied, It's hard to say, ma'am. This formation is a bit peculiar. Just with the weapons we brought, it might be difficult to break. It's best to invite some formation masters. Hearing this, the woman with glasses snapped, You're a bunch of useless trash. What does the master keep you around for? Yao had run to the formation gate, happily opening it and asking, Dad, is Dad back? The little girl was shocked to see the group of people outside. It's not Dad. Who are you people? The formation's been opened from the inside. Move out. The woman with glasses waved her hand, giving orders. Shao quickly tried to close the gate, but then she got scared. Huh. What's wrong? Why won't it close? It's because a robot used a weapon to stop the gate from closing completely. Hurry, go grab that little brat. Yes. The group obeyed, grabbing soul talismans and rushing forward. Huh. What do you want? No. Yao ran away in fear. The people formed a soul cage and surrounded her in the middle. Seeing the little girl surrounded, the woman with glasses smugly said, "Hey, little brat, you can't escape now. You bad people, you, unable to escape." Afa. Yao got angry and decided to summon her soul general. Soul transformation. An immense power appeared, causing the smug woman with glasses to gape in shock. Huang Chengnan was also shocked and stared. Yao had transformed into the soul general, Wen Zhong. It's an ancient soul general, master. The woman with glasses was utterly terrified and stammered, pointing inside the formation. Could that little girl be a primordial being? Master, could she be the illegitimate child of Miss Yuzi and that bastard? As soon as she finished speaking, she got slapped by Huang Chengnan. Suddenly getting slapped confused the woman with glasses, who clutched her face and looked up at her master. Master, why did you hit me? He looked at her sternly and said, even if she is living outside, she is still the daughter of my Huang family, who gave you, a nobody, permission to insult her. Then she turned to look inside the formation, overjoyed. To think Yuzi's child is actually a Xian Tianzu Ren, innate gifted being. A Coxian Tianzu Ren that can guarantee our royal family prospers for hundreds of years. She raised her hand and commanded, "Go, capture that child alive. Be careful, don't hurt her. If anyone carelessly injures her, their entire family will be executed." The robots obeyed and launched chains, tightly wrapping around the limbs of Wen Zhong, the spirit general. Capture it. The sharp fragments on Wen Zhong's spirit general rose into the air and gathered together. Yao inside lowered her head and chanted the name of the spirit general, Wen Zhong, borrowing heavenly might. Utilize the lightning created from these sharp fragments. The little girl yelled, Lei, lightning, come! Huang Chengnan and the girl with glasses were still clutching their swollen faces, watching in astonishment. What, Lei? Dark clouds appeared, generating lightning directly above the sharp points of Wen Zhong, the spirit general. Then a bolt of lightning struck down, passing through the sharp points and attacking the robots surrounding Yao. Not a single robot escaped the lightning strike. Seeing the thunder and lightning inside, the girl with glasses was scared out of her wits. Huang Chengnan also exclaimed in surprise, What kind of trick is this? To actually be able to summon heavenly lightning to attack. The chains binding Wen Zhong, the spirit general, gradually disappeared. All the robots around were charred black, a earth realm cultivation, to actually create such powerful destructive force. A genius! A genius! If we can nurture this child properly, then our royal family can become the top family of the Xi Shui kingdom. Huang Chengnan said happily. You all, charge forward again for me. The girl with glasses, still sitting on the ground, ordered the people behind her. Yes. The group formed a spirit general and charged forward. Yao, inside Wen Zhong, the spirit general, conjured up weapons, preparing to fight. The robots created numerous chains again, rushing towards this side. The girl with glasses looked towards her family head, trembling as she pointed inside, whining, Family head, this precious little darling doesn't seem easy to talk to. Our forces are limited this time. Why don't you personally take action? Inside, Wen Zhong, the spirit general, slashed horizontally at a robot and turned to the side, using her hand to shoot out lightning, destroying another robot. Witnessing the situation inside, Huang Chengnan scolded, HMPH, a bunch of useless people. Then she took out her soul talisman. The robots inside, agreeing with each other, grabbed their chains and charged forward. Let's go! We'll clamp down on it from behind. Yao stopped, panting heavily. Chains flew toward her, and she hurriedly dodged to the side. Other chains flew over, wrapping around the sword of Yunxiang, the spirit general. 2 chains from behind also flew over. What? The chains had tightly bound the arms and neck of Yunxiang, the spirit general, causing Yao to turn around in anger and generate lightning. You wicked things. All the surrounding robots were struck by lightning. Several robots were immediately charred black, emitting smoke. Yao slumped down, panting heavily, her strength gradually depleted. A peerless talent. A peerless talent. Worthy of being the bloodline of our royal family. Another spirit general clapped and said, hearing the voice. Yao quickly turned her head to look. That spiritual soul general flew into another one and stood next to Yunxiang's spiritual soul general. But unfortunately, the difference in our cultivation is too much, so don't blame this old lady for bullying the weak. Huang Chengnan, in the form of a spiritual soul general, kept moving closer to Yao's spiritual soul general, saying, Yao quickly grabbed her sword and stood up, running towards Huang Chengnan's spiritual soul general. As she ran up to attack, Huang Chengnan quickly moved close and locked onto the right arm of Yunxiang's spiritual soul general. Yao's right arm was locked and twisted backward, causing her to cry out in pain. The old lady said to her, Be a good girl and come out now, brat. Then she created a palm full of soul power and attacked her head. Pion. Hit by the palm, Yunxiang's spiritual soul general disintegrated and disappeared, revealing Yao unconscious, falling down. The remaining fragments fell. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing Huang Diaoyin lying on the ground, crying her eyes out. She wiped away her tears. Samab slowly sat up, clutching her father's token tightly. She cried out in heartbreaking anguish, Wahaya, Daddy! Bad people came to our house, they bullied me, and they want to take me away. Wahaya, Daddy, where are you? Why haven't you come yet? Waya. Tears streamed down the token. Song Yunxiang observed from above and spoke, The life token of the Sikong realm is extinguished, huh? So that's what happened. Under the gaze of the soldiers, Huang Diaoyin continued to cry, Daddy, sob, Daddy, why can't I control the mountain? Protecting Grand Formation, Wahaya, Daddy lied to me, Wahaya. Seeing the little girl crying alone and helpless, the old man couldn't help but feel sorry for her. A woman with a noble air approached and asked, Little girl, what's your name? But Diaoyin ignored her. Daddy, why haven't you come yet? Waya, you lied to me, why haven't you come yet? The subordinate standing next to her got angry and scolded. Hey little girl, our clan leader is asking you a question. Don't come over. Don't come over, Yao has to wait here for Daddy to come back, the mentally unstable girl said. Huang Chengnan replied, No need. Your mother and my mother are cousins. No one will harm you. Come home with me. No, I won't go. This is Yao's home. Yao has to wait here for Daddy to come back. The male lead seemed to have realized something from the clan leader. She already knew what the extinguished life token meant. Suddenly, a hand struck the back of Diaoyin's neck, knocking her unconscious on the spot. The clan leader directly picked up Yao. Clan leader, should I get out of here? Yes. With that, all 3 of them passed through the wall and disappeared. Yunxiang followed inside. He's all like, why'd it stop moving? Is it over? Is this whole freaking illusion falling apart? And then the images start rebuilding themselves. Everything reconstructs and comes back to life, starting the loop all over again. The scene's back to when Huang Diaoyin was a kid, just chillin' with her dad, Yao, and they're having a blast. Hee, I get it now, Dad. When will we ever grow up? Nah, Yao doesn't need to grow up. Laughed, so she's just stuck repeating this forever in this inner demon illusion. Dude checks his system and realizes it's the 14th loop already. Aha. So that's why she's trapped in this endless cycle. Her biggest hang up is waiting for someone who ain't ever coming back. Ouch. Scene cuts back to the fight. Loop 15. Here we go again. Still those same 4 beefy soldiers. Loop 16. Loop 17. Song Yunxiang watched so long he was practically snoring. An endless loop is an endless loop. Yawn. So boring. Loop 18, Loop 19, Loop 20. Ugh, When's this ever gonna end? He didn't even want to interfere in the first place. But whatever. Consider it tuition for learning that ceiling formation. The loop rewinds to when Huang Diaoyin first met that woman. Hey kiddo, what's your name? And she's still crying her eyes out. Daddy, where are you? Come save a Yao Wakia. With just a snap of his fingers and the command formation activate, those 4 armored soldiers were instantly surrounded by magic. What the heck, what's going on? Huang Diaoyin heard the noise and looked up. The little girl was totally stunned by what she saw. It was a dude casting some serious magic to protect her. Those robot soldiers were being controlled by the magical force, screaming in panic, "We're doomed! Save us, master!" A massive explosion wiped those soldiers out. Poof! Gone. Huang Chengnan turns around, pissed. A formation master? It can't be. How is this possible? You're not my dead father. Hey, Yao standing right in front of her. Sorry I'm late. Huang Diaoyin sees her dad and bursts into tears. Dad, you finally came. Yao's been waiting here for you for so long. So long. The woman freaks out, screaming in rage. See Kongjing, it can't be. You're supposed to be. No way. The woman can't believe what's happening. Yup, another ceiling formation. This getup won't cut it against a celestial level speed. Song Yunxiang's in the back, thinking to himself, oh, this guy actually knows how to set up formations. The Huang Dingfeng family head said arrogantly, your formations are only good for sneak attacks from underground. It's just small tricks. As long as I'm fast enough, your formation is useless. Suddenly, a star soul cone falls from the sky, smacks her on the head, and slams into the ground. Huang Chengnan looks up in pain and asks, what's going on? The male lead looks at the foolish evil woman inside the barrier, secretly despising in his heart. Idiot! As long as my barrier is large enough, no matter how fast you are, you're just a fish in a pond. A command. Seal, which caused the barrier circle to suddenly shrink into a tiny little sphere. Following Song Yunxiang's command, the circle flew up high and floated in mid-air. Huang Chengnan and his subordinates were trapped inside that barrier circle. With a command that sounded like an ending to everything, vanish. The barrier circle was launched thousands of miles away, disappearing into the vast sky. Suddenly, Huang Diwein's trembling voice rang out from behind. Daddy, waha daddy. The little girl ran towards our main guy, sobbing, and hugged the man who looked like her dad, crying loudly. Why yeah, you bad guy, why are you only coming back now? Song Yunxiang couldn't help but feel emotional, and hugged the little girl back. I thought, Yao said, looking at him with tearful eyes. Song Yunxiang looked at the tiny Yao, and gave a gentle smile. He coaxed and comforted her. There, aren't I back now? Yao closed her eyes, savoring this happiness. Daddy. But suddenly, she seemed to realize something. This isn't right, this body. Daddy is off. Huang Diwen immediately pushed the man away, quickly backing away warily. The girl shouted angrily, your soul power has changed. This isn't really my daddy, is it? The main character was stunned, thinking to himself, damn it, I was too careless. I forgot to disguise my soul power fluctuations. Damn it, she's so young, and she can still recognize the fluctuations. Does this little brat have some kind of talent? Or is she just naturally sensitive? But he still had to put on a strained pretense. Oh, let me explain. It's like this. Daddy went to the Tiandu kingdom, to inherit the tradition of our family's tomb guardians. That's why my soul power fluctuations changed. The girl was still a little suspicious, despite missing him. Song Yunxiang kept trying to explain. Let me see if I can switch back to the previous soul power fluctuations. This soul power fluctuation? It's a combination of a powerful expert's spiritual power and 60 years of combat experience, you see? Didn't Daddy look experienced in the battle just now? This is the experience that came from a powerful expert. Yao asked with pitiful eyes. Really? That's right, Daddy even brought you a gift from the Tiandu kingdom. He then took out half a watermelon. Look, it's roast duck. Seeing this, she said angrily. This isn't roast duck. This is watermelon. You're lying to me again. The main character scratched his head. awkwardly correcting himself. Okay, I'm sorry, it's just a habit. Hey, Yao saw the roast duck, and her eyes lit up. Roast duck? The little one hurriedly took it, tearing off large bites, as if she hadn't had it in a long time. This wonderful flavor made Yao's eyes widen. Unable to resist, she exclaimed. The roast duck is so delicious, Yunxiang said hesitantly. Hey, Yao, wait. That's not how you eat roast duck. Don't you eat it with your mouth? Then how do you eat it? In the Tiandu kingdom, this roast duck has a very special flavor. First, the skin and meat must be separated with skillful technique. The chef will slice it thinly, then roll it in lotus leaves, then dip it in soy sauce served with chopped onions, pickled cucumbers and crepes. Roll it up and eat. Yao salivated at the sound of it. Then, let's go to Tiandu to eat roast duck, okay, Daddy? Didn't you say last time that when you came back we could leave here? The main character could only sigh when he heard that. Might as well carry the Buddha all the way to the Western paradise. He conjured a multi-dimensional cube with thousands of spatial fragments. Surrounded by a layer of magic, the scenery and objects began to change. The little kid witnessed the whole process and was super amazed. Before you knew it, instead of being in the middle of nowhere, they'd teleported to a restaurant in Tiandu to chow down on some roast duck. This made Yao super happy. She took baby steps to the window, checking out the world. A bustling Tiandu nation, with its epic buildings. A far cry from the boonies she's used to. Yao couldn't help but excitedly say, Dad, is this Tiandu? I didn't know the ceiling formation could warp us around in a blink. So, OP! The male lead gave a forced reply. Haha, yeah, it's all thanks to that guy's power, he thought to himself. To speed things up, I straight up used the Jade Core's authority, secretly using my memories to create the Tiandu map. With a wave of his hand, a table piled high with food appeared before Yao. Don't sweat the deets, let's grub. Huang Yaoyin didn't hold back, running over and happily devouring everything. She was swimming in pure bliss. Hee, this is so good. This is good too. Hee, this is the bomb. Feels like a dream. The dude looked at the little girl, finding simple joy in eating good food, and cracked a gentle smile, thinking, Tiandu City. After the southern wasteland tide of beasts fight wraps up, time to chill and see what's up. After a non-stop eating marathon, our little girl finally reached max capacity. I'm stuffed. Yao so full. You're already full. Is there anything else you want to eat? The gentle father asked. Yao flashed a sweet smile, slowly walking towards the male lead, then suddenly rushed up and gave him a big hug. Song Yunxiang looked at the kid hugging him and asked, What's up? The little girl softly thanked. Thank you. As she finished speaking, Yao's little body began to dissolve, melting into the air and disappearing. Song Yunxiang also returned to his original form. So that's how it is. That person's mental demon illusion ended. The male lead gazed blankly into the air, his eyes filled with all sorts of emotions. A space gate. Off to the stone core area. There should be quite a few people who succeeded in passing the first trial. Inside the core area of the secret realm, someone was curled up, painfully crying out, Your Majesty, help me! Yunxiang spoke and released the curse, changing back, and finally, that person returned to their original form, offering thanks, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. What's the situation? How many people have passed the first trial so far? Currently, there are 4 people who have passed the first trial and are about to start the second law trial. Oh wait, no. Your Majesty? Your Majesty, there are 5 people now. The girl used her power to conjure 4 screens in the air. Your Excellency, would you like to participate in the second round? The male lead stared ahead, lost in thought. In this second round, the challenges seem to be getting harder, and the opponents are all formidable. In this round, the contestants will fight against the past entourage of General Ao Bing. His Excellency asked back. The past entourage of Star Soul General Ao Bing. That's right, Your Excellency. In the second trial, the trainees need to fight many enemies. When they reach a fixed kill score, they will be randomly matched with a copy of Ao Bing's subordinate. Song Yunxiang, with a puzzled look, turned to confirm. A subordinate copy? Like you? No. Although I inherited a bit of the remnant soul of Ao Bing's first great subordinate, King Lin Hailan, milord, my true form is bound to the jade core of this secret realm. The reason McLord Lan could set me to look and speak this way is because he hoped to continue protecting the merfolk race in a different way. The subordinate copies of the others are just combat data that the secret realm jade core automatically records. The Ao Bing subordinate copies have no emotions or awareness, but they inherit the full combat power and experience of the original, making them very suitable as training dummies. The male lead replied, I see, but the difference in levels between these people is too big. To what level will they all be suppressed? The mermaid girl continued. Your Excellency is wise. In the trial, the cultivation of the weakest person will be the standard for suppression. Let me see. They will all be suppressed to the late Earth realm. Yunxiang heard the name and was shocked. The late Earth realm for real? Am I not the weakest? But he immediately regained his composure and said, wait a minute. Let me guess. Isn't the third trial for the winners to fight each other and choose the final player? The mermaid was surprised. How did Your Excellency know? Your Excellency is so wise. That's exactly how it is. The male lead stroked his beard, pretending to contemplate. Just guessing. The so-called 3 trials of the secret realm. The first is a literary contest, the second is a martial contest, and the third is a free-for-all. They're all pretty much the same. The mermaid girl didn't know what to say. Your Excellency, what's wrong? Just say it if there's anything, the mermaid shyly said. Reporting to Your Excellency, the second round is about to begin, so I have to appear. I need to explain the rules to the trainees. Would you be able to temporarily help me restore my dignified appearance from before? Looks like this simple mermaid old man isn't dignified at all. It's okay, I'll help you change to a more interesting form. By the way, what's your name? This humble one is just a formation program, responsible for managing the support functions of this secret realm. I don't have a name, but Milord Lan used to set me up to call myself the Great Milord Lan, the first subordinate of Ao Bing, the Star Soul General. Then I'll give you one, which will fit your new appearance. As he spoke, the male lead cast his magic. A beam of light from the polyhedron shone directly on the mermaid's body. A strong beam of light emitted from the sphere. The mermaid girl was now an extremely adorable mascot. She looked at herself in her new form and was shocked. Your Excellency, are you serious? Yunxiang laughed loudly. Ah ha 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 ha, what do you think? Isn't it cuter than before? This is more suitable for the secret realms. The identity of the secret realm manager. Okay, I'll name you Xiaolan. Hearing that she had a new name, the secret realm manager said, Xiaolan, Your Excellency, isn't that too ordinary? Can't it be a little more personalized? His Excellency pondered. It is a little too ordinary. Then how about Gao Dan, or Wang Kai, or Tai Dan? The more the mermaid heard, the more hopeless she became. Forget it, Xiaolan it is. But Your Excellency, this appearance, it's still not dignified enough. Song Yunxiang was about to help Xiaolan achieve her wish for dignity, or so it seemed. Xiaolan was expecting something grand, but all the fish received was a pair of horns on its head. Xiaolan said, disappointed, Your Excellency, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but isn't this a bit too perfunctory? All right. I've given you the authority to freely adjust your form, so hurry up and go. Finally, the fish had a bit of a change for the better. Yes, thank you, Your Excellency. The guy watched the direction Xiaolan left, starting to log into the system to check out the fight with Ao Bing's lackey clones. Should we go watch? In the dark night, among thousands of stars, pieces of land for the second trial participants are floating in the air. Inside one of the floating land circles, there's this young dude, Ava. It's Huyang Gongzi. He checks around and says, F.A. Shushu isn't here. Looks like that old geezer didn't manage to get past his inner demons. An angry Lan Kun yells, Lan Shi, you bastard! Look at the mess you made, using our merfolk clan as a joke. Lan Zhao thinks to himself, idiot. Doesn't realize this formation blocks sound. He looks toward the soul wine. He thinks, that woman wasn't there during the inheritance ritual? Could she be the powerhouse who was hiding in the sky watching everything? Huang Yaoyin is still lost in her thoughts, unable to shake off the pain. Dad, I'm sorry. And thank you. Lan Kun is still freaking out, that jerk. Still staring at women at a time like this. A beam of light flashes from above. BOM. A huge explosion goes off. White smoke covers the whole area, attracting the attention of Yunxiang and that crafty Lan Zhu too. Lan Kun's face is priceless, feeling the immense pressure. This is... Xiaolan appears before the contestants. He introduces himself. I am Xiaolan, the guardian of this secret realm. Congratulations on making it to the second trial. This leaves Lan Kun speechless, jaw dropped. What? The guardian of our clan's secret realm is a fat fish? Xiaolan's not amused. Your cultivation levels have been suppressed to the late earth realm. Fight to the end to earn the right to enter the third trial. Now let the second trial begin. As he says that, changes start happening in the magic circles surrounding everyone. The ground beneath them starts to move, directly being teleported to the battlefield. Lan Zhao sees the enemy and freaks out. Seriously, we're being teleported right into enemy territory. The participants of Trial 2 are surrounded by a bunch of emotionless clones. They're gonna have to go all out in this battlefield. Lan Kun activates his soul construct, but there are too many clones. They're relying on their overwhelming numbers, attacking relentlessly. Lan Kun's having a real hard time fighting them all alone. The battlefield descends into chaos. Song Yunxiang's been watching the whole thing on a monitor. Su Nu, I don't want her to reveal her soul general just yet. Wen Zhong, huh? Yes. Guess I'll check out the weird knowledge from last time here. Trial participant number 3, Lan Kun, has killed 126 people. Trial participant number 2, Yunxiang, has killed 261 people. Trial participant number 1, Lan Zhi, has killed 425 people. Trial participant number 4, Huang Yaoyin, has killed 689. A huge explosion with massive power. The one who caused it is trial participant number 0, Song Yunxiang, kills 1,000. Taste a little combination of diverse armaments, although it emits very strongly. But the burden on the soul force is really abnormally large. Suddenly, Sun Shang looks with sharp eyes. HNG. A mysterious person appeared in front of Song Yunxiang. He was also one who came from the Naiman Fish clan. Zheng, looking at the person in front of him in confusion, he said, "Where did this baldy come from, HNG? Could this be the final minion clone that I beat?" Before Huang Di Yaoyin's eyes, a mysterious person also appeared. Both Huang Di Yaoyin and Lan Ci were no exception. Lan Tusi shouted out in joy, "It's Lan Ao, big brother. Is that really you?" A sonorous voice rang out. Soul structure. Lan Akio clone, 9th minion of the Soul General, Akio Bing. The Grandmaster of all weapons has finally appeared. In Hu Yanfa's inner demon illusion, a grand wedding was taking place. His bride spoke hesitantly. "Husband. Husband," the bride spoke, terrified as she clutched her hands tightly, leaving visible marks. Hu Yan Fa replied shyly, "Your husband is here. Should we rest now?" the bride asked. The guy with the trembling hand slowly pulled back the veil. Suddenly, Xiao Lam appeared behind him, reminding him, "Trial taker number 6, Hu Yan Fa, failed the first trial, judged as failed. Those who fail will be forcibly removed from the scene after 10 seconds." Seeing Xiao Lam, Hu Yan Fa was startled and panicked, and then just disappeared from the inner demon illusion. In another scene, at the border of the Northern Kingdom, a giant snowman was sleeping soundly in the freezing winter. Xiao Lam was also there, announcing, "Trial taker number 5, Zhang Lu Shi, failed the first trial, judged as failed. Those who fail will be forcibly removed from the scene after 10 seconds. Outside the secret realm of the god stage remains forbidden zone. The subordinates who were working hard suddenly had something fall from the sky, creating an explosion in the distance, with 2 large craters appearing on the ground. It was an old man with a very affectionate expression. He said, my wife, my wife." But when he opened his eyes, he looked around in surprise. Where is this? Could it be that just now wife? Could it be that I had a long dream? Dozens of machine soldiers appeared around him. One of them said, "Quickly inform General Bai Jin, audacious intruder. Immediately get down on your knees with your hands on your head. Understand, I'm counting to 3. The man frowned and looked up. Taking out a token, he said, "Hold on, everyone. I, Huyan Fi, an elder of the Huyan family. Our young master, Yunxiang, is a guest invited by General Bai Jin. You can verify my identity." The subordinates began to discuss among themselves. "Captain, this person's identity has been confirmed. He is indeed an elder of the Huyan family, and also a heaven stage powerhouse." What? A heaven stage powerhouse? Quickly deactivate the formation. Alright, so these two finally got their act together and greeted him politely. "Sorry, Elder Huyan. We didn't mean any disrespect. We just need you to cooperate with our investigation for a bit. Hope you understand." Hu Yanfa brushed off his clothes and replied, "I understand. Actually, there are a few things I wanted to ask you guys about." "Elder Hu Yan, there were some other people with you. Are they your friends or enemies?" Another person stammered, No, not people. Looks like demons." Hearing that, Hu Yanfa rushed over. What demons? In his head he's thinking, could it be those two Jioran having an internal squabble? When he got there, he saw a girl sleeping soundly inside. Taking a closer look, even Yan Fa couldn't help but exclaim, Who is this?" His loud voice echoed through the area. Meanwhile, inside the Secret Realms Aobing Arena, Trial Round 2, the examinees were still fighting. The cloned fighters, with their terrifying power, charged forward, each blow decisive and scary. Lan Zhao, in his spirit construct armor, yelled, "Hey, bro Lan Ao, big bro, it's me, Xi. Don't you recognize me?" Lan Shi said in despair. The opponent looked down at Lan Shi below, silent and thoughtful. Lan Shi had a hopeful look on his face, "Big bro." But sadly, it was just a clone. They didn't recognize him at all, had no feelings, and just fought mindlessly as programmed. Lan Shi painfully backed away. "That's not right. He's too weak. Definitely not the real bro Lan Alo. Plus, his cultivation seems suppressed at the Earth Realm late stage, just like me." He gives a sinister smile. Humph. That guy's Alo Bing Spirit General looks intimidating, but he's actually trash. Can't even unleash 2/10 of his power. So, if we're at the same realm, it's not like I can't fight back. With that, Lan Shi shot up into the air. Disrespecting the Lan Akio I admire most, I'll use Big Bro's fighting skills to destroy this fake. The Tuyen Oa Hao Sat combat skill was unleashed, shooting straight towards the enemy. The clone, possessing all the original strength, was no pushover either. It used the same ultimate technique, the Tuyen Oa Hao Sat, and charged forward. The two immense powers collided head-on, creating a shocking explosion in mid. Suddenly, Hu Yangxing's opponent spoke, startling him. What? He then saw the spirit construct, Lan Zun, the third, one-generation Ao Bing Spirit General replica, start chanting, Two-headed dragon flame outside of Master. Young Master Hu Yan smirked. Flame, haha. That's like carrying coals to Newcastle. Without hesitation, he charged forward, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the enemy before him. But those attacks seemed to do nothing to the clone. It easily dodged them and counterattacked with terrifying flames. Meanwhile, Huang Yaoyin was also facing another clone. She sighed and covered her eyes. A blinding light appeared. The clone began transforming into the fifth-generation Ao Bing Spirit General replica, the Sword Ambassador of Zhao, Lengku Rupeng, cold as Peng. The clone immediately attacked Huang Yaoyin. She, with her nimble movements, quickly disappeared, teleporting to Lan Bing to launch a sneak attack. But it failed. He quickly detected her. On the male lead side, facing the same situation, the calm merman said, Soul Essence Configuration. Immediately transform. This Lan Lu clone is the sixth generation of the Soul General Ao Bing there. The real Ao Bing never personally accepts ambassadors. He manipulates the 4 Dragonbone immortals behind the scenes to fight. Song Yunxiang spoke up. Ha! What kind of ambassador are you anyway? A tentacle ambassador. This octopus form is quite interesting. Let me show you something. As he finished speaking, the male lead started changing his armor, activating the Soul General Ao Bing reverse scale mode. At Ao Bing's Secret Realm Trial Zone number 2, Lan Kun looked at the robot in front of him, utterly terrified. What is this? This feeling of oppression? Could it be the legendary, the great master of the endless ocean, one of the 4 great generals of Soul General Ao Bing, Lord Emperor Blue Pupil of the Dragon Sea? In an instant, the robot transformed into a completely different form. This is Emperor Ao Bing, a dark emperor of the early Dragon Sea, the combat data clone of Lan Tong. Lan Kun was at a loss. The great king of the mermen. Is that even possible? How can I possibly win against an opponent like that? The dark clone waved his hand, summoning 2 dragons, which immediately rushed to attack Lan Kun. Luckily, Lan Kun reacted quickly, jumping up to dodge the attack. But before Lan Kun could catch his breath, the dragon from afar was already preparing a second attack. By the time Lan Kun realized it, it was too late. He took the full force of the fatal attack, sending dust and smoke flying everywhere. Lan Kun was hanging on by a thread. On the other side, at trial ground number 0, Song Yunxiang. Here there was another dark clone of Ao Bing, named Immortal Ao Lu Ao Bing, while Song Yunxiang's soul general was the colorful spirited Ao Bing. In the battle between the 2 Ao Bings, who will ultimately be the victor, Song Yunxiang defended well against the dark clone's tentacles, then suddenly jumped into the air, closing in on the clone, attacking it unexpectedly. The clone, caught off guard, was sent flying dozens of kilometers, using its hands and feet to drag along the ground to break, leaving deep grooves in the ground as evidence of the previous attack. Venerable Master seemed quite surprised by the previous attack. He unleashed the combat skill Churning Wave Frenzy, sending tentacles like 1,000 arrows towards Song Yunxiang. He sneered. Long range big move, huh? Heh. Let me show you what true firepower suppression is. Song Yunxiang wasn't about to sit still and wait for death. He unleashed the reverse scale mode, piercing through the rain of arrows. Song Yunxiang used every ounce of his strength to resist bit by bit, breaking through his formation. Finally, he nailed it, turning the tables completely. Now he's the one getting bombarded with arrows. Sun Shang suddenly froze, cause Song Yunxiang, who was just in front of him a second ago, vanished without a trace. Song Yunxiang pops up behind him like a god, asking, "Looking for me?" He conjures a sword and stabs Sun Shang with a fatal blow, sending the whole robot body flying. Song Yunxiang says casually, "Bye-bye." Then the body gets pierced by hundreds of arrows, before exploding into 1,000,000 pieces, vanishing into thin air, ending the match. Song Yunxiang jumps down, struts around stroking his imaginary beard. Turns out, it's just a clone after all. I guess it couldn't even pull off 2/10 of the original strategy. Knew it was this weak. Wouldn't even need to use the core power in the arena to create a spiritual Ingao Bing avatar. Just Ui Vien style would have been enough to win. He dissolves the spirit avatar. But Ngao Bing is so damn handy, Lan Kun. Hang in there, don't disappoint me, old man. Heh. Whether I can replicate Ngao Bing this time depends on you. Xiaolan appears. Sun Shang, congrats Sun Shang. How could Sun Shang use the spiritual Ngao Bing avatar? He points to the thing in his hand, and Xiaolan gets it. I see. So Sun Shang used the Jade Core power from the Secret Realm? No way! Even if you used the Jade Core power from the Secret Realm, I've never seen an Ngao Bing with this color and form before. Plus, Sun Shang seems to control Ngao Bing so smoothly. Sun Shang coughs lightly, I gotta say. Ever since you transformed into a spirit beast, your tone, expression, and gestures have become kinda dorky and cute. Xiaolan wonders. Really? He quickly gets to the point. I'm too lazy. Show me how the others are doing. Xiaolan obediently listens, showing him the others' matches. He chuckles to himself. So gullible. Looking at Lan Kun, he can't help but worry. This Lan Kun guy doesn't want to give up, does he? Didn't even prepare properly. How did he even get this far? He asks Xiaolan, "Can I go to the scene and watch live?" Xiaolan reminds him, "You can, but you can't just randomly jump in and interfere. I'll go check on that Lan Kun first. Don't disappoint this old man." With that, he vanishes into thin air, leaving only a wisp of smoke. At Lan Kun's battlefield, Lan Kun gets beat up so bad that he reverts to his original form, coughing weakly, lying motionless on the ground. Suddenly, something is forced into Lan Kun's mouth. Xiaolan was fuming off to the side. "Didn't Lord Supreme say not to interfere?" The Supreme Lord protested. "Whoops! Just now, this old man was being a bit clumsy. My hand slipped, and a pill just kinda fell. No idea where it landed." After drinking the pill, Lan Kun was also able to sit up. He could feel his soul force rapidly recovering. Lan Kun, even though he didn't know what was going on, felt like he still had the power to fight. He fell into silence, and then pulled out a card with a dragon scale pattern on it. Lan Kun made up his mind. To show my respect for the former Longhai Wang Ocean Dragon King, I'll use Longhai Wang's soul essence to fight this time. Raising the card high, he shouted, "Soul essence construct, transform into the patrol essence. Reconnaissance, soul essence general, Longhai Kingdom mass, produce type." The Supreme Lord watched Lan Kun from behind, muttering, "Finally, there's some hope. Oh, it's a common mecha that the Long Kingdom made from rare Kim origin prototype, huh? This kid's finally showing his stuff." The replica flew into the air, preparing to launch an attack. It once again summoned two dragons that hurtled toward Lan Kun. He calmed down. "The same old trick as before, huh?" Lan Kun raised his hand, conjuring a weapon, unleashing the battle technique Whirlwind of Doom. Instantly, a tornado shot out like a bullet. The Supreme Lord said boredly, "Ugh. A battle technique exactly like someone's. These poor mermen and their limited techniques. Is this all they know? Using the same moves over and over." The two dragons with their long bodies were caught in the whirlwind. Seizing the opportunity, Lan Kun appeared behind the replica, but it quickly spotted him. The two dragons fired projectiles from afar, but they still couldn't do anything to the whirlwind. Lan Kun then rushed to attack the replica. Their strength difference wasn't that great, so neither could gain an advantage. Lan Kun thought of another plan. He created some distance between himself and it, concentrating energy in the middle of his chest, and unleashed the Dragon Roar cannon. Instantly, a rain of bullets fell from the robot's chest. The replica reacted pretty quickly, using the cloak on its back as a shield to block the rain of bullets. Just when it thought it was over, Lan Kun immediately followed up with Whirlwind of Doom. It thought it was going to attack it, but it wasn't. The whirlwind brushed past the replica and shot straight down. The replica was a little stunned, because what Lan Kun was aiming for were the two dragons below. One of them ate the attack and exploded, leaving only one. The remaining one was prepping to fire back in revenge for its buddy when Lan Kun swiftly launched a weapon its way. Predictably, the last one took the full brunt of the attack, and finally reunited with its pal. Seeing his two kids gone kaboom, the copy knew it was time to get his own hands dirty. He conjured up a massive lightning ball, ready to finish off Lan Kun. Lan Kun glanced at his 3 bars of spirit energy and said optimistically, "Not much spirit energy left, but it should be enough for one more shot maybe." He gathered his energy again in front of his chest, unleashing the Dragon Spirit Cannon a second time. The copy watched the barrage flying towards him, calmly shielding himself with his cloak as before. But it wasn't as simple as he thought. Lan Kun appeared out of nowhere, suddenly, right up in his face. Sadly, Lan Kun's ambush flopped. He roared, pouring every ounce of strength into his attacks, but they were evenly matched, making it hard to tell who would win. They traded blows back and forth, getting nowhere. Sun Shang, watching from afar, was exasperated. "Idiot! When you combined your swords earlier, if you'd dispelled the spirit essence and reformed it, wouldn't you have won already? These young people really think that they can rely on their enthusiasm to overcome everything. Check on how the others are doing." Immediately, several screens popped up before his eyes. No surprise that the Saint Stage powerhouses are winning easily. This kid's fighting looks tough, but he's gradually gained the upper hand. That jerk's got such a nasty personality. He clearly already won, but still intentionally goes for the kill. Sun Shang gently touched the screen. "Little Lan, The others are just supporting actors, aren't they? The final host of Ao Bing. Will you end up choosing between these two mermen after all? Xiaolan said aggrievedly. Sun Sheng, you promised me earlier. He soothed gently. Rest assured, choosing either of them is the same to me. But in this triple trial, the melee format is truly boring. Don't you think it's sloppy to decide the successor to your race by having a brawl? Xiaolan asked doubtfully. So, what are you saying, Sun Sheng? He whispered into Xiaolan's ear. Let me tell you, you can do it like this, then like this. Meanwhile, over there, the copy was putting up a fierce fight, but those attacks were nothing to Yunxiang. He landed a devastating punch on the copy. Unsurprisingly, the copy exploded instantly. Yunxiang dispelled his spirit essence general, reverting to his original form. What a fierce battle, if I have the opportunity. I would like to have a battle with the master of this clone. A message came from mid-air. Trial taker Yunxiang has passed the second trial. Instantly, his body underwent a transformation, whisking him away to another dimension. Yunxiang was surprised to see that the two people next to him had also passed the second trial. Suddenly, he noticed something. Where did that old dude come from? Ever you? I don't think I've ever seen him before. A merfolk brat and a half? Demon? See? I knew that Zhao Si was way weaker than yours truly, Yunxiang thought smugly. Xiaolan appeared and announced, Congratulations, everyone, on successfully passing the second trial. Suddenly, another person popped up, scaring the living daylights out of Yunxiang when he saw it was Lan Kun. Yunxiang was a bit annoyed. That half-demon kid actually caught up. Xiaolan continued. You're about to enter the third trial, so please prepare yourselves. The third trial begins. The location is the Four Seas Endless Ocean, Longhai Kingdom, Longwei City. Within a specific perimeter, everyone was teleported there. Yunxiang was bewildered. Huh, where the heck is this? Lan Kun saw Lan Shi and charged to attack him. Lan Shi, you bastard. He landed a kick right on Lan Shi's chin. But he wasn't messing around either. Quick as lightning, he appeared behind Lan Kun, grabbed his wrist, and slammed him to the ground. Fool, you think you're a match for me? Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, causing both of them to stop. Yunxiang wondered. What's that sound? Lan Shi realized. It's the warning horn of the Longhai Kingdom. Lan Kun was also confused after hearing it. This is the Longhai Kingdom? Oh crap, it's the savage beasts. It's the beast tide. An announcement blared. Trial takers, this is the Longhai Kingdom of the real world. Your mission in the third trial is to protect the small coastal city of Longhai Kingdom from this beast tide. Longhai Kingdom is located in the Endless Ocean west of the eastern continent, a chieftain nation established by the merfolk race to withstand the savage beasts of the sea. After the empire collapsed, Longhai Kingdom relied on its military strength to rise, gradually becoming a powerful nation capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the human Chinese Empire. Longwei City is an important defense city in southern Longhai Kingdom and was once the front line for hundreds of years, where the merfolk fought against the endless beast tide, protecting Longhai Kingdom's national gate. Thousands upon thousands of savage beasts are emerging from the water at the south gate of Longwei City. The alarm bells rang incessantly. It's the savage beasts! The savage beasts are here! Close the defensive walls quickly! Open the semi-beast artillery! There are savage beasts in the air! Watch out for air raids! Immediately, the city walls were closed, and a row of cannons were ready. The commander gave the order. Team 3 is responsible for evacuating the civilians. Team 1 and 2, follow me to meet the enemy. Move with haste. The whole army obeyed. A small gate was opened, and the brave commander led the army into battle. Longwei City hasn't seen savage beasts for hundreds of years. Why here, of all places? Lan Kun was flustered. Could we have fallen into a demonic illusion? Lan Shi suddenly helped Lan Kun up in a friendly manner, confusing him even more. There, gotcha. He tricked him and punched him in the nose, causing him to spurt blood. Lan Shi determined, this doesn't feel like a demonic illusion. But if this place is real, then why am I still suppressed at the Earth realm? He wondered. Lan Shi cursed angrily. Yunxiang, that damn brat Yunxiang! I'll deal with you later. Yunxiang, standing to one side, was equally annoyed because this place was beyond the communication range of his bracelet. Don't know where that weird old geezer came from, never saw him before. He keeps putting on an ostentatious act. Must be a bystander that the secret realm pulled in. What bad luck. The girl, unaware of the real situation, even felt sorry for him. That woman is probably the strongest one here. I have to keep a close eye on her later. Everyone had their own plans. From afar, the ferocious beasts were gradually approaching. Huang Jiaoyin quietly observed the situation. This number of beasts, relying solely on those soldiers, they won't last long. Are they just buying time for the residents to evacuate? She looked towards the person covered from head to toe, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Xiao Lan appeared with a notification. Trial takers, this is the real world of Longhai Nation. The content of your third trial is to protect Haigang City of Longhai Nation from this beast tide. Oh right. To prevent you guys from causing trouble, as soon as the words left, a bracelet with the mark of Yunxiang appeared on everyone's neck. What is this? Xiao Lan explained. This bracelet will explode. Trial takers, absolutely do not leave the trial area without permission. Instantly, everyone was confused. The details of the third trial are as follows. First, assist the merman soldiers. Second, ensure the safe evacuation of the residents. Third, kill the ferocious beasts. Lan furiously yelled, "Hey, you shark! Just you wait!" Xiao Lan wasn't about to back down either. How dare you, you impolite thing, to actually be so disrespectful before the Honorable Xiao Lan, guardian of the precious inheritance. I sentence you too. He was deducted 250. Who knows? 250 of what? Wait a minute. Shouldn't the trial secret realm be for choosing the master of the spirit general, Ao Bing? How can such a task choose the ultimate winner? He angrily cursed again. Xiao Lan then pleaded for help from Your Honor. Your Honor helplessly relayed the message to Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan signaled that he understood. Surviving merman soldiers and evacuated residents will both give you points, and killing ferocious beasts will also earn points. Your achievements in the previous 2 rounds will also be converted into final points. Based on the total points of the trial takers, the great Xiao Lan will personally choose the host for Ao Bing. Alright, do any of you have any questions? The refined Yunxiang asked. Respected Guardian Lord, I have a question. The balding old man named Hu Yanfa spoke. Where is he? Xiao Lan replied. Trial taker number 5, Hu Yanfa, failed to pass trial 1 and has been eliminated. Anything else? The respectful Yunxiang bowed. Nothing more, thank you for answering. Respected Guardian Lord, Xiao Lan, seeing his respectful attitude, immediately added 100 points. He achieved his goal, and couldn't help but feel happy. If there's nothing else, then the third trial begins. I wish you all good luck in surviving to the end. Black smoke filled the air, bringing an ominous feeling. At the same time, inside Longwei City, hurry up, get inside, quickly. Drop all inconvenient items. Leave this place immediately. The soldiers did their best to mobilize the people to escape. From above, the ferocious beasts were targeting the crowd below. Someone noticed and warned. The defense barrier isn't stable. But it was too late. It had already begun its attack. The projectile landed among them, creating a terrifying explosion. Before everyone could recover, they were immediately attacked a second time. This time it was aimed directly at the innocent civilians, who cried out for help in despair. The city gate was even blocked due to a landslide. The ferocious beast was gearing up for another attack. The civilians below were scared out of their wits. Suddenly, something shot from afar, slicing the beast's neck clean off, causing it to explode. Right after, Huang Yaoyin zoomed in from the distance, landing gracefully. Everyone stared in astonishment at the unfamiliar robot before them. Huang Yaoyin earned an additional 100 points. Immortal. Thank you, Immortal. Many thanks, Immortal. The people cried out in unison. She walked towards the landslide, reaching out to touch the massive boulder, using her power to blast the rock apart, clearing the blocked city gate. All the civilians and soldiers were so stunned they swore, but they didn't have much time to think. They had to escape first. Huang Yaoyin's trial score is now 365. Dust and debris covered the ground. Elsewhere, at the front line near the sea, a small group of soldiers faced tens of thousands of gigantic, ferocious beasts. A beast could defeat a person with just one punch. Even the captain was grabbed by it, as easy as flipping a pancake. "This is bad, quick, save him." Suddenly, a trident came flying, impaling the ferocious beast, which roared in agony. The entire army quickly seized the opportunity to attack. The beast with the commander barely turned his head to look who was doing this. No one other than Lan Kun. There were also others beside him. Shunhai is one of us. This model is a rank 2 warrior of Longhai country, at Tiandu country, beside Nanzhou Yongwan city. Within the vast Jujian Marquis estate, Song Bingchuan was focused on martial arts training. Though advanced in age, his body remained incredibly agile. After a long while, the old man stopped, retracted his energy to stabilize his body, and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Song Jingjong rushed to his side, asking with concern, "Third uncle, are you all right?" Old Bingchuan waved his hand. "I'm fine." Spitting out this old clot of blood, "This old man feels much better now." He cracked his knuckles, rotated his shoulders lightly, and laughed heartily in praise. "That elixir that Xiao Yunxiang gave me is truly miraculous." Immediately, he launched into a few basic stances, demonstrating for the younger generation. While moving, Old Song said, "To think that just a 5-star elixir could help this old man recover to this level." Song Bingchuan struck forward with a palm, leaving a clear imprint on the tree. Old Song looked at his hand and continued, "Not only can it alleviate the pain, but my spirit energy can also retract as normal." The old man stroked his beard and told the younger generation with a smile, "I always thought this old man was no longer afraid of life and death. Who knew I'd be looking forward to Zhao Yunxiang's life-extending technique this much? How laughable. How hilarious," Song Jingjong said, turning to his subordinate. "Thought there was some news. Is the search for the elixir ingredients going smoothly?" Song Mu opened the tablet in his hand and reported, "Reporting, my lord. According to the latest intel, young Master Yunxiang made it safely to Sand Sculpture City in the Xia region the last time he transferred." Steward Guo Song tapped the screen and suggested, Jin's team is tailing us closely. Call him over." Old Pingchuan stretched his back with gusto and said, "A little exercise really hits the spot." Then, the old geezer turned to leave and reminded them, "All right, you guys, get back to it. This old man is heading back." Everyone bowed respectfully. Old Song entered the room, shut the door tight, still chuckling to himself. "To be honest, I didn't think this old man would still have hope of extending my lifespan," he thought excitedly. "This is really something to look forward to." Unable to contain his excitement, Song Pingchuan guffawed. "If those old geezers see Cao Ren, the Star Armor Soul General, soaring majestically again, they'll probably piss their pants in fright." The room began to descend. Yet his laughter echoed throughout the room and reverberated throughout the entire An Manor. The Song family also heard it. Song Jin forced a smile and said, "The third master seems to be in a really good mood." The Song family head turned around and continued, "The Phoenix's Nirvana, about to be reborn from the ashes, how could he not be? This amiable and approachable demeanor towards us is just how third uncle is now." He looked up at the sky and recounted, "Back in the day, he was extremely impetuous and quick-tempered, with an arrogant and unrestrained personality. Everyone in Tiandu City knew it. After all, he was a genius who once dominated an era." Steward Song Jin also agreed, "I once heard my grandfather say that the third master was extremely doting on his younger sister. He even beat up the emperor more than once for the sake of imperial concubine." A steward quickly coughed a few times, reminding him, "Jin bro, watch your words." While they were chatting, Jin, who had been summoned, quickly appeared. He respectfully greeted, Jin, captain of the Shadow Guard Team 2, greets my lord, and the two head stewards." The Song family head turned back and said, "You're here? No need for formalities. Tell me about Yunxiang's situation over there." Jin immediately reported, "Yes, We have deployed secret agents in Sand Sculpture City. The screen zoomed in, and he continued. Because the relics of the gods appeared in Sand Sculpture City not long ago, it's always on high alert. Although we haven't found young Master Yunxiang's whereabouts yet, there was a weapons brawl near the relic site not long ago. According to our agent's investigation, mermen appeared in long high waters. It's unclear whether it's related to young Master Yunxiang, but we couldn't contact young Master Yunxiang around that time, so... Song Jingzhong calmly interrupted. I see. Immediately assemble an elite investigation team and head to Sand Sculpture City, taking with you the sole general talismans that the old man recently brought. Be ready to support Yunxiang at any time. Song Mu responded. Yes, my lord. The Song family head turned to ask, can we directly see the situation over there? Jin nodded and replied, yes, we can. Thanks to the array talisman that young Master Yunxiang gave us last time, our secret agents can now infiltrate almost anywhere. He raised his hand to contact. 4632. Please respond if you hear me. 4632. Please respond if you hear me. Steward Ma explained. 4632 is the code of the secret agent dispatched by the Shadow Guard. 4 is the Xia region. 6 is Sand Sculpture City, and the last 2 digits are the personal identifier of each secret agent in Sand Sculpture City. Xia region. The Jade Lake Ao Bing relic still stands tall in the middle of the open space. The hidden secret agent contacted. Received, Captain. This is 4632. I've arrived at a location 12 miles south of the relic. 4632, holding binoculars observing, reported. Yes, all right, I'll send the live feed immediately. In front of him is the fiery red Jade Lake Ao Bing. Suddenly, a beam of light shone down from above, causing the Jade Soul to shift. The ground sunk in the shape of a claw. In the middle, there was a person. It was Hu Yanheng, with a dazed face, panting. He raised his hand and looked blankly. Did I die? He wondered, touching his neck. Huh, he questioned. The necklace is gone. Duke Yuan frowned and muttered to himself. Could it be? Sure enough, I was in the mystic realm just now. As soon as Huyan Fa saw Huyanxing, he called out, Young Master, then hurried over to him, hugging him tightly and asking with relief, Young Master, are you all right? That's great. Duke Yuanxing was still dazed and asked, Uncle Fa, why are you here? He turned his head back and continued to ask, This is the relic of the spirit. Is this where we got sucked into the merman's mystic realm? Huyan Fa scratched his bald head and replied awkwardly, That's right, this is the place. I failed the first trial and got kicked out. After being ejected from the mystic realm, I appeared here, and I've been waiting here for you, young master. The young master calmly asked, You've been waiting for me here all along. What time is it now? How many days have passed? He looked at the watch on his hand and replied, It seems the time flows differently inside the mystic realm. It's probably only been half a day since we got sucked in. Huyan Fa sought his opinion. Young master, this place is completely surrounded by the Jin General Vane. Should we cooperate with them to ambush the next ones? Before he could finish, Yuan Gongzi interrupted. No need. We're leaving here, he continued asking. Wait, before I came out, were you the only one here? He pointed towards the city, replying, There's also a demon clan girl who came out at the same time as me. Don't know her background. She's been unconscious and has been imprisoned in the Mana family's dungeon by the guards. Heard that the Mana family's fourth young master, Mana Chi, is quite fond of this type. Huyan Xing pondered, recalling the demon clan. Could it be a merman? That's not right, I don't have any impression. The two of them left the relic, Uncle Fa asked as they walked. How did you get out, young master? Did you fail in the second round? Shang Gongzi smirked, holding up 3 fingers in denial. No, I made it to the 3rd round. His uncle immediately gave him a thumbs up and praised. The 3rd round, as expected of the young master, so awesome. What does the 3rd round test? Why did you fail? TCH, Huyan Xing exclaimed, holding his head, looking uncomfortable as he recalled what happened in the illusion. Sweating and panting, he muttered. That feeling of actually dying, I really don't want to experience that again. Back to a time not long ago. Ao Bing's secret realm. The third level trial area. People from Longwei City who had just been helped back exclaimed in surprise. Ji Xunhai, it's the guy we observed earlier. They recognized. This form is our Longhai Kingdom's second-class warrior. Xunhai's spirit form and Lan Kun's spirit general went into battle. The ground below shook, cracking. Spirit General Lan Kun jumped high, slaughtering a ferocious beast. He gripped the blade tightly in his hand, shouting, "Die!" Then swung the blade down, slicing a huge, ferocious beast in half. The soldiers of Longwei City stood there dumbfounded. The imposing Lan Kun stomped on the beast he had just eliminated. Those around him hurriedly knelt down, saying, "Thank you, compatriot." The system announced. Trialist number 3, Lan Kun. Score, 330. Above his head were the points he received. Lan Kun said proudly, "No need to be polite," then continued to prepare for battle. "There are still a lot of fierce beasts around here for you to take down." Huang Yaoyin watched from behind and realized. So that's how it is. That's how you get star points. That Lan Zhao dude cursed, annoyed. Damn it! That kid Hu Yan is even carrying a soul general. The Sea Patrol incantation? I just came out of the bathhouse and only have this low-tier armored suit from the Xia region, he calculated. This is the same type of special armament as the Hu Yan family and that Wei Yuan guy from Tiandu Nation. Fu means the weakest. No way. Gotta figure out a way to stall them. After a few seconds of planning, old Lan Xiao confidently suggested, "Hey, Hu Yan kid, and you too. How about we put aside our grudges and form an alliance?" Hu Yanxing flatly refused. "No thanks. I can't trust someone who'd stab their own relatives in the back for profit, like you," he asked in surprise. "What?" Saying that, he prepared to leave, ignoring the old guy's calls. "Wait." Hu Yan Gongzi flew straight towards the crowd of pincer beasts below. Seeing this, Lanzhu scoffed and turned to the other guy for his opinion. "What about you?" Song Yunxiang, holding the jade core to control this secret realm, thought, "Just here to have some fun. Not gonna bother with small fries like you." He casually turned and left. The old guy thought, those two went into the city. Maybe protecting the citizens is an easier way to get points than killing beasts. Old Lin grinned evilly, thinking, whatever. If the rules are highest score wins, then I just need to figure out how to get points and reduce their points at the same time. While Hu Yanxing was killing pincer beasts, he thought, that sly-faced merman seems to be up to something. Gotta be careful. A huge pincer attacked. He blocked it with both hands, but he realized, this thing is super hard. The fierce beast roared in front of him. Duke Yuan activated the guns on his shoulders. Aiming straight into its mouth, he fired. The score immediately increased by 80. Trial participant number 2, Hu Yanxing. Current score is 21 points, he said, sweating. Killing a small fry gets 80 points? Fighting them. I've realized these little beasts are just a bit tougher than pliers, and don't seem good at dealing with long-range attacks. If that's the case, then I'll just attack them from a distance. He fired a series of bullets forward, and one pincer beast was shot down. The people of Longwei City were about to thank him when they exclaimed in surprise, that crimson mech looks like a model from the Xia region. He's helping us. Hu Yan Gongzi understood the game. Looks like rescuing a Longhai soldier is worth 50 points. I wonder if I could intentionally put them in danger, then swoop in for the rescue points. But then he thought for a moment. He facepalmed and said, nah, forget it. Even though my Hu Yan clan has beef with these guys, I should still show respect and admiration for warriors who protect their homeland. Then he activated all the guns on his arms and continued, I'll just get points the proper way, by killing fierce beasts. Another pincer beast bit the dust. The soldiers of Longwei City immediately gave the order. The crimson mech is helping us. Coordinate with his ranged attacks. Let's charge for the glory of the mermen. Charge. Kun looked up, somewhat impressed. That red mech is strong. A fierce beast. Charge to attack. The crab used its pincers to snatch the blade from his hand. So, you choose death. Lan Kun pierced it with his sword. He jumped on top of the thing. The short pincers were useless. I'm up here, he yelled, pulling out his weapon. Die. Before he could strike, someone shot down his monster from afar. Lan Kun was shocked. What? He turned around, wondering. Uncle Wang, Lan Zhu. He helped me again. He happily waved. Thanks, Uncle Wang. Meanwhile, Lan Zhu thought, you idiot, thanking me? What a moron. He got an additional 80 points. More ferocious beasts were crawling up from the sea. In the distance, there was a huge one, radiating electromagnetic pulses, affecting the hordes of ferocious beasts on the shore. Their bodies slowly opened up, revealing a basket full of eggs inside. The glowing eggs wiggled and moved around. The examinees suddenly realized something was wrong. Beams of light shot out from the orbs, destroying everything in their path. Thousands of rays fired in all directions. A cloud of dust billowed across the entire land. Inside Longwei City, plumes of smoke rose. People screamed, and soldiers shouted orders. Run. After leaving the city, head north. There are support airships over there. Looking up, they sighed in relief. Luckily, that ferry is helping us, taking a lot of the pressure off. The ferry they were talking about was examined number 4, Huang Yaoyin. Her current score was 445, but immediately they realized, oh no, airborne ferocious beasts are flying over from the south. Huang Yaoyin followed their gaze. And it was true. A swarm of Qifeng ferocious beasts was approaching from afar. Atini. Yao, prepare for battle, she said. Even though they're just ants, there are so many, and using Sunu's style alone will be difficult to deal with. Before she could attack, a beam of soul power shot into the swarm from afar, eliminating a few beasts, exploding them in the sky. The remaining Qifeng beasts continued flying towards the city. The one that got shot exploded and fell. Another beam of soul power shot out. Huang Yaoyin watched with some suspicion, exclaiming in shock. The soul power beam is so strong, it seems to surpass even the origin stage Star Soul General's attacks. Wait, this soul power fluctuation? As the ferocious beasts flew faster, the soul power beam raced towards them like an arrow, incinerating another one. The one shooting these arrows was none other than that's our male lead, Song Yunxiang. Right there, above him. Quote, 100 points keeps popping up like crazy. The system displays, trial participant no, 0, Song Yunxiang, points, 400. He looks down, all concerned, and says, an Anyang gets 80 points, but a Bifang only gets 100. Xiaolan's balance settings seem kinda off. Flying beasts are just too hard to hit. Huang Yaoyin sees the Bifeng beasts flying her way and dodges. They open their beaks and go, KKK, chasing after her. Moving swiftly between the buildings, she does a flip, and then attacks the group behind her. One gets hit, the other one keeps following. Huang Yaoyin stops to deal with it. Just as the beast swoops in, she teleports backward, whips out her weapon, and slices the Bifang beast in half, successfully taking down another one. Yao gracefully moves to a nearby building to observe. The beasts have flown into the city walls, attacking the buildings. The city's soldiers can't keep up. A building is about to collapse. The people below are scrambling, freaking out. Beasts are falling. Protect the civilians. A beast attacking from all directions is instantly incinerated by Song Yunxiang's soul energy beam. The destructive power is just too OP. And, it accidentally destroys a few nearby buildings too, revealing a massive hole in the city wall. Song Xiao is still striking his archer pose. He casually lowers his bow. Observing from afar, Huang Yaoyin watches him suspiciously. Was that powerful light that sniped the flying beast from way over there? Him? The male lead spirit general is epic AF, and it only gets you 100 points. Yunxiang rubs his chin and says, rescuing people doesn't give points. What's with Xiaolan's settings? Seriously, so many loopholes. Zhu Ge Xiaolan, who's standing next to him, calls out to Sun Shu, the secret realm manager. Xiaolan complains indignantly, don't put the blame on me! Figuring out how to calculate points for saving civilians is too damn hard to judge. We only give points for saving people who are definitely gonna die anyway. That's what Yunxiang said. Song Xiao scratches his head awkwardly. Oh right, that's what it was, he continues. Well, couldn't you be a little more flexible? And what about those two long-high soldiers? Do they even? The little fish beside him interrupts. Wait, Yunxiang, monsters incoming. Yunxiang turns to look into the distance. Another flock of flying beasts is headed their way. He prepares his bow and arrow again, and thoughtfully reminds Huang Yaoyin, who's standing right behind her. You suddenly gone deaf. What was that? I didn't say much. He just pulls back his bow first, then aims straight at them and fires. A powerful beam of light sweeps past Yaoyin, taking out several beasts. Then another one behind her explodes like fireworks in the night sky. But the disaster doesn't stop there. The flying beasts are now transferring two-legged beasts into the city walls. These beasts are getting way too smart. They're bringing other beasts with them, dropping the two null-legged beasts into the middle of the city, causing the terrified people to scatter. The horde of savage beasts were in their element, indulging in a massacre. Huang Yaoyin was dealing with two of them on her end. Soldiers frantically contacted for reinforcements. As they called for backup, savage beasts rained down from the sky onto the West 2nd District. Song Yunxiang had quickly arrived, but his vision was blocked by several soldiers. He spoke up. This isn't a good vantage point. He instantly transformed into the old cloud, piercing halberd. The halberd morphed into the heaven-piercing claw, his sole avatar even more imposing than before. The stalwart city soldiers valiantly charged forward to attack, using their shields to block the pincered savage beasts. But the shields were like eggs against rock, shattering to pieces. They were sent flying. Just as the beasts were about to raise their claws to strike, the soldier stood there, dazed and bewildered, thinking he was a goner for sure, when a strike from behind sent that crustacean packing. It was none other than Song Yunxiang's heaven-piercing septuple surge battle technique. Everywhere he went, savage beasts exploded into bits. The Longyang city soldiers blankly asked each other, "What was that just now?" The person next to him replied, "I have no idea either. I only saw a blue afterimage." And then the pincered savage beasts went kablooey. Huang Yaoyin, who had been observing from the rooftop, pondered. The standard mech of the Tiandu nation, combined with unprecedented armaments, not only are their long-range attacks frightening, but their close combat is also extremely powerful. Their strength is truly like borrowing from a prime soul avatar. The system displayed. Trial Taker 0. Song Yunxiang. Score 1080. Yunxiang stroked his chin and said, "The power is decent, and the soul power consumption is lower than expected. Not bad," Xiaolan asked suspiciously from the side. "Didn't you say that you modified the third trial level like this? To select brave warriors who could protect the future merfolk from disaster?" The naive Song Xiao asked back, "Did I? Oh!" Little fish Xiaolan angrily shouted, "But what is this now? Your score is higher than both of theirs combined. And why do you always like to show off, Your Honor?" Song Yunxiang admitted, "I may have gone a bit overboard." He lamely defended himself. "It's a rare opportunity. I just wanted to recheck the data a bit. Anyway, it doesn't cost anything to create these things in the secret realm." He turned to question Xiaolan. "That's right, why are you still here? Go monitor the performance of your merfolk clan." The little fish sighed and nodded. Still the task of the Illusion Realm manager. It immediately vanished to observe the trials. Meanwhile, at the south gate of Longxi City, the coastal front line, Hu Yanhang was still fighting tirelessly, fighting and cursing. Damn it! Attacking without distinguishing between friend and foe. He hid behind a boulder, looking at the largest beast that was approaching the shore. While in front, there were only a few soldiers from Xinglong City. They turned back and said to Lan Kun, "Is this brother all right?" They were covered in quite a few injuries. Lan Kun looked up in surprise, thinking to himself, "They're blocking all the attacks for us." He sat up and replied, "It's all right, thanks." The soldier turned back and continued, "No need to be so polite. We were lucky to have you guys help out just now." He added, "This mutated beast's ranged attacks seem to have a certain interval. Now's a good opportunity to counterattack." The soldier turned back and suggested, "Warrior, please charge with us." He immediately agreed, then turned back to call for Uncle Wang, Lan Zhu, But he had disappeared. Lan Kun asked blankly, "Where'd he go?" But then quickly focused and stood shoulder to shoulder with the Longwei City people, charging to attack the ranged mutated beast. On its back, the orbs inside began to open again, continuing to glow. They hurriedly ordered, "Crap, defend quickly. 5. Call position scale armor formation. Protect this brother." As soon as they finished speaking, they immediately united and blocked in front of Lan Kun, forming a sturdy wall in front of him. The beams of light from the ranged mutated beast shot over again. The Longwei City general reminded, "After this attack, it will reveal a flaw for a short time. Please seize the opportunity to kill it." Lan Kun firmly replied, "Got it." The shields blocked the ranged attacks. As soon as it stopped, "Now's the time." Lan Kun immediately rushed out from above, aiming his weapon straight down. He shouted, "Die, you monster!" He launched the spear at the ranged mutated beast. It immediately closed its shell, clamping the weapon tightly. But it wasn't over yet. Lan Kun continued to take out weapons, rushing forward to chop off its whiskers. Just as he was preparing to deliver the decisive blow, Old Man Lan Zhu appeared out of nowhere. He laughed loudly and said, "It's mine now, killing whirlwind technique." He rushed forward like a drill, laughing with glee, still saying, "It's mine!" The pieces of the ranged mutated beast flew towards Lan Kun. He looked up and called out, "Uncle Wang, Lan Zhu." He stepped on the corpse of the beast. He looked proudly at his nephew and said, "Sorry about that, nephew Lan Kun. Wang Zhu Kai here, loves a freebie the most." The system immediately added 300 points to the No. 1 trainee, Lan Zhao. His current score is 120 points. Young Master Kun then realized that the old man didn't want to help him, but wanted to snatch it from him. He cursed angrily, but still kindly reminded, "Old-timer, watch out behind you," he replied. "Thanks for the reminder." Then immediately slipped into the ground. He ran far away from that place. Echoing back was still his despicable laughter. Leaving the devastated battlefield to his nephew, Yunxiang went all out, attacking the shell of the spiked shooter beast, but it didn't cause any damage. He shouted angrily, "Damn it! This thing knows to hide in its shell to defend against ranged attacks. Without a way to break its armor, it's hard to inflict any real damage." There was movement from below. He wondered, "What's that?" Then he got ambushed from behind by Lan Zhu. The guy yelled, "Die, you little punk, Huyan!" The old man aimed his blade straight at Yunxiang at Dragontail City, the coastal defense combat zone. Yunxiang, confused, ran and asked, "What the heck?" Old Lan Zhu attacked him fiercely, threatening, "Die, you little brat, Huyan." Young Master Huyan realized, "It's you!" He turned and cursed, "You shameless, despicable bastard." He fired the gun on his shoulder, but it was useless. The old man had already burrowed into the ground. Yunxiang stopped, and a huge shadow appeared behind him. He turned to look, surprised. Not yet. A huge spiked shooter beast was right behind him, its shell opening to reveal its cluster of projectiles. The beast started firing spikes in all directions. Young Master Huyan swiftly dodged each incoming projectile. He dodged and moved like lightning. But suddenly, he realized there seemed to be a blind spot underneath it. Young Master Xing, he gritted his teeth, deciding to take a gamble. Here goes. He moved closer to the beast, heading straight for what he believed was its blind spot. He rolled a few times on the ground to get under its belly, and just as he predicted, the area underneath was safe from its spike attack. But then, its belly opened like a flower, with sharp teeth. Yunxiang swore under his breath. Immediately activating his gun, he yelled, "Die!" Focused his fire, blasting the beast from underneath its belly. The beast exploded into pieces. Having taken down one, young Master Xinjiang panted. The score showed that he gained 300 points. But that was too close for comfort, he started calculating. Getting 300 points is a lot. Starting reward is 100. Saving people 50 points. Killing monsters 80 points plus some more. So 300 points means the second-ranked participant, Yunxiang, now has 790 points. While he was still calculating, Another beast appeared behind him. This time it was a two-claw beast. Young Master Huyan continued to shoot at its head, but it didn't do any damage. He had to move away to attack. As he ran, he fired backwards. Small monsters are 80 points. Medium-sized spiked shooter beasts are 300 points, Yunxiang calculated. That flying beast isn't too strong either, maybe around 80 points. Not that different from the crab monster. He looked back, wondering if that huge monster in the distance was the only one of its kind. He figured that killing it might be the key to winning this trial. They were already surrounded by monsters, and just taking them down was exhausting. And now there's that old man, Lanju, behind them. Is he plotting something with that turtle again? If he could lure it over here? He grinned sinisterly, scheming. The entire coastline was swarming with fierce beasts. In the distance, that single, massive beast was heading back into North Gate Street in Dragontail City. Dust filled the air, and the shattered remains of crab-like monster lay scattered on the ground. Some soldiers were still evacuating citizens, while half of them flanked the area from the left and right. North Gate Street was blocked by the fierce beasts and the rubble of destroyed buildings, making it impassable. Huang Yaoyin was moving between buildings, searching for something. She wondered, something's not right. Maybe there's more. Suddenly realizing something, she aimed down and shot down two fierce beasts riding piggyback on each other. But the Bifang beast was trying to escape, so she took out her weapon and swung it at it, slicing the monster's head off under the ground. That's two more monster corpses. The citizens who hadn't been evacuated yet were running around in a panic. Yunxiang watched from below. He commented, "For someone who's supposedly a saint for almost a century, why does she seem so bad at dealing with a monster outbreak in the city? Has she just been locked away in cultivation for the past few decades?" But she chose to protect the evacuating civilians first, which is unexpected. It seems like she's starting to learn how to avoid accidentally hurting the surrounding people when she fights. Lost in thought, a shadow of a giant crab appeared above his head. The two-clawed monster was falling straight down. Well, isn't this just what I was craving? Yunxiang casually swung his blade, slicing the beast in half cleanly, the cut as smooth and even as a professional chef's. Huang Yaoyin landed behind him. She asked, "Just who exactly are you?" "No need to be so tense. As you can see, I'm just a passerby who, unfortunately, got caught up in this secret realm," Huang Yaoyin questioned. "Before, in the West City area, I vaguely sensed that something was off. Could it be that you were hiding your presence and following us back then?" Yunxiang played dumb, asking, "Huh? Was I?" In his mind, he thought, logically speaking, my concealment technique should be beyond her detection as a 6th-level saint. "Is this Zhuge Liang trying to trick me?" she asked suspiciously. Moreover, when that runaway Zhao Dragon God stage was able to suddenly escape from the dragon locking formation, seizing the opportunity and opening the secret realm, was that also you secretly helping? Are you an ally of that Zhao Dragon? He turned to leave, saying, "Don't make such wild guesses. I'm meeting them for the first time as well. At least in this current trial, aren't we all on the same side?" He continued, "First, we need to work together to resist the monster tide and complete this trial. I'll go check out the East Gate. I'll leave the West Gate to you." Then, he immediately left, leaving Yaoyin still very confused. Before being pulled into the secret realm, I didn't notice this person's existence, this person's cultivation. If it's not above mine, then they must have some special methods. And that soul force fluctuation, why do I feel a bit of familiarity? She realized something, saying, "Wait a moment. If we're talking about special concealment methods," the Chinese formation master Huang Yaoyin watched the figure disappear. Yunxiang quickly headed east, observing his surroundings as he went. He jumped across the buildings. Stopping at the tallest one, he opened the system map. Now there are 3 people on the coastal defense line resisting the monster tide, and 1 person is in the city protecting the refugees. Young Master Yunxiang was musing, "Originally, the reason I participated personally was to see what the simulated real battlefield of this illusionary image felt like, test my body and equipment, and also see how outside players balance the beast-tied defense line and distribute strategic aid within the city. Logically speaking, with their three-person strategy, the coastline defense should be able to hold out for a while. He looked at the jade core controlling the secret realm in his hand and called out, "Xiaolan!" Little Yu immediately appeared. It asked, "I'm here, Your Honor. What are your orders?" He pointed at the screen, asking it, "Why did the South Gate defense collapse? Logically speaking, that shouldn't be the case. What's going on over there?" Xiaolan snorted in annoyance. It replied, "Speaking of which, it makes me so angry." Yunxiang asked curiously, "What's wrong, little thing?" It replied furiously, "That junior of my clan, named Lan Zhao, is truly useless. A disgrace to the sea race." The secret realm manager gestured at the screen while scolding, "That shameless thing isn't even blocking the enemies head-on. Instead, he's pulling tricks from behind, dragging down his teammates and backstabbing for points. What a badly raised soldier." Song Yunxiang chimed in, "See? That's why I said we need to change the rules of the third trial. Do you think someone like that could handle the responsibility of protecting your clan if they had the Star Soul General Ao Bing in their hands?" The little manager said with disgust, "I've made my decision. I'm eliminating him. Your Honor, I think we can end this trial now. Let's pick another Merman Jr. as the successor." He waved his hand, replying, "No need to rush. Let's see the whole trial through to the end. But we can speed things up a bit." Young Master Song ordered, 50 to 60 of the residents have escaped already. Let's move on to the final round. Manager Xiaolan obeyed and left immediately. Song Yunxiang also left to go see how things were. Outside the south gate of Longwei City, the two-legged mutated beasts began attacking the city walls. Ling Kun was surrounded by hordes of mutated beasts. He seemed exhausted. Panting heavily, he turned back worriedly and said, "The defense line still collapsed? I wonder if the merman compatriots inside the city have safely evacuated Longwei City." In the distance, that mutated turtle was emitting an electrical field again. Young Master Lan asked blankly, "What's that?" From underwater, huge waves surged as the beast gradually emerged and shot straight toward Hu Yangxing. Someone fighting in the distance shouted in surprise, "That giant beast is moving." Old Lan Zhu crawled out from a nearby sniping beast, grinning, "It's mine now." He had just snatched points from young Master Hu Yan. The latter cursed angrily, "You despicable bastard," then aimed his gun and fired straight at him. He retorted, "Idiot. Looking around during a fight. Serves you right for getting your monster stolen." Hu Yangxing continued to curse angrily, "Rotten sea creature, I'll make you pay." Finishing his sentence, he fired straight at Lan Zhao. The latter turned his head, saw the shot coming, and quickly dodged. He flashed a sinister grin, then quickly dove back underground, saying before leaving, "Goodbye, young Master Hu Yan." Before even figuring out what the heck just happened, those attacks from earlier were already aimed straight at that giant beast way over there, so I totally fell for that old geezer's trap, huh? The monster glared angrily at him, roaring and radiating pure murderous intent. The beast growled, staring directly at the one who attacked it, immediately ordering all the monsters to surround Hu Yanhang. Surrounded by a horde of bipedal and ranged beasts, he yelled, "What the heck is going on? Of all the 36 stratagems, running is the best." Prince Yuan shouted as he ran. "Are they all coming for me? Is that giant H-beast still commanding them? That stinky Zhao Ren actually dared to play me." He kicked off and desperately attacked backward while running. But there was no way to escape. Caretaker Hu Yanhang was crushed by the horde of beasts, leaving only his echoing screams. Lan Kun asked suspiciously, "Why are all the monsters heading towards that red robot? This isn't good. He's surrounded. We have to go rescue him." The cunning old man, Lan Zhao, popped up from underground again. "Hold off Lan Kun and Wang Li for a bit." He stepped closer and suggested, "Uncle Wang, I have a brilliant idea. While that brat Hu Yan is attracting the monsters, now might be the chance to take down that giant turtle." Young Master Lin, just in case. He asked, "What do you want to do, old schemer?" He enticed, "Think about it. That one-of-a-kind giant beast must be worth a crazy amount of points. Plus, we can use this opportunity to catch them all in one swoop." The monsters were gradually being blown up and sent flying. The leader was sending signals to continue fighting. "Crap! Everyone regroup and fight against the tide of beasts. The monsters are breaking through. Oh man, this is not good. The battle lines are about to be breached." The wave of monsters seemed to gain even more strength as they charged forward. However, Yunxiang managed to fly in just in time to fight those monsters. Elsewhere, outside the beast tide, Lan Kun and Wang Li were saying, "Now's our chance. If we can just kill that giant beast, the points will be insane." "If you're not going, Uncle Wang, I'm going alone." "You little..." Lan Kun seemed hesitant. Afterwards, he went somewhere, causing Uncle Wang to call him back. However, he just shot up into the sky without waiting for his uncle. Uncle Wang said angrily, "Arrogant, this idiot. He wasn't tricked. Did he see through my scheme or what? Forget it. I'll hide in the shadows and look for another opportunity first." Back inside the beast hide, Yunxiang was still fighting the monsters alone, but he looked like he was running out of steam. Suddenly, Lan Kun flew in from the sky, landing and blasting away the monsters. The two stood back. Fight the monsters. At this time, the bustling scene below could be seen from the city walls. Yunxiang flew up to inquire about the situation inside the beast tide. Little Fishy reports, "Phase 3 just went live. The coastal defense line is basically toast. Only 2 guys are barely holding on. That half, Sackdemon Merman Prince and the young master of the Huyan clan, are actually teaming up." Seriously, who would have thought those two would ever be on the same side, fighting together like this? Yunxiang just thanked the other dude. "Never thought the day would come when I, Yunxiang, would be fighting side with a merman soldier, and actually trusting him to watch my back too." Lan Kun calmly analyzes. The coastal defense line is practically gone, but every extra beast we take down buys a little more time for the people inside the city to escape. "But we're still in the trial, aren't we? Don't you care about points?" Lan Kun asks. "What is Yunxiang implying?" Yunxiang explains slowly. "I'm saying, are we sure this is actually some real city? Like that gatekeeper said? What if we're still in the trial, and these beasts, soldiers, and fleeing people are just illusions created by the trial?" Lan Kun is speechless, and they are chatting with each other while fighting. "We are still competing for the points. If this is all an illusion created by the trial, aren't you getting totally ripped off?" Lan Kun replies, "We've got tens of thousands of civilians behind us, and soldiers are fighting to protect the cities. Whether this is an illusion or reality, I'm sticking to my principles to the end." Yunxiang says, "What if what's behind us isn't Longhai Kingdom, not merman people? What if it's a city in the Xia domain, or the Loon people in Tiandu, or even the Shishui? Would you still do the same?" "Yep," Lan Kun answers straight up. "Countries fight for their soldiers' interests. Fight for honor, that's one thing. But innocent people are innocent. Faced with a beast tide, humans or nations should drop the beef and share the common enemy." Yunxiang finds Lan Kun kinda interesting. After hearing his answer, at the West City Gate, dust and smoke cover a huge area. Thousands of refugees are evacuating under the guard's supervision. Huang Yaoyin, standing high above, is watching the whole situation. She's currently sitting at 1910 points. After fighting for a while, she realized that only killing beasts that directly threaten the people's lives actually gets you points. She has no clue what the criteria is. Huang Yaoyin narrows her eyes slightly. A thought starts to form in her head. Suddenly, Huang Yaoyin's eyes widen dramatically. She gasps with horror. She faintly understands. This beast-tide tragedy cannot be allowed to happen again in the city of Shishui. If this illusion is based on a real event that happened, then the people we're saving for points are actually the poor souls who suffered in history. The moment the thought lands, Huang Yaoyin is frozen in place. A race that created this civilization shouldn't die without dignity like this. Just then, the necklace displays an image of a catfish. It announces that the resident rescue mission is over, Completion rate 47. It also warns the players to watch out for the approaching Saint Stage Beast assault. It asks all players to gather at the South Coast defense line and team up to take on the Saint Stage Beast. Before she even hears the whole thing, Huang Yaoyin starts moving according to the instructions. The fighting power of this type of beast is only beatable by Saint Stage experts and hydro-element spirit generals. Relying on the trial participants whose cultivation levels are suppressed to the Earth stage is not a thing. No matter what, she won't reveal her spirit general. As Wenzhong moves, Huang Diaoyin just made a decision. Let's just sit tight and observe for now. At the south gate of Longwei City, a swarm of hellish lobster beasts surged forward, crashing head-on into the city guard's defensive line. Both sides were fighting tooth and nail, without a care for losses. But compared to the densely packed hellbeasts, the city guards seemed too weak. Not even a fraction of the hellbeasts could be matched. Every second, every minute, soldiers were being slaughtered miserably. Following behind the hellish lobster beasts was a horde of hellish sea urchin beasts. Countless eyes inside the shells formed rocket launchers on the city walls, all activated, using maximum firepower to try and repel the beast tide. On the city walls, many soldiers were waiting for orders. They were the last line of defense for Longwei City. A barrage of artillery shells rained down on the hellbeast battlefield, a scene both magnificent and terrifying. Each shell zoomed away, creating streams of light that slammed into the hellish sea urchin beasts, turning them into violent explosions. Just waiting for that, the commander on the city wall waved his sword and commanded, "Squad 5, hold the line to the death. Squad 4, follow me down the wall to fight the enemy." As soon as one wave of hellbeasts was destroyed, another wave filled their place, giving their all to breach the city walls. We can't let them achieve their goal. The commander and a group of comrades jumped straight down from the high wall, forming a defensive line in front of the hellbeasts. Not far away, Song Yunxiang quietly observed the battle. Seeing Huang Diaoyin come to his side, he wasn't surprised at all. He'd been expecting her. Reaching Song Yunxiang, Huang Diaoyin spoke her mind. Based on the strength of this city, it's fundamentally impossible to withstand the holy tier hellbeasts. Even adding a few trial participants with their realms suppressed to the earth tier would be just a drop in the bucket. In response, Song Yunxiang posed a hypothetical scenario. Soon, the Southern Wilderness Joint Defense Line will experience a beast tide 1,000 times larger than this. What is the meaning of this trial, after all? Is it really to select a winner? Finishing his sentence, Huang Diaoyin exclaimed in shock. How could that be? Even the current level of beast tide has never appeared in the history of Hyacinth Water Nation. Huang Diaoyin's face showed clear shock. Unable to imagine the scene Song Yunxiang described. If it's 1,000 times larger, just relying on the thousands of Iron Wall Army soldiers from Celestial Capital and the green kites of the Southern Wilderness, Hyacinth Water Great Wall simply wouldn't hold. Suddenly, Huang Diaoyin pointed her sword at Song Yunxiang, questioning him. What did she have to base this information on? Song Yunxiang remained unmoved, affirming Huang Diaoyin's thoughts. That's right. That beast tide directly destroyed the Southern Wilderness Great Wall. The Iron Wall Army, Scarlet Falcon Army, and Green Kite Army lost thousands of soldiers who all died in battle. The southern province of Celestial Capital and the mountain-left path of Hyacinth Water were completely wiped out. Tens of millions of innocent civilians perished in that great war. To dispel Huang Diaoyin's doubts, Song Yunxiang claimed to have the ability to foresee the future. If she didn't believe him, he could show her a bit. In his heart, Song Yunxiang already had a plan. Using the power of the Jade Core secret realm, he directly projected his memories into Huang Diaoyin's sea of consciousness. A second later, countless images appeared clearly in Huang Diaoyin's mind, causing her to be stunned. In a flash, Huang Diaoyin saw herself standing in the sky above the Southern Wilderness at that time. The hellbeasts were like a storm, endlessly attacking the Great Wall. There were even holy tier hellbeasts, and not just one. The entire Vientiane city had become a living hell. Hellbeasts swarming inside, tearing people apart. Every scene was shocking. Nowhere was safe. Under such a terrifying beast tide, humans became smaller than ever, like pigs and chickens being hunted by hell beasts everywhere. Along with the siege of the beast tide, more and more powerful hell beasts swept through Yunxiang city. Each scene flashing before Huang Diaoyin's eyes stunned her. She couldn't believe this was the future that would unfold. Suddenly, a hell beast surpassing the holy tier opened its mouth and roared like a dragon, made Huang Yaoyin not dare to watch any longer. Immediately returning to the real world, her eyes still filled with shock, panting heavily, her mouth stuttering. This is absolutely impossible. Suddenly, she remembered that Quan Cheng had a saint stage beast guardian. Maybe it would intervene, but Song Yunxiang shook his head in denial. As far as he knew, no saint stage expert had taken action in Quan Cheng. The entire Nanshan Dao and the Xishui kingdom were destroyed by the beast tide. Under such annihilation, how could Quan Cheng have survived? Recalling his earlier words, Huang Yaoyin hurriedly asked, "Not long after means how long?" Holding up 2 fingers, Song Yunxiang replied, 2 months. Huang Yaoyin's pupils constricted, piecing everything together. If she hadn't been delayed by the news of the Divine Relic stage, according to the plan to help Su Nixi break through the 3rd level of the Saint stage, she and the others would have already been in Chengdu in seclusion for at least 3 months. The Dongyi selection in 2 months would have no Saint stage guardians. At this point, Huang Yaoyin couldn't help but turn to look at Song Yunxiang, wondering if this person's ability to foresee the future was real. Moreover, deep down, Huang Yaoyin agreed to believe Song Yunxiang. This person's spiritual power fluctuations gave her a strange sense of reliance. On the city wall, Song Yunxiang and Huang Yaoyin fell into silence. Huang Yaoyin was constantly calculating. With such a large number of Saint Stage ferocious beasts, relying only on the 2 Saint Stages, her and Su Ni, plus the combat power of the Huang family and Huang city, it would be difficult to turn the tide. After thinking it over, Huang Yaoyin wanted Song Yunxiang to provide evidence. She couldn't just rely on a few words and images to mobilize the military forces of the Xishui kingdom. Song Yunxiang was at a loss for what to do, and could only apologize for not being able to provide any evidence. Huang Yaoyin's mood grew increasingly anxious, questioning Song Yunxiang. "Who exactly are you? If you can't even reveal your identity, how am I supposed to believe you? How can I report what you're saying to the Empress and the Xishui Kingdom's court?" This was a dilemma for Song Yunxiang. He definitely couldn't reveal the truth about his rebirth. Since that was the case, he could only try to trick Huang Yaoyin once, silently apologizing to Huang Yaoyin's father in his heart. Song Yunxiang decided to borrow his identity. After thinking it over, Song Yunxiang dissolved his spirit armor, revealing his past life's appearance, and took off his hood. Song Yunxiang looked directly at Huang Yaoyin. Inside the mech, Huang Yaoyin gradually felt the fluctuations of soul power. The person in front of her was changing. Suddenly, she also dissolved her spirit armor, her face tearful as she looked at Song Yunxiang. In that instant, she seemed to see the image of her father running towards her. Huang Yaoyin burst into tears, unhesitatingly hugged Song Yunxiang tightly and cried out, no longer possessing the heroic demeanor of a saint. Stage expert Huang Yaoyin at this moment was like a child sobbing loudly. At the same time, in a corner of the battlefield, Lan Kun and Hu Yanhang were fighting side by side, waves of soul power erupting and stirring up a region of ferocious beasts. After a powerful attack, Lan Kun collapsed, exhausted. He knew he couldn't stop this wave of ferocious beasts. In Lan Kun's opinion, Hu Yang's physique was good for ranged combat, and he could go and reinforce the second front on the city wall. Just go that way. Lan Kun told Hu Yanhang to leave from there, while he would stay behind to cut them off. As soon as Hu Yanhang turned to look at Lan Kun, a ferocious beast pounced from behind. Sensing the danger, Hu Yanhang gritted his teeth and quickly turned around to counterattack, firing 2 beams of light that annihilated the ferocious beast in mid-air. The corpse of the ferocious beast fell, piling onto the heap of corpses at their feet. Unknowingly, the corpses of the ferocious beasts had accumulated into a small mountain. After a while, Hu Yanhang admitted that his soul power was almost gone. The trial to get points or whatever was unimportant for the moment, But having a teammate like Lan Kun, he found him truly reliable. Lan Kun chuckled softly in response. He didn't expect he'd be risking his life fighting people from the Huyang clan, but too bad. Looks like this trial's over for both of them. With that, Yunxiang called over to Lan Kun, pointing towards that massive, ferocious beast in the sea from before. From afar, Yunxiang could feel how terrifying it was. It probably wasn't just celestial, Mercatier strength, maybe at least Saint, Mercatier and above. Hearing this, Lan Kun was stunned and exclaimed, gnashing his teeth. A Saint Mercatier beast right in front of us. We're completely helpless. Even so, Yunxiang still told Lan Kun not to give up. Back during the second round of trials, didn't they persevere even when facing the replica of Ao Bing? Besides, doing the impossible is what the Huyang clan is all about. Even if this is the end for him, he has to fight that strongest enemy. Remembering these words, Lan Kun's fighting spirit was quickly reignited. As a prince of the Merman clan, he couldn't just stand by and watch it attack the city gates, slaughtering the common folk of the Longhai kingdom. Even if he died, Lan Kun would die before the people. Saying this, Lan Kun volunteered to attract its attention. Not letting Lan Kun finish, Yunxiang rejected the idea. His mech was more agile, and his ranged attacks were a bit better, so he would lure it. Lan Kun's explosive power was strong, so he should be responsible for finding an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Moreover, after all, it was because of his meddling that the Merman clan's trial had so many twists and turns. If they were really lucky enough to kill this monster, then Yunxiang hoped it would be Lan Kun who did it. With that, Yunxiang immediately took action, not giving Lan Kun a chance to refuse. Helpless, Lan Kun had no choice but to agree. The two headed straight towards the Saint Mercatier beast. As if seeing through Yunxiang's plan, the giant ferocious beast suddenly roared, emitting a type of sound wave. Following that, all the sea urchin, like ferocious beasts, suddenly emitted a red light, and each eye inside the shell shot out a series of lasers at Lan Kun and Yunxiang. The entire area was soon engulfed in this deadly light. While dodging, Yunxiang urged Lan Kun to charge forward. Don't bother with them. Quickly find an opportunity to attack from behind. With that, Lan Kun immediately followed his lead, circling around in another direction, while Yunxiang attracted the enemy. As expected, the ferocious beasts all swarmed towards Yunxiang in immeasurable numbers. As he charged, Yunxiang used all his strength to counterattack, turning his 4 arms into 4 cannons, slaughtering everything around. Even so, the ferocious beasts quickly surrounded Yunxiang, but at this moment, Yunxiang was not far from the giant ferocious beast. Using all his remaining strength, Yunxiang soared into the air, firing an attack directly at the Saint-Tier beast's face. Thinking that it would injure it, a tentacle suddenly stretched out and blocked it. Yunxiang's attack made him stare blankly on the spot, unable to believe that his strongest move was so easily countered. Before he could recover, a sharp hook lunged from the front. This thing grew out from the Saint-Tier beast's back, directly grabbing Yunxiang's mech. Not stopping there, in an instant, a series of other iron hooks appeared, locking down his limbs. At this moment, Yunxiang had completely given up hope. Even so, he smiled lightly. At least he didn't die at the hands of those low-level ferocious beasts. The next second, the mech's arms were torn off, finally exploding mid-air, leaving only the head to fall. In his final moments, Yunxiang silently entrusted the rest to Lan Kun. As his thoughts faded, the tentacles simultaneously unleashed a barrage of light, obliterating Yunxiang's mech completely. Along with the explosion of the mech, Lan Kun seized the precious opportunity, using all his strength to spring upwards and plunge towards the sacred, stage ferocious beast. He secretly thanked Yunxiang, vowing not to let his sacrifice be in vain. Just then, a figure shot up from the ground. Lan Zhao suddenly appeared, kicking Lan Kun away and laughing heartily. This opportunity is mine now. Lan Kun watched, grinding his teeth in anger, but was helpless, tumbling all over the sacred, stage ferocious beast's back. On Lan Zhao's side, he spotted where Lan Kun unleashed his most powerful battle technique, using the 7 ancient spirals to transform himself into the center, creating a massive vortex that viciously drilled into the sacred, stage ferocious beast's neck. A moment later, the beast's head exploded violently. Lan Zhu landed unscathed, a triumphant grin on his face. All those points are mine now. Ambushed, Lan Kun stamped his feet, cursing like crazy in frustration. At this moment, the sacred, stage ferocious beast, though decapitated, was not yet dead. It suddenly radiated an intense aura that startled both Lan Kun and Lan Zhao, leaving them momentarily baffled. In an undefined space, Yunxiang suddenly reappeared, blankly surveying his surroundings. Touching his neck, he was even more surprised. The collar was still there. Could the trial not be over yet? Looking at the screen before him, Yunxiang was even more shocked. He passed all 3 trials, but was deducted 10,000 points for not being a Jioran, leaving him with a total score of negative 5,000 something. Before he could even figure things out, Yunxiang suddenly felt a throbbing pain in his head, then saw himself being transported to another scene, a torrent of images and information flooding his mind. When Yunxiang regained consciousness, he was still catching his breath, his eyes filled with horror. Very soon, Yunxiang City will be destroyed. The more Yunxiang thought about it, the more questions he had. Then, Catra appeared, announcing that he would be forcibly removed from the secret realm. Before Yunxiang could understand anything, his body began to fade away. Catra didn't know why Yunxiang would give Yunxiang those visions, but since the task was completed, it couldn't be bothered to care, and quickly returned to report. Inside the illusionary training ground, the city walls of Southgate, Dragontail City, showed absolutely no sign of relief from the beast tide, as countless, endless waves of monstrous mantis shrimp flooded in. Up above, after a while, Yunxiang had managed to explain things to Huang Diaoyin, making her understand that her father wasn't possessing or being reborn, that Song Yunxiang's body only carried a fragment of his residual soul after receiving his inheritance formation. Obviously, this was all part of the story Yunxiang had just made up. When touching Yunxiang's body, he tried to replicate Huang Diaoyin's mecha, but the system didn't react. So he had no choice but to wait until after leaving the secret realm to think of another way. At this moment, Huang Diaoyin fully believed Yunxiang was her father, and asked with suspicion, "Back at Sand Sculpture City, was he always following Huang Diaoyin? I should have realized it sooner. Only my father's level of formation mastery could create a formation that concealed a saint-stage divine sense." Yunxiang contemplated while confirming her thoughts. Playing the role of Huang Diaoyin's father, Yunxiang explained that Song Yunxiang's arrival at Sand Sculpture City was purely accidental, and it was seeing Huang Diaoyin that triggered his obsession. Within this secret realm, relying on his formation techniques, he had gained some authority, allowing him to manifest and meet Huang Diaoyin. But he feared that after leaving the secret realm, this fragment of his soul would soon disappear. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Diaoyin threw herself into Yunxiang's arms, hinting that they should just stay in here forever and never leave, just like on Mount He. Yunxiang hadn't anticipated this reaction at all, and immediately shook his head in denial, saying that this residual soul had already been greatly depleted, and staying in the secret realm wouldn't change the fact that it would disappear. So Huang Diaoyin could believe it or not, Suqian, a beast tide 100,000 times larger, would bury the Southern Wilderness Alliance's defense line, and in 3 years the entire continent would be destroyed. At that time, whether it's Dilun, or Haithusi, or even the Longhai lower regions, no one could take care of themselves. Mortals to heaven stage saints, no one could escape unscathed. Therefore, Yunxiang, as in Huang Diaoyin's father, had specifically altered the rules of Trial Round 3, wanting to show everyone the catastrophe the continent was about to face, hoping to entrust the power to someone worthy. After seeing the heavenly secrets, he saw that only this Song Yunxiang could change all the variables. Protecting this continent was the responsibility of the Shaoling lineage, and they used all their acting skills, Yunxiang emphasized to Huang Diaoyin that he had arranged for Song Yunxiang to do something very great. He hoped Huang Diaoyin could regard him as his reincarnation and assist him with all her heart. If that were the case, even if his residual soul completely disappeared, he wouldn't be ashamed to face the seniors in the sect. Having said this, Yunxiang was running out of words and didn't know what else to lie about, so he just racked his brains for a way to disappear. A second later, a pack of Bingfang beasts came along, giving Yunxiang a chance. Just as they were charging up their light cannons, Yunxiang scooped up Huang Diaoyin and ran. A barrage of light cannons targeted the shield he created, and Yunxiang had been waiting for this, and began using his soul power to mimic the effect of fading away. Seeing the strange phenomenon, Huang Diaoyin was indeed caught hook, line, and sinker, and anxiously asked Yunxiang what was going on. Yunxiang coughed a few times while explaining, saying that he had just taken a hit that caused his residual soul to be damaged, and was about to fall into a deep sleep. Just as he finished speaking, the beasts continued to fire their cannons. Huang Diaoyin didn't sit back and watch, and stepped in front to block. In an instant, the structure blocked the attack. No longer was it the Mecha Maiden, but the water origin Wenzhong Mecha. Relying on her immense power, Huang Diaoyin annihilated the entire Bifang pack with a single wave of her hand. One by one they fell down like flies. Looking back at Yunxiang, Huang Diaoyin was extremely anxious, calling out repeatedly, with a tone of worry. Yunxiang put on a loving and sentimental expression. "Ah Yao, you were so small back then, but now you've become a powerhouse who can assist the world. I am very happy inside." He gazed at the water origin Wenzhong spirit general and sighed. Deceiving Huang Diaoyin like this is a little unscrupulous. I'll find a chance to make it up to her after leaving the secret realm. Then Yunxiang's figure grew fainter and fainter, all thanks to the soul power he was mimicking, but it still broke Huang Diaoyin's heart, and she burst into tears, sobbing. When the figure had completely faded away, Yunxiang reappeared in his current form, acting all blank, as if he didn't understand what just happened, but inwardly, he was reviewing the scene. Excellent. Successfully escaped. Now I just need to play dumb. A second later, Huang Diaoyin also deactivated her mech, and the two landed on the city wall. Looking at Yunxiang, Huang Diaoyin kept scrutinizing him, checking if her dad was still around. Yunxiang slowly stood up and cupped his fist at Huang Diaoyin, respectfully introducing himself as Song Yunxiang, and recounting how Senior Xing Kong had vanished a moment ago, using his thoughts to roughly tell him the situation. Hearing this, Huang Diaoyin didn't say anything, only revealing the deep sadness in her eyes. Her feet stilled. She turned her face away, avoiding Yunxiang's gaze, and her voice was unavoidably flustered, telling Yunxiang not to call her Senior Huang, and that he could call her Ah Yao. At the third defensive line outside the city, the Saint, stage ferocious beast, although headless, still stood tall on the battlefield, constantly emitting energy waves to rally the beast horde. Witnessing this, Lan Zhao was dumbfounded, bewildered as to how this could be happening. Its head was smashed by him, yet it wasn't dead. Seriously, on the ferocious beast's back, the protruding parts suddenly vibrated and soon separated into a bunch of smaller, ferocious beasts. The soldiers fighting were all drawn to this scene, and they saw the separated, ferocious beasts suddenly shoot up into the air and then dive down. Sharp tentacles shot out from the holes on their tops, attacking the soldiers. Their speed was extremely fast, directly piercing through the mechs. Once hit, just one tentacle could skewer several people at once, carrying the mechs spinning in the air before flinging them straight up. At that moment, they opened the ends of their tentacles and unleashed light cannons, obliterating the unfortunate soldiers. Compared to other ferocious beasts, they had far superior combat power. Still watching, one of them descended straight towards Lan Zhao and Lan Kun, and the two quickly retreated to avoid it. As soon as it landed, the ferocious beast stretched out its tentacles, aiming directly at Lan Zhao in pursuit. And since he was in mid-air, Lan Zhu couldn't change direction immediately, His cultivation was suppressed to the earth stage, and he couldn't borrow strength to tread the sky. In that dangerous moment, Lan Kun charged forward without hesitation, severing the ferocious beast's tentacle, successfully saving Lan Zhao's life. Landing, Lan Zhao exhaled a sigh of relief, not forgetting to thank his grandson. Who knew? He suddenly pushed Lan Kun aside, wanting to seize the opportunity to finish off the ferocious beast himself, instantly using a combat skill to shatter the ferocious beast into pieces. Too surprised, Lan Kun could only gnash his teeth and curse. By killing this heaven-stage ferocious beast, Lan Zhu received a whopping 500 points. Before he could even be happy, Lan Zhao was attacked by two ferocious beasts. Seeing the situation was bad, he immediately burrowed into the ground and ran away, leaving this mess for Lan Kun. What a despicable tactic. While dodging the light cannons, Lan Kun considered the situation. These ferocious beasts were good at attacking targets in the air. If he didn't seize the opportunity to escape, he'd become a living target. While dodging the attacks, Lan Kun closed in on the ferocious beast. Seeing an opening, Lan Kun leaps up high, activating his battle skill, Dragon Demon Slash. The scepter in Lan Kun's hand condenses a fierce surge of lightning. Using the momentum from above, Lan Kun dives straight down, smashing one ferocious beast into pieces. The remaining one barely has time to react before sending tentacles flying. Not backing down, Lan Kun uses Dragon Roar to counterattack, successfully wiping out the second one too. Even though he got a sweet 1,000 points, Lan Kun's not exactly celebrating. He's totally drained, with barely any soul power left. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning slams down inside the city. This bizarre phenomenon instantly grabs Lan Kun's attention. He has no idea what it is, but he can feel a crazy intense pressure. Both shocked and suspicious, Lan Kun wonders, could it be those two? Didn't think there'd be such a strong powerhouse among them. Inside the city, the spirit general Wen Zhongyu casually sweeps away a bunch of Bifong beasts. Seeing this power, Nezha's blown away. He feels like it's even stronger than Ao Bing, catching himself having crazy thoughts. Nezha immediately reminds himself, grumbling inside, Ao Bing's the strongest spirit general. Duh. All the other spirit generals are trash compared to Ao Bing. Taking a closer look, he sees that Ao Bing's holding Yunxiang. After watching Yunxiang's performance, Nezha's speechless. He's so done, filled with dread. Over on the other side of the battlefield, the second defense line, the ferocious beasts have the upper hand. They're constantly pushing back the Dragon Sea clan guards. Anyone caught by the tentacles is a goner. Non-stop. Mechs are getting wrecked left and right, both on the ground and in the air. Ignoring the carnage, the survivors' fighting spirit doesn't drop. They get even stronger, charging forward together to close in on the tentacle beasts. Seeing their comrades die next to them, they attack even harder, determined not to let their sacrifices be in vain. It's just that swords break into pieces when hitting these beasts. Their armor's so tough there's no way to pierce through. Before two soldiers can even react, they're sent flying by the beast's whip, followed by the flare rounds being fired. Just then, the ferocious beast opens fire. Lan Kun appears up high, activating his battle skill. A pillar of lightning blasting straight down on the beast, instantly vaporizing it. Landing on the ground, Lan Kun's panting heavily. Seeing the two dead soldiers, Lan Kun's furious, blaming himself for being a step too late. Observing the battlefield, Lan Kun feels even more cornered. Right now, the Sea Dragon Kingdom soldiers are all getting suppressed. There's no way to turn the tide against these Tier 10 ferocious beasts. Out of sheer desperation, Lan Kun punched the ground hard in frustration. These savage beasts not only had long-range attack capabilities and mid-range physical strikes, but their shells were tough enough to resist normal close-quarters combat weapons. The Longhai Kingdom soldiers, relying solely on mass-produced basic mechs, just couldn't handle them. Suddenly, Lan Kun paused, sensing something was off. He felt like the number of savage beasts was actually increasing. What the heck? Filled with doubt, Lan Kun turned his head to look. What hit his eyes were swarms of Tier 1 savage beasts, constantly pouring out from the body of the Saint-Tier savage beast. Seriously, each one that escaped would immediately grow a whole new set of body parts, and just like that, they assaulted the battlefield. At this point, Lan Kun understood that the giant savage beast was the source of it all. Lan Kun wanted to take it down, but he didn't know how. After a moment of thinking, Lan Kun slowly opened his eyes. He'd made his decision. Following that, a strange look appeared on Lan Kun's face. Bud. Soul vein reversal activated. In that instant, Lan Kun decided to gamble his last bit of soul power. From underground, Lan Zhao emerged, filled with doubt, wondering, could Lan Kun be planning to self-destruct? Sensing danger, he immediately sped away from the area. All you could see was Lan Kun's entire body emitting intense soul power fluctuations. His power was being enhanced like never before. He was like a beam of light, shooting straight towards the giant savage beast. Sensing the danger, that savage beast summoned a bunch of tentacles to intercept. Lan Kun ignored each part that was being destroyed. Lan Kun just wouldn't stop. He used every last bit of his remaining strength to charge forward. Seeing that he still wasn't close enough, Lan Kun roared to encourage himself, using both strength and will to break through the tentacle hooks. His entire body plunged straight into the big hole on the savage beast's back. Inside, Lan Kun silently apologized to his mother, even though he'd promised to take good care of himself. But soon after, when Lan Kun successfully got inside, the giant savage beast's entire body suddenly erupted with violent lightning. A moment later, it unleashed a massive explosion that swept through all the surrounding savage beasts. The explosion was so powerful that it turned an entire region of the battlefield into a sea of fire, with soul force scattering everywhere. The explosion faded, leaving behind the carcass of the giant savage beast with a black plume of smoke. The battlefield fell silent. The giant savage beast wasn't producing any more mid-tier monsters. It had completely fallen. After a moment, the giant savage beast's foot suddenly moved again, stomping hard on the ground, as sturdy as bronze. In the distance, Lan Zhao watched and chuckled, scolding, "Stupid Lan Kun," calling that sacrifice a cowardly act. Ridiculous. Only by waiting until the end can I get what I want. As soon as he finished speaking, a fiery red arrow shot towards him. Lan Zhao barely had time to notice before he was blasted into smithereens. Once the dust settled, there wasn't a trace of Lan Zhao left. The one who shot him was none other than Yunxiang. He spat in disdain. These types will never understand the meaning of sacrifice. With that, Yunxiang gracefully descended next to Huang Diwen. Her face blank, she asked, "Yunxiang has made his choice then. Can we end this secret realm now?" Yunxiang replied, "Sorry, but you agreed with the guardian of the realm. Ao Bing's inheritance can only be given to a descendant of the Jiao Heren." He glanced at Huang Diwen, asking Yunxiang what was he thinking. She has no interest in this inheritance at all. Also, she reminded Yunxiang to call her Yao. Yunxiang, understanding, chuckled, feeling it was time to wrap up this secret realm. Suddenly, Huang Diwen changed her mind, wanting Yunxiang to clean up the battlefield a bit. She wanted to see if his full power would earn her approval. "I'd be glad to," Yunxiang said, wanting them to work together. Two dazzling bolts of lightning fell from the city walls. At the same time, Yunxiang and Huang Diwen constructed their astral souls, unleashing overwhelming primordial energy. And so, the two charged into the battlefield, creating a vast sea of fire, sweeping away the ferocious beasts everywhere. After who knows how long, Lan Kun vaguely woke up. Beside him, the catfish had been waiting, asking about Lan Zhao. "He also got out of the secret realm trial," he said with a head full of doubts and confusion, still unaware that he had been ambushed. He couldn't believe he had failed. What met his eyes was a scoreboard, along with the words, "Disqualified from inheritance." Moreover, his score was negative, which caused Lan Zhao to roar in anger. Looking more closely, he realized he was also trapped in a barrier. Filled with resentment, Lan Zhao yelled, calling for Cao Ren to question him, but no one responded. Lan Zhu was in an undefined space, completely empty all around him, as if abandoned. On the other side, Lan Kun woke up and was greeted by the catfish. Even though he didn't understand what was happening, Lan Kun realized that the person in front of him was the guardian. Without rushing to explain, the catfish tossed the results board to Lan Kun. Lan Kun's score was over 10,000 points, successfully obtaining the qualification for the inheritance. Seeing this notification, Lan Kun couldn't believe it and hurriedly asked the catfish for confirmation. In response, the catfish said, "That's right, Lan Kun, you've won the inheritance." Ao Bing, now in his capacity as the guardian, will recognize Lan Kun as the 10th host of the Astral Soul General Ao Bing. With the catfish's words, the inheritance ritual was activated. A vortex with Ao Bing's mark appeared above Lan Kun's head. Before he could even understand what was happening, it formed a pillar of light that shot straight at him. Every second, every minute, Lan Kun felt a torrent of power being poured into his body, making it hard for him to endure. Knowing that Ao Bing's data needed time to transfer, the catfish took the opportunity to check on Yunxiang's situation. At this moment, Yunxiang and Huang Diaoyin had reached the giant dire beast. From the mech suit, Huang Diaoyin launched a series of components, gathering them in the air and condensing lightning from the sky to bombard the giant dire beast. The terrifying power submerged the dire beast in a sea of fire. Beside her, Yunxiang drew his bow and fired a heavy strike, piercing straight through the dire beast's core, causing the soul nucleus to fall out. At that very moment, a waiting sword strike cleaved the soul nucleus in two. Huang Diaoyin, in the Wenzhong mech, unleashed overwhelming power, sealing the final blow. The giant dire beast was now cut in half, completely dead. Gathering together, Yunxiang asked Huang Diaoyin if, after removing the realm suppression, she could have killed it in one move. According to Huang Diaoyin, this dire beast's combat power was actually only at the peak of the 3rd stage of the Saint Realm. Each stage of the 12 stages of the Saint Realm in combat power is truly comparable to an entire great stage of the mortal realm. But even so, it would be difficult for her to kill this almost crippled dire beast with one all-out attack. This made Huang Diaoyin even more serious. It was hard to imagine how terrifying it would be if a large number of dire beasts of this level appeared. Yunxiang also pondered. Above the 12th stage of the Saint Realm was the God Realm. Sadly, in his previous life, he couldn't advance another stage due to a deficiency in his soul meridians, only able to break through horizontally. Suddenly, Huang Diaoyin looked at Yunxiang quizzically. Clearly the realm suppression had been removed, but he was still suppressed at the late Earth realm. Faced with this question, Yunxiang awkwardly changed the subject. Was he really at the late Earth realm? He wasn't suppressed at all. He's nothing in front of Huang Diaoyin. Soon, Yunxiang activated the secret realm to return to the outside space. Like everyone else, a point tally appeared before them. Huang Diaoyin glanced through it, and she angrily questioned Yunxiang. "How did you do this?" Helpless, Yunxiang blamed it on that Xiaolan, saying not to pay too much attention to it. Just as she was about to ask more, Huang Diaoyin curiously asked how many points Yunxiang got. Looking at the display in front of him, Yunxiang was speechless with the catfish. It had even specially designed a prettier interface and gave Yunxiang infinite points. Seeing this, Huang Diaoyin praised him sarcastically, making Yunxiang even more embarrassed. Wasting no time, Yunxiang immediately pondered. According to the information in the Jade Slip, this area wasn't an illusion. The current situation was similar to the outside of the secret realm. After thinking it over, Yunxiang took out a red soul talisman and handed it to Huang Diaoyin. Responding to her question, Yunxiang said this was a delunation soul talisman he snatched. He figured that when they undo the secret realm, and the two of them head back to where they started, soldiers from Xia region would probably have surrounded the place already. Plus, he guessed Huang Diaoyin probably didn't want to reveal her Shiwei nation identity. As he spoke, Yunxiang grabbed Huang Diaoyin's hand and put the thing in it. He mentally activated the system, but it didn't react. That was totally not what he expected. Holding the soul talisman, Huang Diaoyin still didn't get it. A saint stage cultivator wants to leave. Who could stop them? Actually, she thought Yunxiang was up to something else with this move. She let out a light laugh. Yunxiang disappeared in a flash, using the excuse of checking up on that merman kid. A moment later, Yunxiang showed up next to the catfish. Spotting him, it came right over, asking about trial number 3. Yunxiang nodded slightly, then asked how things were going on this side. According to the catfish, progress was at 99, just one final step left. This made Yunxiang a little suspicious. Based on the inheritance process developed by ancestor Ao Bing, at the end of the process they need to infuse each generation of Ao Bing host with true dragon essence blood, allowing them to achieve the final form of the merman race. The moment he heard the words, final form, Yunxiang instantly had flashbacks to his past life. But something felt off. The energy fluctuation was way too weird. Then, he followed up with a question. Why even infuse the host with true dragon blood in the first place? As it recalled, the catfish vaguely mentioned a star return plan. This made Yunxiang even more suspicious, so he immediately pressed for more details. Faced with a barrage of questions, the catfish decided to lead Yunxiang into a passage. The two stepped through a spatial ripple and arrived in another space. In this place, Yunxiang's appearance suddenly reverted to normal Ao. The Jade Core secret realm couldn't control his exterior anymore. Answering his unasked question, the catfish said, "This is the lowest level of this secret realm. This space is pretty unique." Next to them was a strange machine, the catfish explained. The true dragon essence blood is extracted from the person inside. As for how much, I don't know. After checking it out, Yunxiang confirmed that this was the source of the feeling that had been bugging him. Hearing this, the catfish was a little confused. It hadn't sensed anything like that. It asked if Yunxiang wanted to crack it open and take a look. Peering through the glass, Yunxiang asked about the person inside. The catfish didn't know, and didn't even think what was inside could be considered a person at all. Yunxiang wondered, could it be just a corpse or something? The catfish immediately denied it. It thought you could call it a puppet. But this woman seemed to have an extra sliver of life force, Yunxiang exclaimed. A modified person, maybe, and urged the catfish to open it up and see. Resigned, the catfish quickly complied. The machine released a plume of white smoke, and the lid opened, revealing a half-human, half-machine girl inside. As soon as he saw her, Yunxiang recognized it, just like he'd guessed. Seeing that reaction, the catfish immediately asked about it. In response, Yunxiang wasn't entirely sure, but he'd seen something similar in the texts from the northern continent. Rumor has it that several epochs ago, a certain race couldn't cultivate star souls, so in order to gain as much power as humans could by controlling star soul generals, they created a technique to modify the body, and the product of that technique was the modifier. Giving a like for Yunxiang's knowledge, the catfish hinted at asking Yunxiang if he wanted to activate her to try. Without a second thought, Yunxiang emphasized, "Absolutely not." Annoyed, the catfish sealed the coffin and left. As he walked, Yunxiang pondered. The texts he read had a speculation. The emergence of modifiers led to the destruction of that epoch. What exactly is in this coffin? And what if it becomes hostile and goes out of control, so he felt it was better to just leave it here? Running up to Yunxiang, the catfish wondered, "Do you want blue cone?" Before he could finish, Yunxiang asked back, "Would giving blood or something affect blue cone becoming Ao Bing's vessel?" Receiving the answer, Yunxiang called out to the catfish, "Don't do anything first. I have a bad feeling about this thing." With that, the two of them went back the way they came, leaving behind the corpse of that modifier. At the same time, the light shining on Blue Cone gradually dissipated, and Blue Cone opened his eyes and woke up. After receiving the inheritance, Blue Cone felt a splitting headache, with countless pieces of information being forcibly crammed into his sea of consciousness. He calmed himself down. Blue Cone sensed a new power in his body, wondering, could it be that I have become Ao Bing's vessel? Without waiting any longer, Blue Cone channeled his soul force to summon a star soul. After the shout, the space formation remained silent, with no changes occurring. Seeing this, Blue Cone thought he hadn't done the stance correctly, so Blue Cone changed the formation posture again. This time was no exception. According to the information in his head, the formation was clearly like that, helpless. Blue Cone demonstrated a series of bizarre and outlandish formation poses, even facing his butt to the sky, face down at his crotch. Just then, he happened to see Yunxiang and the catfish standing there watching. The catfish leaned close to Yunxiang and asked, "What's this guy doing?" Yunxiang obviously didn't know, guessing that it might be a ritual of the mermen, or some kind of celebratory dance. Realizing he'd gone too far, Blue Cone quickly straightened his posture. Seeing the catfish, he spoke up, intending to ask. Understanding his intention, the catfish confirmed with Blue Cone, acknowledging that he had become Ayo Bing's vessel. With that, Blue Cone respectfully knelt down to thank him, and also asked about the person next to him. Immediately, the catfish stepped forward to introduce Yunxiang as the honored one. Hearing this, Blue Cone still didn't believe it. As far as he knew, Yunxiang was someone who had accidentally been caught up in this secret realm. With that, the catfish transformed and scolded Blue Cone, praising Yunxiang as an unfathomable and supremely powerful honored one, and also its master, reminding Blue Cone to pay attention to his manners. This just blew Lan Kun's mind even more. He started picturing Yunxiang as some legendary grandmaster. As for that catfish dude, after his little performance, he sheepishly asked Yunxiang if his groveling was on point. Yunxiang, seeing right through him, just cut him off. Sucking up won't work. After taking in Lan Kun, he immediately bowed respectfully to Yunxiang. As he helped Lan Kun up, Yunxiang was like, "Here's how you do it," lecturing and reminding Lan Kun to use his power wisely and protect the eastern continent. Yunxiang's real plan was to copy Ao Bing through Lan Kun, but the system didn't react this time. He wondered if the secret realm was blocking the system. When Xingzhu remembered Star Network, Yunxiang got even more sus. Could the copying ability be linked to the Star Network somehow? After some small talk, Lan Kun finally couldn't help but ask about Ao Bing. He wanted to try making one, but no dice. Catfish Bro wasn't surprised at all, and was like, "Dude, you're not the first to ask, and definitely not the last. Just wait till we get out of the realm." Hearing that, Lan Kun was stoked. He couldn't wait to get out and test out Amio Bing's powers. Seeing that everything was set, Yunxiang didn't waste any time. He figured there were already tons of tombstones waiting for Lan Kun to try his blade on. Seeing that Yunxiang wanted to end the secret realm, Catfish went to tell the others. Over in Lanzhou, he was bummed, wondering how much longer he'd be stuck there. Just then, a voice boomed. "You'll be forcibly yeeted out in 1 second." Lanzhou was dumbfounded. What the heck? The trial's over. Before he could finish, poof, he was gone. Huang Yaoyin got the same announcement. Then she got yeeted too. All prepped, Yunxiang dipped out with Lan Kun. Outside Sand Sculpture City, the shattered divine staircase area was pretty much mined out, with only scraps left. Suddenly, a spatial anomaly popped up in the sky. Then, a bunch of light beams shot out, landing right next to the shattered divine staircase. BOM. Explosions everywhere. Real quick, the folks from Sand Sculpture City realized it was those thief guys from before, and they started swarming, ready to capture or kill them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hu Yangxing and the gang had already left Sand Sculpture City. They were on their way back to the Hu Yan clan's territory in the southwest of the Xia Empire. Inside the airship, Hu Yangxing was on the comms with Mai Jin. In the hold were the dragon-crushing hammer and 2 pieces of the shattered divine staircase. Hu Yangxing had gotten the airship thanks to Mai Jin's help. On the other end, Mai Jin refused to sell the airship to Hu Yangxing, straight up gifting it to him. They were laughing and chatting, all friendly and stuff. Seeing that Hu Yangxing was out of Sand Sculpture City's range, Mai Jin brought up a deal, wanting Hu Yangxing to spill what happened when he disappeared and reappeared. Hu Yangxing was like, "Nah, nothing big. What I know is probably the same intel your Mai clan has." Hu Yangxing guessed the Mai clan probably already dug up dirt on those mermen, and that Ao Bing's Star Soul General was about to drop. You can't hide stuff from those 2 crazy powerful guys anyway. Guess the Mai family couldn't dig up much. As for the little demonkin Huyan Fa was yammering about, if even the Mai family couldn't sniff out anything sus, Maybe it really was just some unlucky slave who got caught in the mix. Hearing Yunxiang's answer, Mai Jin burst out laughing. He knew Yunxiang was sharp, and wouldn't be naive enough to think ditching Sand Dune City's turf meant dodging debts. Get the drift? Yunxiang immediately clarified that the Huyan family's word is their bond, recounting the whole story from when they stumbled upon those merfolk in the central region. Everyone knows the merfolk and the Huyan family are like cats and dogs. Spotting those two merfolk looking all kinds of messed up, he and Huyan Fa trailed them to see what was up. Yunxiang skated around the main point, giving a super simplified version of how they got sucked into the merfolk's secret realm and then bailed after failing. Still not buying it, Mai Jin grilled him, wondering if Yunxiang was holding out on him. Obviously, Yunxiang was hiding a ton of key stuff. He played it off like Huyan Fa bombed out in the first round, while he made it to the third but still failed. Plus, because he wasn't a merfolk, he got a whopping minus 10,000 points. Basically, he saw nothing. With that, Mai Jin went into deep thought, mulling over the info dump. It wasn't hard for him to figure out it was the merfolk clan's inheritance secret realm, and from that, deduced that this inheritance belonged to the Star Spirit General, Ao Bing, the legendary primordial Star Spirit merfolk. Yunxiang, pretending he knew nothing, went along with Mai Jin's guess. Based on that, Mai Jin figured one side of the merfolk trapped in the secret realm was a client who snuck into the Mai family, and the other side was chasing them. He questioned Yunxiang about who else was in the secret realm. Yunxiang admitted he caught a glimpse of 2 more people, but it was so brief he couldn't really say. He figured they might have gotten sucked in from the divergent shattered steps. Mai Jin's eyes sharpened, asking if Yunxiang meant these 2 weren't merfolk inheritors, and were more likely there because of the divergent shattered steps. Yunxiang just thought it was a possibility. Maybe even hired goons the merfolk brought along. Who knows, right? At this point, Mai Jin had a pretty good idea of what went down. Merfolk infiltrated the Mai family, probably because of the divergent shattered steps, or maybe using it as bait. Just as the 8 tortoises divination ended, Mai Jin got a message from a subordinate requesting an audience. The matter had been discussed. Yunxiang threw in a few more words and hung up, and Mai Jin didn't bring anything else up, figuring the others in the secret realm would be popping out soon. Looks like Mai Jin's about to have a real headache on his hands. Huyan Fa thought it was all good, wanting Mai Jin to get a beatdown. A clear demonstration that the dragon-subduing mallet was the Huyan family's magical artifact, and Mai Jin dared to treat it like spoils of war. Yunxiang didn't sweat that detail. He figured finding the magical artifact was a happy accident. As long as his granny was happy, the price was a pittance. Firing up his watch, Yunxiang couldn't wait to tell his grandpa the news. At the lower realm's Ashrock City fortress, the Huyan family's city, Huyan district, was built against a volcano. Inside the family head's residence, the scenery was elegant and sharp. A lotus pond was set up in the middle of the hall, showcasing the Huyan family's extravagance. Fish swam happily in the lotus pond. At the same time, the Huyan family's higher vinups were gathered, shooting the breeze. Soon after, Huyan Gong received Yunxiang's request to speak. Hearing this, the Huyan family head hummed softly, put down the pruning shears in his hand, and sat back in the main seat. His low voice called for the 4th elder next to him to continue, and he, Yunxiang's grandpa, a celestial tier powerhouse, the current Huyan family head. At the same time, the Seabone Divine Steps Great Teleportation Formation in Sand Dune City's outer city fired a series of light pillars from above, causing a number of explosions, both big and small. After the dust settled, there stood Yunxiang, Lan Zhao, Lan Kun, and Huang Yao Yin. Looking around, Lan Kun gasped, "This is Karidiao City. Are we actually outside?" Without answering, Yunxiang just nodded slightly in confirmation. The teleportation formation above continued to pump out Ao Bing's soul core, which slowly shrunk until it returned to its original form. Seeing the Jade Jiaoren, Lan Kun and Lan Zhao immediately reacted. Jumping up, Lan Kun tried to snatch it, shouting, "No way I'll let Lan Zhao steal it!" Before he could even finish, Lan Zhao kicked Lan Kun down. Lan Kun quickly sat up, cursing, seemingly realizing Lan Zhao lost the protection of the Jade Jiaoren and reverted to his original form. Relying on his heaven stage cultivation, Lan Zhao, once again in possession of the Jade Jiaoren, loudly mocked Lan Kun on the ground. "How could a tiny earth stage like you be a match for me? Ignorant." Yunxiang waved his hand behind them, chuckling. "Heaven stage, huh?" As he finished speaking, a confinement formation appeared around Lan Zhu. Lan Zhu's expression was a mix of anger and frustration. Why can Wong Kaio still use formations even though we're outside? With a flick of his hand, Yunxiang shrunk the formation, trapping Lan Zhao, who yelped. Suddenly, both Yunxiang and Huang Yaoyin pulled down their hats. Here they come. Following their gazes, a large group of soldiers had arrived, surrounding them. "They're all bandits," the soldiers yelled, quickly launching an all-out attack. In an instant, hundreds of mechas surrounded Yunxiang's group, aiming their guns without hesitation. Yunxiang told Huang Yaoyin to handle things here. With a cold snort, Huang Yaoyin took out the soul talisman Yunxiang gave her and jumped high into the air, shocking the Zhejiao city guards. Before their eyes, a fiery red mecha slowly materialized. None of them knew what type of mecha it was. While they were still bewildered, Yunxiang grabbed Lan Kun and Lan Zhao and jumped up, landing on Huang Yaoyin's hand. The Zhejiao city guards had never seen this mecha form before, so they couldn't identify it. Still confused, Yunxiang suddenly spoke loudly, telling them to stop, and declared himself the holy envoy of the Ping Tian holy sect from the Yilun Nation. Yilun Nation has signed the alliance oath with the Man King of the Lower Domain Dynasty. Would they dare to attack a holy envoy? At this, the guards of Zhejiao City became suspicious and puzzled, wondering if these words were true or false. One person leaned in to ask the leader if this needed to be reported to Mai Jin. Without even thinking, the leader directly refused, telling his subordinate to capture them first and then we'll talk, ordering a total attack. According to his words, the Zhejiao City soldiers poured out and attacked. The vice captain was still a little worried that if the person in front of him was some holy envoy, there would be big trouble. But the leader still did not give up the attack. No matter what, people could not be let go like that. Just then, a sword spinning rapidly aimed straight at the leader, cut those mechs in half, wiping them out on the spot. Seeing that, the remaining guys yelped in alarm, spreading the word and hollering for everyone to jump on Huang Yaoyin. Huang Yaoyin flicks out a sword as a projectile. Seeing the enemy's attack, she whips out the other heavy sword and unleashes her combat skills. In a blink, a bunch of Sand Sculpture City mechs were dead or heavily wounded, utterly defenseless against a stage powerhouse. Huang Yaoyin casually strolled around while fighting, like it was no big deal. Yunxiang figured that was enough, told Huang Yaoyin to leave a few alive to spread the word, then bailed to the 5 o'clock southeast position. Inside her mech, Huang Yaoyin replied coolly, without any emotion, "Got it?" Then she casually stomped on a dude next to her, hopped to another spot, and bent down to pick up a piece of alien debris. God. Stage Yunxiang was still playing the holy emissary shtick, yelling and scolding the Sand Sculpture City soldiers for disrespecting the Great Dilun Empire. He roared, "The Void Sky Holy Sect will remember this debt." With that, he and Huang Yaoyin booked it, flying away. Seeing this, some wanted to chase but were held back. Flying away, a stage powerhouse. Some feared that he really was some Dilun holy emissary. The quick thinking deputy captain was relieved that the now dead leader took the fall. He told the guys next to him, "Remember, the leader ordered us to capture them alive. That's why they got away. The urgent task at hand is to quickly report the appearance of the Dilun to Mai Jin at the West City District General's mansion." Mai Jin was furious after learning that Yunxiang and his crew had escaped. The deputy captain knelt on the ground, sincerely reporting everything. Hearing about their pact with the Man King, he wasn't really sure, so he could only follow the leader's order to capture them alive. After looking at the image, Mai Jin recognized that the mech was Yi Ji Ta, the second-generation mainstream mech that the Dilun Empire was secretly researching. In that moment, he believed that it must be a holy emissary. The deputy captain reported that the opponent was a heaven stage powerhouse who had wasted the guard leader on the spot, causing over 100 soldiers to be killed or injured, and stole a piece of alien debris. Hearing about the heaven stage powerhouse, Mai Jin pressed them on whether they recorded the spirit, weapon manifestation. The deputy captain replied that they didn't, but he remembered that it was a very tall woman. Hearing this description, Mai Jin was even more shocked and asked, was it a masked Great Calamity Star? Since she was wearing a cloak, the deputy captain didn't know if it was black or not, but she was indeed very fierce. At this point, Mai Jin had confirmed his suspicions. He realized that she must be one of the 4 great holy emissaries of the Void Sky Holy Sect, and was furious that the Dilun, who only had a pact with the royal court, dared to cause trouble in Sand Sculpture City. Then, Mai Jin ordered a memorial service for those who had sacrificed themselves, notified the remaining 3 generals, and arranged an ambush in the city tonight to guard against Yunxiang and his crew from attacking. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers shouted in unison. With a slight smile, Mai Jin said in a mocking tone, "Heaven staged this water element spirit weapon manifestation that, as long as I have my father's ultimate weapon here, you're all just paper tigers. If you dare to show up again, I'll capture you all." At the same time, in Huyanjia, Hu Yangxing was on a ship, connected to Hu Yangkong via screen. Since there's no one else around, Hu Yangkong tells his grandson not to bother putting on a show. Hearing that, Hu Yanhang gives a mischievous grin and agrees. Hu Yangkong then tells Hu Yanhang to spill the tea about his trip to Sand Dune City, cause he heard the haul wasn't bad. Before even getting started, Hu Yanhang's already hinting he's got a treasure for Grandpa to see. Squinting, Hu Yangkong tries to guess, but it's too blurry, so he tells Hu Yanhang to step back a bit. After some adjustments, the dragon-subduing mace is crystal clear in front of Hu Yangkong, and it totally blows his mind. With his grandpa looking all confused, Hu Yanhang confirms, "No doubt about it. The dragon-subduing mace is the magic weapon that 9th Sis Hu Yangkong used to obliterate Lan Ao back in the day." Holding back his shock, Hu Yangkong gives a cold snort and asks Hu Yanhang, "Don't tell me you ran into the mermen from the Dragon Sea Kingdom in Sand Dune City." Without answering right away, Hu Yanhang tells the Miao girls to whip up some drinks. He leisurely strolls back to the cabin and then starts spilling the whole story. An exclamation of shock booms from inside the Huyan family head's residence. Is this for real? A merman jade secret realm? A 3-layered trial inheritance, the spirit general Ao Bing, and even a mysterious powerhouse. Hu Yankong exclaims, totally feeling it. This is a stroke of luck. Who would have thought a junior of my Huyan clan would get the chance to experience the merman inheritance secret realm? As he says that, Hu Yankong lets out a hearty laugh. Over at Hu Yanhang's side, he's lounging on a chair, cuddling those 2 Miao girls while he answers. He also thinks it's a stroke of luck, and then asks Hu Yankong for his thoughts. Is the Huyan clan's inheritance secret realm in the Spirit Pearl Jade any different from the merman one? After pondering, even though Hu Yankong hasn't personally experienced it, he remembers his older brothers saying that it was also a 3-layered secret realm, if he recalls. Sitting up straight, Hu Yanhang continues to ask, does Hu Yankong have any idea what those images and news he saw at the end really meant? Not long from now, the Nameless Wild's beast tide, the destruction of Yangtian City, the decline of Southern Continent. Those images felt so real to Hu Yanhang. It was like he was personally experiencing the oppressive aura of those dozens of giant ferocious beasts, like the Saint Makatier beast he met inside the secret realm. Hu Yankong judges the secret realm's power to be super scary. Maybe it really did give Hu Yanhang a glimpse into the future. If the news didn't say a specific time, then he wants to investigate first, since at least the location in the Southern Wilds is accurate. Hu Yanhang's expression turns serious, and he asks, if it's true, will the Huyan clan take action? After a moment of silence, Hu Yankong reminds Hu Yanhang to remember this. The Huyan clan will always be the divine subjects of the Heavenly Emperor Kingdom. Back in the day, our ancestor Hu Yan followed the Grand Ancestor Emperor in conquering the Eastern Continent, establishing the hegemony to unify the world. Now that the empire is divided into 3, I don't care about their internal squabbles. But if an enemy comes to invade, then the Huyan family absolutely will not allow the citizens of the Heavenly Emperor Kingdom to suffer. And we can never allow the territory of the Heavenly Emperor Kingdom to fall. Foreign enemies are one thing, but don't even mention the ferocious beasts, the common enemy of mankind. Even so, Yunxiang is still worried about the Xia region royal court. Apparently they're planning to join forces with Di Lun to target the heavenly capital. Suddenly, Yunxiang bursts out laughing, thinking Yunxiang doesn't get it. For hundreds of years, the Huyan clan has hidden in the wilderness, looking toward the central plains, all to wait for someone with the blood of the heavenly family. Someone who can inherit the will of the Grand Ancestor Emperor, someone with the determination to reunify the divided continent once more. Now, as for the Xia region, that tiny kingdom is just a force that the Huyan family is supporting. It's a gift from the Huyan family to the future emperor, and sooner or later it'll be incorporated into the map of the unified empire. After a moment of contemplation, Yunxiang nods slightly, indicating that he understands. Bringing them back to the main topic, Yunxiang, he'll tell Yunxiang's 9th grade aunt the news about Ao Bing appearing in the world and the dragon subduing Mace, and he's very willing to. Yunxiang takes the opportunity to ask his grandpa to inquire about it for him. Just a few words will do, and when he gets back, he'll personally give the god-tier different debris to 9th aunt. Before hanging up, Yunxiang also confirms that he won't forget to request credit for Yunxiang. Hung up, Yunxiang finally let out a sigh of relief. Looking to the side, he noticed the two Meow girls were trembling in fear. They stammered, insisting they hadn't heard a thing. Understanding their worries, Yunxiang burst out laughing. He adored Hua Xiyu, and those two were so well behaved. How could he possibly silence them permanently? No way. Beneath Kuyan Volcano, Yunxiang and the two elders descended deep into the mountain via elevator. Below, scorching red magma swirled intensely. The scene was like hell itself. The elevator stopped, and Yunxiang instructed his two assistants to stay behind and guard the area. He ventured alone along a metal, integrated path, leading to a lotus-shaped structure built into the mountainside X. A truly magnificent sight. One look and you knew this was no ordinary place. Inside the lotus structure, a figure sat on a pedestal, calmly cultivating, even though surrounded by a sea of fire. After a while, Yunxiang opened the door and entered, offering a respectful greeting, calling the person 9th sister, Juji. The woman slowly opened her eyes, giving a soft Seeing that it was her family head's younger brother, she asked why Yunxiang had aged so much. This was Huyan. Her age was unknown, but she was a 7th level saint, stage powerhouse, master of the Star Spirit General, Nacha. She sighed softly. Yunxiang knew he was just a mortal with a common stage body. Even a heaven stage body only had a lifespan of 100 years, so of course he would age with time. Then, Yunxiang asked if Huyan had made any progress in breaking through the bottleneck to the 8th level of the saint stage. Over the years, Huyan had only barely managed to stabilize her cultivation by absorbing power from the magma, preventing it from falling. There was no hope of advancing another level before her lifespan ended. Remembering, Yunxiang mentioned that Yunxiang had found the legendary unique divine fragment, saying it might be able to turn things around. Not having much hope, Huyan just gave it a cold try, telling Yunxiang he should still prepare to choose the next person to inherit Nacha. Hearing this, Yunxiang was shocked, emphasizing that the Huyan clan couldn't do without Huyan right now. In response, Huyan calmed him down, saying that even if her physical body reached the end of its lifespan, she could still use the power of the Jade Spirit Pearl to borrow an incarnation and stay in the world for a while, protecting the next master of Nacha until they grew to the saint stage. Yunxiang secretly guessed, could it be the thing in the secret realm coffin? He then recounted that during his search for the unique fragment, Yunxiang had just so happened to find Huyan, a magical artifact. As Yunxiang showed the screen in his hand, Huyan's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't resist leaving her pedestal to get closer. She eagerly inquired, so excited that it startled Yunxiang, who quickly replied that it was obtained in Shandiao City, in the inheritance secret realm opened by the merman Yu Bing. Hearing this, Huyan was stunned, wondering if Star Spirit General Ao Bing had found his next master. So that powerful expert finally had a successor. Remembering memories from the past, Huoyanwei murmured, "Big brother Lan Asao." Calming down, she asked Huoyankong, "Cao Bing's current master is in Shan Diao City, right?" Receiving confirmation, Huoyanwei waved her hand and shouted. Suddenly the entire structure shook violently. Huoyankong was terrified and quickly asked what Huoyanwei was planning to do, only to see Huoyanwei directly manipulated the structure inside the volcano. A moment later, Star Spirit General Nacha dazzlingly appeared, emitting a powerful aura, barely withstanding the storm. "Are you sure about this, Huoyankong?" someone asked, hinting that using the Spirit General, Nezha, would drain Huoyanwei's lifespan. Huoyanwei brushed it off, saying she had to go no matter what. Bursting out of the volcano's mouth, Huoyanwei immediately summoned her wind and fire wheels. The Nezha mech suit accelerated, rocketing forward like a bat out of hell. Headed straight for Chediao City, she had to see Ao Bing's current master. With her own eyes, Nezha's speed was freakishly fast, leaving trails in the desert wherever she went. Meanwhile, Mai Jin was gloating about his dad's massive killing aura. Time flew by, and in Chaoxie, Huang Yaoyin, with Song Yunxiang and the others, stopped. She tossed the heterogeneous shattered divine stage thingy on the ground. Ji Chu was dismantling the setup on the side. Huang Yaoyin was intensely manipulating the heterogeneous shattered thingamajig, while Lan Kun was just standing there dumbfounded. All thanks to Yunxiang and the gang's help. Yunxiang was super chill, telling Lan Kun not to be so formal and just call him Old Song. Lan Kun was still spaced out when Yunxiang grabbed his hand. "Time to copy that Spirit General?" This time outside, Yunxiang easily scanned Lan Kun's Spirit General. Dude was clueless, profusely thanking Yunxiang and promising to work his butt off for him. Copy complete. Yunxiang happily thanked him. The two shared a look, all buddy-buddy like they were long-lost bros, still manipulating the heterogeneous, shattered divine stage. Huang Yaoyin suddenly let it drop to the ground, focusing all her attention on Yunxiang. As he reverted to his old man form, Huang Yaoyin wondered, "Could it be? Is my dad's consciousness back?" With Lan Kun taken care of, Yunxiang turned his attention to Huang Yaoyin. With Ao Bing in his grasp, and Wen Zhong right in front of him, there was no way he'd pass this up. But Huang Yaoyin's gauntlets were giving him a headache. He needed to figure out a way to make more skin contact. Guess Yunxiang had to pull out the old tricks, using those acting skills he honed for 60 years in his past life. Feeling guilty, but Yunxiang figured it was all for the Eastern continent. A little humiliation wouldn't hurt. Turning to Huang Yaoyin, Yunxiang called out telepathically, "Ah, Yao." Huang Yaoyin immediately responded, overjoyed. While pretending to be her dad, Yunxiang apologized to that old-timer, Xie Kong. Every time Yunxiang acted, Huang Yaoyin was moved to tears. She thought her dad's remnant soul was gone for good, never imagining it could manifest outside the secret realm. Yunxiang said it was a last resort. Appearing outside the secret realm would drain his remnant soul, possibly returning him to nothingness. Hearing this, Huang Yaoyin tearfully ran over and hugged Yunxiang tight, begging her dad's remnant soul not to leave. Ignoring his current age, she sobbed like a kid. Speechless, Yunxiang kept the act going, thinking of himself as defying the heavens. But maybe if he got his hands on some precious, spiritual herbs to nourish his remnant soul, things would be different. Without a second thought, Huang Yaoyin agreed to search for anything. She would use all of her royal power to find it, and if that didn't work, she could even ask the female emperor, since she was sure that the Shishui kingdom's treasury would have everything. Hearing this, Yunxiang politely raised his hand to speak. The moment he touched Huang Yaoyin's neck, the system immediately detected the spirit soul stats. Huang Yaoyin, completely unaware, even helped Yunxiang hold his hand tighter. For her father, she wouldn't mind draining the entire royal foundation. Copy complete. Yunxiang, as Huang Yaoyin's nominal father, said thanks. This intimate scene was witnessed from beginning to end by Lan Kun. Standing beside them, he was full of admiration and amazement, feeling that, as expected of His Excellency, even his guardian clan was devoted to him. and now he could even bring such a powerful powerhouse into the harem. Unknowingly, he regarded Yunxiang as a role model to learn from. He didn't hear the conversation, because Yunxiang and Huang Diaoyin were using private sound transmission. After a moment of intimacy, Yunxiang pushed Huang Diaoyin away, saying he had to return the body to Song Yunxiang, and that the list of spiritual medicines would be transmitted into his sea of consciousness. After speaking, Yunxiang used soul power to create a vivid disappearing effect. Seeing this scene, Huang Diao said softly with a pang of heartache, "Call me father." Only Lan Kun did not know the reason, thinking that His Excellency Yunxiang was playing big, the kind of lover who likes to be called like that. Returning to the appearance of this life, Yunxiang had obtained both the spirit soul of Ao Bing and Wen Zhong, and even though it wasn't easy, he felt it was worth it. Turning back, Yunxiang respectfully cupped his fist and called out, "Senior Huang," a little embarrassed. Huang Diao reminded Yunxiang again to call her A. Yao. Left with no choice, Yunxiang had to obey. Huang Diaoyin was very satisfied with being called like that, but still pretended to be a little dissatisfied. Lan Kun next to him had long been enlightened, feeling that Yunxiang turning into a teenager was indeed an extraordinary way to flirt with girls. The more Lan Kun thought about it, the more he felt that his thoughts were right, afraid that His Excellency Yunxiang had some relationship with the immortal clan Ao Bing, the first generation of Dragon Sea King, so Lan Kun felt that he needed to respect Yunxiang even more. Yunxiang guessed that Huang Diaoyin had to return to the Xishui Kingdom immediately. Before that, he had to return to Xdiao City to take some things, so he asked Huang Diaoyin to keep in touch, and he would send the list of spiritual medicines when he returned. After the negotiation, Huang Diaoyin also returned the Red Soul Amulet to Yunxiang. Taking it, Yunxiang saw that Huang Diaoyin was not surprised by the new Dilung Kingdom's mecha. He guessed that the Xishui Kingdom had already grasped this news. Then Yunxiang took out a compressed card containing pills and gave it to her. Seeing this, Huang Diaoyin suspected that Yunxiang was an alchemist. Yunxiang replied that it was just low, muck-grade pills for travelers. Nothing special. Looking at the disordered divine stairs, Yunxiang also offered to help her deal with it, taking out some array talismans. Yunxiang waved his hand and activated the disordered divine stairs. While performing the technique, Yunxiang deliberately studied it a bit more, feeling that it would be more effective to use an array to seal it instead. Soon the broken piece was neatly placed in the formation and collected inside the compressed card. Handing it to Huang Diaoyin, Yunxiang modestly added that he only followed Senior Sikong's sealing array. Taking it, Huang Diaoyin couldn't help but be surprised. Yunxiang used her father's sealing formation. So familiar, it's indeed a terrifying talent for formations. Huang Diaoyin told Yunxiang to remember that his body was not only his own. He understood the intention inside. Yunxiang reassured her, "I know what I'm doing." But Lan Kun next to him understood it differently, thinking that Huang Diaoyin was protecting her lover's body. Unexpectedly, such words could come from a cold powerhouse. With everything settled, Huang Diaoyin said goodbye and left, relying on her sacred stage cultivation to fly away into the sky. Waiting for her to go far away, Yunxiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. I silently apologized to Huang Diaoyin in my heart, promising to make it up to her when I got the chance. At this point, it was just Yunxiang and Lan Kun left. Taking out the Jiao, human jade, Yunxiang tossed it back. Then, he said he had to head back to Sandune City to grab something, asking if Lan Kun had any plans. After a bit of hesitation, Lan Kun asked to tag along with Yunxiang, figuring that now that he had Ao Bing's star spirit, he might be able to help out. Yunxiang waved him off, explaining he was just infiltrating and it would be best if there was no fighting. Lan Kun thought they were going to wait until tonight, but Yunxiang wanted to head out now. Infiltrating during the day would make it even more unexpected for Sandune City. Respectfully, Lan Kun mentioned that he had a subordinate named Lan Li, who he feared had been captured by the Mai family, and hoped Yunxiang could rescue his brother if the opportunity arose. Without delay, Yunxiang told Lan Kun to set off immediately. Taking a detour from the opposite direction into the city, pointing towards Lan's Hao, Lan Kun asked what he should do. Earlier, Yunxiang added a concealing inscription to this formation. He figured they should just bury him in the ground first. After thinking it over, Yunxiang just straight Mup shoved Lan Kun face first into the sand and wiped away any traces. In the demon clan holding area beneath the dungeon of the Mai family, Lan Li was tightly bound, under tight guard. The head warden loudly instructed his subordinates to take turns eating and resting, and to be on high alert after dark. After hearing this, one of them asked if they should move the demon clan slaves over there too, in case they were accidentally hurt, fearing that Mai Tai would blame them. Ignoring that suggestion, the head warden declared that Mai Jin's orders were more important. Sounds echoed in the centaur demon's prison cell. Facing her was a female demon, who was still sleeping after being dragged in here. At the north gate of Sand Dunes City, soldiers were on high alert everywhere. Dozens of people were stationed at the city gate. Yunxiang and Lan Kun easily snuck in, thanks to the invisibility charm. After some time, Lan Kun was still amazed. Not only could this block light, but even the sound of the ground touching. This invisibility formation charm was truly too high level. The stealth cloak of the Jiao human clan was just trash compared to this. Lan Kun thought that this thing was really good for infiltration assassination because it felt like you were completely invisible, and slaughtering enemies was as easy as eating porridge. Hearing that, Yunxiang chuckled and reminded him, "It's not that good. Don't even talk about slaughtering enemies. If you're not careful and don't control your soul force well, even experts can sense the soul force vibrations you emit." Thanks to Yunxiang's technique, the two of them easily went straight to the West District without causing a stir. The two quietly sneaked into the city lord's mansion. Spotting guards yawning, Lan Kun was even more delighted, guessing they'd never expect anyone to infiltrate in broad daylight like this. Suddenly, Yunxiang signaled for silence, saying someone was coming, and the two immediately pressed themselves against the corner of the wall to eavesdrop. Inside, a guard was giving out assignments. According to Mai Jin's plan, 2 squads will be ambushing in the 3rd section of the north wall. Mai Jin predicts that the enemy will attack the West District tonight because of the different dimensional divine stairway, and the north wall is the best place to catch fish. Leaning closer to Yunxiang, Lan Kun whispered, "Mai Jin is the big boss of the Mai family's 4 heroes. According to the intel I investigated beforehand, Mai Jin is the eldest son of Mai Biao, the head of the Mai family. Although Mai Jin isn't the direct heir, but because of his mad skills in military management and crazy cultivation talent, Mai Biao thinks the world of him and gives him all the important jobs. That's also why Mai Jin and Mai Biao's other 3 sons don't exactly get along. But, you know, Lan Kun thinks it's kinda weird. This Mai Jin guy isn't just some nobody, so why would he predict that 2 people would launch a sneak attack at night because of the Yi Sui, and even set up an ambush and all that? This is no problem for Yunxiang, he can just play it by ear. Next up, Yunxiang and Kun head over to the Mai residence in the West City District first. The Mai residence here is seriously decked out, super lavish. In some corner, Mai Tai's chillin' with 2 Yaozu ladies, living the high life and enjoying the wine they're pouring for him. Mai Tai offers to pour Mai Tong a cup, but he's like, nah. Mai Tong tells him about how Mai Jin used the excuse of bandits coming to steal the Yi Sui tonight to set a trap in West City. With a cold snort, Mai Tai, looking all disdainful, starts trash-talking Mai Jin, calling him a servant's bastard, and saying he's probably just trying to hog the Jioran clan's treasure for himself. Mai Tong doesn't really agree with this, you know, since Mai Jin is the heir their dad acknowledged. But Mai Tai doesn't give a damn about Mai Jin. He doesn't acknowledge him. Only full-blooded siblings from the same mother are true heirs. Mai Tai figures those other 2 are both bastards. Once he finds a chance to knock that guy off his heir perch, he and Mai Tong can split everything 50-50. Looking all disappointed, Mai Tong sighs and turns to leave. Annoyed with Mai Ti, "Don't hold more grudges. Father said the 4 brothers had to unite." He then tells Mai Tai, "Don't drink too much. We might need to step in tonight." Not listening at all, Mai Tong says confidently that he'll be totally ready. After that, he and Mai Tong will team up and kill that bastard. Without another word, Mai Tong quickly leaves. Seeing that Mai Tong's gone far away, Mai Ti goes right back to enjoying himself. He was planning to mess around with that Jioran clan girl a bit more, but it looks like there's no time. A little later, Mai Tai throws his arms around the two Yaozu and heads into the bedroom. Inside, Yunxiang and Lan Kun have been waiting for a while. Lan Kun suggests they make a move. Yunxiang then lays out the plan. First, knock out the two Yaozu girls. Then he'll use a soundproofing formation. Without another word, the two of them silently jump down behind Mai Tai. With a thwack, the two Yaozu girls drop at the same time. Mai Tai doesn't even know what's happening before Lan Kun sends him flying with a kick. Right then, Yunxiang finishes setting up the soundproofing formation. Hurt and pissed, Mai Tai roars questions, yelling for help non-stop. He doesn't even finish before Lan Kun slaps him again. "Shut up," Lan Kun yells. This just makes Mai Tai even angrier. He's never been hit by anyone before. Cursing, Mai Tai asks if Lan Kun's group knows who he is. Another slap lands on Mai Tai. Yunxiang looks at the fatty, a little confused. This Mai Tai guy's name means shoot iron. He wonders, I guess Mai Tai's brother is a scrap metal collector, or what? By now, Mai Tai's actually a little scared. He threatens Yunxiang's group, saying his third brother, Mai Tong, is outside, and he's a dis-stage powerhouse. If he shows up, Yunxiang's group is dead meat. Hearing these two names, Song Yunxiang is even more curious. What name did Mai Biao choose for Mai Tai's second brother? As Yunxiang spoke, he activated a small formation and tossed it into the guy's chest. Mid-yell, Mai Tai suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. In response to his bewildered expression, Yunxiang explained, "I've used a formation to seal his heart, a simple squeeze, and he's ready to be sold off." At those words, Mai Tai's face was a mask of terror and fear. He completely abandoned any thought of resistance. Instead, he cowered, begging for mercy. Just give the order, and I'll do everything in my power to work for you, Yunxiang." Without another word, Yunxiang told him to lead the way to the vault. Moments later, inside the Mai family courtyard, Yunxiang and Lan Kun, hidden by an invisibility talisman, followed right behind Mai Tai, strolling about without a hitch. Some people noticed the bruises on Mai Tai's face and started to ask about them, only to get a furious dressing down from Mai Tai. And so, Mai Tai arrived before the Mai family vault, casually telling the guards he was there to retrieve some supplies for tonight's operation. Due to his high status, Mai Tai easily got the go ahead and descended the stairs. Another sturdy iron gate appeared. As Mai Tai opened it, he wondered if Yunxiang and the others were still there, while internally questioning why the alarm formation hadn't been triggered. This was getting seriously spooky. No sooner had he spoken than Lan Kun whacked him on the head again, snapping, "Quit your yapping, and focus on opening the door." Not daring to argue further, Mai Tai hastily complied. Inside the vault lay countless gold, silver, and jewels. More than could be counted. Yunxiang glanced over it, remaining completely unfazed, and questioned Mai Tai. "Where are the spiritual medicines?" He replied, "The spiritual medicines are in the third level vault, but I don't have access to that." Lan Kun angrily grabbed Mai Tai by the collar and hauled him up. Despite the threat, Mai Tai was at a loss. "My authority only extends to the first level. Only Mai Jin and the family head have access to the second level." At this, Yunxiang let out a soft "oh." Seeing the scene around him, Mai Tai promptly fainted on the spot. Yunxiang then activated a grand formation and swept up all the gold and silver in the vault into his system. In the blink of an eye, the Mai family's treasure vault was completely bare. Lan Kun's eyes widened to an unbelievable degree, thinking that wiping everything out with a wave of his hand was too damn scary. Later, at the second level of the Mai family vault, the iron door swung open. Yunxiang and Lan Kun stepped inside to investigate. On this level, Lan Kun didn't sense the air that a vault should have. Yunxiang disagreed. This was the level that made Yunxiang call it a true vault. Casually picking up a crystal from a shelf, Yunxiang assessed it. While most of these are only yellow rank, the quantity is astonishing. Just in terms of sheer numbers, it's almost equal to everything I collected in the southern wilderness this time. I bet these crystals are the result of the Mai family's years, even decades, of accumulation. As for those metal ingots, Yunxiang recognized them as materials for crafting spirit soul generals. While not valuable on their own, they're more than enough for Changsha's mecha. It took Lan Kun a while to recognize that the item on the shelf was a yellow, rank crystal. Holding it in his hand, he was overcome with excitement. This further changed his view of Yunxiang. To think that this is only considered low, grade in the Venerable One's eyes, truly unfathomable. Suddenly, Lan Kun noticed a chest that looked different on one side. Approaching it, Yunxiang realized that this chest could block soul power fluctuations. Seems like the materials used to make it aren't ordinary. Hearing this, Lan Kun was even more convinced that the thing inside must be awesome. As soon as it was opened, what greeted Lan Kun's eyes was a complete crystal. Lan Kun's eyes widened in surprised joy, praising it as a priceless treasure, and picked it up. Yunxiang was a bit disappointed in him. It was just a normal crystal, and pathetically small at that. He didn't expect such a good chest to be used for trash. Not stopping there, Lan Kun dug into the box, rummaging around, wondering aloud, just how rich is his lordship that he doesn't even care for treasures like this? After searching, Lan Kun realized that the chest only contained one crystal, nothing else, and the bottom was all padding. From Lan Kun's perspective, Yunxiang cursed him inwardly for being an idiot who couldn't recognize good stuff. The materials of that chest were probably worth 100 or 1,000 times more than that crystal. Seeing Lan Kun so thirsty he was dazed, Yunxiang offered it to him casually, but Lan Kun didn't dare to accept it, thinking it was too precious and should be left to Yunxiang to maximize its value. Yunxiang didn't even blink, deciding to give it to Lan Kun. He'd take the chest. Yunxiang was too lazy to even pick up this kind of crystal. Its quality was worse than newbie gear. Shang Guanyin came to mind. Remembering her, Yunxiang wondered what that crazy woman was up to. Heading back to Tiandu, he wanted to contact her to see if he could borrow some strength from the Shangguan family. With a wave of his hand, Yunxiang proceeded to collect the chest. He laughed at himself, feeling like he was taking the case and leaving the precious thing behind. Seeing Yunxiang's method of storing things into space, Lan Kun's horizons widened even further, realizing that it had no spatial fluctuations at all, completely unlike storage rings. Done, Yunxiang urged Lan Kun. Let's go. On the way to the third floor, Yunxiang continued to collect everything on the second floor into the system. This time, Lan Kun was a little confused. When Yunxiang was only halfway done collecting, he couldn't help but ask, secretly thinking, could it be that Yunxiang couldn't store anymore? Yunxiang responded that he wanted to leave the sand eels some power to defend themselves. Although the lower realm was about to become an enemy of Tiandu, they were still an intelligent race that had created civilization, and he didn't want them to be attacked by beasts without anything to fight back with. Hearing this, Lan Kun asked in astonishment, does his lordship treat the demon race and the human race the same? In that moment, Lan Kun felt inferior to others. Such great ideals made him feel ashamed. Not wanting to say more, Yunxiang urged Lan Kun to hurry to the final floor in the City West General's mansion. Sand Eel leader reported that people from the Huyan family were about to leave the Sand Eel City's sphere of influence. Mai Jin asked, are we just going to let them take the anomalous ore away like that? Mai Jin didn't think it was a problem. Now wasn't the time to confront the Huyan family. Then asked about the ambush encirclement in the West City area. The leader replied that the troops had been mobilized and the arrangements were almost complete and would definitely be finished before nightfall. But he didn't understand why the treasury storing the god-tier anomalous ore and the dungeon imprisoning the Jiao Ren were not assigned ambush troops in such important places. According to Mai Jin's judgment, the gang of thieves consisted of two groups, the Jiao Ren and the Dilun people. The Jiao Ren tribe wanted to rescue their comrades, and the Dilun were eyeing the god-tier anomalous Oshrei in the treasury, so the treasury and the dungeon were both bait. Even if any of the two gangs saw that there were heavily armed guards nearby, would they still bite the hook? Even so, the leader was worried that the opponent would take the bait but not bite, which would cause great losses. As far as Mai Jin was concerned, the lives of the Jiao Ren prisoners weren't worth caring about. And such a huge god-tier anomalous ore could only be moved a short distance, even if they just let them move it around as they pleased without using a sole general. As long as the three-layered ambush encirclement closed, it would be hard to escape even with wings. Hearing this, the leader finally understood the hidden meaning. With that, Mai Jin instructed him to send a few more elites to the treasury and the dungeon to take shifts, ready to report news at any time. With this strategy in mind, Mai Jin was extremely confident. What was the Peace Heaven Holy Sect? They had not only given them their anomalous ore, but were also secretly trying to steal the Zhao Ren tribe's inheritance. This time, he would catch them all in one net. At the Mai Jin treasury, the third floor, compared to the two above, Lan Kun was even more blown away by how freaking huge this place was. And also, Shen, Grade Yi Sui, were everywhere. He hadn't thought the Shady City guys would cut the crystals and move them here. He just couldn't figure out how they moved these huge-ass crystals into this room. Looking at the elevator not far away, Yunxiang guesses they used spirit, soul mechs, to transport goods through the passageway. Thanks to these words, Lan Kun's confusion was cleared up. Seems like Shady City went to a lot of trouble to arrange them so neatly and orderly. Lan Kun wondered if Yunxiang could swipe everything with a wave of his hand this time. After all, these Shin grade Yisui are all massive. The next second, Yunxiang casually used the looting technique again. Lan Kun had just turned his head to look at Yunxiang, and when he turned back, his jaw dropped. Everything was gone in an instant, not even a speck left behind. After that, the two of them went to the next room containing spirit pills and wondrous medicines. Counting the number of spirit medicines Mai Jin had collected, Yunxiang had to admit this was one seriously loaded family. Stopping in front of a cabinet labeled Nourishing Yin and Replenishing Tonic, Yunxiang paused. Inside were a total of 6 rootless flowers. That's exactly what he needed. He hadn't expected Mai Jin to have gathered so many. Not wasting any time, Yunxiang collected all the materials here into the system. The packed room was suddenly empty, becoming spacious. Lan Kun was curious. Why isn't Yunxiang leaving them a little this time? In response, Yunxiang said that keeping those other things was humane. Those are common materials for crafting mechs, which can be used for self-defense against fierce beasts. But these spirit medicines and Yi Sui are things that create top-tier combat power. In the current Eastern continent, top-tier combat power is used for slaughter between nations, knowing they'll become enemies, but still leaving them a lot of resources, is cruel to your comrades and compatriots. You can be kind, but you can't be stupid. After listening, Lan Kun felt like his brain had been rebooted. He totally bowed down to Yunxiang. Done with that, Yunxiang set up an illusion to cover their tracks before leaving. Under his skillful technique, the formation was quickly activated, creating a bunch of illusions of the supplies. Just like before Yunxiang looted them, everything looked so real, so much so that Lan Kun had to touch them to actually believe they were illusions. Yunxiang still looked calm. He told Lan Kun to take Mai Tai and go. He'd toss him at the entrance to the first floor later. Below the third floor, in the Yaozu prison area, 2 guards who were chilling got taken out at the same time by Yunxiang and Lan Kun's strength. They had absolutely no chance to fight back. Holding the slightly cumbersome crystal in his hand, Lan Kun asked Yunxiang if he could hold onto it for him. Yunxiang agreed, saying he'd give him a few storage full later. It's just Lan Kun had heard that Lai crystals don't have spatial properties, so they can't be shrunk and put into storage full. After walking a bit, Yunxiang suddenly stopped. He sensed an unusual wave of energy. He glanced at a Yaozu in the prison. Beside Yunxiang froze in place. He sensed that this Yaozu was not ordinary. Inside the cell, the sleeping female demon clan member was completely unaware of Yunxiang's prying gaze. A look of shock appeared on Song Yunxiang's face. This demon clan member's soul power fluctuations, plus that looming pressure. Song Yunxiang wondered if it was that realm. In his past life, his soul channels were crippled, and after reaching the 12th level of the Saint stage, he couldn't advance any further, and could only be forced to continue stacking sideways on the realm. So close yet so far, he was sure it was the God stage, no doubt about it. Still gawking, Song Yunxiang was startled awake by a loud noise. accompanied by Lan Kun's voice, worried about Lan Lai, and filled with rage towards those sand sculpture city people. Looking beside him, Song Yunxiang only saw the crystal rolling on the ground. Lan Kun was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Lan Kun broke into the cell and called out to Lan Li. The loud commotion made Song Yunxiang extremely angry, but this anger vanished completely a moment later. In front of him, Lan Kun was supporting a merman with a worried look. The merman was in a pitiful state, unable to even stand steadily. After putting Lan Li down, Lan Kun became even more furious, vowing to never forgive those sand sculpture city people. After watching for a while, Song Yunxiang told Lan Kun to give him his hand, telling him to feed Lan Li a pill first, to quickly restore his ability to move. Taking the pill, Lan Kun was immediately stunned by it. He recognized it as a 3-star rejuvenation pill, and even the color of this one was of a higher grade than the superior rejuvenation pill his father used. Lan Kun was flustered for a moment, reluctant to use it, arguing that Lan Lai was only injured. And besides, mermen have strong self-healing abilities. Such a precious pill would be a waste to use now. Too lazy to listen to all this, Song Yunxiang urged Lan Kun, "Feed Lan Li quickly, don't affect the next course of action." Helpless, Lan Kun had no choice but to obey, feeding it to Lan Li while telling him it was a stroke of luck that a low-level demon could eat a pill even more high-grade than the one his father used. Lan Kun's expression at this moment was practically screaming, "I can't bear to swallow this pill." Abnormal signs suddenly appeared in Lan Li's body. Soul power constantly overflowed, soothing the wounds on his skin. Lan Li's muddled mind was suddenly stimulated intensely. He woke up, wondering what this feeling was. It really made him feel so good he wanted to die, like being reborn again. Unfortunately, Lan Li didn't have a proper education. At this moment he could only use a phrase from the human race to describe it. "This is finging awesome." Lan Lai, who had been half dead, instantly became full of energy, his body brimming with vitality. Springing up and immediately paying respects to Lan Kun after recovering, Lan Kun turned to Song Yunxiang in disbelief, asking, "So he's really healed?" In his heart, he couldn't stop praising Song Yunxiang's pill. It was so awesome, no different from an immortal's power. Only now did Lan Li notice Song Yunxiang, asking Lan Kun, "Who is this human?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lan Kun urgently whispered an explanation, scolding Lan Li, "Do you want to die? This is your excellency, the master of the guardian in the merman's secret realm. The pill just now was bestowed by your excellency. You absolutely cannot be disrespectful." Understanding everything, Lan Li hurriedly introduced himself respectfully and paid respects to Song Yunxiang, his attitude making a complete 180-degree turn. With nothing else to do, Song Yunxiang didn't say much, telling them to prepare to leave. Following behind, Lan Kun suddenly expressed a request that was too much to ask. Hearing this, Song Yunxiang glanced back, only to see Lan Kun scrutinizing the imprisoned demon clansmen, then asking Song Yunxiang to casually save them as well. Song Yunxiang didn't refuse directly, asking Lan Kun if he had thought it through. If they did that, they wouldn't be able to use stealth talismans to leave the city openly. Although they suffered in this prison, at least they wouldn't die in the streets. But if they followed him out, Song Yunxiang wasn't sure he could protect them once a battle broke out. Song Yunxiang had already guessed beforehand, saying a request that was too much to ask. He clearly wanted to hold him morally hostage. Without thinking, Lan Kun had already made his decision. Without freedom, he'd rather die. Moreover, he believed that with Song Yunxiang's deep and unfathomable methods, he could definitely protect these people and leave safely. Sighing, Yunxiang reluctantly agreed, telling Lan Kun that they needed a backup plan in case they were discovered, since these demon folk, especially the esteemed Lan Kun, might have to play the bait. Lan Kun didn't give a damn and just followed Yunxiang's arrangements completely. Lan Li was no exception and also received instructions. Lan Li and Lan Kun immediately took off to break into the prison and rescue people. Seeing them using brute force to open the locks, Yunxiang thought he should probably do it himself. Watching Yunxiang pick the locks, Lan Kun was even more impressed and showered him with praise. At the same time, A group of soldiers was rushing towards the treasure vault, quickly splitting up to set up ambushes everywhere. The leader led a few people to the guards in front of the treasure vault, announcing that from now on, he was ordered to take over this place. After asking around, he was told that there was nothing unusual here. Only Mo Tai had come here not long ago, but he didn't take anything. The leader gave a soft "oh" and told his subordinates to go down and try to open the treasure vault door. The leader and 2 subordinates stepped inside, inspecting everything, and he was relieved when he saw nothing out of the ordinary. After confirming with the 2 guards earlier, the leader felt even more relieved, ordering them to return to their posts. Once only the 2 subordinates were beside him, the leader gave them special instructions. Since they were both Earth Realm experts among the guards, he told them to change into the treasure vault guard uniforms later, blend into the normal guards, and improvise. According to Mo Jin's prediction, thieves would come to steal the different dimensional divine stone later. The leader told the 2 Earth Realm experts not to make a fuss, secretly observe their actions, and report back to the general's mansion in time. Unbeknownst to them, not far away, Mo Tai was unconscious and imprisoned in a light formation, slumped in a corner of the treasure vault. Meanwhile, at the dungeon, another leader led a group of soldiers quickly rushing over, setting up an ambush according to Mo Jin's arrangement. After walking for a while, the leader's expression suddenly changed when he didn't see any dungeon guards. He wondered suspiciously if something had happened, and immediately told his subordinates to split into 2 teams and go into the dungeon to investigate. Entering inside, the leader solemnly had people check everything. Other than the absence of guards, every prison cell in the dungeon showed no signs of abnormality. After receiving the report from his subordinates, the leader pondered deeply, wondering where the hell the guards had gone. Infuriated, the leader blamed them entirely, afraid they would cause trouble that he would have to bear. One of his subordinates spoke up, asking if it was possible that the dungeon had received a notification that they were about to take over and had left in advance. As soon as these words were spoken, the leader denied it. He cursed, saying that after this was over, he would definitely report it to Mo Jin and punish them. Little did they know that in the prison cell next door, a group of dungeon guards were being held, all locked in formations that concealed their images and sounds. They were tightly bound, unable to send out any messages, and their struggles were useless. In the West District, far from Diao City, a group of people was secretly passing through the alleys. It was none other than Yunxiang's group. Lan Kun and Lan Li walked in front. Arriving here, Lan Li remembered that the 2 of them had been here before, wondering if this wasn't the VIP passage leading to the slave market in the Central District. In response, Lan Kun confirmed that it was correct, and that they would act when the guards changed shifts later. Giving a soft ooh, Lan Li felt that this was getting further and further away, asking Lan Kun why they didn't just go out from the West District directly. Explaining, Lan Kun looked back at the old, weak, and sick people behind them, saying they definitely wouldn't be able to climb the walls. Moreover, according to intelligence from Mo Tai, Mo Jin was mobilizing troops to set up an ambush to lure the enemy to the North Gate in order to catch them all outside the city. Therefore, Yunxiang's plan was to go from the West District towards the Central East, bypass Mo Jin's arrangement, and then exit the city from the East Gate. Lan Kun explained the plan to Lan Li, but he didn't retain a single bit of it, like water off a duck's back. Even so, Lan Li still praised the plan as brilliant, saying that Yunxiang was truly amazing. The crowd beneath Yunxiang's invisibility cloak slowly moved along. Last to go was Yunxiang, who from the start had been paying attention to the sleeping demon folk. After a moment of contemplation, Yunxiang reached out and touched her leg. In his past life, he discovered that systems don't react to their owners when they're passed out or asleep. But it was still hard to say if this demon was actually a host or not. That terrifying pressure, though, really made him suspect her true identity. While he was still thinking, suddenly a little demon kid pointed at Yunxiang, questioning and accusing him of what he was doing. Seeing that, the centaur chick also smacked Yunxiang's hand away, scolding him, accidentally hurting her own arm in the process. Seeing this, the little centaurs were super worried. Checking out the centaur woman's injury, Yunxiang took out a medicinal pill and offered it to her. Taking a quick glance, the centaur chick was super disgusted. Yunxiang straight ain't up, told her to get lost. But just then, The little centaurs crowded around, staring at the pill in Yunxiang's hand with admiration. A second later, the centaur woman was also hooked, about to shout out the pill's name. Getting her drift, Yunxiang gestured for her to keep it down. Realizing her own gaffe, the centaur woman put aside her earlier hostility, apologized, and then asked Yunxiang, "Is this really a medicinal pill?" The little centaurs stared at the pill with excitement, their earlier disgust for Yunxiang gone, and now wanting to try a bite because it smelled so good. Explaining, Yunxiang said, "This is a 3-star spring return pill. It's just a low-level pill for treating injuries." As soon as he said that, the centaur chick was flabbergasted, in disbelief. It's actually a tier 3 pill. To her, this was a priceless treasure, and she absolutely didn't dare accept it. Before she could finish speaking, Yunxiang suddenly grabbed her by the neck, quickly shoved the pill into her mouth. "I'm honestly getting tired of this. Blah blah blah. You better just swallow it," Yunxiang said coldly. The little centaurs looked up, all feeling admiration and envy for their big sis. The centaur felt so much regret. A moment later, a strange phenomenon appeared on the centaur woman's body, with swirling blue light all over, her pupils shrinking to pinpoints. She couldn't help but exclaim in shock, her heart filled with a strange, magical feeling, like a green oasis had appeared just for her in an endless desert. The wounds on her body quickly healed completely, and even her soul felt cleansed. Even though she was biased against humans, she couldn't help but praise this type of medicinal pill. People outside could also see with their own eyes that the wounds on the centaur woman's body were healing rapidly, and moreover her skin was becoming smoother and glossier. This made the little centaurs really want to take a bite. An idea suddenly flashed through the centaur woman's mind. If this pill is so magical, maybe it can still save our chief. After this whole show, her attitude towards Yunxiang changed drastically. She cupped her fist in salute, thanking Yunxiang for bestowing the pill, admitting that she had been abrupt earlier and had offended him. Therefore, she was willing to kill 3 enemies and use their heads to exchange for his forgiveness. Obviously, Yunxiang refused this. Just as long as she didn't become a burden to the team, it was already enough. He entrusted her with the sleeping god behind her, as repayment for that spring return pill. In Yunxiang's heart he secretly thought, to directly use practical actions to exchange for forgiveness, the customs of these demon beasts are too honest and simple. Looking back at the demon woman behind her, the centaur woman was extremely willing, affirming that she would not let Yunxiang down. After those words, the centaur woman asked Yunxiang about the identity of the big shot backing her. Yunxiang hummed softly and asked back, "Does she perhaps know something?" In response, the centaur woman admitted she didn't know, but she could feel a bloodline suppression, so she guessed that this person's status was quite high. Yunxiang inwardly sighed at how sharp the instincts of demon beasts were. She hadn't expected her to detect the difference in this person. Just then, Lan Kun up ahead signaled that they could act immediately. Song Yunxiang mobilized everyone to move, telling them to stick close and not get left behind in Shadiao City. The scene inside the tunnel leading to the central district was as calm as ever. The guard at the checkpoint was still yawning when Lan Kun knocked him unconscious in a split second. He casually hoisted him up and carried him on his shoulder for just a short distance. Lan Kun and Lan Li were carrying the Shadiao City guards, followed by a group of demon-kin slaves quietly sticking close as they approached the exit. Lan Kun carefully observed the outside before signaling everyone to move out. The group silently and stealthily fled. All of their actions were according to Song Yunxiang's plan. Seeing that they'd reached the central district, Lan Kun spoke up, asking what the next move was. In response, Song Yunxiang told him to stick to the original plan, which was to go through the slave market and exit the city from the east gate. Now, Song Yunxiang saw 2 options. One was to split the team into 3 groups, have them blend into the crowd, follow them, and look for a chance to leave the city from the east. The other was to proactively attract the enemy's attention. Song Yunxiang's eyes narrowed slightly. If they chose the first option, they'd be betting on luck. They could directly get out of the city, or they could be caught off guard by the enemy. Or worse, there could be casualties. So Song Yunxiang preferred the second option, proactively drawing the enemy's attention and taking control of the battlefield. After thinking it over, Lan Li felt like only villains used elaborate battle plans like that. He thought the main characters would just go in guns blazing. This made Lan Kun angrily scold him, saying that Lan Li didn't know jack. Turns out, what Lan Li had been reading were all stories from the human race. Unable to stand it, Lan Kun smacked Lan Li on the head, telling him to shut his trap. Then, he turned to Song Yunxiang and agreed to act as bait, which was exactly what Song Yunxiang wanted. The plan to proactively attract the enemy really did need Lan Kun as bait. While examining the terrain, Song Yunxiang laid out the plan, mainly telling Lan Kun to wait, and when the team got close to the east gate, he would use his spiritual general form to stir things up and draw the enemy's attention, while Lan Li would be in charge of leading the demonkins away during that time. Pointing to a location on the map, Song Yunxiang told Lan Li to go there as soon as he left the city. Even though he wasn't too sure, Lan Li nodded in agreement, and also asked about Song Yunxiang. In response, Song Yunxiang said that he'd stay behind to provide support. If the enemies facing Lan Kun were too strong, then he'd use the third option, working with Lan Kun to attract the enemy and then kite them. After hearing that, Lan Li had absolutely no idea what kiting meant. Helpless, Lan Kun yelled, "Lan Li, don't ask so much. Just follow Song Yunxiang's orders." After thinking for a while, Lan Li had no choice but to listen. Even though he completely didn't understand what those arrangements just now meant, following Lan Kun's instructions, the group began to move. Here, he separated from the group, going in a different direction. Because he was alone, Lan Kun's speed became very fast. While evading the guards, Lan Kun skillfully bypassed all obstacles. In contrast, Song Yunxiang's side maintained a steady pace. Finally, they stopped at a corner of Shidiao City's market. While Lan Li was observing the outside, Yunxiang dropped down from above, carrying a bunch of clothes that surprised everyone. Then, Yunxiang told the demon race to use these items to conceal their demonic features. He said that he would dispel the concealment effect later, telling them not to panic, and to mix into the crowd heading to the east gate. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon slaves quickly followed his instructions, except for the centaurs. They looked a bit troubled. Yunxiang was also taken aback by their physique, which was indeed a difficult task. Left with no other choice, Yunxiang told them to travel separately with him. On the road to the east gate, people were coming and going in a bustling scene. After changing clothes, Lan Li jumped out and blended into the crowd, followed by a series of others. Just like that, the group successfully followed each other, quietly heading towards the east gate. Seeing that everything was fine, Yunxiang led the centaurs out, still maintaining the invisibility talisman on himself. As he walked, he reminded the little centaurs to be careful and not to touch others, because any collision could easily lead to discovery. Looking at Yunxiang, the female centaur felt a stirring of affection in her heart, feeling that his attitude towards them seemed different from that of other races. Yunxiang noticed something strange, and looked back to ask. The female centaur didn't say anything, just gave a slight smile and dismissed it. At the east gate, there were quite a lot of people going in and out. Guards were stationed strictly above and below the city gate. Here, a fee was required to enter or exit the city. At this time, Lan Li's group was very close to the city gate. After scanning the surroundings, Lan Li signaled towards Yunxiang. Receiving the signal, Yunxiang knew that everything was in place on their side, and quickly contacted Lan Kun. They were just waiting for the action. Lan Kun, on the other side, jumped high up as the blue mech construction of the alien phenomenon poured down, quickly enveloping him. The Ao Bing mech gradually solidified, looking extremely magnificent, until the moment it was completed. The Ao Bing mech appeared with a dominant blue color. Inside, Lan Kun was full of enthusiasm, quickly setting up each part. Today, he's gonna make a big scene here. A moment later, Lan Kun summoned the Frostbite Dragon, sparking with lightning. The Frostbite Dragon opened its mouth, condensing a light cannon, and fired a series of shots at the sand sculpture city, causing a huge riot, with smoke and fire pouring out, instantly attracting the attention of the guards in the city. Hearing the commotion, the guards gravely shouted to each other to be vigilant, announcing to the entire city that enemies were attacking, and in the important inner city area no less. With just this one move, Lan Kun had thrown the entire sand sculpture city into chaos. Very quickly, the guards reacted, constructing mechs and aiming their guns at Albio Bing in the air. Seeing that the first group to arrive was just a few small fries, Lan Kun was a little disappointed. On the ground, a series of gun barrels flashed, and on the orders of the captain, they fired without hesitation. Lan Kun dodged everything like a pro, his skills way better than before. Even with all that firepower coming at him, Lan Kun had time to check around and saw some civilians nearby, which made him a bit uneasy. To avoid hitting them by accident, Lan Kun couldn't use the full range of his Frost Dragon skills. After a sec, he decided to use Dragon Strike Slash. A sharp and powerful Lan Kuang shot straight towards the guards. Seeing that, the guards got even more serious, yelling at each other to bring on more firepower to keep Lan Kun away. But against the Star Spirit General Ao Bing, they didn't stand a chance and got totally wrecked. One hit from Lan Kun took out a whole squad. As they were flying in the air, Lan Kun closed in for the final blow. The remaining guards realized Lan Kun was way too strong for even a profound realm fighter, and panicked, calling the general's mansion for help, asking for Earth Realm experts to back them up. Meanwhile, at the East Gate, the guards on duty got the alert, and immediately shut the city gates, banning anyone from going in or out, and threatening to kill anyone who got close. Before he could even finish his sentence, a guard was ambushed and stabbed from behind by Lan Lai, and the others nearby suffered the same fate. The last one barely managed to report to HQ for backup before catching a punch from Lan Lai and collapsing. Seeing that Lan Li had finished up, Yunxiang told the Demonkin slaves to rush out of the city while they had the chance. And with that, they didn't hold back anymore, and bolted as fast as they could. Lan Lai was already waiting at the gate, swinging it wide open. Just then, backup guards arrived from behind, a huge wave of them rushing in. Yunxiang didn't even flinch, telling the centaur woman to go ahead, reminding Yunxiang to be careful. She grabbed the 3 centaur kids and ran, while Yunxiang pulled out his weapons, staying behind to fight the guards. Seeing that it was just one guy, the guards didn't take him seriously, yelling and surrounding Yunxiang, trying to capture him alive. As they stabbed at him, Yunxiang jumped high to dodge. The captain had already anticipated this, figuring Yunxiang would have nowhere to push off from, and smirked. Yunxiang just called them idiots. Right after that, a barrier appeared under his feet to catch him. The captain's eyes widened, totally caught off guard. Using the barrier as a springboard, Yunxiang flipped behind the guards. Before they could even react, Yunxiang was already slicing and dicing, each one falling under his blade. Yunxiang, one against dozens, fought like a beast, turning the whole area into a chaotic mess. Relying on the combat skills he'd honed in his past life, Yunxiang wiped out each of those dudes with zero effort. His martial arts skills freaked the guard captain right out, so he yelled at his underlings to summon their Xinghun generals, trying to buy time for backup. A sec later, all that was left facing Yunxiang were 2 of Sand Sculpture City's basic mechs. They charged at him right away. Yunxiang dodged back. He figured it wasn't time to trigger his Xinghun general just yet. Gotta wait for Lan Kun to pull Sand Sculpture City's heavy hitters over there. Speaking of Lan Kun, that dude was already beating the crap out of the small fry. Based on Yunxiang's plan, he figured the dim stage powerhouses should be showing up soon. Seeing them pop up on the map, Lan Kun didn't even hesitate, just chucked the guard he was holding to the side and bounced. The thrown guard crashed through a wall, landing right in front of the incoming reinforcements. The newbies were totally dumbfounded looking at that, and they grilled the survivors. What the hell's going on? Where's the sneak, attack and punk from inside the inner city? Pointing one way, the 2 surviving guards quickly reported. The punk ran that way. Seeing that it was the West District, the reinforcements were kinda confused. According to the plan, the enemy was supposed to run east. No time to think. The elite reinforcements didn't give a damn and took off after him. With that, a bunch of mechs jumped onto the rooftops and zipped away. Lan Kun, hiding in a street corner, saw the whole thing. He chuckled and cursed. Those idiots. Then he radioed Yunxiang. All done on my end. Over on Yunxiang's side, He was being chased by a few mechs. Even still, he didn't trigger his Xinghun, just used his own body to run. After another stretch, he suddenly stopped. Now he was completely surrounded by guards, enemies everywhere. This was kinda unexpected. He didn't think it'd draw out this many low-level guards. Two mechs slowly stepped forward, sneering that Yunxiang had fallen for their trap. With this many people, even if you're a martial arts god, we can wear you down to death. Hearing that, Yunxiang chuckled. Since you've come to my doorstep, then let's have a good fight. As he said that, Yunxiang suddenly sped up, charging straight at the guards in front of him. Just as Yunxiang was about to make his move, the centaur girl jumped down from above, brandishing a spear. Yunxiang's eyes went wide, his brain short, circuited with question marks. A moment later, the centaur landed behind Yunxiang, grinding her teeth. Yunxiang gritted out, "What the hell is she doing? Just adding trouble." Gasping for air, the centaur said she came back to save Yunxiang. No choice. Yunxiang reluctantly muttered a thanks. What the heck, he didn't need her help. Before he could finish, the centaur grabbed the collar of Yunxiang and throws him on her back, shouting at him to hold tight. She was gonna get him out. Meta here. The strength of this demon, Feikin really had Yunxiang impressed. Before Yunxiang could react, the demon, Shuriken girl yelled for him to hold on tight. She was about to speed up. Caught off guard, Yunxiang almost took a tumble backwards. Without a second thought, he reached out and grabbed onto the centaur woman's waist. This made her blush with embarrassment and scold Yunxiang for grabbing her while there. Yunxiang was helpless. She clearly told him to hold on tight. The centaur lady wanted Yunxiang to grab somewhere else, but Yunxiang couldn't find any other spot. Behind her, there was also another person. Only her waist was free. Hearing that, the centaur lady didn't object further, just grunted as if she accepted it. She charged straight into anyone blocking the way, yelling, "Anyone who blocks me dies." Reaching the encirclement, she leaped high into the air. Yunxiang, seeing that the demon girl was still asleep, was completely speechless. Seriously, now of all times. Having broken free of the guards, Yunxiang pointed in a direction and told the centaur to follow. No sooner had he spoken than the centaur changed direction, making Yunxiang feel that she's quite obedient. Behind them, two mechs were still hot on their heels. Yunxiang casually patted the centaur's butt to urge her on. Turn left at the intersection. Just as she was about to cuss Yunxiang out, a dead end slammed into her face. The centaur slammed on the brakes and shouted accusingly, thinking Yunxiang had given the wrong directions. No sooner had she finished speaking than the two mechs caught up, their voices excited and laughing loudly. "Let's see where you Yunxiang are running this time." At that moment, Yunxiang stomped his foot and jumped up, confirming that this road wasn't wrong at all. In a flash, Yunxiang activated his spirit armament, blowing away the two regular mechs. The centaur lady stared in shock at what was happening in front of her. She saw Yunxiang slowly materializing a magnificent, sharp spirit mech. Ao Bing? It's just that Yunxiang felt that this wasn't the same as the Ao Bing he used in his past life. As soon as he stepped on the ground, Yunxiang activated the reverse scale mode, feeling an intense pressure. The two guards hurriedly retreated defensively, but after a while nothing strange happened, and for a moment both sides fell silent. Inside, Yunxiang was a little embarrassed. Didn't see that this looked like the Ao Bing mech at all. The reverse scale mode also couldn't be activated. Calming down, the two guards thought Yunxiang was just putting on a show. Without saying much, they attacked at the same time. Unexpectedly, Yunxiang only lightly waved the staff in his hand, immediately cutting one in half, and the other was elbowed straight to the ground. Yunxiang was so relaxed that he conveniently checked the Ao Bing armament to see what it had. Seeing the two mechs defeated, the guard leader immediately launched a full crew-scale attack. In an instant, another series of mechs appeared and pounced. Glancing over them, Yunxiang summoned another blade, jumping up and piercing straight through one mech. Then he kicked the guy next to him, flying, at the same time throwing his staff at the one who was shooting, slamming him straight into the house behind. In an instant, Yunxiang had beaten the three guards into submission, landing with a powerful posture. Relying on their large numbers, the guard leader continued to call people in to replace them. At the same time, he ordered his men to capture the centaur chick too. Suddenly, both the centaur and Yunxiang were getting jumped. Seeing that Yunxiang was weaponless, One of the guards, feeling brave, stepped up, hyping up his teammates. But little did he know, Yunxiang straight up shattered their mechs with his bare hands. Each punch was like a freaking explosion of power. Those garbage mechs were nothing but scrap metal to Yunxiang. One little tap and poof, they were toast. Before you knew it, Yunxiang had turned 6 guards into a pile of junk. Looking over at the centaur, he figured she could handle these low-level goons. Even when surrounded, the centaur didn't freak out, using her spear to take down anyone who came close. Some sneaky guys tried to attack from behind, but she just kicked them away, snatched their swords, and used them against the others. The more she fought, the crazier the centaur got. She totally owned those dozens of guards. Watching her go, Yunxiang had to admit she was a total badass, a true warrior of the centaur clan, violent but effective. Too bad these demon folk only have spirit meridians and no soul meridians, so they can't use spirit soul generals. Suddenly, Yunxiang had an idea to improve the ceiling formation. He'd try it out later. If it worked, that would be awesome. While Yunxiang was lost in thought, one of the guards tried to sneak up on him, but Yunxiang dodged him, grabbed his arm, and snapped it off, following up with a kick that turned his mech into confetti. Yunxiang couldn't help but call them a bunch of idiots. The strength of the Aqua Source Spirit Soul General was way beyond what those basic mechs could handle, especially with the 2-realm difference in power. Even hand-to-hand, he could take them down like it was nothing. After that beatdown, the leader realized Yunxiang was Earth, stage level or higher. He decided to stop holding back and ordered everyone to attack at once. And with that, dozens of mechs came charging in. Checking the time, Yunxiang figured those Earth stage guys were about to catch up. Time for him to send up some fireworks from Hansha Long for Lan Kun. Ignoring the incoming guard swarm, Yunxiang nonchalantly snapped his fingers, summoning Hansha Long. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning came crashing down from the sky, blasting away a bunch of guards. A dragon, Cell-type mech wielding dual blades suddenly appeared from above, crackling with violent electricity. Before the guards could even react, it bombarded them to pieces, sending them running for their lives. The sudden battle instantly drew the attention of the Earth stage reinforcements. Recognizing the familiar style, they all assumed it was Lan Kun. They just couldn't figure out how he'd gotten so fast. Either way, they were determined to catch him this time. No way they were letting him get away. Up above, Lan Kun, using a stealth talisman, was already waiting, having received Yunxiang's message. That dude once again manipulated the Star Souls, summoned Ao Bing, and then unleashed the freezing dragon strike. By the time the backup experts rushed to where Yunxiang was, everyone there was totally wiped out. Their faces were all like, huh. They had no idea where the enemy was. But Yunxiang was chillin' on the centaur's back, hiding behind the guards, watching for a bit. The female centaur was confused, like, why are we just circling around and not just smashing our way out? Yunxiang was like, Sand Sculpture City has a Heavenly Realm powerhouse guarding it, plus 2 Earth Realm ones. If we want to get out safely, we gotta cause some chaos first and lure out the chumps. Yunxiang saw there were 2 peak Earth Realm guys. The weakest of the rest were still early, stage Earth Realm. Letting them go up against Lan Kun might be pushing it. Back at Huangtai, even though his soul force was super drained, Yunxiang could still hold his own against Earth Realm guys by borrowing Lu Bu's invincible strength. Now he's in the late-stage Earth Realm, with mental copies of 3-star soul generals. Plus, Water Origin has a ton of pills he can't even use up. Yunxiang feels like he can probably handle a normal Heavenly Realm dude. But he's still got this bad feeling like Sand Sculpture City's hiding something serious. In the underground mecha hangar of the Mai family, Mai Biao was totally focused on checking out the mecha in front of him. This thing needs the soul force of 5 Heavenly Realm experts linked together just to power it up. Seriously wasteful. Mai Biao laughed happily. He figured if he could produce these mechas, he might be able to pocket the entire lower domain country, the whole eastern continent even. Yuan Pi reminded him that just the materials for this experimental mecha took him almost 50 years to collect, some of which came from ferocious beasts. Getting more would be harder than climbing to the sky. Realizing that, Mai Biao gave up on that thought. While they were talking, Mai Jin showed up. Seeing his son, Mai Biao was puzzled. He asked him if he wasn't supposed to be arranging the ambush for tonight. Why was he free to come here? Mai Biao kinda guessed something was up with the plan. Mai Jin confirmed it was true. The Water Origin Star Soul General of the Merman clan had appeared in the city and was currently fighting the guards. Mai Biao was shocked by this news. Mai Jin's eyes turned cold as he went on. Even though he showed up early and messed up the plan, luckily this Star Soul General's host is only at the Earth Realm, so it's not a big deal. Mai Biao immediately pressed. Is there a way to capture him alive? That's why Mai Jin came. Even though the opponent's only Earth Realm, the Water Origin mecha is super strong after all, so to capture him alive, he's specially inviting Mai Biao to take action himself, to use this experimental mecha to suppress him. After a moment of silence, Mai Biao agreed without hesitation, telling Mai Jin to come up with him. Remembering he hadn't named it yet, Mai Biao hurriedly named the mecha the Ultimate Sand Sculpture King, representing the will of Sand Sculpture City. Back where Yunxiang was before, after a moment of being stunned, the backup experts got news that the enemy had appeared inside the city, so they all scurried back again. By now, some guys were like, running back and forth like this ain't working. They wanted to call for more reinforcements to surround and capture the enemy. The captain had already thought of that, but all the available troops were already deployed in the Western District and around the ambush outside the North Gate. The more the captain thought about it, the angrier he got. How could they, all Earthrealm powerhouses, be played around with like this? Over on Lan Kun's side, he was sitting on the roof of a building, looking bored. He'd already taken care of all the low-level guards here. Suddenly, Lan Kun sensed the Earthrealm guys approaching, and they were moving faster than before. Opening the map, Lan Kun saw that Yunxiang wasn't far from him. According to the next plan, he was supposed to go to point number 2 near the East Gate. Without delay, Lan Kun immediately took action. After a few jumps, Lan Kun dispelled his star spirit and used an invisibility talisman, stealthily moving through the streets. Not long after, the reinforcements of experts arrived at the spot where Lan Kun had been, each one panting heavily, but all that awaited them were completely wrecked mechs, without a trace of the enemy. The leader was infuriated beyond belief, gnashing his teeth and yelling as if questioning himself. What the hell is going on here? Why is the enemy so damn fast? On Yunxiang's side, he sat on the back of the centaur, galloping along the road. Reaching the spot, he neighed once to stop the centaur. The female centaur blankly asked Yunxiang, "What's neigh?" Yunxiang countered, "Doesn't she really know?" Then Yunxiang realized the centaur race doesn't know human riding commands. Just now he was just feeling a little too comfortable and blurted it out. It's best not to tell her, just laugh it off. Yunxiang was alluding to the planned location. The female centaur was completely confused. Doesn't understand why the Yunxiang gang keeps changing locations like this. She thinks directly killing the guards would be better. Explaining, Yunxiang called it a lure the enemy plan, to take control of the battlefield. He and Lan Kun used similar star spirit appearances to lure the enemy, so the high-level combat forces would be dragged back and forth like kites. Then they would observe the enemy, both guarding against them and attracting their attention, to find an opportunity to break through the defenses of the North and East gates and sneak away. If they just went straight out, then unexpected powerhouses would definitely appear. This kind of battle could definitely not be won with strength alone. They could only hope to bet on their own luck. Plus, there would be a probability of teammates being sacrificed. After hearing that, the female centaur was even more puzzled. What does similar star spirit appearances mean? Hiding the Ao Bing star spirit from her would be too troublesome. Yunxiang decided to use the old trick to fool her. After thinking, Yunxiang explained, he is the master of the wicked child star spirit, and has a special ability, able to transform into other star spirits. So he uses this point to make the enemy think that Ao Bing is appearing everywhere. Unexpectedly, the female centaur thought that all star spirits were the same, with no differences at all, and suddenly understood. Yunxiang was speechless, totally defeated. He didn't expect the centaur race to be colorblind, just like normal animals. A second later, Yunxiang received news that Lan Kun had arrived at the location. Just waiting for this, he constructed his star spirit and activated lunar cleave, striking the city wall. The movement was so big that the reinforcements of experts immediately noticed, leaving them with no choice but to turn around and chase again. Knowing that Yunxiang had created a disturbance at location number 2, Lan Kun also constructed his star spirit and continued to make a ruckus. The Earthrealm experts arrived at Yunxiang's previous location, still without gaining anything, only seeing a large section of the city wall destroyed. This made the leader hold his head, tearing at his hair in frustration. A second later, they received news from the East Gate. And so, they hurriedly ran over there again. In the control cabin, Vulture King Mai Jin received military reports that the North and East Gates both had Alio Bing star spirits appear within a short time, and the Earth Realm guards couldn't keep up. Not panicking, Mai Jin had 2 bodyguards ambush on both sides. Then, he asked about Mai Tai's news. Receiving the answer that he still couldn't be contacted, not caring much, Mai Jin tossed it aside. Waiting for the Vulture King mech to be ready, Mai Biao loudly commanded to start up. The roof of the hangar slowly opened. The Vulture King was quickly lifted off the ground and began to sortie. At the East Gate, the Earthrealm guards were all so tired that they couldn't stand up. Seriously. This has got to be the millionth time they've run around like headless chickens and found nothing. Everyone's exhausted and drained. After doing some calculations, Lan Kun figured out there were only a few spots left to escape. Thinking back on this whole journey, he's still super impressed. Song Yunxiang's plan actually managed to mess with so many Earth stage powerhouses. Outside Shadiao City's North Gate, Yunxiang and the Centaur lady successfully got out of the desert. Suddenly, Yunxiang sneezed like a champ. He immediately thought someone was bad-mouthing him. Just then, the Centaur lady felt the killing intent closing in. Yunxiang wasn't surprised at all. He figured Shadiao City would have an ambush waiting. Guess they're not totally useless. A sec later, Yunxiang dropped the stealth, conjured up his soul weapon, and summoned the Hansha Longying, causing a ruckus on the desert sands. The dudes hiding below realized they'd been spotted and started yelling at each other, rushing out so the enemies couldn't escape. Before long, a whole bunch of mecha suits showed up, like a frickin' parade. Seeing that, the Centaur lady started freaking out. Yunxiang calmed her down with a chill bro, wanting to wait for all of them to gather together. Perfect. He wanted to take this chance to test out this idea he'd been cooking up for like decades. After a shout, the formation activated, and cores of mecha suits suddenly appeared around the Centaur lady. Before she could even figure out what was going on, her whole body was lifted up. Yunxiang was setting things up and reassuring her, "No need to freak, I'm just experimenting a bit." With Yunxiang's skills, the form of the Scarlet Flame Fire Dragon Zhao slowly solidified. Yunxiang's goal was to use a ceiling formation to create an isolated space with bidirectional protection, and to link the Centaur lady's star veins with the control of the Scarlet Flame Fire Dragon Zhao. Yunxiang would be the main power source for the linked soul power. In a flash, Yunxiang succeeded in the first step. The Centaur lady suddenly felt a massive surge of power. Then, she merged into the red hair mecha, able to control it at will. After the shock, the Centaur lady fired off a whole bunch of questions. She couldn't believe that she, without any soul power, could control the human race's weaponry. Swallowing a pill, Yunxiang did a flip and landed on the Centaur lady's back. A second later, Yunxiang appeared next to her, shocking her and answering her questions. Yunxiang said he was being her power source. Looking back at the female demon still sleeping on the horse, Yunxiang was confused. The Shadiao City guards saw another horse pop up and were totally clueless. They couldn't figure it out, but they didn't care. They had the numbers, so they weren't in a hurry. Yunxiang waited for the guards to surround them completely, then summoned his weapon. Yunxiang yelled, urging the Centaur lady to charge. Today, he's gonna go on a killing spree with her. Red hair neighs and leaps forward. One man and his horse charged straight into hundreds of Sand Eagle City guards, dust clouds scattering everywhere. Yunxiang waves his weapon, wiping out a few dudes in one go. Then, he pulls out Lubu's bow and arrows, firing in all directions. And if any enemies try to sneak up from behind, The centaur woman handles them quick. The two of them just blast right through the enemy formation, wrecking stuff. Red Hair's hooves are solid as bronze, crushing mechs underfoot, and Red Hair's roar even shoots out beams of light, roasting enemies. Even Yunxiang has to give it up for the horse, saying it's a natural, spem-born fighting genius. On the other hand, he thinks that beast spirits without someone controlling them are pretty useless. They need orders, and can't adapt to changing situations on their own. Before long, Yunxiang breaks through the encirclement. Seeing them chasing after him, he orders Han Shalong to breathe fire on him. Han Shalong opens his mouth wide, gathers a ball of light, and then shoots a bunch of fireballs straight into the enemy formation, turning the whole area into a smoky mess. The captain struggles to sit up, asking how his teammates are. Tons of people have fallen, but he still won't give up, telling the survivors to get up and reform the formation to keep chasing. But no sooner than he's done talking, Yunxiang's already swung his weapon. Zhang Tian comes down with one strike, obliterating hundreds of Sand Eagle guards. While the remaining guys are worrying about the captain, Yunxiang comes charging in, swinging his weapon around and taking out dozens of them. The remaining members saw that the captain was killed and got angry, and risked their lives to rush up to seek revenge. Before they could even get there, the centaur woman charged through, ramming them all. From the front, the man and horse quickly gathered in the middle. Yunxiang quickly divides the enemies to her, each person in charge of one side, and the two of them fiercely charge straight into the midst of the enemy to fight. At the same time, Sand Eagle King is slowly flying up. Inside, Mai Biao is waiting for Mai Jin to give him directions. Based on the intel, Mai Jin thinks the enemy is acting all mysterious, so he suspects they have some kind of illusion, Ben-making power, which is why he's rearranging the troops. Hearing this, Mai Biao is confused. The enemy is already at the north gate, so why not send everyone there, even though there's no proof? Mai Jin thinks they're trying to pull a fast one, and judging by where they showed up, they probably know all about his troop deployments. So Mai Jin sends Mai Tong's squad to hold the line at the north gate. Then he and Mai Biao will seize the opportunity to capture them alive. Hearing this plan, Mai Biao sighed. Not bad. Then passes the command of the Sand Eagle King action to Mai Jin. After speaking, Mai Jin was a little afraid that he would not be able to handle it, but Mai Biao was still very determined, telling Mai Jin to give orders quickly. Calming down, Mai Jin started to capture the target at the north gate, then surrounded the battlefield. Only after a while of moving, Sand Eagle King was still in the same place, making Mai Jin shocked, and asked his father quickly, "Why is that?" Immediately, all four elders spoke in unison. They have tried their best, and looked at Mai Biao together. Seeing this, Mai Biao roared at them like he was scolding them. "Do you think I'm not trying my best?" Fueled by anger, Mai Biao summoned Dan P for questioning. He respectfully explained, "Previously, you asked for the mech to withstand immense power and to be capable of aerial maneuvers. But everything has its limits, so speed had to be sacrificed." Hearing this, Mai Biao's eyes nearly popped out as he yelled, "He doesn't care about any of that. Speed, defense, attack. He wants it all." In response, Dan Pai suggested that Mai Biao simply reach a higher realm. He said that if both he and the four elders reached the peak of the heavenly stage, then the Sand Sculpture King could be upgraded fivefold. Mai Biao coldly snorted in his heart. If he used all the spiritual medicine he'd gathered over the decades, plus the energy from a divine stage heteromorphic fragment, he might be able to advance a little. But the elders' aptitude and abilities are too poor. He doesn't want to waste it on them. Then, Dan Pai continued, he did consider the speed issue, so he designed the mech with teleportation capabilities, each use consuming a light crystal. But there's only one, so it's meant for emergencies only. Didn't even think of using it. Mai Biao decisively wanted to use it. He has plenty in his vault anyway. Now capturing Xinghun generals of the Jiaoren race is what matters. Following Mai Biao's words, lightning crackled around the Sand Sculpture King mech, preparing for an instant teleportation. At the same time, Yunxiang and his companion had wiped out all the guards. The battlefield was littered with broken mechs and corpses. Seeing that everything was dead, the centaur still wasn't satisfied, and wanted to fight more. She jumped onto the horse's back. Yunxiang casually absorbed elixirs. The centaur thought she could use this power later, but that wasn't going to happen. Yunxiang only temporarily gave her control of his soul force, which he supplied. This was just a little experiment. Afterwards, Yunxiang suggested taking Fei-er as a mount. If raised from a young age, she'd probably be very obedient. Unexpectedly, the centaur objected and willingly offered herself as Yunxiang's mount. Seeing Yunxiang's hesitation, she shamelessly begged, using the excuse of repaying his kindness by being his mount. After a while, Yunxiang gave the centaur a chance. If her performance is good, he'll reconsider. In his heart, he mused, as expected, once people obtain great power, they won't easily give it up. Looking at the frost dragon, Yunxiang considered finding someone else to control it. Then, relying on the unlimited soul restoration pills, he could summon an army of Xinjiang beasts, becoming the first to achieve this among all Xinghun masters. While he was leisurely thinking, 5 mechs suddenly descended beside Yunxiang, but Yunxiang remained unhurried, leaving them all to the centaur. As soon as he arrived, Mai Tong shouted his name, threatening Yunxiang, "Raise your hands and surrender." Before he finished speaking, a massive pillar of fire blazed down towards Mai Tong, and from within the raging flames, a crimson Xinghun general slowly emerged. As soon as she arrived, she asked Yunxiang if he was Ao Bing's master. Sensing no malice in her tone, Yunxiang politely responded. He felt immense pressure from her soul force. No mistake, probably Saint Stage level 6. Opposite him, the Xinghun armor haughtily said. Yunxiang didn't need to know who she was. She was just following the orders of Ao Bing's previous master to deliver a message. Yunxiang immediately understood. The other party mistook him for Ao Bing's successor. Even so, he didn't say anything. Neja spoke up, asking what was the message inside. Neja called Yan, the lady coldly replied, telling Yunxiang to be careful. That's it, only 4 words.
The Mai family. That thief. Be a good boy and put your hands up and surrender. But before they could even finish their sentence, another powerful pillar slammed down right where they were. Just then, a powerful spirit star appeared behind that huge flame. A voice came from above. Is this the one who summoned the spirit star general, Ao Bing? This has got to be the lowest grade Ao Bing spirit star general I've ever seen. Song Yunxiang got wary as soon as he saw the other person. May I ask who you are? And it's a woman's voice. Seems like she's not hostile. This soul power is so strong. It's 7th stage of the Saint Realm. No, actually, it's only the 6th stage. This form, could it be the spirit star general Neja from the Huyan family? The other person answered, you don't need to worry about who I am. I'm just here to pass on a message to you from the previous owner of the Ao Bing Spirit Star. Song Yunxiang became somewhat interested when he heard this. Huh, pass on what message? So she mistakenly thinks I'm the successor to the Ao Bing Spirit Star. Hu Yanwei inside slowly opened her mouth and said, that person asked me to warn you to be careful of doctors. The more Song Yunxiang heard, the less he understood. Be careful of doctors. What doctor? Hu Yanwei actually calmly replied, don't know. Song Yunxiang really couldn't understand what he was seeing, and the other person seriously looked at him without saying another word. Song Yunxiang really couldn't grasp the deep meaning in those words, and Hu Yanwei inside remained silent. Finally, he had no choice but to speak first, so that's it. The other person also nodded, saying that was all. Song Yunxiang turned his head away in disgust. Are you trying to riddle me? I hate being ridded the most. Hu Yanwei, sitting to the side, looked at him, somewhat angry. Take back that disrespectful gaze of yours. Otherwise, I can replace Big Bro Ao and negate your reputation as the successor to the Ao Bing Spirit Star. Hearing this, Song Yunxiang raised his head and asked back, what did you say? Negate my reputation. Shouldn't you be taking away my qualification to own the Ao Bing Spirit Star? Just negate my reputation? Are you kidding me? Hearing these words, Hu Yanwei frowned and asked back, the Jiaoren tribe values honor the most. How could the Guardian choose such a shameless person like you as the successor? Oops, sorry about that. Guess I gotta let you know the truth. I'm not a Jiaoran, and this isn't the Aobing spirit star. Song Yunxiang carefully thought about this. Let's see, I wonder if there's a way to trick this girl. Nija, huh? This is the spirit star general I couldn't get in my past life. Hu Yanwei carefully sized up the person in front of her. Indeed, your Aobing is different from the Aobings I've seen before. So, who exactly are you? Song Yunxiang answered, not daring to hide it. My spirit star general has a special ability. It can transform into other spirit star generals. As he said these words, he secretly smiled in his heart. Thank you, that girl. Thanks, Dean, G.U. Using a spirit star general to take the blame is just too convenient. Hearing this, Hu Yanwei suggested, transform and... let me see. Here it comes. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into Lu Bu, then looked up and asked, how about that? Do you believe me now? Why don't you go meet that person yourself? Although I'm not the successor to Aobing, I know him and can take you to meet him. Hu Yanwei didn't seem too convinced. Transform one more time. Hearing that suggestion, Song Yunxiang instead became a little pensive. This woman is really hard to fool. The Yunxiang spirit star seems to have been blocked by some force, so I can't construct it smoothly anymore, but I can only rack my brains a little now. Alright, I'll transform one more time for you to see. In the blink of an eye, he transformed. A slightly awkward voice asked back. So do you believe me now? Hu Yanwei was indeed a bit intrigued almost. Can you transform one more time? Song Yunxiang was truly out of ideas. How many more transformations? I only have Wei Yongxi and Yiji Zuo left now, but he was really out of options. Fine, might as well risk it all. In a flash, his whole body transformed again. How's that? Interesting. Come on down and let's chat face to face. Hu Yanwei finally made a conclusion. Oh, I know what your star spirit is now. Song Yunxiang, even though he had no clue what the other party thought he was, replied with a smile. You saw through me. As expected of a Saint Stage expert, your knowledge is truly vast. He himself, on the other hand, felt a bit tired. Great. These guys who make wild guesses all day completely believe whatever I say without a shred of doubt. Hu Yanwei spoke her mind. You're the star spirit. Zhang Guolao? Song Yunxiang, smiling from below, responded, That's right, you're not wrong, it's Zuo. But immediately after, he tilted his head up, confused. What the heck, I really can't understand what Zhang whatever Lao is. Hu Yanwei actually replied in a calm tone, saying, Guiding, isn't it interesting? Zuo from Legends, huh? I've heard about that in recent years. Song Yunxiang held his forehead, a little flustered. Haha, senior, you're so witty. Immediately after, he transformed back to his real form, his star manifestation instantly landing on the ground. Then, standing in front of the huge star spirit, he said, Why don't you two seniors come down and have a chat with me? I'll take you to find Aoping's successor. Hu Yanwei remained silent, saying nothing more. But right after, her entire face changed in shock. She slowly emerged from the middle of her star spirit. But this time, it wasn't a complete star manifestation. Song Yunxiang smiled with satisfaction. She's out. I actually tricked her into coming down. But Hu Yanwei asked a random question. What's your relationship with Ling Luwu? Song Yunxiang was taken aback by this question. Huh? Ling whatever Wu? Hu Yanwei asked again with an unhappy expression. Aren't you from the Ling family? No, that's not right, although it's very faint. You give off the same hateful feeling as him. Song Yunxiang, acting like a good boy, seriously raised his head and replied, Senior, this junior is Song Yunxiang from Yong'an City, Nanzhao, Tiandu Kingdom. My ancestor is the Luan Marquis, Song Jingzhong. Hearing this answer, Hu Yanwei asked with interest, So, you're a descendant of the Song family. I heard that 20 years ago, that idiot Song Pingtuan died together with his enemy. He wasn't faking his death, was he? Song Yunxiang felt that he shouldn't say too much about this matter, so he lowered his head and replied, This junior really doesn't know about that, and I didn't expect that you'd even know my third grandpa. Moreover, your tone sounds like an elder. There's no way she's faking it. Then he suggested, Senior, how about you come down first, and we can chat face to face. At this moment, he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. something that the person up high also noticed. Something's coming. Hu Yanwei turned her gaze behind her. A large teleportation gate quickly appeared there, and the Zhongji Sand Sculpture King stepped out from within. Song Yunxiang completely didn't understand and shouted, "What the hell is that?" And that huge thing gradually appeared in its most complete form with its massive body. It had appeared here, and the Mai family inside were also shocked to see this situation. How could a Saint Stage powerhouse appear here? Mai Biao gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, I was just too slow and tried to teleport to this area, but I ended up appearing right here. That huge thing was terrified when it saw Na's spirit soul, but Hu Yanwei was still super chill, using ferocious beast fuel to create this thing. How could it have short-range teleportation? Pretty neat, huh? Song Yunxiang also chuckled. Holy crap, this weird thing is radiating the power of several Heaven Stage experts. Lucky for me, with the Spirit Soul General Na and this senior around, I can just sit back and watch the show. But then he saw that Na girl fly off somewhere else. Song Yunxiang shouted in surprise from below, "Senior, where'd you go?" Then he yelled a few times, "Hey, senior, wait up." Hu Yanwei turned her head back. "What's wrong?" Song Yunxiang immediately pointed in one direction. "Can't you help me clean up that thing a bit, senior?" Hu Yanwei replied firmly, "No way. How could this spirit soul general of the left wing choose such a loser as a master? Can't even handle these small fries." The other party said nothing more and quickly left the place, carefully leaving a farewell before leaving. Song Yunxiang couldn't believe what he was seeing. Are you a dog or something? And the Central Sand Sculpture King in front slowly descended. Mai Jin, sitting inside, shouted happily, "That's great, father. That Saint Stage powerhouse is gone. Looks like she doesn't want to get involved in our Sand Sculpture City's war." Mai Biao inside was secretly sweating. Luckily. Why did Hu Yanwei's family's spirit soul general, the god killer Na, suddenly come here? Mai Jin shouted from the front, "Not good, father. That guy is attacking straight at us." And Timao is charging forward powerfully. Song Yunxiang, riding on his horse, swung his weapon. Mai Biao, sitting in the back, said forcefully, "If that expert doesn't interfere, this trash Earth Stage can't do anything. He's courting death." Mai Jin felt a little embarrassed. "I'm really sorry, father. I'm also in the Middle Earth Stage." The Sand Sculpture King immediately fired a huge blast of power. Song Yunxiang, on horseback, used his weapon to jump into the air at the last moment, instantly dodging the blast completely. And the thing was surprised to see his nimble speed. Song Yunxiang landed wearily. Several Heaven Stages operating this mech with power similar to the Saint Stage. Dealing with this guy is a pain. If not, keep his life first. Timao, standing behind, angrily cried out a few times. And then she trembled. Timao must perform well. Timao is not afraid. Song Yunxiang, standing next to her, reassured, "Don't get excited. You should just find somewhere far away to hide. The enemy in front of you is not something you can handle." Immediately afterwards, he summoned the big bow in his hand, jumped up high, and instantly fired a powerful arrow. But the opponent erected a sturdy protective barrier for its body. Song Yunxiang glanced straight ahead. Defensive clause. They even made this superfluous thing. Immediately afterwards, countless rays of light headed straight towards him. It just wouldn't stop, like a super flexible rattan whip. He finally realized this weirdo thing was actually trying to chase him down and kill him. Song Yunxiang scoffed, "Playing hard to get, huh?" Suddenly, Dimao jumped out of nowhere. "Master, run, let Dimao cover you." Hearing this, he immediately turned his head back. "What are you doing here?" "Hey, don't do that." But before he could finish his sentence, the big horse was completely impaled. Before fainting, she still thought, "Don't worry, Master, Dimao will definitely perform well." Immediately, her whole body exploded. In the end, only the shape of a red scarf fluttered in the air. His whole body seemed to be enveloped in a red protective layer. Xiang Luye, who was lying on her, suddenly lit up, his eyes wide open and terrifying. With her immense power, the little girl actually summoned a unique soul general for herself. This action made everyone there exclaim in surprise. What? Mai Biao inside that huge thing didn't expect this either. In the blink of an eye, the opponent disappeared into the air. Mai Jin immediately turned around to look back. But before she could react, she was hit hard by the opponent, ouch. That huge thing definitely didn't have the strength to fight back against this thing. In the blink of an eye, the entire body was destroyed. A shockwave occurred, scattering dust and sand everywhere. And that thing fell straight to the ground before Sung Yunxiang's astonished eyes. Behind it, a huge foot stepped on it like trash. Together with his powerful hands, the Soul General easily disassembled an arm, one hand holding a large mace straight ahead. Not long ago, outside the east gate of Shadiao City, Long Kun was still standing here, waiting. It seems like a very intense battle has broken out on the north gate side. It's a shame that our side is so leisurely. It's all thanks to the Venerable One for taking on this burden for me. According to the plan, I should be going to the meeting place with the Lanli group. Now the Venerable One will surely handle things smoothly if I act recklessly and go there to support the Venerable One. Who knows if I'll make him angry. At this moment, sand arrows suddenly shot up from the ground towards where he was standing. Lan Kun also looked down in surprise. Who is it? He shot his trident straight down. Come out here. Several figures quickly appeared from below, shooting upwards. The opponent actually chased us all the way here. A woman led the way, introducing herself. Mai Ji of the Mai family would like to learn from you. Lan Kun was surprised to hear this voice. A woman, her subordinates quickly jumped up, following her orders. Luji formation, Liangyi formation. Obey the order, surround, and kill this one. Understood? Lan Kun quickly dodged their attacks. Wait, they know the formation of Tiandu country. These chicks ain't simple. Suddenly, he saw two streams of power shooting towards him. He couldn't just stand there and die, so he immediately jumped upwards to dodge. He already had a guess in his mind. Is this a uniform set of battle gear that can be mobilized with divine sense? So the Yu country is one step ahead in mass-producing these things, huh? It was then that he realized something was wrong. Crap, I'm surrounded. Mai Shi was getting ready to fight, little demon clan brat. Struggling is useless. Just obediently put your hands up and surrender. She quickly ordered her subordinates. Rip off his limbs for me. Understood. Lan Kun stood there, still shocked, and immediately felt a sharp pain assaulting his body. Mai Shi, standing outside, praised slightly. As expected of the original Star Soul General, the structural strength is indeed terrifying. But too bad you only have the cultivation of an Earth rank original Star Soul. If I can seize this power, it will be enough to escape the Mai family's control. With this uniform set of battle gear in terms of quality and yuan qi, and since we're at the Earth rank, our cultivation and numbers give us the advantage. Just keep stalling to reduce his stamina, and seize the opportunity when his soul power is almost exhausted. Lan Kun, enduring the attacks, was also calculating in his mind. Their attack rhythm seems to carry a certain beat. It reminds me of the cheerful dancing and singing rhythm of the merfolk at home, da-dee-da-dee-da. Then, his eyes turned cold and resolute as he looked upwards. This is the moment. He used his weapon to stab straight forward, and immediately destroyed their formation attack. In the blink of an eye, he counterattacked. The crowd was completely unbelieving and he jumped up high without blinking, avoiding everything. The people below realized the situation wasn't good. The formation is broken, changed to the 7-star Big Dipper formation, but Lan Kun in the sky didn't give them a chance to stop him. Appear, Frost Demon Dragon. The people below tried their best to resist. Quick, launched the rotating blade formation to create a defensive shield. Meanwhile, Lan Kun's giant dragon was preparing to unleash its true power. Frost Demon Dragon uses Scattering Dragon Roar Cannon. The people below had completed their defensive formation. A large, red, round ball quickly appeared. As soon as Lan Kun's power shot out, they realized they had no way to resist. Crap. There were many beams of light piercing through the gaps in the rotating blades. In the end, they could only resign themselves to being hit. Mai Shi, standing in the middle, said seriously, "Don't panic, prepare to counterattack." Lan Kun in the sky was a bit surprised. They actually blocked the energy attack. What about physical damage? I wonder if they can block that. In a flash, he launched Dragon Leap Strike. That one blow completely destroyed their big shield. In an instant, everything shattered. Lan Kun seized the opportunity, ready to fire forward. Good chance. Mai Shi down below released her circular weapons. Go. Golden moon wheels. Then, she herself was shocked when she had to bear this pain. Suddenly, the girl in front realized something was wrong. What? He's not dodging, but using his mecha body to attack us. No, come back here, golden moon wheels. Lam Kun flashed a provocative smile. No more chances. Annihilation, whirlwind skill. In the blink of an eye, their group was swept into a massive vortex. And Mai Shi finally had to surrender. She fell to the golden sand below. Lam Kun, in his massive form, pointed his weapon straight at her. Mai Shi knew she had no chance to resist, and could only resign herself. Worthy of being an original spirit soul general, such terrifying power. I surrender, kill me if you want, come on. Lam Kun just stood there silently, not making any other movements. Then he turned and left. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from her sight. Mai Shi slowly opened her eyes, looked up, and couldn't help but sigh. He still spared me at the very end. What a soft-hearted guy. Lam Kun, on the other hand, felt he did nothing wrong. Sorry. As a proud merman warrior, I can't bring myself to kill an enemy who surrendered, Lord Sovereign said. We have to leave Qifeng Valley some power to protect itself from the ferocious beasts. Guess Lord Sovereign must have finished things over there. While moving, he suddenly stopped in a daze. What's that? Because in front of him was a huge pillar of fire blocking his way. Spirit Soul General Naja appeared in a flash. No mistake. This guy must be the true heir of Aobing. And Lam Kun, facing the opponent's power, just knelt down respectfully. He really couldn't understand. Was this really a Spirit Soul General? But it was so terrifying that it made it hard for him to breathe. Hu Yanwei, from within, said coldly, Kid, you possess Aobing. The previous session sent me to remind you. Be careful of the thesis defense. Lam Kun, lying on the ground, couldn't understand what these words meant. Thesis what? Hu Yanwei was stunned when he heard this. Is it the way I move? On the side of that kid from before. How could it be? She trembled as she spoke. In disbelief. How could it be? Impossible. Why is there a divine stage manifestation here? At this time, at the Battle of Beicheng in Qifeng Valley, that so-called divine stage finally turned its head to look at him. It raised its huge arm that it had just broken, preparing to throw it down. Its blood-red eyes glared over there, terrifyingly. Song Yunxiang took a few steps back in fear. Divine stage, it's real. Is that the sleeping saint? Or that legendary old geezer who's lived for over 400 years? Old ancestor Ping Tian. Holy crap, I struck gold. The spirit soul general of old ancestor divine stage is right here. No way. No way. How can I be completely immobilized like this? How can the power of a god stage expert be so immense that I can't even twitch? The massive arm once again swiped past the spot where he was standing. The god stage expert seemed a bit displeased, landing a heavy blow on the extreme sand vulture king. Those inside could only shout a few times. Family head? Young Master Mai Jin? Are you all alright? Thanks to the elders, father. Before he could finish speaking, he saw his father trembling and kneeling on the ground. So terrifying, even stronger than that person. The nightmare that had tormented him for decades was still etched in his heart. Mai Jin anxiously asked, Father, are you all right? But he just kept muttering to himself, must escape quickly. Mai Jin cautiously glanced in the direction they were just attacked from. What the heck just attacked us? A fleeting image of a star-souled general appeared. Is that why Father is so terrified? No doubt about it, that must be a water element, Star Soul General. That means the enemy is at least a Saint Stage expert. Why would such an enemy suddenly attack us? The current situation lacks sufficient information, making it impossible to guess. Someone behind asked, Family head, what do we do now? But Mai Biao was still mumbling, escape, run away. Mai Jin, sitting behind him, was actively thinking, as long as I can attract their attention. Sorry, Father. Then, he ordered those around him. Everyone, our Extreme Sand Vulture King fighter craft is completely damaged since we haven't finished the final stages of manufacturing. This craft can't be dismantled immediately. We'll be stuck here. But the 3 standby single-seater fighters are still intact, undamaged. Father, Sand Vulture City can't be without you. I and the 4 elders will stay here. Use these 3 standby single-seater fighters to escape. We'll activate our attacks simultaneously to attract the enemy's attention. My Biao, his eyes filled with terror, glanced behind and replied, Right, you're right, Sand Vulture City can't be without me. He quickly yelled, Alright everyone, see you later. This family head will take his leave first. Remember, this isn't running away. It's a tactical retreat. It's tactics. Outside, the God Stage expert realized something. His eyes glanced at something beside him. Then, he saw that Mai Biao had abandoned the large thing. Yunxiang was a bit surprised. What? Is there something else inside that fighter craft? Ah, he wants to escape. He immediately leaped out, now's the time. But the immense strength of that expert wasn't so easily shaken off. He was happily thinking that he had escaped. As long as they attacked that monster right now, he could seize the opportunity to retreat safely, but he never expected that he had already been targeted. Just then, several long-range attacks suddenly appeared from below the Sand Vulture King. But they didn't hit him at all. Instead, they seemed intended to attract the attention of the big thing below. The God Stage expert was naturally attracted by this light, glancing in that direction. Then, he quickly jumped upwards. His intention to chase after that bastard was clear as day. Mai Biao desperately tried to escape in the air, completely unable to understand what was happening. Why? Didn't they say they'd attack the enemy to attract attention? Could something have gone wrong? Mai Jin quickly kicked open a door and stepped out. He and several other elders had finished jumping to the ground. Then, he turned around and said to the others, Elders, the plan failed. That monster is chasing after the family head. If that's the case, we can't let the family head sacrifice himself in vain. Let's seize this opportunity to hide in the sand and conceal ourselves. We'll find a chance to avenge the family head later. Those behind naturally agreed with this idea. Alright, Yunxiang, seeing all of this, couldn't help but sigh, sacrificing a Heaven Stage expert as bait for other Heaven Stage experts. To think there are such loyal people in Sand Vulture City, what a pity. But Mai Biao still couldn't understand what was happening, and could only desperately try to escape. Crap, he's catching up. Could it be that this old man has become bait? No way. Could it be? But he didn't have time to think at all. The Heavenly Realm dude behind him had already caught up completely. He screamed in terror, No, don't. Of course, he didn't get a chance to complain. He was defeated in the blink of an eye. Mai Shu could only painfully realize the truth. You rebellious son, you dare to plot against me. You ungrateful wolf with a heart of stone. Yunxiang, watching this scene from below, couldn't help but sigh. A Heavenly Realm expert defeated in a single blow. And that person, after delivering that blow, jumped down too, standing there with a heroic aura. In an instant, a shockwave appeared in front of him, and a powerful source of light slammed into the ground. That person was now standing right in front, his eyes blood red, as he stared in this direction menacingly, as if he still wanted to fight a life-or-death battle with him. Yunxiang cried out in alarm, This isn't good. If there's no enemy, he's gonna attack me instead. Star-Lord system, force an astral disintegration for me, quick. His large body immediately disappeared, falling into the air, and he instantly returned to his true form. Yunxiang gritted his teeth as he looked at the thing in front of him, thinking to himself, and that giant monster was staring coldly in this direction, with sharp eyes. But then it suddenly stopped. The giant body disappeared in an instant, returning to the form of a tiny girl. The girl slowly fell from the sky, and then just lay straight down in the sand as if she were still half asleep. Zhang Luye, lying on the ground, finally slowly woke up. Yunxiang tried to force a friendly smile and waved. Hello, you're awake. The girl slowly sat up and looked around everywhere, then asked with cold eyes, Who are you? Where is this? Where am I? Yunxiang, of course, couldn't miss this opportunity, and explained seriously. My name is Yunxiang. This is outside of Sand Dune City, and I rescued you from the Mai family's dungeon. Who are you? The other party didn't answer, but just stared at him, then seemed to think about something and glanced in another direction. Who am I? What's my name? At this moment, a name suddenly flashed in the girl's mind, along with the image of an elderly old man. Zhang Luye, Then, as if she understood something, she calmly continued, "My name is Zhang Luye. I can't remember anything else." Song Yunxiang was a little surprised to hear this. Amnesia? Seriously, amnesia? Well, that's great. The danger's been reduced. I was originally planning to take this opportunity to grope around a bit, copy her astral soul manifestation, and then run away. Then, the girl looked down at his hand, which was tightly holding her own, and asked, "What are you doing?" Song Yunxiang explained a bit flusteredly, "I'm taking your pulse." That's right, taking your pulse. What kind of look is that? Don't be suspicious. I'm actually an alchemist, and I also know a little bit about medicine. Seriously, it's been this long, and the Star-Lord system still hasn't responded yet. Suddenly, he realized something in shock. Wait a minute, damn it. This person is actually using soul power to create a thin barrier around their body. Song Yunxiang felt a bit awkward and asked, "Hey kiddo, why the heck are you using your soul power to create a barrier around yourself like that? It's kind of interesting." "Heh," Zhang Luyi replied, sounding a bit displeased. "Sounds like you've got a problem with my ki-infused bodyguard thingy." Song Yunxiang explained, a little embarrassed. Wouldn't dare. Your chi is super impressive, but it's kind of blocking me from touching your skin. Could you maybe temporarily drop it? Don't get me wrong. I just want to take your pulse." But that dude just arrogantly replied, "Nope, I think I heard something about men and women shouldn't touch hands." Song Yunxiang was dumbfounded by this answer. "Huh? What?" Zhang Luye answered proudly, "That's right. Men and women shouldn't touch hands. Only after getting married can they touch each other's skin. Do you want to marry me?" Not long ago, outside the East City Gate of Sand Sculpture, Long Kun still didn't understand what the other party was saying when they disappeared. "Hey, what were you just saying?" But Hu Yanwei didn't have time to waste words with him, muttering to herself as she left. Could that god-level being be the Haishui Holy Monarch or that old ancestor from the northern border? Why would they show up here if the balance of power is broken? But when she got back to the spot, there was no one to be seen anymore. She stopped immediately. Standing high up, she seriously glanced around, assessing the situation, then quickly descended. Using concealment once, in an instant, her whole body was hidden, and her aura was masked. She hid behind a large sand dune, carefully assessing the situation ahead. That tall figure is the Astral Soul General, the Minotaur King, the most terrifying Astral Soul General in the Eastern continent ever. And then there are 2 layers of barriers protecting Song Yunxiang and Zhang Luye inside. That's actually the old ancestor, Ping Tian, Zhang Luye. What's he doing here? It's that brat. He's mastered the Trezor, and he dares to lay a hand on a god-level old ancestor. What is he trying to do? Then, Hu Yanwei was shocked when she heard the sentence, "Do you want to marry me?" Song Yunxiang on this side was also stunned when he heard that and asked back, "Huh?" And Hu Yanwei also couldn't believe it, widening her eyes in shock. "Does that kid want to die?" Zhang Luye innocently tilted his head and asked back, "Don't you want to?" Song Yunxiang rubbed his forehead, feeling extremely tired. "Want your head. Leave me alone. Aren't you really stupid now?" Zhang Luye suspiciously asked back, "Are you scolding me?" Song Yunxiang quickly waved his hands a few times. Wouldn't dare. Not at all. Damn it, I almost forgot this is a god-level granddaddy. If I accidentally pissed this guy off, killing me would be like killing an ant. Zhang Luye calmly continued, "It's fine if you don't. Put your hand down. I feel fine. I don't need you to take my pulse." Song Yunxiang, of course, could only obediently obey. All right, whatever you say." In his heart, he secretly cried out a few times, "Damn it, I'll just have to find another opportunity to act." Suddenly, Zhang Luye sensed something. A ceiling formation. His hands quickly pressed on the screen in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the circle surrounding the two of them was shattered into tiny pieces. Song Yunxiang's eyes widened in surprise. What the heck just happened? Zhang Luye suddenly asked, "Are you a Shulang person?" Song Yunxiang exclaimed, "You know about the Shulang clan. Wait a minute. Aren't you supposed to have amnesia?" Zhang Luye scratched his head a few times and said calmly, "Yeah, I really don't remember anything, but these words suddenly popped into my head, and it's like I kinda know them too." Then, The other guy was actually able to create an identical, albeit wonky, formation. Ceiling formations are really hard, and I only know a little bit. Yunxiang felt a bit surprised. Looks like this guy's skill is only slightly better than a meow. How come this daddy knows it already, after only learning it? Am I a genius, or what? Zhang Luye muttered to himself again. That's not right. Why would someone from the Ling family lower themselves to become a Shou Lang? Song Yunxiang asked, you also know about some Ling family. Hu Yanwei behind them exclaimed in surprise, the Ling family. Zhang Luye also noticed the movement in the distance. Who's there? But the moment he noticed, she vanished without a trace. Zhang Luye was a little unhappy, ran away. This one's no fun at all. Song Yunxiang stood beside him silently, not saying a word. Worthy of being a god-tier being, their divine sense is really sharp. The concealment ability of the person who has the Xinghun general, Niza, is considered not too bad. At the very least, she is in the top 100 of the people I know, but the sentence made her psychologically shaken, resulting in the fluctuation of the soul power, so that she was exposed. What exactly does the Ling family mean? He then spoke up and asked the person in front of him, do you know someone from the Ling family? Is it Ling something or sleeping something? Why do you think that I and the Ling family have something to do with each other? As soon as he said this, the other party actually got close and started sniffing around. Song Yunxiang was a bit surprised. What's going on? Song Luye replied calmly. Because your body has a scent, similar to Shifu's. Shifu, a scent, what the heck? Suddenly, he felt a little strange. Is the sense of smell a heaven-sent talent of the demon race? Immediately afterward, the other party hugged his head tightly and cried out in pain. Song Yunxiang ran over worriedly to ask, hey, what's wrong with you? The little girl actually raised her hand and pointed forward, ordering, kneel down here. Song Yunxiang didn't dare to disobey and quickly knelt down. What for? Turn around. Song Yunxiang really couldn't understand. Hey, aren't you messing with me? But that small body quickly jumped straight onto his back and shouted, put your hands behind you and support me, then stand up. He had no choice but to listen. All right, let's go. Song Yunxiang really couldn't understand. Where do you want to go? I'm hungry. I don't know. Song Yunxiang had no choice but to humor her. After all, she was so powerful. Okay, let's go find Lan Kun and Lan Li first. With just a wave of his hand, the surrounding barrier shattered. He gently nudged Demao with his foot a few times and shouted, hey, wake up! The girl lying on the ground quickly woke up, then anxiously touched her body all over the place. Is Demao dead? Is Demao okay? Is Demao still alive? Seeing her like this, Song Yunxiang said, stop looking, you haven't lost a single hair. The other party quickly turned her head to look behind. Did Master save Demao just now? That great one. Has he woken up too? Song Yunxiang quickly ordered, stand up straight, what does Master want to do? Turn around. What's up, Master? Even though she was full of questions, the girl obediently did as she was told. Song Yunxiang hugged Zhang Luye from behind, then super smoothly jumped onto her back. Alright, let's roll. And just like that, the gang zoomed off across the sandy, windy desert. Meanwhile, Hu Yanwei, hiding under the sand, started to grumble. He cursed in his head. That damn God stage ancestor, he noticed me even from that far away. Plus it seems like that weird kid figured me out ages ago. How can a measly mortal have such a strong divine sense? Freaking bizarre. Looks like there ain't gonna be no showdown in this golden desert. On the other side, Timao was zooming across the desert as fast as he could on his master's orders. Zhang Luye, lying on his back, suddenly called out to Song Yunxiang. I think I remember something. My master's name was Ling Siki. She was an envoy sent down by the gods to monitor this world in place of the sleeping deities, in order to carry out the Starlight Project, At the start of each era, 3 supervisors would descend from the heavens in the guise of divine envoys. One is the envoy of the gods' power and rules. That person is responsible for executing the Starlight Project, tasked with planting a spark and protecting it from being extinguished. One is the envoy of the gods' fairness and judgment. This one is in charge of assisting with the execution of the plan, while also delivering fair judgments to the world. and the other is the envoy of the gods' freedom and creation. This person is responsible for creating changes in the world. These three supervisors rely on each other, but are also bound by each other. Yunxiang couldn't help but blink at the person behind him. Weren't you supposed to have amnesia? How can you rattle off so much stuff like that? Zhang Liye thought for a moment and replied, I don't know why, but when I see you, I remember these things. Yunxiang was taken aback. What's with that? This three divine envoys legend seems to exist in other places too. I also heard a Zan mention the word era last week. According to the Taiwan records, each human civilization dynasty is called an era. The Taiwan records are currently at the 11th era. Yunxiang looked back and asked, where did you hear about all that divine envoy stuff? The stuff from earlier was excerpted from New Eastern Continent mythology, Ancient Selections. It's a children's book published in 912 in the Tiandi Empire, the first book my master gave me. Yunxiang suddenly realized something wasn't right. Wait a minute, were the era and supervisor stuff also written in that children's book? Zhang Liye pondered this for a second. Not really, that was what my master said. My master also told me, what was it again? Zhang Liye then just stared intently at him. Yunxiang felt a little tired. Don't tell me, you're suddenly going to forget at a time like this. Yeah, I can't seem to remember. Yunxiang felt utterly exhausted. Great, just great. Are you some NPC spouting plot clues sent down by the heavens? Zhang Liye smacked him in the face from behind with a loud bam and declared, Yunxiang, I'm hungry. Let's wait a bit and find Lan Kun's group. The person next to him yawned when she heard this. Then I'm gonna take a nap. Wake me up when there's food. He suddenly remembered this kid's 1,000-year slumber and shouted, wait, don't just fall asleep like that. But it was too late. Heavens, this sleep god's out cold again. Oh well, even if she weren't asleep, I couldn't replicate her with my soul force protecting her body. Guess I'll figure it out later. Then the gang continued their long journey across the vast desert. Meanwhile, Hong Yuxiao up above was keeping a safe distance while still tailing them. A guy wielding weird inscriptions, a mysterious divine stage ancestor, and a ditzy little demon. What the heck are this oddball group up to? That divine stage ancestor and the kid have got super sharp senses, can't get too close. Looks like she's still gonna keep tailing them for now. At this moment, a big group of people were gathered near a massive cliff. It's those demon folks you saved before. Man, they're parched and starving. Someone next to them chimed in to comfort. Hang in there. That brave merman warrior went to find us some water. Just then, they suddenly heard a noise. It was a huge spirit astral projection flying towards them. Seeing them freak out, Lan Kun yelled, don't be scared, it's me, astral projection. Then he kind of hopped off the cliff nearby. Everyone crowded around, asking questions. So it's Prince Lan Kun, thanks for saving us. Prince Lan Kun, the merman race will always be good friends with your tribe. Lan Kun replied with a polite smile. No need to be so formal, everyone. Relax, relax, I'll escort you all back to your village in the canyon safe and sound. Oh yeah, hasn't Lord Reverence shown up to meet us yet? You know, that powerful fella who helped save you all? Oh, is that so? Suddenly, the cliff they were standing on started shaking violently, and everyone screamed in terror. Lan Kun realized the situation wasn't good, and shouted, this is bad, scatter. Huge, bizarre centipedes burst out from under the ground. Lan Kun quickly transformed into his spirit astral projection form, Ao Bing. In a flash, he tried to block the monster's attack, while everyone below scattered in fear. This is terrible. It is the savage beasts hiding under the desert. Run away quickly. Lan Kun got surrounded by the swarm, but he quickly broke free and jumped upwards. He didn't expect they could reach that height, though. The fleeing people were terrified. Everything was fine just a moment ago, and now the appearance of the human race's civilization has attracted these savage beasts. What the Grand Elder said was right. Civilization is the root of all disasters. Just as they were fleeing, a monster appeared in front of them, blocking their path. It opened its massive mouth, looking terrifying, and the person could only scream in fear. No way. But now, no one could save her. She was devoured in an instant. The atmosphere fell into chaos, and in all this panic, the little kids naturally started falling behind. Hurry up, little friends. Stick close to me. Hey, wait up. Now there were a few beasts that stood in their way. The little ponies could only tremble in fear. Please don't. They charged forward hungrily. Someone help us. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared. A blue warhorse. It's Demao. She instantly used her power to break through the monster's encirclement. She used her strong hind legs to kick them right in the face. Just then, another monster tried to sneak attack, but she blew it away with a blast of blue flames from her mouth. That thing didn't stand a chance. It turned into a crispy critter in the middle of the desert, super pathetic. The little horsies down below thought they were goners and were still freaking out, but when they looked up, they were stunned. It's Demao. She called out, "You guys." Okay. The little ones perked right up at her voice. It's Demao, Big Sis. Demao Big Sis is here to save us. Meanwhile, those monsters in the distance were getting wiped out real quick. Lan Kun was holding down the fort all by himself. He swung his weapon right at one of those beasties, but then another one tried to sneak up from behind. He spun around and tried a Dragon Roar cannon, but it was too fast. It didn't even give him time to charge up before slamming right into him. Boom! He got sent flying by that massive force. Crap. I'm so used to using area of effect attacks, I totally forgot I'm controlling the nascent Soul General Ao Bing right now. And that beast is coming right for me. Oh no. But then, a blue ball of something came hurtling towards them from afar. It looked like someone was inside. In a flash, it punched straight through the monster's body. Lan Kun spun around, totally shocked. What the heck was that, and who was that? The guy had a thin rope tied to those huge hands, and then he waved a few times, signaling it to come back. Before the thing could even roll away, it got yanked back through the hole, right back into his hand. Yunxiang stood on top of the high mountain, looking down all cocky. Hey Kunzi, Lan Kun looked up in shock. Is that green Supreme Ao Bing? Worthy of being called Supreme, the Supreme's wits are truly unfathomable. He can even change Ao Bing's appearance so naturally. No wonder he could play those soldiers in Sand Sculpture City like a cat with mice. Yunxiang called down from up high, "Watch out behind you." Lan Kun immediately snapped back to attention and chopped the unlucky monster in half. But it didn't seem to be dead, and even clawed its way out. Lan Kun was a bit surprised. It can still move. So Yunxiang launched that blue ball again, and in a blink, the whole body of that thing got destroyed. Yo, heads up, these beasties ain't strong, but they're super annoying. Gotta nail 'em right in the core to finish 'em off. Plus, those chopped off limbs play dead, waiting for a chance to sucker punch Ya. Called it. The severed bits are back in action, just like Ya said. Lan Kun grabbed his weapon, charging forward again. Got it, thanks your highness. Then, smooth as butter, he sliced the monster in half, like completely in half. Countless monsters were wiped out. They were like a well-oiled machine, top and bottom working perfectly in sync, while on the other side, a mini-battle was brewing. Demao sank her sharp fangs right into the monster's face, and in a flash, sent it flying. Next up, she used her hot blue flames to incinerate another one. Finally, she looked all smug at her little siblings. All right, all clear. No more baddies. The little ones were over the moon. Demao Sis is the best. What kind of power is that? So strong. That's so cool. Fire wants to try too. Demao piped up. Master, how's the fight going over there? Bet they don't need my help, huh? But the moment she looked up, they were already done. Huh. It's over already. Demao, feeling a bit bummed, asked, Master, do you need Demao's help anymore? Yunxiang, all chill, looked up and said, the beasts around here are all gone. Can you unpack the configuration? Yes. Configuration. In a blink, she was transformated, returning to her normal form, looking very proud. The little ones immediately ran over, super happy. Demao Sis is so awesome. Demao Sis, how did you turn into such a big god horse just now? How does Demao Sis do that? Can you teach fear? This spirit beast is called Astral Scarlet Blaze Fire Dragon Orb, the strength that the master has bestowed on me. Yunxiang, standing to one side, was kind of speechless. Then his eyes landed on the dude still snoozing on his back. This god-tier ancestor can still sleep. Wait a sec. If I carry this sleeping god around, Wouldn't my star spirit have an extra god-tier life-saving charm? If my star spirit gets beaten and my life's in danger, the Ox Demon King from these 10 sleeping gods will get passively triggered and attack everything. Wouldn't that be like being invincible? Nice. Gotta find a way to keep this forgetful airhead around. But because of the attack, some people lost their lives, and they are trying to find a way to bury these people. Lan Kun was so pissed he slammed his hand against the cliff, damn it. Song Yunxiang put a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Lan Kun was really touched and called him Your Highness. Immediately after that, he was really sad, I'm really useless, clearly own the power of the star spirit Aobing, clearly that I have to use the power of Aobing to protect everyone, but I can't even protect my compatriots. Is it true what those senior demon fellows said? Is the star spirit the strength to fight the fierce beasts, and at the same time the firefly attracting the fierce beasts? Could it be that it was because of my appearance that the beasts hiding under the desert surged up, indirectly killing them? Song Yunxiang, standing beside him, said calmly, "No, you are wrong. How can we choose to abandon the light? Because the light attracts insects who are always looking for the light, because most of the demon tribes of the continent lack innate soul veins and cannot obtain the power to resist fierce beasts, so they stay away from this civilization and live a primitive and ignorant life for so many years. But the ancestors of human beings chose the power of civilization and can continuously expand their territory in this world where fierce beasts are raging. Don't take all the responsibility on yourself, because this will shake your mental state and create unnecessary psychological shadows. The weak are eliminated is the rule from the beginning to the end of this way of heaven." But he said these words as if he had realized something. Wait, Beast Tide, Star Network, Star Spirit, weak, elimination. After realizing these things, he seemed to understand some of the problems. Could it be? No, is this also true? Seeing this, Lan Kun gave him a look, asking, "Lord, what's wrong?" "Nothing. I suddenly felt like I'd strung together some important clues, but it also feels like I can't grasp anything at all. Let's not talk about this. Call them over to gather up. I'll set up a defensive formation, and everyone can hide inside to recuperate for a bit. Everyone, hurry up and gather here." In the blink of an eye, he created a large protective magic circle. Lan Kun inside was also surprised to notice the effect of this circle. The recovery speed of soul force is increasing. Then he glanced at the young man standing beside him. The power of an immortal is truly unfathomable. If that's the case, the soul force that was almost completely depleted will quickly recover to its original state. At this moment, several coquettish voices calling master suddenly rang out inside the barrier. Song Yunxiang felt a chill when he heard these voices. The sounds of master kept echoing in his ears. Oh so sweetly. He was currently surrounded by a bunch of little centaurs. Song Yunxiang really couldn't understand it. He looked up at Dimao, standing on the other side, and asked, "What's going on?" The little ones next to him kept chirping, "Master, Master, we're very good. Please accept us as your mounts too." That's right. We also want to be as strong as senior sister Dimao, giving power to the big-boobed, small-brained. Dimao is such a waste. Fei is more obedient and listens better than senior sister Dimao. Song Yunxiang didn't know what to do and could only shout, get out, you little fools who haven't even grown all your fur yet." Dimao, standing on the side, heard everything and angrily shouted, "Fei, little sister! Who are you calling stupid? You stop right there for me." What followed was a small chase scene inside the barrier circle. Help, master. They stayed there until late at night. The scenery outside was covered in a thin layer of darkness. At this time, a small noise seemed to sound. A rabbit quickly looked up and peered outside. Then, it was horrified to see the figure of a huge pufferfish standing outside the barrier. Lan Kun and Song Yunxiang were also attracted by this cry and quickly went over. What's wrong? Then he was a little disbelieving. When he imagined Lan Li's previous appearance, he started showing that his appearance was due to drinking an entire large pond of water. Lan Kun couldn't understand at all. Could it be that this idiot wants to pour all the water he just drank into another pond for everyone? He quickly nodded a few times, answering yes. Immediately afterward, they had a small pit to help him. In the blink of an eye, the pond was full of water. but they wouldn't drink this kind of water, even if they died. The night sky above cast a pale, golden glow of the late-night moon downward. Fragrant grilled fish were being cooked. Zhang Luye, lying on his back, had woken up. All the fish had been eaten. They finally had a good night's sleep. Di Mao and her horse sisters also fell asleep with Zhang Luye, woken up. At this moment, Song Yunxiang was the only one left, and he slowly walked out of the barrier. The person calling was Song Mu, but the connection was a bit choppy. "Young master, you finally turned on your phone. How are you over there? Is everything going smoothly?" Song Yunxiang calmly replied, "Uncle Damu, where are you? Why is the signal so bad? It sounds like a battlefield. Could Yang'an City have been attacked?" No, please rest assured, young master. We are currently at the ruins east of Yang'an City, conducting combat experiments for the Weisha armor you designed. Currently, the experiment involves 50 units of the Weisha Armor City garrison facing off against 5 units of the Song family Shadow Guard Weisha armor. Below, they were carefully reminding each other, "Everyone be careful, the Song family's Shadow Guards are elites, 1 in 1,000. The battle below was shrouded in billowing smoke. From within the black smoke emerged the terrifying red eyes of the Weisha armor. And the figure stepping out was the special operations version of the Song family Shadow Guard Weisha armor, Wei Ticheng Shaoling, located within 80 li of Andong City, on the border between the Tiandu and Qishui countries, was used as a military exercise ground by the Tiandu army, right on the streets. At Jiulu, within the ruins north of Xiaolin City, a small-scale battle was taking place. They faced each other, preparing to fight, and a few people reported to the leader. "Captain, the enemy has 3 units. Can we win?" 3 units? That might be a little tough. The Song family Shadow Guards not only have super strong individual combat power, but now they also have some new upgrades. We must be careful and call for reinforcements to surround them from behind. We have 50 units in this exercise, and they only have 5. If we successfully defeat these 3 units, it will be a huge blow to them. On the other side, a report came through the radio. Song Chu, from the 3rd Shadow Guard Squad of Sector B4, has encountered enemy formations, awaiting battlefield support. This place was a frigid city, completely enveloped by the smell of gunpowder. The Song family's Weisha armor Shadow Guard sniper was high above, ready to receive instructions. Song Kei, scout from Scout Squad 2, responding to Song Chu's report. The battlefield area has 2 enemy squads of 10 units, no tactical ambush units, no surrounding reinforcements. Message received. Song Chu squad, commence action. Initiate attack. Immediately lock onto targets. Should we call for sniper support? No need, they only have 10 units. Our single unit is enough. This area will be suppressed by my single unit. 2 of you, go fight elsewhere. Immediately after, he dashed off. Song Chu, single unit, entering combat mode. The guys on the other side were completely caught off guard. "Captain, one of the enemy units is charging." "What the heck? Only 1 unit is charging." "Damn it! Are they looking down on us?" Formation 343. Immediately enter combat formation and open fire on him. Suppress him with firepower. Countless arrows were fired forward. On the opposite side, defensive shields were deployed. The opponent was not afraid at all, instantly dodging all attacks. This counterattack actually managed to eliminate countless opponents firing in the front. They then warned each other, "Not good, he's breaking through, spread out and surround him." But the opponent faced no difficulty at all and fiercely unleashed his power. Those guys couldn't resist at all and could only accept their fate. One of them suggested, "Shield bearers, step forward, surround, and kill him." Those huge bodies started leaping into the air. "Just die already, you've got nowhere left to run." Right after, they slammed their weapons down towards the ground with crazy force, but their opponent totally dodged the hit, instead rocketing upwards, higher and higher. In a blink, a barrage of fire arrows shot out from the position below their feet. Of course, they never expected this. What the heck? Weapons hidden inside like that. The formation they set up instantly crumbled. This guy quickly landed back on the ground. With just a few light sword strokes, he managed to take down a bunch of enemies. At this moment, Song Q completely disappeared in a flash. This guy's strength is undeniable, but his opponent still fearlessly charged. Ready to strike. Take this. He didn't even finish his sentence before Songchu gripped his weapon tightly and unleashed a powerful strike. In an instant, that sturdy shield was sliced clean in half. They couldn't believe it and cried out, "How is this possible? What is this? Why can't it block?" The shield was like a little toy, completely chopped to pieces. Songchu then calmly stood in the middle of the enemy formation, waiting for the next attack. The sword in his hand was still super sharp, showing no signs of dulling. Suddenly they realized something. Instantly, the whole group attacked towards him. As expected, that blade was glowing just now. Seems like it can't be used for too long. Hurry, surround him, shoot him. But Songchi easily used his shield to block the attack, and then used it like a weapon in his hand, launching it forward. The guys who got hit couldn't believe it. What the... Damn it, another fearless guy charging straight ahead. You guys are out of weapons now, huh? Just die for me. At this moment, Songchi's hand seemed to have something extra. In a flash, it fired out, taking down the guy in front of him, easily. The opponent was sent flying, not believing his eyes. What the heck? Right after the weapon fell out and a new device was installed, the state was ready to fight once again. The opponent who got taken down still couldn't believe it, trembling in his heart, yelling, "So there were hidden armaments still? That's terrifying. We surrender." Songchu finally nodded in satisfaction. Then an announcement rang out. The battlefield in District 6 has been successfully suppressed. Mecha Songkyu's assault mission completed. Next up was a stream of announcements. The battlefield in District 12 has been successfully suppressed. The battlefield in District 4 has been successfully suppressed. Songmu was observing the situation from above. The voice from the screen piped up. "How's the battle going? Is it over already? The exercise ended faster than I thought." Songmu cautiously checked the situation, then said, "I wouldn't say our side completely crushed them, but this match felt a little too easy." Yunxiang chuckled awkwardly upon hearing this. Well, the Shadow Guard's mechs were modified to fight humans. Beating up city guards is practically bullying. When fighting the Beast Tide, the Shadow Guard's advantage won't be so obvious, especially against those huge, monstrous beasts. Songmu picked up on that, saying, "Speaking of the Beast Tide, young master, when can you return to Yong'an City? The Marquis hopes you can come back as soon as possible." Hearing that, Yunxiang knew something was up. "Huh, what's wrong?" "That guy from the GU family reported your achievements in resisting the monstrous beasts in Yuanding City, plus your contribution to rescuing the second prince. The Imperial Court has decided to reward you. The decree announcing team is on its way to Yong'an City. They'll be here in 3 days." Meanwhile, Hu Yan was still keeping an eye on their movements. A high-level combined formation like that, spanning the entire eastern continent, I doubt anyone else but this brat could pull it off. Yunxiang calmly replied, "Conferring titles and rewards, huh? Alright, I got it. Uncle Damu, tell the old man for me that I'll be back soon. Please tell Uncle Damu not to worry." "Yes, young master. Do you need to arrange for shadow guards to ambush and protect young master Song?" Yunxiang casually waved his hand a few times. "No need. I've got a super strategist bodyguard here. Just get back to work. I'll see you later. I'm hanging up." "Yes, young master. See you later." After hanging up, Yunxiang cracked a happy grin. "The strongest force on the eastern continent is mine now. When I go out to play, who needs shadow guards to escort me?" That person, who was controlling Nacha back then, was still secretly observing. Might as well tease her a little. He quickly used voice transmission over there. "Hey, senior, it's windy on top of the mountain. Your clothes aren't thick enough. Don't catch a cold. Why not step into this formation, warm up, and have a few drinks with this junior?" Hu Yan instinctively dodged. Immediately after, she gnashed her teeth in anger. That little brat can really sense me at all times. "You damn pest." Daring to tease this old lady with voice transmission, Yunxiang glanced in the direction of the mountain from afar, not daring to get close out of concern for his free bodyguard. I'm dying of laughter. Oh well, can't do anything to her anyway, just ignore her. The sky above was clear and the breeze was cool. Tonight would probably be a peaceful night. Meanwhile, In the general's mansion in the west of Shadiao City, the lights were brightly lit and there were no guards on duty, as usual. Mai Jin stood before a large portrait of his father, clenching his fist. The people below were mourning the fate of the old master, woo-woo, master, woo-woo. Mai Jin also lowered his head sadly. Damn Dilun, woe to my father, turned to ashes. Not even a piece of his body can be found. The Pingtian holy sect, Shadiao City, will never coexist with you under the same sky. The elders who witnessed the scene below remained silent. Someone below spoke up. General Maijin, please restrain your grief. Shadiao City needs you to stand up and take charge. Now, Maijin smirked arrogantly in a hidden corner. It's about time. Then, with a determined look, he turned to the people behind him and said, Everyone, today we lost a hero. But at this moment, someone rushed in, panicking. It was Mai Shi, appearing with an urgent message. It's bad. Mai Tong. He was also in that battle, and he also unfortunately died, and said, Everyone, today we have lost a hero. This announcement immediately made Mai Jin reveal a surprised look. What the heck? Mai Tong too, seriously. But little did anyone know, he was secretly ecstatic inside. Awesome. Another obstacle cleared. Now all that's left is that good-for-nothing Mai Tai, the first wife's son and the top in line for inheritance. Just then, one of the wives, referred to as Madam, suddenly made a move. The nearby servants worriedly exclaimed, Madam, what's wrong? Mai Jin spoke again. Everyone, today we lost 2 heroes. But, right, someone quickly move my father's portrait to the side and make room for Mai Tong, the bravest and most powerful warrior of our Mai family's 4 loyal ones. My brother, our beloved Mai Tong, also sacrificed himself in this battle. What was the reason, after all? Now we must vent our hatred and avenge those Dilun people. Only true victory can comfort the heroic spirits who died in battle. But, alas, another younger brother of mine, Mai Tie, is still missing. Sandune City compatriots. Let's turn grief into strength. Never forget this blood debt. Our Sandune City has always been a symbol of glory, a name bestowed upon us by the envoy of the god descended. Sandune City tonight will probably be a sleepless night. And in the vast, sandy desert at that time, the sky was already dawning. The great sun had appeared, its warm and gentle light shining into their barrier circle. Song Yunxiang also completely destroyed that barrier, and those folks had a good night's sleep. Song Yunxiang instructed, How about this? I want to make a trip to Yong'an border in Nanzhou City. Leave these little cuties to you two. Lan Kun respectfully replied, Rest assured, Venerable One, this one will ensure their safety on their way back home. Then he glanced at Lan Zhou, who was tied up on the side. As for this guy, Lan Kun scratched his head and said, Just leave him to me, he's my royal uncle anyway. If possible, I'd like to escort him back to Longhai City for my father to judge. Song Yunxiang nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Alright, his heart has been sealed by me with a formation, and his cultivation has been suppressed to the early Huang stage. He's just a weak little demon now. If he's not honest, just crush this talisman. His heart will immediately explode, causing him unbearable pain, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and unable to die in peace. Lan Kun quickly took it, nodding and bowing. Thank you, Venerable One. Then, he said seriously, Venerable One, after escorting them safely, I will hurry to Yong'an City to meet with you. Although I cannot mobilize the Longhai Kingdom's army for your battle, if I inherit the power of the Spirit General Ao Bing, even if it's just me alone, I will contribute something to the fight against the beast tide. No matter what, I won't let the old days happen again. Song Yunxiang nodded in satisfaction and replied, Alright, seeing your sincerity, I thank you. I very much hope to witness the might of the Spirit General Ao Bing on the Nanhuang battlefield. Oh, right, these are for you. The 2 buddies were stunned when they heard this and asked, What's this, pills? The green one is a recovery pill, the rejuvenation pill. No need to explain if you don't understand. Lanley has experienced it already. The red one is a combat pill, the overspeed pill. It can triple your speed for a short time. At a crucial moment, it can be used for a surprise attack or escape. The yellow one is the super realm pill. It can raise you to a higher realm for a short time. enough to deal with those fierce beasts in Nanhuang. After hearing these introductions, the two of them directly knelt on the ground. They took the bottles of pills with bewildered expressions. So many rejuvenation pills. And the overspeed pill is such a rare combat pill. Lan Li, who was sitting next to him, suggested, "Your Highness, if we steal a few and sell them to His Majesty, we'll definitely get rich. Who knows? Maybe because we exchanged for these pills, His Majesty will even give you the throne," Lan Kun shouted a few times. "Shut up! How can the throne compare to the priceless treasure that the Venerable One has bestowed upon us? Each of these pills is a divine object that can save our lives. We dare not refuse the heaven-sent gift. Please rest assured, Venerable One, Kun will definitely not fail the mission and will certainly not waste these pills. This humble one as well." Song Yunxiang immediately turned and laughed. All right, it's nothing precious. When necessary, don't hesitate to use them. You'll have a lot of these things when you're with me later. You guys have to learn how to make the most of everything. Then he spoke to Zhang Luye there. What about you? Will you follow me to Yong'an City for delicious food and drinks, tasting all kinds of delicacies for life? Or follow them back to Great Xia Valley to return to the demon tribe and live a hard life? The girl seemed to not even think about it and raised her hand upwards, answering, "Delicious food and drinks." Song Yunxiang very happily carried his free bodyguard on his back. Small matter. Oh, that amnesiac 400-year-old ancestor, I don't believe I can't trick you. Before leaving, Dimao carefully instructed the others, "Go back to the tribe and tell the chieftain my words. Dimao wants to follow her master to have good food and cultivate, and will not return to the tribe for the time being. On the way back, everyone must pay attention to safety and listen to the two uncles of the Jiaoren clan. Yes, take care of yourself too, Sister Dimao. If there is a chance, you must come back to visit us often and bring more delicious food." Too bad. Fire also wants to follow the master to eat and cultivate. Song Yunxiang quickly jumped on her back and ordered, "Let's go! Yes, master!" Immediately after that, they left everyone. See you again someday. The group behind also quickly waved goodbye. On a distant cliff, Hu Yanwei carefully glanced over there. Although she also wanted to follow Ao Bing's group to check things out, the God Stage ancestor and that weird little brat were indeed more attention-grabbing, she immediately teleported to another place and appeared on a high cliff in the blink of an eye. The Lam Kun group below was already preparing to leave. All right, let's set off too. Let's take everyone home. Setting off home? Great. I've been stuck in Chadiao City for 5 years now, and I've always longed to return to Great Xia Valley. Although the food of the human race is quite delicious, I dream of living a free life back in the tribe. Clear blue clouds drifted across the sky. In the sunny and windy desert, they were speeding away at top speed. Dimao was still running diligently. Meanwhile, Song Yunxiang turned his head to look behind with a smug grin, still following. How interesting. Then let me tease you a bit more. Immediately afterward, he ordered Dimao in front to stop. What's wrong, master? Song Yunxiang jumped off the horse. Running like this is too slow. Let me show you guys this treasure. In the blink of an eye, a super cool vehicle appeared before them. Super duper flying motorcycle specially trained by Uncle Abe. Then the group quickly got inside and sped away from the place. Dimao sat behind, hugging him tightly, while Zhang Luye in front was completely cool and unafraid. In the blink of an eye, the whole group zoomed off, and Hu Yanwei was stunned by the sight. She was so pissed she could die. Using a flying motorcycle? Seriously, how am I supposed to chase that? Which nay, messed with that ancestor again. Damn it, gotta risk it. She quickly used her strength to shoot straight forward, and in the blink of an eye she couldn't see a trace of them. Meanwhile, in a certain area of southern wilderness, there was an aircraft parked there. Soldiers respectfully kneeled down, waiting for someone to appear. The people who appeared were Liaoning and Ling Wan. Liaoning, walking behind, spoke up. Your Highness, this is southern wilderness after all. It's best if you don't leave the aircraft. We've already entered 300 miles deep into southern wilderness, and the ferocious beasts we've encountered can be counted on one hand, and they're all trash that can't even pass the Huang stage. It's weird. Could it be that someone came here before us and killed all the ferocious beasts along the way? Could it be that guy? The image of Yunxiang suddenly flashed in her head, but immediately afterward she held her forehead and denied her thoughts. No way! No way! How could it be? Mystic Maiden Form Experiment number 1. Type suitable for fighting mid-stage Huang ferocious beasts. Battle time. Soul power consumption. Ling Huan carefully examined the situation on the computer. That's not good. The sample with actual combat data is still too little. We need to find stronger ferocious beasts, more ferocious beasts, to collect data. Immediately afterward, she turned around and stepped onto the aircraft behind. Get on the ship, set off to the deeper parts of southern wilderness. That won't do, Your Highness. His Majesty has instructed that your safety must be the top priority in everything. Ling Huan said with utmost seriousness, We don't have much time left. Dilun has already rolled out the next generation of the Star Soul General's will manifestation and started mass production. War is definitely breaking out within 3 years. The only way is to research and invent new military equipment, pouring in our efforts, so they understand that biting us will come at a heavy price. Only then can we maintain the balance of power and shatter their ambitions of invasion. Liu Ning, following behind, thoughtfully pondered, but among our 4 Saint Stage National Guardians, 3 are still in their prime. Moreover, in recent years, 2 new prodigies have been promoted to the Saint Stage. Saint Stage experts also wield the power of the Star Soul General Ancestor, capable of fighting against armies single-handedly. Plus, we even have the legendary God Stage. Even if their mecha's performance is twice as strong as the old models, so what, before the Saint Stage and the Star Soul General's primordial power, they're just ants? As long as the Saint Stage makes a move. Hearing this, Ling Huan gave a cold glance and retorted, No, you're wrong. We have the 4 pillars of the nation and our wise emperor. But Dilun also has the Zen Nan 4 demonic generals and the heaven-quelling old ancestor. Moreover, the heavenly capital. 8 generals of heavenly capital and those hidden forces have created a delicate balance between all parties. You send out a Saint Stage, and the other side will send out another Saint Stage to stop them. Saint Stage battles are hard to end in a, quote, one dies situation. So maintaining balance relies on high-level combat power. At this moment, the airship began broadcasting news that the bay doors were locked and takeoff was possible. But if we want to break the balance, we need to look at low-level combat power. When the time comes to curb Dilun's ambitions, we can also provide some of the data Xuannu acquired to Heavenly Capital. Of course, we need to get a hefty return from Heavenly Capital too. After all, Heavenly Capital's research and innovation capabilities are far behind us. On the other side, the combat testing lab became a small hill, and the Song family members were gathering there. This is freaking shocking. This ancient mecha was really created by that kid, Song Yunxiang. Seriously, I was scared out of my wits when I saw it. I have no idea how that kid came up with it. Anyway, when he gets back, I'll have him fix my old man's gentleman's sword that's been broken for ages. Songmu carefully presented a report at this time. Lord Marquis, these are the test data from the past few days. Please take a look. Song Bingchuan carefully examined everything and then praised. Excellent, excellent. Tringer, go find a way to get some mass production machines from Dilun and Yishui. Songqing immediately bowed his head and replied, Yes, father. Brother Shu, please contact Director Jiyu for me. We in Yong'an City will provide materials with all our strength. Please ask them to maximize their production capacity to help us forge these mechas. Don't worry. Song Dai, that kid Yunxiang, has instructed long ago that the next batch will be arranged for delivery here by that girl. The second batch will probably be in these 2 days. However, materials are indeed in short supply. The more you can provide, the better. This cold neighborhood is indeed a reasonable place to store those massive weapons. At this time, the sky above was strangely clear, and time quickly passed to midday. Finally, as darkness fell, the flying motorcycle was still flying high in the sky. He slowly landed on the ground. This should be it. Then he took out his smart device to check something. Yeah, this is it. Last time during the Beast Tide, the Tide Crest City passed through the oasis of the Desert of Death. Then I fought alone against the savage beasts to help the refugees, and then I came to this location alone. As soon as I stepped into this area, I was suddenly teleported to a door. And before that door, the statue, which had been still, suddenly attacked me. It was also from that moment that I first heard the voice of the Star-Lord system. Star-Lord system is being activated. System warning. A fatal attack has been detected from the 3 o'clock position to the right of the host. While he was trying to dodge, the system continued to shout, establishing a safe escape plan for the host. A safe escape route has been found at the 7 o'clock position behind the left of the host. Immediately afterward, he rolled to one side, following the instructions of the Star-Lord system to safely leave the area. After that, this Star Master system has been tagging along with me ever since. Yunxiang was carefully checking out the system orb in his hand. Plus, it seems only I can see the interface of this Star Master system. The two guys next to him are just staring, totally clueless. What the heck is Master doing? Lunchtime yet. Yunxiang felt a little drained. In their eyes, waving his hand like that probably made him look like a total idiot. Dimao chimed in. Master, how about we take a break here? Time for grub. Yeah. Yunxiang was feeling kinda beat. Hold up, the spot should be around here, so it can't be wrong. The Star Master system isn't giving me any feedback, though. He then proceeded to run around the place like a madman, searching for something. Dimao couldn't help but ask, Master, what ya looking for? Is this some treasure hunt game, or are we going full Tomb Raider? Yunxiang was even more confused. Weird, it's really not reacting at all. Finally, he just trudged back, defeated. Nah, forget it, nothing here, let's keep moving. Then they hopped back in the car, ready to roll, going again. No food, what a bummer. Yunxiang quickly started up the flying car. That Star Master system activated at the secret realm. Can it only be used once? Oh well, he just gave up and kept heading forward. Meanwhile, in Yong'an City, Yong'an, there was a brightly lit room. You could tell right away it was for VIPs. Everyone were all top family heads from Yong'an City. It's not easy for us to meet up. This is a rare chance to have everyone together. Come on. Let's down 3 cups first. And just like that, they chugged down a cup of booze each. Chen Jian, the head of the Chen family, one of the top 5 families in Yong'an City, slammed his cup on the table. All right, old man Kong, stop beating around the bush, spit it out already. Lu Zinong, the head of the Lu family, also a top 5 family in Yong'an City, stroked his long beard and said, Brother Kong, you calling us old geezers together? Gotta be some big business we gotta do, right? Tao, Lin, and Chu Daiqing sitting next to him also replied, This old man guesses. Are you announcing a engagement wine celebration for your granddaughter? Engagement wine? With that good-for-nothing from the Song family. The old man sitting in the middle of the table slammed his hand down and shouted, Enough, old Jew. Watch your mouth. I'm warning you all. You gotta respect young Master Yunxiang. Hearing this, they all exclaimed, What? Yunxiang? Master Kong is truly an erudite family. As a dignified family head, you are so respectful to your grandchildren's father-in-law. How interesting. Just kidding. That good-for-nothing brat, Song Yunxiang. Who in Yong'an City doesn't know he's the famous useless guy of the Song family? Old Kong, did you fail to break through the heaven stage after 5 years of seclusion? Got chi deviation and gone senile. But the old man in the middle just looked at them with a you wish kind of look. Then he roared, Shut your traps! They felt that power and couldn't help but shout, H heaven, heaven stage, old man. Brother Kong, you actually broke through to the heaven stage. That heaven stage pressure is insane. He finally calmed down and then slowly took something out of his robe. Since you guys want me to be blunt, I won't hold back. The truth is, I've invited you all here today to give you a God-sent opportunity. Slamming a bottle of pills on the table, he said, Open your eyes and look. This is a legendary 6-star elixir, the breakthrough pill. You all know what it does. Take this pill, and you can reach the heaven stage. Add 10 years to your life. This legendary miracle drug is a priceless treasure, and those old guys next to him saw this scene and exclaimed, Breakthrough pill, can reach the heaven stage, add 10 years to your life, a priceless treasure. Kong Zhang immediately smiled and said, Heh, you are all smart people. The opportunity is only once, don't miss it. The old men sitting next to him quickly spoke up. "Brother Kong, what do you want us to do? Just say it! Chen Xian is willing to go through fire and water for you." "Brother Kong, don't make it difficult for us younger brothers. Just say what conditions you want." That's right. Not that this little brother is boasting, but the Tao family's assets in Yunnan City are also top-notch. Just name a price. Who do you want to kill? Leave this matter to me. I will help you solve it neatly. Kong Zheng said seriously. The condition is actually very simple. Serve young master Yunxiang as your master. From now on, be the young master's dogs. They reacted violently upon hearing this. What? You want us to serve that good-for-nothing song Yunxiang? Haha. Based on what? Even the old marquis of the Song family is just a regular friend of ours. Exactly. Based on what? Kong Zheng smirked upon hearing that. Ha! Based on what? Based on the legendary barrier-breaking pill only young master Yunxiang has. If you guys don't agree, there are heads of other families like the Shen, Zhao, Sun, and Luo families, and I won't hide anything. This old man Kong Zheng is young master Yunxiang's #1 dog. Woof woof. Yong'an City. VIP room at Yong'an Tavern. The atmosphere became incredibly silent. Everyone, do you want to know why I, Kong Zheng, the Kong family head, a powerhouse at the heaven stage, am willing to be young master Yunxiang's dog? Lu Xinong immediately asked, "Please explain, Brother Kong." I'll put it simply. First of all, not long ago, you all probably know about the Beast Tide incident in Yuanding City, right? That's right, the hero who stopped the Beast Tide in Yuanding City. You probably don't know, but that person is our young master Song Yunxiang. They immediately exclaimed, "What? How is that possible? That notorious good-for-nothing young master is famously useless, famously ordinary. Isn't he always having health problems where he can only last 3 minutes? And that's why he was transferred to Yuanding City?" Oh crap, Yuanding City, that's right. My Kong family has slightly faster intel than you all. The GU family has already reported Starry Sky manifestation to young master Yunxiang, and with the achievement in Yuanding City, the rewards from the Imperial Court are already on the way to Yong'an City. Kong Zheng said calmly in the middle, and without hiding anything. The person in charge of this reward is one of the 4 eunuchs beside His Highness. Eunuch Lin? What? But if that's true, it means the Song family will soar again under the lead of the Song young master. Secondly, according to my speculation, the saint stage of the Song family, Song Taifei's elder brother, might still be alive, and within the Song family, young master Yunxiang's subordinates, with just one order, the butler, guards, driver, servants. It's just layers upon layers. This is too... No. I once heard rumors that when he was young, Song Lang was with His Majesty, the current emperor and the Duke of Ling. Shh, can't say it. But you see, the Song family was convicted of murdering the royal family, but in that incident, the royal families and aristocratic families who hindered His Majesty's ascension were also completely wiped out. Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon. The Song family is truly Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon, perhaps due to the influence from... Shh. Can't say it. Okay, let me tell you the third point, which is also the most important point for you and me. Upon hearing these words, they immediately spoke up, "Brother Kong, please tell us." Half Saint Shu has arrived, and has been at the Song family for a few days. The more they listened, the more unbelievable it became. "What?" Lu Xinong exclaimed in surprise. Half Saint Shu. "Ah, Shu Banshang, one of the tamed sword of South Continent from Hemi sect. I understand. Then he immediately bowed respectfully and said, "The Lu family head, Lu Xinong, is willing to offer the entire Lu family to serve young master Yunxiang. From now on, the Lu family will follow young master Yunxiang of the Song Manor. As long as there is an order, no one dares to disobey." Kong Zheng sat there, extremely satisfied. Old brother Lu is indeed the smartest among us, thinking it through so quickly. On behalf of young master Yunxiang, I accept the surrender of the Lu family. They started discussing with each other again. 3 swords of South Continent. I remember it being 4 swords of South Continent. Could it be that someone's sword has broken? Your point of attention really leaves this old man speechless. Old Lu, what's going on? What do you understand? Lu Xinong continued. Do you know that this Shu half-saint is a legendary half-saint who has spent half his life searching for a path to heaven for Zifan to become a saint? The remaining 3 old men then spoke up and asked, "Oh, so what? Hurry up and continue. Don't beat around the bush. Those barrier-breaking pills are treasures that have long been extinct, just to subdue us." Young Master Yunxiang took out 4 pills at once. That Z half-saint. They're really getting pissed. Hurry up and continue. Don't beat around the bush. Lu Zinong lowered his head and continued. The method of becoming a saint. Brother Kong, I wonder if your humble brother's guess is correct. The old men sitting next to him immediately exclaimed, "Oh, so that's how it is. You mean Shu half-saint will be wasting his time waiting at the Song family? Because that kid, young Master Song, has a way for mortals to become saints? What? Mortals can actually become saints? Amazing. Wouldn't that mean we can live for another 100 years? Kong Zheng calmly replied, That's right, that's what I think too. The method of becoming a saint, which cultivator among us doesn't want to be stronger, who doesn't want to live for another 100 years, this is the most important thing for us. The old men next to him also nodded to each other. Then they quickly agreed to this matter. The Chu family head, Chu Dasheng, the Dao family head, Tao Lin, the Chen family head, Chen Shen, are willing to offer the entire family to serve young Master Yunxiang from now on, following young Master Yunxiang of the Song Manor. As long as there is an order, no one dares to disobey. Kong Zheng immediately slammed his hand on the table good. Then he picked up the wine glass in his hand and offered it to them. Heaven-grade elixirs, the method of becoming a saint, becoming young Master Yunxiang's dog. What a great opportunity. You will see that this is the wisest decision of your life. Come, let's drain this cup together. Ha ha ha. Come on, thanks to Kong, my old bro, for the support. Let's drain this cup. Hope you can put in a good word for us in front of young Master later. Better to be a king's dog than a starving nobody. Being a strong man's dog ain't shameful. Ha ha ha, no regrets. I, Chu Dasheng, declare that from now on I'll be the fiercest hound under young Master Song Yunxiang. The atmosphere in the room instantly became much livelier. Ha ha ha. Drink up. Kong Zheng looked up. Young Master Song Yunxiang, this old man hasn't failed your expectations. I've already won these 4 family heads over for you. Just wondering when you'll be back. So, old bro Kong, about that breakthrough pill. Here, you 4 bros take this. Find a safe place to swallow it after you get back. When you all break through to the heaven stage, I'll lead you to pay our respects to young Master Song Yunxiang together. Yong'an City probably won't be peaceful for much longer. At the same time, on the 3rd floor of Yong'an Grand Restaurant, in the commercial district, thanks for your purchase, Cheng Yi walked out of the clothing store with a happy smile, thinking of that Song Yunxiang brat's grand aunt, who's also the miss of the Cheng family, and was a famous beauty 20 years ago. As her junior, I should give her some health supplements as a sign of respect. At this moment, he suddenly spotted a somewhat familiar figure brushing past that woman, feeling a bit surprised. Who's that? That woman wearing a hat looks kind of familiar. But the attention in his eyes was immediately drawn elsewhere. Oh, a cosmetics store. He rushed into that store. Right. I should also buy a gift for Miss Yunjin. I wonder if she likes cosmetics or clothes, or maybe I should check out that stocking store over there. Let's take a look first. And that woman happened to enter the store he just came out of. As soon as she entered, an employee greeted her enthusiastically. Welcome. Would you like a wash and blow dry or a perm, straighten or dye, Lan Fan? Get a private room ready for us. She was overjoyed. A big spender has arrived. Please follow me. She carefully introduced the current hairstyles. These are the most popular styles right now. Do you see anything you like? You can ring the bell when you're ready, and I'll be waiting at the front desk. The woman in the hat calmly replied. Okay, thank you. This is Lin Jinghua. She's sitting there, observing the situation, choosing a new hairstyle. What do you think? Does Miss Jinghua want to get a perm for a date with the young master who saved us on the boat last time? Annoying? Don't talk nonsense. Hee hee. Lin Jinghua looked out the window. But young Master Song, why hasn't he arrived at the rendezvous point yet? Maybe he's too busy. Or should I go directly to Yong'an Grand Restaurant? Otherwise the Hong Clan Commerce's ship will soon be repaired. On the other side, somewhere in Nanzhou, a large ship was flying through the sky. Hong Clan Commerce passenger ship, No. 818. Inside there was even a small pavilion. Someone appeared outside and bowed respectfully. Greetings. general manager. Hong Yuxiao sat there drinking tea, calmly asking, have you gathered any information? Reliable information? The Imperial Court's award team is personally led by Eunuch Lin, with 36 members from the 3 departments and 6 ministries. Escorted by soldiers from the 9 Gates military command of Tiandu City, traveling on a Zhenkong-class warship as fierce as a tiger, they have already set off from the east port of Tiandu City. Among the escorting soldiers, the visible combat power includes 1 Heaven Stage cultivator, 6 Earth Stage cultivators, and numerous Xuan and Huang Stage cultivators. The hidden combat power is unknown. Hong Yinyu, an Earth Stage level dead soldier of the Hong family, one of Hong Yuxiao's close guards. Hong Yijing, an Earth Stage level dead soldier of the Hong family, one of Hong Yuxiao's close guards, said respectfully, Eunuch Lin, the head of the 4 great eunuch factions directly under His Majesty, the person who holds the real power of the Ministry of War, has the right to supervise the military affairs of the world on behalf of His Majesty. Hong Yuxiao took a small sip of tea and asked, Eunuch Lin, although this lineup is a bit ostentatious, after all, he's an awakened host, facing a future Saint Stage powerhouse, it's not considered excessive. What about the award content? The other party quickly bowed his head in reply. According to the secret information coming from the palace, it said that after His Majesty learned that Song Yunxiang had awakened and become the host of the evil spirit Star Soul General, he laughed loudly. Adding in his meritorious service in the Beast-Tide battle in Yunjing City, His Majesty conferred Song Yunxiang the title of a 3rd-class Viscount, awarding him the fief of Lingbo County in Lingyan City, enjoying an income of 300. Hong Yuxiao calmly said, according to Tiandu's nobility system, an awakened host can be conferred as a 3rd-class baron, and then promoted according to their rank, even without meritorious service. A Saint Stage cultivator can enjoy the treatment of a 2nd-class Viscount. Song Yunxiang entering the Earth Stage can be conferred as a 1st-class baron. Adding in his meritorious service in Yunjing City, he's promoted 1 rank to a 3rd-class Viscount, which is reasonable. Note: Tiandu follows the ancient system of the Heavenly Emperor Kingdom, where the nobility consists of 6 ranks: King, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron. Each rank is divided into 3 classes. Suddenly she realized something was wrong. Then he immediately asked, wait a minute, you just said the fief is Lingbai County. One of the 6 counties under Lingyin City. Haha, interesting. Lingyin City, that's where the Xuanjia guards are stationed. The moonlight above cast a mystical glow. In Lingyin City of the Tiandu Kingdom, the Xuanjia guards were stationed at the martial arts training ground, and arrows rained down from above, while below, a girl fiercely blocked everything with her spear and blade. In the blink of an eye, she managed to deflect everything. From afar, an arrow shot towards her. Her eyes coldly stared ahead, instantly gripping the spear, holding it tightly in her hand, effortlessly destroying the powerful projectile. Don't mess around, princess, just surrender. Your cultivation is a whole realm lower than mine. You're no match for me. This is Dilan, 29 years old, currently the commander-in-chief of the Xuanjia Guards. This is Xiao Xuan, age unknown, the Linglan princess, daughter of Duke Ling Xiaochong. She clutched her bow and arrow, a proud smile on her face as she faced forward. You know I'm far behind you, so why don't you hurry up and give me a hand? A voice rang out from behind. Perfect timing. Next, the commander-in-chief's urgent report. He ran over, panting and looking exhausted. Dilan slowly walked towards him, displeased. Oh, so you just broke through and came here to cause trouble, huh? Forcing me to accept a fight. What makes you think I have to give you a hand? Xiao Xuan still wore a proud smile. All right, fine. Don't help then. And immediately prepared to fire another volley of arrows. Eat this. Dilan, completely unafraid, drew her weapon, the Li Qing, and charged forward. At this distance, it's useless. How would you know if you don't try? Countless powerful arrows shot out with varying trajectories, and Dilan finally realized something was wrong. She quickly jumped upwards to dodge the attack. Tracking effect. Then she used her weapon to cut down the attack. Xiao Xuan prepared to shoot another strangely shaped arrow. It's not over yet. It flew straight towards the girl floating in the air. In the blink of an eye, countless arrows shot out from it. and their shapes were exceptionally beautiful. No matter how hard she tried to dodge, they kept heading for her. Of course, Dylan wasn't going down without a fight. She quickly used her power, the combat skill 7-layer wave. A powerful explosion erupted in the air. Xiao Xuan below saw this scene and was overjoyed. Did it work? Ha, little Dylan. Little Dylan, who told you to always suppress this princess since we were kids, but she never expected that a small figure would emerge from the smoke. Dylan, with her spear in hand, quickly unleashed a strike, the combat skill Falling Moon Slash, and she couldn't take it. How could she be unharmed? Are you really only one level higher than me? A huge gash quickly appeared on the ground, forming a massive ravine. Dylan proudly looked down from above. Give up. She grabbed her weapon and struck at the arrogant girl below. And that attack completely obliterated the ground there. Finally, Xiao Xuan could only cry out, "No more fighting! No more fighting! I surrender! Stop it already!" Upon hearing this, Dylan naturally couldn't continue the attack and lowered her weapon. Xiao Xuan really couldn't muster any joy, slowly getting to her feet. What a freak you are. I don't know how you can be so strong, even though you're clearly a year younger than me. Dylan, standing before her, raised her head and said, "Oh yeah, so that means you're already 30 this year. Rounding up, you're basically a middle-aged woman already. When will you ever grow up a little?" Hearing this, Xiao Xuan angrily pointed forward. You, what are you saying? Shut your mouth. This princess will forever be only 18 years old. Dylan just remained silent, and then turned around to leave. A man in front bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Commander. What's the matter?" The team escorting Yunxiang back for rewards and promotions has already set off. You'll be leading the team. The envoy is Eunuch Lin, the head of the 4 Great Palace Eunuchs. "Here," Dylan said, handing him a letter which he carefully examined. Seeing the letter, Xiao Xuan cried out, "Song Yunxiang is the one who possesses the Star Spirit General Zuo Qi." Dylan asked with some interest, "Oh, you know about him?" "Of course I know, have you forgotten? My grandmother, Princess Yunxiang, was the daughter of Consort Song. My family and the Song family are considered to have some connections. Grandma, aunt, brother, grandson, son, what do they call me again? Cousin? Or older/younger cousin." The more she spoke, the more confused she became. No way. Could it be that I have to call him granduncle? It can't be that tragic, right? Seeing the dazed look on the little girl's face, Dylan was speechless and helplessly rubbed her forehead. Xiao Xuan suddenly stepped forward, smiling. "Oh, right. I remember hearing a long time ago that you and that little brat are supposedly engaged or something." In a flash, her small body was kicked away, sent flying a great distance, with absolutely no mercy. Xiao Xuan seemed used to being kicked, only getting angrier. "That die bastard! Are you sick in the head? I'll curse your whole family." In a flash, a green blade shot straight in her direction, barely missing her, could have injured her. Dylan, with a murderous expression, said from afar, "Come here, princess, let's have another round." Her entire body immediately transformed Star Spirit Manifestation, Star Spirit General Guan Yu. Xiao Xuan was overjoyed to see this, eagerly transforming into Star Spirit General Guan Yu. HMPH, you think I'm afraid of you? But I suddenly remembered I have soup cooking at home, and I can't stay here any longer today. Immediately afterward, she turned around and cowardly ran away. "That die bastard. I'll remember this debt. It's not like I'm afraid of you. It's just that there's an unavoidable reason why I have to go. HMPH. Another day I'll come to your Xuanja guard camp to learn from you." "What a sly one," the young man standing nearby, holding the letter, said, at a loss for words. Star Spirit Dissipation. She immediately reverted to her normal form. Raising her head to look at the late night sky, holding the letter, she really couldn't understand it. Song Yunxiang actually possesses a Star Spirit General, 9th Master, Uncle Xiaohu, Teacher Damu, and even Old Marquis. I wonder how they are doing in Yong'an City these years. Late night in Yong'an City, Song Manor's East Courtyard. Someone was leaning against a big tree nearby, puffing on a pipe. Another was fidgeting with their hands. Both fell into silence. Songmu appeared between them and asked, "How's it going?" Masan turned around, grinning, and replied, "Who knew this? More haste, less speed method would actually work. One broke through during the day, and now 2 more are trying. Qingdai is inside, protecting them." The other person replied seriously, "If Young Master can really churn out Earth Stage cultivators like it's nothing, then Heaven Stage warriors, I'm afraid the entire power balance of the Eastern continent will be affected." Inside the training room in Songmanor's East Courtyard, 3 people were training diligently. Zisu was training inside, with great enthusiasm, even doing a few excited somersaults, her eyes shining with excitement. This is the power of an Earth Stage expert. Awesome. Standing in front of the 2 people cultivating over there. Zisu laughed loudly. Who would have thought the first to break through to the Earth Stage would be this Zisu? Not that cultivation genius, Zisu Chi. Ha ha ha. Let's see who dares call me big-boobed, brainless Zisu who only knows how to eat. Now you know how awesome I am, right? When Young Master comes back, he'll definitely pat my head and praise me for sure. Qingdai, a bit impatient, gestured, HMPH. Be quiet for a moment, will you? Don't disturb their mental state. At this crucial moment of breakthrough, their mental state is extremely important, and Lian Yi was also trying her best to exert her strength. At this moment in Songmanor's East Courtyard, in the training area, there were voices. Currently, the moment of breakthrough was near, so their mindset at this moment was supremely important. Lian Yi was sitting in cultivation, her face contorted as she thought, "It hurts so much, so uncomfortable. No, I have to keep going. I also want Young Master to praise me. I also want to become Young Master's right-hand woman." She was incredibly tense, but determined to keep trying, as long as it's for Young Master Yunxiang. I can do it. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Young Master Yunxiang. At this moment, Lian Yi struggled to recall fragments of the past. 10 years ago in Yong'an City, a small alley in the West District, she first met Young Master Yunxiang 10 years ago. At that time, Lian Yi was a poor, impoverished scrap collector. Lian Yi struggled to carry a sack filled with recyclables. 2 dirty beggars saw her ugly appearance and shooed her away. "Hey, you scrap-collecting brat, move aside. Don't stand here messing up our begging." He grumbled unhappily at Lian Yi. "How much money can you sell those scraps for? Not even as much as this old man can beg in half a day. Why not join us? Begging is a promising career. Just reach out with a pitiful expression. Say a few nice words, and you'll have money. Why bother working so hard?" Lian Yi left in disgust, foiling the 2 men's attempt to lure her in. "Huh, she's already gone. Come here, bro, we'll protect you." Boring. From afar, Lian Yi saw a discarded shell on the ground. Just as she ran over, bent down, and prepared to pick it up, a large man blocked her path. He angrily kicked her and yelled, "Get lost!" "You blind thing!" The small Lian Yi was kicked hard and sent flying into the wall. Lian Yi lay on the ground, trembling and crying in pain, looking incredibly pitiful. Then he approached her with contempt, spitting right on Lian Yi's head without any compassion, then angrily shouted, "You ugly blackie!" Still not appeased, he continued to kick Lian Yi. "Daring to block my way, you're tired of living." Lian Yi stammered and struggled to get up. I'm sorry, please spare me, please spare me." From afar, a voice cut in, "Hey, Four Eyes!" The big guy turned around and cursed. "What the heck? Who's calling me Four Eyes? Do you know who I am?" Before he could finish, the bulky man got a swift kick to the family jewels. He clutched his crotch in pain, hopping up and down. Seeing this, the other person angrily yelled, "Get lost, I don't care who you are. You blind fool, daring to block this young master's path. Are you tired of living?" Still unrepentant, he turned around cursing, "Who dared to sneak attack me? State your name so I know who to report to the authorities." The kid arrogantly announced, "Me, Song family, Song Yunxiang." Got anything else to say? As soon as he heard the name of the Song family, his face turned pale with fear, and he stuttered, S-Song family." The nearby beggars immediately grabbed their belongings and ran away one after another, yelling as they fled, "Just hearing the name is scary enough. Let's get out of here." Lian Yi, who was still on the ground, gently lifted her hat to see what was happening. The man fearfully backed away while saying, I didn't provoke you. Even if you're from the Song family, you can't just throw around your weight without reason. At this point, Yunxiang, holding a chicken leg in his hand, shook his head and denied, No, this young master is a model citizen, loves to reason, and abides by the rules and order. Let me show you something cool. As soon as he finished speaking, he took something out for him to see. Here, guess what this is? After seeing what Yunxiang was holding, the man's eyes widened in even more fear, and he exclaimed, This is a spirit voucher used in place of cash. Yunxiang curled his lips disdainfully and replied, That's right, this spirit voucher contains 500,000 Tiandu currency. Sweat was now pouring down his face, and he waved his hands in refusal. You're too kind, sir. I'm fine. No need for you to compensate me. Yunxiang deliberately dropped the spirit voucher on the ground and said, Oh dear, my spirit voucher with 500,000 Tiandu currency. The gold-plated spirit voucher landed right on the four-eyed man's head, surprising him. He was too dumb to understand Song Yung's intention and stuttered, Yeah, you're doing this. But before he could finish, Yunxiang cut him off, feigning ignorance and asking the people behind him, Hey, where did my spirit voucher with 500,000 Tiandu currency go? Song Wei, did you see it? Song Wei understood and pointed at the fat guy, reporting to young master Yunxiang, This subordinate just saw that damned fatty deliberately bumped into you. This subordinate believes that the damned fatty must have stolen your money. Then he exclaimed in a fake manner, What? In broad daylight, with the heavens as witness, someone dares to steal this young master's money. Yunxiang angrily shouted his orders, Song Wei, Song Hu, quickly capture this thief who stole this young master's money and see if the loot is on him. The bodyguards quickly ran over and began searching him. Being lifted slightly by one hand, he stuttered in fear. What are you doing? Song Wei picked up the voucher and respectfully presented it to Yunxiang with both hands, reporting to young master, This subordinate has found the stolen goods on this damned fatty. Yunxiang pretended to be furious and shouted, Good, seize both the person and the evidence. It turns out this damned fatty really stole this young master's money. He was still too dumb to understand what was going on and wanted to defend himself. No, wait a minute, how did this happen? Why is it? A flicker of anger flashed in his eyes, because this was the main goal he wanted to achieve. According to Tiandu law, although it's just petty theft, 500,000 is enough for you to spend 10 days to half a month in jail. He was lifted up as if weightless, but still wanted to clear his name. No, I didn't do it. That's not right. You. Yunxiang casually requested that they take him away. You two escort this suspect to the authorities for sentencing. Song Wei and Song Hu quickly accepted the order and replied in unison, Yes, young master. After he was taken away a good distance, Yunxiang smugly praised himself. Sigh. A young master who spends money like water but still abides by the law and loves to reason is truly a once-in-a-century occurrence. He suddenly turned around, looking worried, seemingly afraid that the little girl who was bullied earlier would be scared by seeing him acting like a hooligan in front of her. Lian Yi sat messily on the ground, her face helpless, not knowing what to say. He felt embarrassed to let the atmosphere be so silent. He tried to stutter out, Was I cool just now? Hearing that question, she not only found it strange, but also suddenly blushed and nodded slightly. Yunxiang awkwardly stuttered as he asked Lian Yi, Are you okay? Lian Yi slowly replied, I'm okay, Thank you, young master. Suddenly, her stomach rumbled loudly, in the middle of such an ambiguous atmosphere. She glanced subtly at the chicken leg he was holding. Song Yunxiang couldn't help but look at her, realizing she must be really hungry. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He gently turned to a bodyguard and said, Song Fu, bring me that roast goose. Song Fu obeyed immediately. Yes, young master. He tossed the huge bag of roast goose into her arms. Take it. Lian Yi was stunned, gaping. Huh. She was surprised. Her voice suddenly got louder, and she couldn't help but stutter. No, it's okay. Song Yunxiang gently stroked her head to comfort her. Don't misunderstand. This isn't charity. Yunxiang wasn't arrogant like before, but spoke to her in the gentlest tone. Today, this young master is throwing a birthday banquet, treating everyone to a meal. Whoever I meet gets a share, so eat without worry. He teased Lian Yi, saying that if she ate the food he offered, she had to give him a birthday gift. He'd let her off the hook for now, but would ask for it when they met again. Yunxiang turned to leave. I'm off. See you later. Sung Fu, Sung Ke, let's go. The two bodyguards quickly followed behind him. Yes, young Master Yunxiang. Lian Yi stood there blankly on the side of the road. Around her were scattered plastic bottles from when she was kicked. But how could she forget what just happened? The sincerity he showed completely overwhelmed the darkest parts of society in her little heart. Watching that receding figure and looking back at herself, Lian Yi, still hugging the roast goose, burst into tears like a waterfall. Her sobs were mixed with, thanks to Yunxiang. The clouds kept drifting, so did life. She peeked furtively from behind a wall, listening to the people gossiping, and thought to herself, I finally got some information. So, young Master Yunxiang's name is Song Yunxiang, and he's the young Marquis from the Song family of the Lunan Marquis estate. And with finding a way to repay him, Lian Yi held on to that promise. She chose to become a maidservant for the Song family. Every year, the Song family selects maidservants and servants from orphans. It was only because of young Master Yunxiang's "see you later" that I was so determined to participate. After a series of selections, I finally got my wish. Lian Yi's selection contract was posted on the big board, continuing her train of thought. From then on, I abandoned my old name and became the smallest maidservant in the Song residence. After entering the Song family with a new identity, she also knew how to groom herself, no longer looking as scruffy as before, but kept her hair short, as always. Perhaps to reminisce about the time she cherished most, from then on, there was no more little ugly duckling, only Lian Yi, a maidservant forever loyal to young Master Yunxiang. Cut back to the present, she and Songlan Yun were cultivating diligently, but looking at her frowning face, it didn't seem to be going well. Zisu had already finished cultivating and was lying around waiting for them, but her eyes were getting droopy. Maybe she had been waiting too long. It's morning. Time for breakfast, right? Qingdai, why don't you stay here and continue protecting Lian Yi? I'll go find something to eat. Qingdai, who was meditating to watch over the two people cultivating, suddenly startled. Wait a moment. I can sense Lian Yi's aura is increasing rapidly. We must be careful, lest she fails to break through and goes berserk. Lian Yi didn't care about her own life, and just tried her best to cultivate. In her mind at this moment, she was resolutely determined. I want to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can I have the qualifications to follow and support. Young Master Yunxiang, the memory of when Yunxiang saved her reappeared because Lian Yi really has no other gift to give to the young master. Suddenly, she glared and shouted, "Ah!" She was no longer in a meditating position on the cushion, but floating in midair. Powerful energy sources quickly gathered towards Lian Yi. She lay on her back, still in that floating state. Seeing this scene, Qingdai breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like it's going smoothly. Zisu next to her was no less surprised. She succeeded. Qingdai smiled and praised. As expected, I knew it. Lian Yi is actually the most stubborn among us all. She will definitely be able to break through smoothly. Zisu was green with envy. She bit her clothes and sobbed. Damn it, I've already been caught up to. This time Zisu won't be able to monopolize the young master's encouragement. Lian Yi gently fell down, and she slowly opened her eyes with difficulty. Lian Yi sat up exhausted, breathing heavily, covered in sweat, and wondered to herself, I succeeded. I actually broke through to the Earth realm. I really did. Qingdai and Zisu excitedly ran towards her and smiled, sharing the joy. Qingdai comforted. Lian Yi, you succeeded. Zisu pouted and pretended to be angry. Lian Yi is awesome. I'm so jealous. Congratulations. Lian Yi was still sitting, exhausted, when something suddenly caught her eye, surprising her so much that she widened her eyes. She stammered, Yun. Qingdai didn't understand what she was trying to say, so she asked, Huh? The three of them looked up in the direction she was looking and saw young Master Song Yunxiang standing right in front of the door. Lian Yi happily exclaimed, "Yun, young Master Yunxiang." Demao peeked out from behind, and Yunxiang smiled brightly. "Hey there, I'm back." The night before, in the west courtyard of the Song Manor, Qingyi respectfully requested permission from Madame Cheng. "Madame, then this junior will take his leave." Madame Cheng happily reminded him, "Why are you calling me Madam? Your father Cheng Wu is my elder brother, so you should call me Aunt." Qingyi replied, "Yes, Aunt." Madame Cheng smiled politely like a proper lady and expressed her gratitude to him. "I haven't returned to the Cheng family in years, so I haven't been able to see my blood relatives. It's rare to have such a filial young man bring gifts to visit Aunt, thanks you." Chengyi also modestly scratched his head. "Aunt is too kind. My family is just a branch of the Cheng clan in Central Province. We wouldn't dare to falsely claim to be your maternal family." Madame Cheng recalled their younger days while contentedly waving Chengyi off. "We don't need to be so distant. Back when I came to study, I received much care from my elder brother Cheng Wu. When I first arrived, I was unfamiliar with everything. Your father had just retired from the military and happened to become our instructor. It's been over 20 years in the blink of an eye. I wonder if your father is still well." He bowed very respectfully and constantly offered words of praise. "My father is still teaching at the Martial Academy in Yunxiang City, Central Province. He often tells me stories about the past with you, Aunt. My father always says, 'When you were young, Aunt was a once-in-a-millennium beauty, captivating everyone in the world, the top flower of the Central Province Martial Academy.' Later, when he heard that the Cheng and Song families were forming a marriage alliance, countless young masters regretted it for you, Aunt." Madame Cheng only smiled sadly upon hearing this. Time really flies. The past seems like a dream. Now, our generation is all getting old, and those who are gone can't return here. Chengyi maintained his posture and said, "If there's a chance, Aunt, when you return to Yunxiang City, you must let this junior know beforehand, so that this junior can be there to welcome you. If I could see you again, my father would surely be very happy." Madame Cheng happily agreed. "All right, there will definitely be an opportunity. All right, it's getting late. I won't keep you any longer." Then she turned to Song Ruirui and carefully instructed, "Song Ruirui, Instructor Cheng is a descendant of our Cheng family, so he can be considered family. In the future, you should discuss and interact more with your cousin Chengyi." Song Ruirui politely replied, "Yes, mother. Then I will see cousin Chengyi off." Chengyi immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Song Ruirui." "Then please stop here, Aunt. This junior takes his leave." Song Ruirui and Chengyi left together. Before that, Chengyi waved goodbye to Madame Cheng before leaving. "Let's go." On the way back, the two of them, along with their entourage, passed by the lake and the garden. The atmosphere was indeed quiet and solemn. Chengyi suddenly put his arm around young Master Song Ruirui's shoulders and asked him, "Seeing that you are handsome and polite, how can you be anything but refined? I wonder if you know of any refined places in Yunxiang City. Is there any place worth recommending for young Master Song Ruirui?" Song Ruirui seemed uninterested and asked, "Refined places? What do you mean?" The corners of Chengyi's mouth curved into a sly grin. He kept hinting to his brother, "It's a place to admire flowers, sip tea, and appreciate the romantic scenery, you understand. How about I take the lead and we go have some fun together?" Suddenly, Song Rui's steps halted, causing Chengyi to stop as well. Without any hesitation, Song Ruirui pushed Chengyi's hand away. "Pass. This young master has no interest in such lowly pleasures." Sensing Song Ruirui's stiffness, Chengyi had to say something else. "Young Master Song Ruirui misunderstands. I'm actually not such a casual person. I just want to fulfill the dying wish of a comrade. That comrade of mine once wished to obtain the person at the top of the Eastern Continent's rankings." But Song Ruirui changed his mind and turned to leave. "Forget it. I want to sleep early and wake up early. I won't go with you." He ordered the other two, Song Li, Song Lian, "You guys take this young Master Cheng to a proper place to have fun. Pay attention to his safety. Protect him well. The two of them replied in unison, yes. Song Rui Rui left just like that. Sorry, I can't entertain you. Song Li and Song Lian welcomed Cheng Yi very enthusiastically. Let's go, young Master Cheng. With us leading the way, you can rest assured. That's right, we'll guarantee you'll have your fill of food and drink. Let's go! After walking far enough, Song Rui glanced back and then ordered Song Shui. Stop! Song Rui's eyebrows raised uncomfortably as he spoke in disdain. Just a measly chi refining stage, and someone like that can become an instructor at the martial academy. Maternal family, my ass, cousin, my foot, at least I could beat two, Cheng Yi's. Song Shui calmly explained from the side. Young master, you may be misunderstanding. The actual combat instructors at the martial academy are mostly officers and soldiers who retired from the front lines. Their cultivation talent may not be the best, but they have rich combat experience on the battlefield. After all, about 90% of the soldiers on the front lines are at the chi refining or foundation establishment stage, and those at the earth stage or above are considered rare high-level combat forces. Song Yunrui was a little annoyed but had to suppress it. Whatever, I'm too lazy to bother with such a clown, Song Shui. Show me tonight's training plan. Uncle Song immediately checked his system panel and reported, according to the plan, tonight you must carry out the content of spell structuring and limit pressure training for soul force. Specifically, practice weight structuring 10 times your body weight. After structuring, perform 200 squats and 500 pull-ups, followed by push-ups after structuring. The plan for tomorrow morning is... Before he could finish, Song Yunrui clenched his fist, determined to say to himself, in order to defeat Cheng Yi, I'll double my training intensity for the next few days. As long as I can persevere, I will definitely be able to defeat Cheng Yi. Then, Song Yunrui ordered Song Shui. Let's go. Get to the training room right now. Song Shui didn't know how to respond, only replying, yes. That night, a crescent moon hung in the starry sky, beneath the silent rooftops. Without a sound, the space remained unchanged until the moon grew tired, and dark clouds rushed in, but not to rain, and the sky gradually brightened. White clouds gradually increased in the sky, and everything became brighter. A very familiar flying engine pierced through the thin clouds, whizzing through the sky. Song Yunxiang yawned, finally getting closer to where people actually lived. Yunxiang looked at the modern city unfolding before his eyes, and muttered to himself, so, this is Yongan City. This trip took forever. It feels like almost a year. He steered his flying vehicle upwards, watching the bustling city below. Song Yunxiang flew his airship over an empty patch of land, guarded by only 2 soldiers and no one else in sight. At the western training grounds of the Song Manor, a spirit body was relentlessly doing push-ups, panting heavily, 399, 400, Song Yunrui, having finished his exercise, boomed, spirit dissolve. His body returned to normal, and everything was going smoothly. The doubled-up training plan for this morning was complete. He stared at his own hands, brimming with self-satisfaction. I train until dawn every night, and wake up at 5 a.m. to do morning exercises. As the proud genius of the Song family, I deserve my father and grandfather's approval. For Miss Xing Xing, I only sleep for a few hours each day, putting in dozens of times more effort than others. His hand clenched tightly, the jealousy dripping from every word he thought about Yunxiang. But that damn Yunxiang, he's clearly a useless piece of trash, tarnishing the Song family name. Yet, just because he was chosen by the spirit general Zuo Qi, he's been on a meteoric rise, stomping all over my efforts. Yunrui wiped away the sweat, confidently telling himself, but things are different now. I've increased my training intensity several times over, and I'm just a hair's breadth away from the mid-stage of mysterious rank. As long as I persevere and keep working hard, it's just a slight gap in cultivation level. I can definitely catch up to him. Suddenly, above him, the sound of a flying vehicle echoed, making Song Yunrui look up in surprise. What the heck? Song Yunxiang is even carrying another girl, he said in a loud voice. Oh, you're doing morning exercises? Not bad. Keep working hard. Good luck. He said that, and just zoomed right on past. I'll head back to the east courtyard first. See ya. Song Yunrui, enraged, pointed at the sky and yelled, Yunxiang, what do you mean by that? Who needs your encouragement? Then suddenly, Song Yunri froze, muttering with disbelief. Wait, his aura seems to have increased a lot compared to last time. Yunrui kept talking to himself like that, his entire body stiff. No way. Could he have broken through again? The scarf around his neck even fell to the ground. In Song Yunrui's utter bewilderment, Song Yunxiang finally arrived at the east courtyard of the Song Manor, landing his flying vehicle in the spacious courtyard. Dimao and Zhang Luye stretched at the same time, gasping in astonishment. They followed him inside, constantly asking, "Is this master's home? Is it almost time for breakfast?" In the courtyard, a person sweeping the ground saw Song Yunxiang and exclaimed happily, "Young Master Yunxiang, you're back." Song Yunxiang greeted him politely and continued inside. "Yeah, I'm back." He walked in, and two people standing there noticed him. Young Master's back." Song Yunxiang waved to greet them. "Good morning, Uncle Ma, Uncle Abe. Why are you both here?" Abe, who was smoking a pipe, took it out and said to him, "Those little ladies are trying out the elixirs you left behind, quickly breaking through their cultivation. Old Ma and I were worried, so we've been standing guard here." Yunxiang understood his meaning and replied, "I see. Well, I'll go take a look then." Ma-san, leaning on his cane, asked him, "Young Master, these two little demon race friends are..." He looked at the two behind him and introduced them. "Oh, I forgot to introduce them. I brought them back from the Xia region, and they'll be people of our East Courtyard Song Manor from now on. This is Uncle Ma and Uncle Abe. They're the security guards and drivers of our East Courtyard." He also introduced them, but when it came to Zhang Luye, he hesitated. "This person is Dimao. This person is..." remembering her background. Song Yunxiang had to rethink. It's better not to reveal this Zhang Luye name right now. Then he used a shorter name to say, "This person is Xiaoye." Dimao was very afraid of strangers, her whole body trembling, stuttering each word. "Hello, I'm Dimao, Master's Mount." Zhang Luye thought to herself in disappointment. Security guards and drivers. No chefs. Finishing the introductions, Yunxiang continued to lead them inside. Well, I'll go visit them in the training room first." Ma-san replied, "Yes, young master." After passing them, Dimao was still trembling, causing him to ask, "What's wrong?" She replied to him. Dimao can sense that those two seem to be top-tier experts of the human race. She shivered and clasped her hands together, recalling the moment she met the two just now, their bodies exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Song Yunxiang frowned, thinking, as expected, the intuition of the demon race is sharp, but then he suddenly noticed something else. Weird. Yunxiang looked over at Xiaoye. Why aren't Uncle Ma and Uncle Abe paying any attention to this sleeping saint? And, come to think of it, the Song Manor's defensive formation didn't give any warnings either. That's really strange. Are we even on our way to the dining hall? He pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. Could it be because she's a god-level being? Nah, that's not right. It only seemed like she unleashed that god-level power the last time, when she was forced to transform into the Bull Demon King. Since then, she's been no different from a regular demon, without any spiritual power. It's almost impossible to sense her spiritual energy fluctuations, but she's always covered in that barrier. Could it be because of that barrier? Forget it, can't figure it out now. I'll think about it later. Meanwhile, in the western district of Yong'an City, Cheng Yi, along with Song Li and Song Yan, led a completely drunk Cheng Yi out of a restaurant. He yawned loudly after a night of feasting, while the other two just quietly carried him. Cheng Yi, his head still spinning, slurred. "My two brothers, was that enough drinking for you last night?" Song Li and Song Yan could only force a smile and look away. "Yes, thank you for your treat last night, young Master Cheng." It was quite the splurge. Cheng Yi didn't seem to remember anything, but Song Li had a vivid memory of everything. He sat there grinning at the girls, only regretting that he got blackout drunk and passed out last night, and his head still hurts a bit now. Song Yan immediately complimented him, making Cheng Yi blush with pleasure. Young Master Cheng truly lives up to his reputation as a coach at the South Continent Martial Academy. Little Yang was able to defeat even Wan Tianjun, thanks to you. You single-handedly drank over 20 jars yesterday. So impressive. They weren't done yet, and Song Yan suggested, how about we find a shop that's open early to grab something to sober up? Chen Yi, of course, couldn't refuse. Then I'll have to trouble you two brothers to lead the way. Suddenly, the three of them passed by a girl in red, moving with a mysterious gait. Sung Li and Song Yan couldn't help but turn their heads, completely smitten, young Master Cheng. That beauty in red has got the figure, yeah. But Chang Yi was different. Though his face was still flushed, he was very alert. Something's not quite right. Song Li asked him, "What's wrong, young Master Cheng?" Cheng Yi said to them very seriously, "That woman is quite dangerous." His masculine face showed a hint of intuition honed from years of experience, or rather years of picking up girls. "My instincts tell me that she's a rather dangerous woman, and what's more, she's an old hag." The scene shifted to another place, with soaring tiled roofs that dwarfed even the distant mountains. In the eastern courtyard of the Song Manor, Yunxiang's voice echoed from the cultivation room. "Hello, I'm back," the person inside exclaimed excitedly. Young Master Yun, Yunxiang, Lian Yi, and the others rushed out to greet him. "Young Master Yunxiang, you finally returned." Zisu clung to him too tightly, forcing Yunxiang to both comfort and resist them. All right. It's only been a few days since I went out, hasn't it? Hey, don't get your snot on me." Qingdai was more mature, bowing her head and saying, "Young Master Yunxiang." Song Yunxiang was very pleased and didn't hesitate to give her a compliment. "Qingdai, you've worked hard. You've done a great job." He also patted Lian Yi and Zisu on the head, making them very happy. "You've all broken through to the Earth Realm. Not bad. Your young master will reward you handsomely." Then Yunxiang looked at the only person still sitting still. Is Song Lan still breaking through? Then let's not disturb her. Let's go outside first. Qingdai asked for his permission. "Young Master Yunxiang, let me stay here to protect her, in case Song Lan makes a mistake and goes berserk." He agreed immediately. Once outside, Zisu pointed at Di Mao and Xiao Ye in surprise. "Young Master," who are they? Yunxiang introduced both of them at the same time. "This is Di Mao and Xiao Ye, maids of the East Courtyard." Lian Yi and Zisu greeted them, but Xiao Ye pointed directly at Zisu and declared, "She smells like good food. This is a trustworthy person." Zisu pointed back at her gleefully. HMPH. This little girl has an eye for talent, though I don't know what you're trying to say. I also feel like you're not bad. Song Yunxiang raised an eyebrow. Even he found it confusing. Is this how foodies compliment people? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in the air. "Good morning, Uncle Demu." The person bowed his head and said politely to him, "Young Master Yunxiang, the Lord has learned that you have returned and is waiting for you in the central courtyard. He knows you have to go early." Song Yunxiang carefully instructed Lian Yi and Zisu on a few things. "You guys take them to get acquainted with the place, let Di Mao take a bath and change clothes, and give Xiao Yi some food. I have to go to the central courtyard to visit the old man." They quickly replied, "Yes, young Master Yunxiang." Then Song Yunxiang and the uncle walked away. "Let's go, uncle," to the central courtyard. In another place, above, the sky was still beautiful and cloudy. Below, the shadow of the woman in red fluttered in the wind. She arrived in front of a large manor gate, and the little lady suddenly expressed her anger. Song Manor, that little brat actually brought back an ancestral god-level being to his house. He's really a bold kid, causing trouble. She immediately sensed a strange aura. This aura, saint level, HMPH, knew that dumbass kid was faking it. He was totally playing dead. Little Miss instantly disappeared. No idea where she teleported to. In the Song family's central courtyard, in the underground courtyard, coughing sounds echoed continuously. Song Jingzhong anxiously rushed in. "Are you all right, third uncle?" Bing Chuan struggled to sit up and said, I'm fine. I sensed a strong aura nearby earlier, so I used my soul power to investigate." He stood up and urged Jingzhong, "Quick, Azhang, seems like we have an uninvited guest. Go take a look." But Jingzhong worriedly asked, "Third uncle, I can go check it out. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for you to show your face?" Bing Xuan kept walking outside and said, "Don't worry, I'll observe secretly first. If things go south, I'll just take out that kid Cheng Yi first." Hearing this, Song Jingzhong didn't object. Then Song Jingzhong's eyes darkened. In that case, your nephew will trouble third uncle. In the Song family's courtyard, Little Miss teleported directly to the middle of the Song family residence, where there wasn't a soul in sight. Looking around, she noticed several people approaching. Surrounded by hooded figures, they spoke to her. "Please halt." The guards here all wore masks and sternly demanded, "This is the Luan Marquis Song residence. Do not enter without business. Please stop." But Little Miss paid them no mind, directly waving her hand. "You mere mortal servants dare to stop me." Such a small action sent the guards standing near her flying away. They landed on the ground one after another, trying to regain their balance. At this time, the guards also suddenly noticed the appearance of others. A group of Song family members immediately appeared and confronted Little Miss. They reminded her, "Your actions are quite discourteous." Little Miss revealed a look of disdain towards them. This small Song family is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Meanwhile, Yunxiang was hiding behind a nearby door. Surprise! Holy crap, why did that fire lizard chase me all the way here? What does she even want? At this moment, Song Jingjung also walked out from inside the residence. Speaking up to stop them, wait a moment, everyone stop. Bing Chuan didn't appear, but stood behind a nearby pillar. When the Song family members saw him, they all bowed their heads in greeting. "Marquis? Marquis?" The old man cautiously looked outside as if trying to scout something. Little Miss immediately recognized him, so she looked up. Then she excitedly shouted, "You idiot, get over here. I knew it, you old geezer. You're not dead after all." Bing Chuan exclaimed in shock, Little Miss, is that you?" The girl smiled nostalgically. "You've gotten this old in the blink of an eye. How ugly." Bing Chuan hurriedly ran out, praising her incessantly. Little Miss still has the same style as back then, beautifully enchanting just like 100 years ago. Yunxiang, who was hiding behind the door, peeked out curiously. Holy moly, looks like there's some drama to watch. In the underground courtyard, Song family's Jingjong stood in front of the door, asking for permission. "Third uncle, then I'll take my leave first. Call us if you need anything." Third uncle's voice echoed from the room. "All right, I want to catch up with this old friend. All of you leave." Jingjong stepped out of the Song family's security door and turned to instruct, "Songjin, you wait here for orders. Do not approach the courtyard. Report to me immediately if anything unexpected happens." Songjin lowered his head and carefully replied, "Yes." Outside, the security was just as tight as inside. Everyone guarding was highly cultivated, nearly impossible to defeat. Jingjong lowered his head and apologized to them for this poor reception. "Please forgive me for not receiving you better. Please keep this matter a secret from the Song family." He wasn't someone without tact. As a guest, one should know the proper etiquette. He then replied, "I know my limits, rest assured." Then he turned to look at Song Yunxiang and said, "Besides, I've already bet my life and the rest of my days on that kid." Song Yunxiang, who had just come out, was caught in the crossfire, looking confused. Song Jingjong, hearing this from him, seemed to understand everything, but still had many unknowns in his head. Song Yunxiang was startled and quickly explained, "It's a long story. I'll tell you another day, Elder Shu. I've just returned and have some matters to deal with. Can you wait 2 more days?" He was happy and didn't intend to hold him back. He waved his hand cheerfully. "Sure, go ahead with your business. I'm not in a rush for a day or two." Song Yunxiang, along with Song Jingjong and the manager, walked away from the crowd, chatting about work. Song Jingjong reminded the manager, Damu, make it clear to them, handle the confidentiality well. Then he turned to Song Yunxiang and said he wanted to talk to him in his room, to which Yunxiang replied, "Yes." Scene changed to the Song family's Zhongyuan study. Song Yunxiang recounted some important events of his journey. Song Jingjong received a bottle of elixirs, but hearing about the events Song Yunxiang experienced, even he couldn't imagine them all. Unexpectedly, he clutched his chest and asked repeatedly, "Merman heritage, Ao Bing's spiritual soul general, and you even brought back the owner of the Ox Demon King, the saint stage old ancestor of the Heavenly Balance Holy Sect, and the owner of Nija, that red-robed Saint Stage Senior also came with you." He put on an innocent look again, scratching his head blankly. Song Jingjong covered his face, not wanting to face this reality, and blocked his hands in front of him, not wanting him to speak anymore. He wanted to refuse to listen and was trying to sort out his thoughts. "Hold on, let me swallow all this first. This is too much information. Right, and you robbed the My family's treasury clean in faraway Diao City? Song Yunxiang put on a stern face, suddenly refusing to accept this statement from him. Huh, stop, stop, stop. Why robbed clean? I just helped the enemy warlords sort out their chaotic treasury a little. It was a fair and above-board matter. Old man, please be more civilized with your words. Song Jingzhong seemed to know him too well. He stopped thinking, well, maybe I should think like my grandson. That makes sense. So what was the harvest? When asked what he had gained, he didn't hide anything and replied, nothing usable, just some crafting materials and medicines and a few other things. They believe it is a Dai legacy crystallization of the God stage. Song Jingzhong stroked his long white beard, contemplating the future. God stage legacy? I've heard of it. It's said to be a heaven-sent divine object to help with breakthroughs, but it's very rare. Keep it for now, and be sure to keep it a secret, to prevent others from having bad intentions. Song Yunxiang had a confused look on his face and hesitated to answer. Huh? Okay. But in his heart, he thought differently. Maybe the old man misunderstood and thinks I only got a small piece. In fact, this thing is a crystallization, formed from high-intensity soul power compression. If he can guarantee production, it can be regarded as a source of energy consumption. He turned around and tried to dig up some more information from him. Right, are the missing medicinal herbs for refining elixirs all? But he didn't want to hide anything from his family, since he had too many anyway. Old man, don't worry, they're all in hand. We can start at any time. All the other ingredients are also sufficient. Song Jingzhong stood up, took out a talisman from his robe, handed it to him, and instructed, that's good. The Hong Merchant Guild delivered it, and the medicinal materials that we collected ourselves are all within this object. Talisman, Song Yunxiang didn't hesitate and reached out with both hands to receive it. Okay, then I'll start refining pills now. After receiving it, he stuffed it into his robe and added, you saw it just now. The third master has just reunited with old acquaintances. At this time, I'm afraid the third master desperately needs elixirs to show off in front of his old friends. Song Jingzhong didn't let him go immediately, and once again reminded him, wait, Songmu told you, right? The Imperial Court's commendation team will arrive in Yong'an City tomorrow. They'll rest and prepare for one night, and come to the main residence early the next morning to announce the decree. Song Yunxiang was not in a hurry. He knew how to arrange the time, so he quickly replied to his instructions. It's okay, it's okay. Doesn't that still leave 2 days? It's still in time. I only need 1 day to refine pills. It won't be delayed. Moreover, this time the Imperial Court sent people. On the surface it is a reward, but the attitude is unpredictable. A saint sage who has recovered his strength at ease is also our trump card, isn't it? Song Jingzhong heard his words, suddenly fell into contemplation, and then replied to his words just now. All right. If you have thought it through carefully, I will trust your judgment. This matter should not be delayed. Start doing it. The Song family has prepared a pill refining location and equipment for you. Knowing this, he went along with it and hurried to refine the pills, refusing him. No need. Actually, there's no need for a pill refining location or equipment at all. My room is fine. Those things are just like a signal flag for outsiders to see. I'm going back to the East Courtyard to refine pills. Old man, just tell everyone that I'm tired from the long journey and need to rest in my room for a day. Don't disturb me. Song Jingzhong went to the front courtyard of his courtyard and accepted his opinion. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. At the same time, the front courtyard secretly connecting with the central courtyard of the main residence, Yan Wei heard the story and asked Bing Chuan, so, after the Diling battle, you were surrounded by saint stage cultivators. Then you were seriously injured and faked your death, hiding from the world until now. He also answered her honestly, actually, to be honest, this matter is a bit complicated. The serious injury is real, but the surrounding is fake. The fake death was also thanks to that kid Nan Rong for cooperating with me and acting out a play. Yan Wei pushed aside the veil covering her face to take a sip of tea and sneered. You old geezer, you really have no manners. I knew you couldn't die so easily. Bing Chuan imagined the glorious times he had experienced and laughed heartily. Of course, have people forgotten about the terrifying beast tide in the southwest 100 years ago? I followed the Phoenix Decree to support the lower realm. We fought side by side in the southwest region. I found a way to survive 9 times in the face of death, and was praised by the world as the 9-lived, undying, heavenly capital Little White Phoenix. She was not easy either. Her face and body looked young, only a little over 30. After taking off her gloves, an old, calloused hand appeared, and she continued with a regretful expression. What a pity. What is Saint Stage? In the end, we will still lose to time. I can feel that your lifespan is running out, and if you keep slowly not breaking through, it won't be good at all. Bing Chuan looked at her with a threatening look and tone. So you disregarded the Saint Stage ban and entered the Heavenly Capital territory not to visit a fake comrade in arms like me, are you? Yanwei was not someone to be trifled with. She didn't hide anything anymore, and only told the truth. Don't flatter yourself. I followed that kid named Song Yunxiang, following him all the way from faraway city to here. Bing Chuan found it hard to understand, so he couldn't believe her, and asked back, little Yunxiang, what's up with him? Yanwei slightly closed her eyes, frowning because Bing Chuan didn't believe her. She replied to him, It's nothing. It's just my intuition, suddenly telling me that this kid has a destiny that belongs to me. Bing Chuan stroked his long beard and smiled. Little Wei, I've seen your intuition for hundreds of years, and it's never been wrong. Scene changed to the main building of the east courtyard of the Song residence. Song Yunxiang's room. He brought a pile of medicinal herbs and was setting up a formation for alchemy, a formation that was stacked upon layers, so dense that it might be indestructible. Yunxiang praised his own achievement, basing it on the formation language of the northern continent, fusing the void refinement art of the southern continent and the wind ridge art of the eastern continent. This will become a completely new type of alchemy, overwhelming the alchemy techniques of the spirit race. When the formation was activated, a fire was wrapped in a series of protective talismans, looking like a small sun trapped in the formation. How beautiful. Yunxiang also gave it a name, let's just call it the Invincible Supercosmic Alchemy Technique. After foolishly giving the alchemy formation a name, Yunxiang self-consciously knew that he wasn't good at naming things, so he rubbed his head and said to himself, Alright, I'm really not good at naming things. He pulled out the core medicine, wrapped in countless powers. Let's begin. Inside the furnace, pale blue flames flew back and forth, and the medicinal herbs were placed inside. His hand pressed the system panel while maintaining the stability of the alchemy furnace. After the alchemy technique was upgraded and improved, one furnace can produce 6 pills. Now there are enough ingredients to refine 3 furnaces. That's right. Let's refine some more hair growth pills for old Shu. Yunxiang continued to fiddle around, then refined some other pills. Heavenly scripture pills, breakthrough pills, and also face-changing pills, jade skin pills, reverse aging pills. Yunxiang was still adjusting the categories to make them easier to use. Then he sat down on a chair leisurely, finally handing everything over to the Star Master system to take care of. I'll just lie here and maintain the formation, providing the tools is enough. Speaking of which, walking all night last night was really tiring. At the same time, Dima was being led by Lian Yi to measure the clothing of the maid, but because of her half-human, half-horse body, measuring was a bit difficult. After a while, the progress of alchemy reached 5%. Yunxiang was still sound asleep, not caring. As for Lu Yi, she was led by Zisu to the Song family's dining hall. Her eyes flashed with happiness when she saw a long table of delicious food displayed before her eyes. The progress of alchemy reached 7%, and Yunxiang was still sleeping beside it. On Dimao's side, Lian Ye led her to make over her face with 7,749 kinds of knives and tools, making her fearfully shake her head in refusal. The progress of alchemy was slow, reaching 18%. Zisu and Lu Ye got along very well. Both of them were addicted to eating. Their hands were as fast as lightning. They could eat 3 dishes in a short time. The progress of alchemy reached 25%. Lian Yi led Dimao to take a hot bath, but she shyly blushed. The progress of alchemy reached 34%. On Lu Ye and Zisu's side, it was already late afternoon, and the two were still eating, only looking up when the young miss ran over to find them. The progress of alchemy reached 48%. The clothes had been made. Dimao tried on the clothes and looked very embarrassed. Lian Yi saw that she was very beautiful and praised her profusely. The progress of alchemy reached 52%. Over there, Zissou, Lu Ye, and the young miss ate together until their bellies were full and bulging, making it difficult to breathe. The three of them lay sprawled on the ground. The progress of alchemy reached 58%. On Qingdai's side, Songlan finally broke through. Qingdai waited so long that her dark circles were about to flow down. She happily clapped her hands lightly. The progress of alchemy reached 65%. On Xinsha's side, he was still trying hard to practice so that he could surpass Yunxiang. But at this time, Yunxiang was still nonchalantly sleeping soundly. The progress of alchemy reached 71%, and suddenly an accident occurred. The system kept beeping and chirping, causing him to wake up involuntarily. Yunxiang woke up and wondered, what's wrong? What happened? He hurriedly woke up and went to the system to see what was wrong. Could it be that the improvement of the void refinement art had an error? Or there was a problem in the process? Suddenly the surrounding space was distorted. He was startled in confusion. What's going on? Space is being bent. He fell into an endless space. This feeling seems very familiar to me. Just falling until I landed on a piece of solid ground. The worried look on Yunxiang's face was a bit unfamiliar. Yunxiang wondered, no way, why is it like this? A huge golden gate appeared before his eyes, along with a bunch of massive battle armor stained with blood guarding it. Yunxiang was a little overwhelmed and shouted, what the hell, why is it this place? He wasn't afraid, and confidently stepped forward. Standing before that gigantic golden gate, he looked up and wondered, could it be that the trigger location to enter here isn't a specific spot, but rather, he didn't get to finish? When something big suddenly landed on his head, a time hypothesis. Yunxiang quickly dodged. Turns out it was from an attack by one of the battle armors. Yunxiang landed perfectly, a smirk playing on his lips. These secret realm guardians, I'm not afraid of you guys scaring me anymore. They quickly chased after him. Yunxiang jumped back and started activating Star Soul Lu Biu, Star Soul Gujian. Pausing for a moment, he felt like something was off. Holding the jade pendant, but unable to conjure the Star Souls, he finally started to panic. What's going on? I can't conjure them here. Unable to conjure them, he had to temporarily summon Wei Yuan Shi to fight them. A battle armor slashed at him. He swiftly dodged to the side, and with a gentle strike of his sword, he sliced it in half. Using Wei Yuan Shi, he still had many questions he couldn't understand. The marriage talisman can be used, so does that mean this place isn't connected to the star network? Many questions popped up in his mind, but he had to prioritize dealing with these guys first, so he had to use a combat skill, Sevenfold Wave. With a series of swift sword strikes, he destroyed all the battle armors there. After finishing, he dispelled Wei Yuan Shi, took powerful strides toward the golden door, and asked with a puzzled expression, what exactly is behind this door? Pushing the door open, a dazzling light suddenly appeared. He gently stepped in. The space was like a thin, non-transparent mirror, only brilliantly bright. Yunxiang wondered, where is this? Suddenly, the gate disappeared on its own. He startled and turned back, running towards the void. Wait, hold on. Oh my god. Then the space became unstable once again, causing Yunxiang to look up in panic, and he automatically fell down again. Are you kidding me again? A bottomless abyss was waiting, as if wanting to swallow Yunxiang whole. Everything around was pitch black. Suddenly, a voice called out, Song Yunxing, Song Yunxing, Song Yunxing. Hearing the call made him gradually wake up and wonder, who is it? Who is calling me? Yunxiang slowly opened his eyes, and in front of him was the silhouette of someone. Hey, Song Yunxiang, wake up. He saw the blurry figure in front of him and wondered, who are you? Perhaps it was just a dream this time. Yunxiang truly woke up, but strangely his entire body was like a three-dimensional projection. Still not realizing the abnormality, Yunxiang jumped up, but he was still doubtful. Where is this? Another illusion. Yunxiang inadvertently saw his current image in the mirror, and he panicked. Oh my god, what's going on? Why do I feel like my soul has left my body? Looking behind him, Yunxiang saw his soul attached to the body of a young boy. He was confused, but also a bit angry. What the hell? Who is this kid? Yunxiang frowned as he looked around the room. When he couldn't recognize the person in front of him, Yunxiang started to look around the child's room. So he decided to get up, leave the bed, and figure out what the heck was going on around him. First, Song Yunxiang moseyed over to the kid's desk. Staring at the messy school stuff, he wondered. 9 years of compulsory education, English, math. What in the world are these things? Then, Yunxiang strolled over to the bookshelf next to the desk to take a look. Besides books, there were robot models, he commented. So these are spirit generals, huh? Interesting. They turned spirit generals into tiny toys to sell to kids. Suddenly, the kid's bedroom door swung open, startling Yunxiang, who whipped around. What's that noise? Let's go check it out. Just as Yunxiang was about to dash out to see what was happening, the connection between him and the kid's body yanked him back. Jerking back in surprise, Yunxiang exclaimed, "What the heck? Why can't I go over there?" Realizing what was pulling him back, he turned to look at the kid still lying in bed and questioned, Am I tied to this brat? Can't get too far from him?" Yunxiang slowly turned back towards the desk, grumbling. Where in the world is this place, anyway? He looked out the window and saw a totally unfamiliar city, making Yunxiang wonder, this isn't the Eastern continent, is it? Weird? All things I've never seen before? Where the heck am I? Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door, Xiaozi, Xiaozi, startling him. It was a woman's voice. Hearing his mom's call, the kid jolted awake, still half asleep, rubbing his eyes and answering, "What is it, Mom?" From downstairs, another voice echoed, "Come watch the news. Come watch." The kid rubbed his eyes, grabbed his glasses from the desk, and replied to his mom, "Okay, I'm coming." Meanwhile, Yunxiang frantically waved his hands in front of the kid, but the kid didn't react at all. He realized this kid couldn't see him. After putting on his glasses, the kid went downstairs. Because of the connection with the kid, Yunxiang was dragged along too. Yanked along so suddenly, he yelled, "Holy crap, going to the living room with my mom." I don't know what's so amazing or extraordinary on the TV that the mother had to cover her mouth in shock. Yunxiang silently looked around. The kid's house was pretty big. The living room was super spacious, and the TV was humongous, covering almost the entire wall in front of him. On the screen was an interview. The host introduced with great respect. Just a minute ago, our latest global satellite energy source was positioned successfully and put into operation. This is a golden moment in human history, ladies and gentlemen. This is the person in charge of this project, the outstanding scientist, Dr. Wu. Please allow me to have a special interview. The doctor, and next to him was a little red-haired girl. The host turned to Dr. Wu politely. "Hello, Dr. Wu." He also politely replied, "Hello." The host was curious about the child next to him, so she asked, "Is this beautiful, doll-like little girl your daughter? Her hair color is so beautiful." Dr. Wu confirmed, "Yes, this is my daughter, Sophia. She inherited the red hair from her mother, and her hair is naturally curly like mine." The host praised the girl. "Hi, Sophia, you're so pretty." The girl also politely praised back. "Thank you, you too." The MC began to go into the main topic of the interview. "Then let's begin today's special interview. Please allow me to hand this microphone over to Drive. Wu." Now we can finally see Drive. Wu's face clearly. "He looks like Einstein," he introduced. "Hello to the audience below and those watching TV. Hello everyone, I am Jamwu Wujimi. I am the founder of Chongjijimen Science and Technology Enterprise, and also the technical director of the StarNet project, the new satellite energy source project." Shocked by what he just heard, Yunxiang suddenly turned to look at the TV and said, "What? StarNet? Behind Drive? We showed an image of an asteroid that had collided with Earth." He said that everyone knows that in the past 100 years, the energy crisis has always been the most troublesome problem on our planet. We have never stopped hoping to find a permanent solution, but 13 years ago, we discovered a godsend in a meteorite. Dr. Wu began to tell a myth. Illustrations were also shown on the screen behind him. In the ancient myths of the Chinese nation, there is the story of Panji Yu creating the world. The birth of the universe is also a process of energy and matter transformation. The godsend in the meteorite smoke allowed us to discover a completely new form of energy, The image behind him also changed to the scene of the meteorite lying in the laboratory. Dr. Wu said that, "We refer to ancient mythology. We call this thing Hongmeng particle, or it can be said to be Hongmeng wave. This is a form of energy that exists everywhere in the universe. Perhaps the process of transforming matter and energy is technically mysterious and difficult to explain, but we will grasp it after a while." The screen behind him switched to the scene of the satellite being successfully launched and put into orbit. Dr. Wu talked about the success, returning to the main topic. Today, the launch of this satellite was successful. StarNet Satellite Number 1. StarNet 1 has arrived at its designated location and is starting to operate. It will absorb Hongmeng waves from the universe and transform them into energy that we can use. Then the screen switched to Dr. Wu's ambitious image. Thousands of satellites are launched, and they connect with each other. He declared, "In the next 30 years, our plan is to launch more than 10,000 satellites around the Earth's orbit, forming a satellite matrix. StarNet will not only bring us an infinite and continuous source of clean energy. If the technology to convert energy and matter can be realized in the future, StarNet will be like a 3D printer wrapping our planet." Suddenly, Dr. Wu changed his face from normal to determined. He also loudly and enthusiastically declared that the kind of power that can move mountains and seas with just a snap of the fingers can not only prevent disasters and preserve architectural structures, but also create huge changes in many other areas to our way of life. No, to the way we exist. Perhaps Dr. Wu's speech was too attractive. It was so attractive that both mother and son did not sit down but stood still to listen to what he said. When Dr. Wu's speech ended, Yunxiang panicked. StarNet? Could this be the origin of StarNet? While the system is malfunctioning, it appeared that, ding, warning, the system is encountering an unknown intrusion. Seeing the error message, he panicked and opened the system to see. Yunxiang looked at the system and was shocked to find that it had been invaded and 46% of the control had been lost. The system was helpless. "Star-Lord system, what's wrong with you?" In the library, Dr. Wu continued to declare enthusiastically, "Before the future of StarNet, this world will definitely enter a completely new era. As for the buffer stage to prepare for this new world, I would like to call it the Age of Null." Meaning of it, hearing his declarations, Yunxiang was frightened. What, the Age of Null? Isn't that the super ancient civilization, the era when the gods created? He looked at the system and angrily shouted, "Hey, Star-Lord system, tell me where I am now. Where is this place? What year is it?" The system, with the little strength it had left, issued a notification. Currently in the process of retrieving data, 785% of control has been lost. It is currently 360,000 years ago, the Age of Null, the 4,728th year of the Xuanyuan calendar, a full cycle of the 2031st year of the Bingshan Western calendar. Because he wanted to know more, Yunxiang tensely shouted at the system, "Tell me quickly, what must I do to leave this place?" The system went poof, and its last message was, "Control authority lost 9,999%. Still not believing what's happening, he stared at his hand and yelled in despair, "Hey, Stellar Lord System, hey system, seriously, is this for real? Did it really just bail on me?" Suddenly, a voice startled Yunxiang. The voice chuckled and said, "Figured it out yet?" It was Yi Mingying, asking in a female voice. The mysterious voice continued, still chuckling, "You just need to find the original creator." A plane was zooming through the sky, accompanied by Yunxiang's narration, "I am Song Yunxiang." Inside the plane was someone who had just finished using the restroom and was flushing the toilet. Seeing Yunxiang stuck behind him, this person was definitely Gao Chao. He commented, "Right now, I'm facing the most difficult crisis I've ever had since I was a kid, having to witness such boring things like flushing toilets and countless other tedious things." He complained, "I've been trapped in this secret realm since 360,000 years ago." He also started looking in the mirror. Yunxiang chimed in, "This place is the Zero Epoch. The current time is the Xuanyuan era of the Founding Era, year 4751, the 4th year of the Western calendar." Yunxiang floated around listlessly, watching Gao Chao, who was busy grooming himself, and said, "I've been stuck in this place for over 20 years. Yunxiang glared furiously at Gao Chao, who was meticulously styling his hair, his eyes filled with resentment, because, as an observer, he was powerless, bound to this Four Eyes body, recalling the things he had witnessed, like Gao Chao's childhood obsession with robots that led him to become the national champion of robot creators, and his still keeping the passion as he grew up. Then there was his group's graduation project, a giant robot, and getting his diploma for that project, followed by the presentation on the era of the StarNet. Remembering those new energy sources made Yunxiang's blood boil. He spent ages watching this kid study for 9 years of undergrad and grad school, all the way to getting his master's degree. He remembered the time after that when Gao Chao went to work. Gao Chao had just been hired, so he was introduced to his colleagues, and he respectfully bowed to them. Later, Yunxiang thought about Gao Chao going on a date. They both seemed shy, and both were looking down. Meanwhile, the waiter was taking their orders with a super modern projection screen. Then, when he had accumulated enough experience, he remembered when he changed jobs. At that time, Gao Chao was still just like when he first got hired, still bowing to his colleagues and boss. When the colleagues heard he was quitting, they were abuzz. After he quit, apparently because of his good reputation or skillful craftsmanship, Yunxiang said he was in high demand. At home, Gao Chao received countless letters and emails, looking back at his current situation, and then at the hand where he kept the Stellar Lord system. Yunxiang said dejectedly, "The Stellar Lord system that I trusted the most has vanished without a trace, and the strange voice hasn't appeared again either." The plane had landed, and since he couldn't do anything besides observe things from a third-person perspective, Yunxiang wondered when this would finally end. After getting off the plane, Gao Chao carried his luggage towards the east exit. After walking for a while, he noticed 2 people holding signs with his name on them. The 2 of them were dressed like secret agents. The blonde one was holding a sign with Gao Chao on it, while the bald one was holding a sign that said, "Welcome." He greeted them in English. "Excuse me, I'm Gao Chao." It seemed English had disappeared in Yunxiang's era. This super ancient language with 26 letters, I once saw it in the divine halls of the Western continent people. Who knew that in this founding era, it would be a required subject? Being trapped here is so boring, might as well learn a bit from this kid. Who knows, next time I get a chance to go back to the Western continent, I might need it. The bald guy said to Gao Chao, "Hello, Dr. Gao Chao, welcome to Zhanghai City. We are the security personnel in charge of escorting you to the base." He wondered in surprise. In Cantonese, then the man escorted Gao Chao to their car. It seemed cars in this era no longer had wheels. It floated without touching the ground. The 2 of them politely opened the door and invited him into the car. Once inside the car, the 2 of them sat next to him, and the bald guy gave Gao Chao a pair of glasses to block his vision, to avoid revealing their destination. The car started to fly up. It seemed cars in this era could even fly. Inside, Gao Chao was trembling because he was surrounded by 2 menacing-looking men and was being taken to a secret location. Outside, the car was flying at an excessive speed, too dangerous, speeding along, and then suddenly making a sharp turn. The car flew straight up into the sky, and after traveling for a while, they arrived at their destination. The car stopped in front of a massive base, floating high above the clouds. The car drove in. This place was the aerial base, Cloud Peak. They slowly flew into a small door that was opening to receive them. It was attached to a huge structure. Once they arrived, Gao Chao was still blindfolded. The bald guy led him out and said to him, "Dr. Gao, you can take off the blindfold." He did as he was told and removed the blindfold. As he took it off, he praised the bald guy. "Thank you. Your Cantonese is very fluent. It feels very familiar." The man politely smiled and replied, "My family has been settled in Guangzhou for half a century. It's fate." After the conversation, the bald guy led the way for Gao Chao and said, "Please, this way." And he agreed. So she's got the identity of that girl, Sophia Wu Zhongyao, the person in charge of the tech innovation department at Zhongyao Industries. Then Sophia greets Gao Chao. "So glad to meet you, Dr. Gao. Welcome to Zhongyao Industries." He shakes her hand politely too. "Hello, Drive, Wu. Nice to meet you as well, huh? Wait, this is actually our first time meeting. I guess the interview video doesn't really count." Sophia turns to the other 2 and orders, "You guys go back to work. I'll give Dr. Gao Chao a quick tour first. They acknowledge the order in unison, yes. As she leads Gao Chao, Sophia says, "Follow me, Dr. Gao Chao. Let me show you the project we're currently working on." Hearing this, he replies, "Sure. I've always been interested in the ultra-long-distance matter conversion tech you're in charge of. If it can be combined with my bicephalous robots into new energy, with the Star Network, we could." After a while, probably because Gao Chao's interested in what Sophia is doing, he just can't stop yapping. The two keep walking and talking. He seems super hyped about the topic, so he's chatting away excitedly. Too bad we have no clue what they're talking about. As for Yunxiang, he's just sitting there bored, listening and observing, looking at Sophia. He thinks, why does this woman look so familiar? The two are totally unaware of Yunxiang's existence, so they keep walking and chatting happily. Suddenly, another vehicle pulls up in front of them, startling them both. 5 soldiers rush out, 1 leading the way, and 4 carrying a box that seems to contain a person. The leader yells, "Move it! Move it! Those guys are moving crazy fast." They've already left the 2 of them in the dust. The leader shouts, "The heteromorphy index has exceeded the 5% limit, needs to be taken to the doctor's lab immediately," leaving Gao Chao and Sophia stunned, clueless about what's going on. To break the awkwardness, she says to him, "Let's go." He politely responds, "Okay." Time passes by. The aerial city is extremely huge, and it is covered by a barrier. A year later, Gao Chao and Sophia are overseeing others working on computers connected to a massive server. 2 years later, they're probably pretty close now, so they're working out together. The next year, their experiment is a success. Gao Chao exclaims excitedly. The 897th test has stabilized the substate matter construction particle division rate at 9,997%, exceeding the stable value threshold by 15%. Sophia is so happy. She jumps up and down. Yes, we finally did it. Then they hug each other tightly. She says, "I knew it. Working with you would definitely be a success. Gao Chao, you're a genius." He laughs and replies, "Without your support, my ideas wouldn't have been implemented so easily." Gao Chao is so happy he grabs Sophia and spins her around and around, both of them laughing joyfully. Suddenly, he looks straight into her eyes, blushes and says something cheesy. "Thank the heavens. No, thank the Star Network for letting me meet you." Maybe she has feelings too, so she blushes and stutters, "Ji Gao Chao," and they start making out. Meanwhile, Yunxiang is just floating in the distance, unable to do anything but eat dog food. After that sweet kiss, it's 6 years later, and the 2 of them are getting married. Everyone at the ceremony is saying stuff like, "May you be together for 100 years and have children soon. Wishing you a lifetime of happiness. With hair as white as snow and teeth as strong as ever." 7 years later, Gao Chao is older now. He's working and watching news about the world at his desk. Yunxiang is lying flat on his back, thinking, another 7 years have passed. When will this end? Chapter 189, Behind Gao Chao. Yunxiang smacks him on the head in frustration, but it has no effect on Gao Chao at all. He comments, "But I can only see things from this guy's perspective. I can't experience anything myself. The information I can gather is also extremely limited." Then a call comes in for Gao Chao. A picture of a pretty girl pops up on the screen. The girl announces, "Doctor, please come to the 3rd machine vault. The head and shoulder assembly section of the 2 laboratories has been adjusted according to the wishes of the leaders above." Hearing this, Gao Chao leaves the room and heads to the elevator. The elevator moves so fast that Yunxiang can't keep up, and is dragged along because he's stuck to Gao Chao. After leaving the elevator, he enters a sphere. That ball was moving so fast that Yunxiang was being dragged along like an animal tied to a rope and pulled by a car. Being dragged like that made him incredibly uncomfortable. Finally, it stopped in front of the 3rd warehouse, the technical innovation department of their Miaoji sect. Stepping inside, the scene was incredibly magnificent, with many PhDs working, and the place was vast. Gao Chao looked like an ant when viewed from above. The girl who called him earlier greeted him and said, "Doctor, please take a look." He received a stack of documents from the girl and read them. Meanwhile, Yunxiang looked up in amazement. This is the Spirit Soul General Cao Ren, and the Spirit Soul General Bai Qi. Are these the first generation Spirit Generals? The girl pointed to the documents. Here, and here have been adjusted based on feedback from above, Gao Chao added. It's okay. These things are just for show. The big shots upstairs won't understand any of it anyway. The angle widens, and we can see the two Spirit Soul Generals that surprised Yunxiang. Gao Chao asked the girl. Next is the time and location for the field test, she replied. The two test locations have been determined in the Southern Hemisphere battlefield. Location number 1 is temporarily still up high. There are 5 people observing below from a room. Dr. Ma, who is in charge of the military modification project, said, the name of the project, the Spirit Soul General Plan. I didn't expect the higher-ups to reject my project. In the end, the weapon of choice was that kid's giant humanoid mecha, the Spirit Net. Dr. Chen, who is in charge of the Tactical Armored Vehicle Project, said next to him, it must be admitted, the Spirit Net has solved all the shortcomings when using humanoid mecha as weapons. Structure, weight, energy source, balance, stability. These problems have been perfectly solved thanks to the Spirit Net. Doctor, Ma replied with a sneer, that's right, and through neural link, the pilot can directly control the humanoid mecha as if it were their own body. Its controllability is many times better than vehicle-type weapons. Not only were our 2 laboratories ordered to be abolished, but all personnel must also assist in this Spirit Soul General project. Doctor. Chen narrowed his eyes uncomfortably and replied, although unwilling, we can only accept it. The doctor in charge of the Strategic Artificial Weapon Project said, I feel that humanoid mecha must have its own identity, imagine it. If you could become a god, then in the case of being on the battlefield together, would you be willing to become a war chariot surrounded by chains? Dr. Luo reached out and touched Dr. Chen's shoulder and said in a profound tone, moreover, humanoid mecha can be made huge. It can be considered a super large weapon transport depot. You should believe in the decisions of the leaders. The leaders will always see farther than us technicians. Dr. Lai, who is in charge of the Dynamic Tactical Armor Project, also added, that's right, the leaders have their own thoughts. Maybe our ideas are still limited to the scope of weapons. The big shots upstairs are considering this. I'm afraid they are planning for the future of all mankind. Then all 4 of them looked at the person in the middle. The atmosphere was silent, as if waiting for him to speak. Then he smiled and left. He sneered, the future of all mankind, huh? Actually, I still have some other ideas. The testing center is surrounded by a barrier. Time flies in the blink of an eye. A month later, in the Southern Hemisphere battlefield, 2 humanoid mecha were put into use. The Bai Qi machine is flying in the sky and shooting down enemy planes. The Cao Ren machine is in human form, but has wings and a tail. It easily disposes of all enemy tanks. Everyone in the research area is celebrating. Only Drive, Ma and Dr. Chen stood there, and a girl behind them was calm, as if they knew the result. Dr. Ma analyzed, according to the data from this field test, the Spirit Soul General has become the most powerful single-soldier weapon of this era. Dr. Chen was still a little worried. Speaking of number 3, I'm afraid the paint still needs some adjustment. The girl behind them suddenly spoke, causing the other 2 to turn around to look. It turned out that the girl was the girl who called Gao Chao earlier. She said, hey, the development of number 3 can also be put on the schedule. Hearing this, Dr. Chen wondered, where is Dr. Gao? She politely replied, Dr. Gao is now on his way to the hospital, which confused the other 2. Dr. Ma asked, again, Yunxiang Hospital. The number 1 hospital in the VIP area of the hospital. Gao Chao was rushing in, running and saying, sorry, sincerely sorry. Let me through. Then he ran into a hospital room and shouted, I'm here, honey. He ran to Sophia's hospital bed. Meanwhile, Yunxiang just sat there bored, because he couldn't do anything more. And Gao Chao chirped, sorry, because of the first field test of the Spirit Soul General, I'm a little late. Sorry it's been hard on you. Sophia took his hand and comforted him, asking, it's okay. Was the experiment successful? Right? Is the particle decay value when deactivating the structure about the threshold I calculated earlier? Gao Chao was sweating, replying, rest assured, Sophia, don't worry, this experiment was very successful. Oh, I almost forgot. Where is the child? Gao Chao looked at the robot nurse over there after hearing Sophia say, Go see the child. It's a baby girl. She inherited her grandmother's red hair. Receiving his child from the nurse, Gao Chao greeted his child. Hello, little princess. Dad is your dad. He held the baby in his arms, gently asking Sophia, what's her name? Did my father-in-law name her already? Sophia tiredly lay on the bed and replied to Gao Qiao, yeah, Dad came up with a name for her. The name is just one character, Yuan. The full name is Wu Yuan. You can give her a nickname. Gao Chao looked at the baby girl fondly, deep in thought. A nickname, Yuan Hui Shui Ye Hui, and it's currently December in the Huaxia calendar, which is also known as the month of Xinghui. He then lifted the baby high and asked his wife, how about we call her Xinghui? Being lifted high made the baby open her eyes. She had inherited her father's green eyes. Seeing this, Sophia interjected, hey, please be a little careful. He handed the baby to his wife and apologized, not understanding why Yunxiang, who was far away, was startled by what they said. Sorry, I think I just saw my baby's eyes slightly open. Hearing this, Sophia replied, how can that be? Then Gao Chao pulled something out of his pocket and said, oh, right, this is the gift that person gave our daughter. I heard it's a pendant, specially made with spiritual crystal. He then took out a keychain from his clothes, which had the shape of 3 white, red, and purple water droplets stuck together. Yunxiang, standing outside, stared intently at the keychain. The baby, who had been closing her eyes, also opened them to look at the keychain and smiled. For some reason, seeing this made Yunxiang jump. Standing from afar, he pondered deeply. So I was trapped here. Was it to wait for you? Suddenly, the room gradually disappeared. As the surrounding scenery vanished, Yunxiang also lost connection with Gao Chao, so he was no longer floating, and fell to an unknown place. After falling for a while, he woke up, and this time, he was no longer in spirit form. He looked up. Yunxiang looked around and shouted, I'm back already. He quickly opened the system interface that had already appeared beside him. After a quick look, he was surprised. Time hasn't changed at all. I was trapped in that strange illusion for over 30 years. Yet in reality, time hasn't changed. Remembering something he hadn't checked yet, Yunxiang exclaimed, oh right, Star-Lord system. Star-Lord system. He stretched out his hand and shouted in vain, Star-Lord system, Star-Lord system, but nothing appeared in his hand. Yunxiang pleaded helplessly. Come out quickly. Could it be? Suddenly the strange voice from earlier, when he was in the illusion, reappeared. It took the form of a child dressed like ancient concubines, sending a chill down Yunxiang's spine. It said, I'm here. Yunxiang, startled, looked behind him and asked the Star-Lord system. The tiny spirit replied, I'm right here. Seeing this, he quickly jumped backward. But it quickly appeared behind him, just as Yunxiang landed. He was utterly shocked by what just happened, while it chuckled gleefully. Yunxiang threw a punch at it, but the spirit flew up to dodge the attack. Standing on his hand, it smiled mockingly and asked, hey, what do you want to do? The spirit chuckled and commented, Yunxiang, you're just a measly 3rd-level cultivator. Your soul power isn't even 50,000. You can't catch me. He angrily asked it, what are you? The spirit, with a disdainful look, replied, don't you recognize me? I'm your Star-Lord system, master. The system that Yunxiang had been trying to summon had reappeared in his hand. It smugly chuckled and said, surprised? Just kidding. This venerable one will graciously explain to a low-level host like you. Listen carefully to this venerable one. The spirit looked at Yunxiang with contempt and introduced itself. This venerable one is the dedicated Star-Lord system, Super-Intelligent Assistant AI-2. One of the 3 great inventions created by Dr. Wu Weidai. This venerable one exists through transmission, an embodiment of doubt and critique, completely different from that useless number 1. It is the doctor's contingency plan. This venerable one must personally take action. This venerable one will use its will to judge and correct the world that has been influenced by number 1. Knowing what the spirit was, Yunxiang smirked and raised a question. What you're saying is hard to understand, but I can feel that the energy source for your manifestation is my own soul power, right? It disdainfully replied, so what if you found out? You should feel honored. A low-level host can sacrifice for this venerable one. Before it could finish, he chuckled. Then it's simple. It was Yunxiang's turn to respond mockingly. So, I just need to use the soul power I provide as a sealing array to imprison you." Startled by his words, it exclaimed in shock, "Huh?" Before the spirit could even realize what was happening, he activated the formation, binding it hand and foot. It shrieked in panic. "What is this? Why am I tied up like this? How dare a worthless host like you disrespect this great one?" Yunxiang grinned, grabbing the spirit tightly. "All right, brat, shut your yap. I don't like being bossed around. Now spill the beans. What are your functions and worth?" Even trapped in his hand and unable to do anything, it still retorted, "You're just a puny third-stage cultivator. Your soul force isn't even worth 50,000. Release me." Seeing its stubbornness, he threatened, I already said that line, trembling, the spirit still blustered, You, the Starlord System's authority is an illegitimate gain. You trashy thief, without this Great One's help, you'll never be able to fully use the Starlord System's functions." Yunxiang released it, finding what it said quite interesting. He pressed it for an explanation. Illegitimate gain, authority, tell me all about it. Freed, the spirit immediately regained its haughty demeanor, smugly declaring, "Your Starlord System authority was stolen from someone else, you lucky dog of a host." "Damn it?" Yunxiang asked. "Stolen from who?" It replied, "Don't know. The StarNet left no relevant records." Hearing something new, he wondered, so what exactly is the Starlord System? It gave the same answer, "Don't know. The StarNet left no relevant records." Yunxiang approached it, demanding, "Then, what's the Star Revival plan?" Still, the same answer, "Don't know. The StarNet left no relevant records." Enraged, he yelled at the spirit, "You don't know anything. What good are you, you useless, idiotic A? I might as well just absorb your soul force and lock you away." Realizing it was about to be eliminated, it pleaded, wait a moment. This Great One is very useful. Though I don't have the authority to access the StarNet's records, I can help you view external records." Yunxiang was skeptical, but untied the spirit, saying, "What can you see?" It opened the system to look, boasting, "I can see the secret keys to your Star Spirit General replicas. Star Spirit General Lu Biyu, Star Spirit General Wen Zong, Star Spirit General Ao Bing, Star Spirit General Cao Ren. I can see records before you transfer to each combat body, and more. I can even see what you've stored in your dimensional space." Looking at the stats, the spirit sneered, "Look at you. You've barely used 1% of your system space. I thought it would be something amazing. TCH, TCH, TCH. A terrible host is truly terrible. Storing such trash." It glanced at Yunxiang, smirking. "See, even though you're a terrible host, with this Great One's superintelligence assisting you, you'll definitely undergo a complete transformation, beat the crap out of everyone in the same realm, and become an unparalleled, magnificent being." These words made Yunxiang's blood boil. Suddenly, he realized something. Yunxiang stroked his chin, asking the spirit, "Right, since you're the auxiliary superintelligence AI of the Starlord System, can you check the acquisition time and usage limit?" The spirit opened the Starlord System, but something seemed wrong. It was confirming something, then looked surprised. Of course, I know those native details. Finding nothing that matched the request, the spirit's head spun. It exclaimed in bewilderment, "The data doesn't match. The time of qualification for time authority, activation of time authority, and frequency of use are completely off. It was clearly activated just now. How could it have exceeded 1 month?" Seeing its confusion, Yunxiang commented, "Sure enough," while the spirit was still lost in thought, unable to understand. "Strange, that's not right. There must be a bug somewhere." He suggested, "Then can you summon other Star Spirit Generals for me, like Dong Yuanju?" The spirit seriously replied, "I can't. I can only summon Star Spirit Generals that the host has copied into the key. That's all I can do for now." Yunxiang sighed in frustration. "So your existence is basically worthless, right? It's like farting after pulling down your pants, hearing such insults." It angrily pointed at him. You vulgar and despicable being. How dare you compare this Great One's existence to a fart?" Yunxiang retorted, "Are you stupid? This is clearly because your existence is like pulling down your pants to fart. Before he could finish, it interrupted him, snapping, Well, that's still extremely rude. Who am I? The auxiliary superintelligence of the Star-Lord system. It's better to have me than not. Wait a minute, those words don't seem quite right. It should be said that I am extremely important. Realizing it had slipped up, the spirit frantically affirmed, yes, the most important of all important things. Absolutely essential. Hearing those words, Yunxiang thought that this little thing wasn't very bright. Then he sighed and asked it, Then tell me, what exactly are your important auxiliary functions? The spirit confidently declared, I can help the host predict danger, deduce and plan escape routes, create and manage storage space, break the usage authority of Star Spirit General possessors, and create replicas of Star Spirit Generals. Help the host predict danger, guess and plan escape routes, create and manage storage space, break the usage rights of those who own Star Soul Generals, and create replicas of Star Soul Generals. Hearing this, Yunxiang casually replied, Isn't this a basic function that even the original Star Master system has? If you can't prove that you are an irreplaceable existence, I still feel that the emotionless Star Master system is much easier to use. Upon hearing this, the little spirit hurriedly searched for other information by opening multiple systems. While checking, it cursed, Damn it, how does this guy know so much about the Star Master system? No way, I must prove the value of my superintelligence support. Seeing it like this, Yunxiang provoked, until now, I haven't realized what value your AI intelligence can create for me, and you're even wasting my soul power and saliva. I also don't know why that Dr. Wu created such a useless A. I like you when he created you all. You're not even as good as Xiao Hong at face swapping. Hearing this, it angrily turned its head and slowly glared at him, grinding its teeth. Xiao Hong, who's Xiao Hong? You're raising other AIs besides me. Yunxiang made a cool face and threatened it. That's right. I can completely use Lon Li to replace you as the AI assistant for the Star Master system. Kid, to me, you seem very useless. Hearing this, the little spirit panicked to the extreme. Extremely afraid of being replaced, it turned back and searched frantically, muttering, No, I have value. I can definitely create value for the host. That's right, this is it, this. After finding what Yunxiang asked for, it smugly turned back, pointed to the notification board, and said to him, This, the recovery data of Spirit Soul General Cao Ren. I can convert soul power to speed up the repair process. Information appeared on the board, showing that the remaining recovery time was 12,562 seconds. Yunxiang scoffed and asked, So you really do have some use. How long do you need? The little spirit said fearfully. How long do you think is okay, sir? Is 3 days. All right. He rested his chin and poked at the little spirit. Just that. Hearing Yunxiang's dissatisfaction, it explained, No, I didn't misread it. 3 hours. 3 hours. Do you think that's acceptable, sir? He set a condition. I'll only give you 3 minutes. Can you do it? The little spirit stammered in reply. 3 minutes. Let this servant try. Some time had passed. Half an hour later, at the open space in Dongyuan, he and the little spirit had moved here. Yunxiang asked it a bit annoyed, Hey, it's been 30 minutes. Can you do it or not? Can I return you now? The concealment formation is all set up, just waiting to test out Spirit Soul General Cao Ren. Don't tell me you can't do it. It was extremely flustered, checking the information board while saying, Weird, the host's Cao Ren replica data isn't quite right. Being extremely confused, the little spirit wondered, This is like a data version that shouldn't exist in this era. Why is it like this? Could some organization have used the old Qiwan data to modify the star network? Or maybe a fake link was created in some special way. Yunxiang angrily shouted, What nonsense are you talking about? Aren't you just making excuses for your uselessness? The little spirit seemed to have found a solution, breathed a sigh of relief, and pressed a button, saying, Although I can't figure out the root cause of the problem, the time reduction transfer is done. After finishing, it turned back to look at him and said arrogantly, Completed. Humble host, come and try out your new power, wholeheartedly feel my greatness, and then prepare poems to praise me. Hearing this, Yunxiang opened his system, selected, and said, "Then let me try out the spirit soul." The system announced configuration. Then a lightning bolt struck from the sky to where they were. At the place where the lightning struck, a Spirit Soul General appeared. The system issued a notification about Spirit Soul General Cao Ren. Even though Spirit Soul General Cao Ren had been summoned, Yunxiang wasn't happy at all. He kept asking the little spirit, "Kid, quickly tell me, why does it have 6 fingers? How did you make this deformed trash?" He glared at the little spirit while it was sweating profusely, checking the information board and explaining, "Why is it like this? I only supplemented the missing data of the appearance, but the data structure is so chaotic. Why is it like this? Let me see." While looking at the data, it said, "Strange. It's okay. It's okay. Luckily, I prepared a backup plan in advance. Let's try this." Yunxiang said to himself pensively, "Why do I still have an ominous premonition?" Then the system executed Spirit Soul construction, causing the silhouette of a Spirit Soul General to appear. The Spirit Soul General gradually became clearer. The system announced, "Spirit Soul General Cao Ren." After it finished speaking, the Spirit Soul General had already appeared before his eyes. When he saw the Spirit Soul General, he paused for a beat. Then he glared at the little spirit and angrily said, "Are you screwing with me?" It scratched its head and laughed awkwardly, explaining, "What happened? Why is it like this? That's right, just try it out first, maybe it can be used." Speechless, Yunxiang had no choice but to accept it. He looked at the Spirit Soul General in front of him and commented, "Why are there some pointless decorative details on the top of the cannon?" The little spirit nervously checked the index board, and the mouth said, "It's okay, it's okay. There's another contingency plan. Try this again." Yunxiang angrily gritted his teeth and asked it, "In the end, you are still so untrustworthy." It was extremely frightened, so it said reassuring words, "Rest assured, rest assured." Then the announcement appeared and reported Spirit Soul construction. Seeing the shape being revealed, he commented, "This time, it feels right." When fully manifested, notification Spirit Soul General Cao Ren. Observing the Spirit Soul General, Yunxiang immediately saw the problem. Why just one hand? This bird person thing, plus the giant sword on its back, and only one hand. Seriously, he commented. It reminds me of some wuxia movie I saw when I was following Four Eyes and that illusion back in Epoch Zero. Suddenly, Yunxiang yelled, "Spirit release." Then he charged at the spirit, and then he tied it up. He held it up and yelled at its face, making it wail. "What kind of mess did you create? You really are a useless piece of junk. Useless junk gets locked up." The spirit begged him in terror. Wait. "Oh, handsome and intelligent host, please, give this one, no, give your servant another chance." Yunxiang was furious and blunt. "I refuse, scared." It tried to argue further. I figured it out. It must be because the data of this Spirit Soul General is messed up. Yes, that's it. Just now, I realized that the data you obtained, esteemed host, is a version that shouldn't exist in this epoch. Seeming to have calmed down a bit, he asked, what does that mean?" Seeing that Yunxiang had accepted his reasoning, it continued, "Surely the intelligent and erudite host knows that the spirit souls you use are made up of 2 parts, the Spirit Seal and the Soul General." The spirit insisted, "The Spirit Seal is the secret key of the owner, the thing that connects the user to the permissions allowed by the Spirit Network. You can think of it simply as connecting to the data management warehouse of the Spirit Soul Generals in the Spirit Network. The Soul General is the technical data of the Spirit Soul General. You can think of it as the installation file the owner gets." Yunxiang seemed interested and said, "And then what? Keep talking." It started to flatter him. "Host is like jade tree facing the wind." Yunxiang was disgusted. "Speak properly and don't add those pointless compliments." Maybe it knew he was listening, because its face became arrogant again, even though it was still being held tightly in Yunxiang's hand. It replied, "Yes, the Earthlings replicated this Spirit Soul General, Cao Ren. Although the Soul General data inside has been interfered with, the permissions of the secret key are still there. This humble one is finding the latest Cao Ren Spirit Soul General data on the Spirit Network to update for you. That seemed to sound good, so Yunxiang released it and removed the seal on the spirit. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, and said to it, "Interfered with? Is there something wrong with the cow Ren I replicated?" Doubt filled his mind. "A week ago, when I replicated Ao Bing, it wasn't like this. Could it be true, what this little brat is saying?" The spirit added something that stunned Yunxiang. It said, "I'm guessing that's probably the case, but as for why this is happening, I'm not too sure." Hearing its uncertainty, Yunxiang tensed up and questioned it. "What do you mean, guessing? Can you give me a more precise answer?" It thought for a moment and came up with a result. To be more precise, the probability of that being the case is 7,665%. Yunxiang disappointedly covered his face with his hand and said, "Alright, so according to you, the main Star-Lord system is a gateway." The spirit looked innocent and said uncertainly, "Could it be? To be more precise, the host's explanation has a 4,532% chance of being accurate." Yunxiang glared and spat. "Talk properly. Don't beat around the bush." It didn't know why, but it became arrogant again. "Anyway, I'm not too sure, but the Star-Lord system must be in existence even greater than Star-Lord thinks. Moreover, a super-intelligent AI Star-Lord system like this one is even more amazing." Before it could finish, the download notification popped up, so it looked at the notification and said, "Huh, is it done?" The spirit confidently pointed and said, "Why don't you try this one? This time, there definitely won't be any problems." Still bitter, Yunxiang glanced at it and confirmed, "Fine, I'll believe you one more time." It was extremely confident that this time it would succeed, so it was very complacent. "Trust me, this time there definitely won't be any problems." Spirit Soul General is being summoned. The Spirit Soul configuration announcement was made, and a bolt of lightning struck down where they were. The Spirit Soul General gradually appeared, starting from the feet, then the shoulders, and finally the body. When it had completely materialized, the Cow Ren's Spirit Soul General notification appeared. Yunxiang tried to use the Star God color change skill, and the Spirit Soul General transformed, changing its body from white to gold. This form was called the Star God Color Cow Ren. He excitedly experimented to see if there were any new weapons. The spirit, seeing that it was working, was extremely pleased with itself. From the void, it summoned 2 swords, which slowly appeared. Very quickly, the 2 swords were in his hands, Phoenix Spirit Lotus Swords. Then he tried something else. He ordered the Phoenix form transformation, and after trying it to his heart's content, Yunxiang stopped. When he landed on the ground, the spirit was extremely proud. It patted him and smugly asked, "How was it? How was it? No problems this time, right?" Yunxiang excitedly replied, "Although this Cow Ren's appearance still has some discrepancies, it's definitely different from that junk from earlier. It's a truly powerful Spirit Soul General." Standing on Yunxiang's shoulder, the spirit smiled and declared grandly, "I told you I wasn't wrong, right?" "Someone really did interfere," Yunxiang asked it. "So, do you know why the other party interfered?" She sighed and said, "Right now, the information gathering powers of this humble servant are very limited. How could I possibly know about that?" She gritted her teeth in anger and continued, "Although I don't know why that person did it, that name is really infuriating. If there's such interference, the Star Network's Spirit General Management database won't be able to receive information from the owner. The technical data of the Spirit Generals also can't continue to acquire knowledge and improve. Moreover, it's even separated from the security management and protection protocols of the Star Network. Seriously messing around, knowingly throwing themselves into danger. Too risky." Hearing this, Song Yunxiang smiled faintly and thought, "So, isn't that basically knowing?" Recalling the Spirit General from earlier, he wondered, hold on a sec. With that, Song Yunxiang turned to the spirit and asked, "Oh yeah, quickly check if there are any problems with the data of this Spirit General Ao Bing that I replicated." Receiving the order, it said, "Okay, let this venerable one take a look." Then, it opened the information of Cow Ren, Lu Biyu, Wen Zhong, and Ao Bing to examine. Looking at Ao Bing's information, it changed its expression and said, "Data comparison in progress. Please wait a moment." After the comparison was complete, the spirit looked at the data chart and said in surprise, "There's a problem." Startled, he said, "There's a problem," it explained. Originally, the cold-killing dragon should only be unlocked upon reaching the heaven stage, but it was unlocked earlier, and it wasn't unlocked by the Star-Lord system either. Looking at the string of text, it rambled, "Let this venerable one see what's going on," pointing to a picture. It said, "Got it, Daddy." When the host replicated the Spirit General Ao Bing, this cold-killing dragon was already unlocked. The current owner inherited all the data from the previous owner. That statement made Song Yunxiang think, then Lan must have also received an inheritance from within the secret realm. After thinking, he asked, "Apart from this, is there anything else wrong?" It replied, "The data is consistent, no problems." Hearing this, he seriously deduced, indeed, thinking back to the three spirit generals, he was startled. If Cao Ren and Ao Bing both had problems when replicated, then could it be that the spirit generals I replicated last week all have problems? Remembering the people he had met, he wondered, a week ago, I replicated Cao Ren, Bai Qi, Ao Bing, Zi Shun, General Xie, Nanrong, and even that, Merman Lan Kun. These three people have one thing in common. They are all related to that person. Mentioning that person made his face turn green. If Ao Bing changed because of my interference in the past, then Shinsai hasn't become Cao Ren's owner yet. Moreover, there's a high chance that they won't have any connection with Cao Ren in this lifetime either. To prove this hypothesis, I still have to find the Spirit General Bai Qi, replicated from General Nanrong. He recalled General Nanrong's instructions. Remember this well, you must stop Yilun's ambitions. The country of Tiantu must not be taken over. If the balance of power in the eastern continent collapses, I fear the disaster we have to bear will be even greater. The King's Aid mission is entrusted to you all. Those words were still deeply engraved in his heart. Recalling that, he told himself, General Nanrong is the leader of the 8 generals of Tiantu, currently holding the 6 armies of the Nanrong family in his hands. Far away in Central Continent City, finding that little brat Sunxia seems relatively easier. After thinking it over, Song Yunxiang stopped the experimental area and said, "Let's go back." He thought about the seal he needed to conquer, continuing to refine the elixir, waiting for the matter of the third master's side to be settled, thinking of the scene of that guy living it up. He said to himself that he would go catch that little brat and see. Moreover, that strange ring also caught my attention. Scene changed to early morning the next day. A clear blue sky with fluffy white clouds. In the large courtyard outside the Song Mansion, a number of people in uniforms were standing in 2 vertical rows, as if welcoming someone. A group of 5 people were waiting with diverse attire, from martial arts to casual wear. Cheng Yi yawned with a listless spirit. Seeing this, Shu Heming said, "Look at your state, kid. Are your kidneys not strong enough?" Cheng Yi's eyes were as dark as if he hadn't slept for 3 days. His mind was hazy, but he still insisted on refuting. "No way! It's just because I woke up too early." Seriously, Dean Ji-yu is really good at torturing people. What's with this early morning nonsense? While the 2 of them were chatting, the other 3 people were still standing solemnly there. Cheng Yi stretched himself out tiredly. Shu Heming remained calm. "Hey, the Imperial Reward Team will be coming to Yong'an City this afternoon, you know. Song Yunxiang is being rewarded this time, and Dean Ji-yu has contributed a lot. Moreover, the Ji-yu family is a southern continent landlord, and they came to visit the Song family a step earlier. It's reasonable for the 2 families to discuss the arrangements for the reception together." However, he still yawned lazily while stretching. "So what? How does that concern me? Miss Yunjin isn't coming today. Not fun at all." Suddenly, a rocket shot into the sky, startling Cheng Yi. Shu Heming remained calm and unconcerned. "All right, stop talking. They're here." A large, luxurious airship landed on the ground, creating a white cloud of smoke that almost enveloped the 5 of them. IP landed on the ground, creating a cloud of white smoke that almost engulfed the 5 of them. The spaceship door opened, and out stepped Chiyu Shijing and Xiao Yue. Shijing greeted, "Hello everyone, sorry to keep you waiting." Zhang Chao, Song Ba, and Song Mu bowed in unison, replying, "Greetings, Director Ji-yu." Shijing was surprised to see Cheng Yi and Himing, she exclaimed. "Old Shu, huh, Coach Cheng?" Meanwhile, Cheng Yi was a bit dazed, and Himing flashed her a smile. Cheng Yi, trying to look cool, with his heart pounding and eyes sparkling, saluted Shi Jing, "Greetings, director." However, Shi Jing replied with an unchanging, cold expression, "Why are you still here? You came here last week to deliver things. Shouldn't you be back in Yuanding City by now?" Hearing this, he became flustered and a little guilty, thinking of Nanguo Dengfeng, Ubei, and the robot controlled by Ubei. Well, the Mecha Combat Institute is on break. Anyway, and Coach Yu has returned to Zhenbei Garrison to hand over the experimental data of the sword-winged mantis. Since everyone's gone, I just came back to visit that old codger. Old Mr. Nanguo is pretty boring too. Shi Jing immediately turned serious, raising the bridge of her glasses, her eyes sharp. Seeing a figure stepping out from the spaceship door, she said to Cheng Yi, "Alright, we'll talk about this later." Stepping out was the current head of the Jiyu family of Nanzhou, a celestial grade named Jiyu Ying, along with 2 maids. Seeing this, Songba and Songmu saluted respectively. Songba of the Song family respectfully greets the Jiyu family head. Songmu greets the family head. Jiyu Ying replied, "You're too kind. No need for such formalities." Jiyu Ying smiled and said to Songmu, "Mr. Songmu, I've admired you for a long time." Songmu immediately bowed his head and replied, "I dare not. Thank you for the Jiyu family head's praise." A group of people together gave way for Jiyu Ying to go first. "Jiyu family head, please." When passing by Cheng Yi and He Ming, Jiyu Ying muttered, "Long time no see, still as healthy as ever." He Ming was surprised, while Cheng Yi was startled and very flustered. Only then did he belatedly realize, this doesn't match my years of experience as a lady appreciator. No, my long years of experience gazing at girls tells me this is the attitude of admiring prey. Unexpectedly, it's from the director's old man and aunt. Moreover, the most unimaginable thing is that this old man is the one being eyed. On the way, Xiao Yue was shocked to recognize a familiar figure, someone who looked very familiar. Could it be? No, impossible. Zhang Chao immediately put on a serious face, signaling Xiao Yue to be silent with her eyes, startling her, causing Xiao Yue to both tremble and be surprised. The group continued on their way, Xiao Yue secretly rejoicing in her heart for recognizing the acquaintance. Great. Its sister may die. Everyone moved to the main hall of the central courtyard. Songmu and Songba went ahead to make way for the Jiyu family head, followed by the others. Everyone moved into their seats, and Songmu spoke, "Jiyu family head, please rest here for a moment. I will go to the east courtyard to invite the marquis over." Jiyu Ying nodded happily. "You're too kind." He walked out of the main hall of the central courtyard. In a small corner, 2 figures were secretly meeting. Xiao Yue and Zhang Chao seized the moment when he left to secretly meet each other. Their hands grasped tightly together. Xiao Yue, with wide eyes, trembling eyelashes, and tearful eyes of joy, said in Thai, "Sister, is that really you, Sister May Dai? It's really you? That's great, you're still safe." Their eyes met. Surprised and joyful, Zhang Chao replied also in Thai, "Yunxiang, I hope you're still well." Zhang Chao wiped away a tear of happiness from the corner of Xiao Yue's eye. "You've grown up." Zhang Chao looked at Xiao Yue's grown-up appearance, teasing happily, making Xiao Yue blush. "Last time we parted, you were still an ordinary little girl. You left with a big family. The food and drink must be better. You've developed quite nicely." Xiao Yue covered her chest with both hands, her face flushed, shyly blaming Zhang Chao. "I hate you, Sister May. Dai still likes to tease me like before." Xiao Ye suddenly remembered something and asked, "That's right. Did everyone in Muyin village escape safely?" Zhang Chao's face immediately fell, and he sadly shook his head. Xiao Yue covered her mouth, blurting out, "No way." Zhang Chao began to recount sadly. Could it be, last year, one day, a beast tide suddenly erupted. To hold back the ferocious beasts, all the adults stayed behind at the trenches. Xiao Yu felt heartbroken and disappointed. Her voice lowered. The disaster 5 years ago and that accident are truly too terrifying. Zhang Chao was both saddened and filled with hatred. Those damn ferocious beasts. The terrible things that happened in Mu Yin village. Weaklings like you could only sit on the boat, watching with aching hearts as your parents and grandparents died slowly to buy time. But who knew there were also ferocious beasts lurking in the sea? In the end, besides you, only a few children managed to escape by swimming to the opposite shore. Damn ferocious beasts. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's eyes widened in shock. Sister may die. She stepped back, panicking. Could it be that you're working for Dailan now? Zhang Chao immediately reassured her. Don't be tense, he calmly explained. Rest assured, although we were rescued in Dilung's territory, the one who took us in was Lord Bai Mu. Lord Bai Mu didn't think the night camp mercenaries in Dilung's camp were formidable opponents, but he also didn't have the ability, like your Princess Yan Luo, who was protected by Qian Du. Fortunately, we later received assistance from the Hong Trading Company. Therefore, we started the Myriad Affairs Chamber in the name of Lord Bai Mu, providing consultation and business distribution services to merchants from various countries in the eastern continent, Zhang Chao said helplessly. Although everyone is rushing around for work, at least they can live with their aspirations. Xiao Yue gradually understood and no longer doubted her. So that's how it is. I've heard about it too. I didn't expect the Myriad Affairs Chamber, which has been rising rapidly in recent years, to be all of you. The two continued chatting like old friends reunited. Scene changed to the east courtyard. In the side room next to the reception room on the upper floor, Zissou was diligently taking notes while using binoculars. And on the paper she was writing down the other two maids and scolding them. Damn it! What is this ugly woman blabbering about? I don't understand a thing. Are they secretly plotting something detrimental to young Master Yunxiang? The entire east courtyard is under lockdown. Young Master must be doing something important. I must keep a close eye on these two sneaky, ugly women. Suddenly, Ma-san appeared, startling Zissou. He said, "They are speaking Taihuo." She exclaimed, "Ah, so it's Master Ma, you scared me to death." Zissou admired Ma-san endlessly. They're speaking Taihuo, you even know that, you can hear it from so far away. This filled Ma-san with pride. Amazing, isn't it? This Ma-master is proficient in 6 languages of the eastern continent and all sorts of local dialects, she quickly pointed out. Saying, then quickly listen. What are these two ugly women plotting? Are they trying to do something detrimental to our young master Yunxiang? Old man Diane Ran replied, "It's nothing, just 2 old friends catching up. Don't be tense. The shadow guards next to the second master have been thoroughly investigated. There are no problems." He also didn't forget to recount. Back then, Taihuo encountered a beast tide. A significant number of them joined Dilun's camp under the identity of Taihuo mercenaries. Some hope to choose a more peaceful life, living with their families, and there must also be some who are traveling back and forth for money. This explanation left Zissou disappointed. Oh, is that so? I thought I could make another contribution this time and be praised by young master. What a pity. Meanwhile, Ma-san detected someone's coming. He quickly disappeared and didn't forget to instruct Zissou. Let me go take a look. You guys continue guarding outside. She scratched her head, feeling puzzled. Ever since I became an Earthrealm cultivator, I've realized that this old cripple seems to be an incredibly profound and unfathomable character. And there's also that one-eyed old man who litters everywhere. And she also realized something unbelievable. Wait a minute, I, a high-level Earthrealm cultivator, can't see through that old man's realm? Could it be that he's even stronger than me? The cultivation genius Zissou? No way. At the door of the east courtyard reception room, Ma-san appeared before Song Mu. Song Mu seriously asked, "Where's the Lord?" Ma-san blocked the door with his cane, replying, "What's up?" Song Mu maintained his composure. "The head of the Jiyu family has come in person. I'm here to invite the Lord. Ma-san, lead the way. Follow me." But just now, the Lord personally said that the entire east courtyard is under lockdown. Upon arriving, Ma-san transmitted his voice to Song Mu. That old geezer is here. After receiving a response, he immediately took orders. Understood. Then I'll wait here. Inside Song Yunxiang's room in the east courtyard's main building, he was negotiating with Song Bingchuan and Song Jingzhong, with 4 bottles of divine pills on the table. Bingchuan was surprised. This This is a divine pill that can extend lifespan. He was startled, panicked, and trembling as he pointed at them, asking again, this thing, a treasure that there aren't many of in the world, a treasure that can cause great families to go extinct. You're just selling it to me for a few nanshu a bottle. Sung Jingjung's eyes flashed with caution as he reminded, third uncle, don't get too excited. Walls have ears, you know. Sung Yunxiang wasn't worried at all, replying casually, no biggie, I've set up 4 formations here, even if third grandfather breaks through right here. I have ways to make sure the soul energy fluctuations don't leak out. Jingjung glanced at the formations Yunxiang had created, a thoughtful look on his face. This kid Yunxiang's formation skills are really something. It's only been a few days, and he seems to have improved again. I wonder if Yunxiang has a way to fix the old, unmaintained formations on the southern wasteland Great Wall. Then, Jingjung shook his head, dismissing the thought. No, at a crucial moment like this, I shouldn't be focusing on formations. He stroked his beard, looking at the 4 bottles of pills on the table with curiosity. I can't believe this kid can make so many high-grade pills in just one day, Yunxiang. Aside from the longevity pill, what are the other 3? The 4 bottles of pills were neatly arranged on the table, each a different color. Yunxiang pointed at each bottle, introducing them, Jade Skin Pill, Reverse Aging Pill, and Face Changing Pill. Hearing these unfamiliar names, Jingjung couldn't help but be surprised. Aren't pills supposed to be for healing or improving cultivation? Suddenly, Bingchuan slammed his hand on the table. He looked pleased as punch, raising a finger in praise. Useful, extremely useful. In my heart, the value of these 3 pills is 100 times greater than the longevity pill. You really understand me. Yunxiang also proudly raised a finger in response, looking relieved. I understand everything. You know, I hope I can lend third grandfather a hand. This scene left Jingjong utterly bewildered, and he turned his head back and forth between the two. Suddenly, Bingchuan stood up, clasped his hands, and bowed deeply. Youngster Yunxiang, please accept an obeisance from this old man. This startled both Yunxiang and Jingjong. Third grandfather, third uncle, what are you doing? No, you're our elder. Ignoring their protests, he waved his hand to stop them, his voice filled with gratitude. Yunxiang risked life and limb to travel to the lower realm to find medicine for this old man, and rushed to concoct pills in a single day. He must have paid a considerable price. Bingchuan stroked his beard, speaking his true feelings. Yunxiang, we're family, no need to be so formal. Your great kindness and virtue cannot be expressed with words, although this old man has no treasures to give you right now. Then, he put his arm around Yunxiang's shoulder, a sly expression on his face that made the two onlookers' jaws drop. But I heard that you, youngster Yunxiang, are very interested in the ladies. The powerful families in Tiandu City and the central continent must have many beauties who could topple empires. After a while, this old man will find a few for you to enjoy to your heart's content. Yunxiang immediately declined the kindness, his mind in complete chaos. No need, really no need. Oh my god, interested in women. Who the heck is slandering me? Suddenly, Bingchuan sighed again, looking regretful. Actually, this old man feels that your personality is very similar to mine, very much to my liking. It's just a pity that we're great-grandson and great-grandfather, related by blood. We share the same lineage. Otherwise, I would have proposed to become sworn brothers with you. That would definitely be a legendary tale for everyone to sing praises of. Jingjong, who had been silent for a while, secretly thought this is true. Back in the day, third uncle, the notorious Song Bingchuan, traveled 10,000 miles alone, indulging in pleasure, and loved adding fuel to the fire, never fearing that things would get out of hand. Yunxiang and third uncle are really quite similar. I just hope that when Yunxiang reaches this age, he can be a little more composed, and not become an old rascal as undignified as third uncle. An idea suddenly popped into Bingchuan's head. I've got it. This old man can exile himself from the Song family genealogy. Jingzong could no longer hold back and stepped forward to cover Bingchuan's mouth. You're going too far. Time is money. Third uncle, let's just go ahead and take the pill first. Then all three turned to look at the bottles of pills. Bingchuan hesitated a bit. Take it here. Isn't that a little too casual? A treasure like this old man should abstain from meat for 3 days, then bathe and change clothes, and invite a Taoist priest to set up a formation. To reassure Bing Chuan, Yunxiang suggested, "No need, third grandfather. Just use it here. I'll protect you. With my formations assisting, it can increase the efficiency of pill absorption, and you can also take this opportunity to help you heal some old wounds." Hearing this, Bing Chuan agreed, taking one of the bottles. "All right, then I'll listen to you. Let's begin." Bing Chuan opened the bottle of pills and took one out. As soon as he closed the lid, he could feel the energy radiating from the pill. Jingzhong beside him widened his eyes in astonishment. Yunxiang just smiled quietly at this. Then Bing Chuan picked up another bottle and called out, "Jingzhong, help me gather all these pills." Jingzhong obediently stepped forward to gather them. "Okay, third uncle." Bing Chuan closed his eyes, bringing the pill to his mouth. He opened his mouth and put the pill in. Then Bing Chuan directly swallowed it. The atmosphere became silent. Suddenly, a surge of power burst from him, pushing him backward. Song Jingzhong narrowed his eyes with difficulty. Song Yunxiang stood beside him, still full of confidence, holding a formation in his hand. After absorbing it, Bing Chuan felt a miraculous effect. His face filled with wonder. "I can feel this powerful energy healing my weak body." Song Yunxiang then spoke, signaling, "Don't say anything for now. Sit still and regulate your qi. Consolidate the medicinal power." Hearing this, he sat down and replied, "Okay." He raised his hand, creating a formation around Bing Chuan, activating it. The burst of power was restrained by Song Yunxiang's formation. He closed his eyes, concentrating on feeling how this formation could truly absorb the energy overflowing from the pill back into his body. Song Yunxiang stood outside, frowning, beginning to calculate. Using the Jiyu Yuan formation as a base, plus the cyclical patterns of the energy transfer enhancement formations, I should be able to increase the absorption rate of the life-gathering pill by at least 30%. Jingzhong then approached him with difficulty, instructing, "Yunxiang, keep these pills for now," Yunxiang politely asked. Yes, Jingzhong's eyes were full of hope and reliance. "That's right, Yunxiang, your formation is so intricate. Can you help me examine the large defense formations on the road to Namhong City later? See if they can be repaired." Hearing this, Yunxiang was a little surprised. "Huh? The large defense formations are indeed created by the formation masters of the Heavenly Emperor Kingdom. Some parts have lost their effectiveness for hundreds of years." He quickly agreed to the suggestion. "All right, after I finish these busy days, I'll go over and take a look." After finishing his business, Jingzhong quickly turned and left, not forgetting to instruct carefully, "Okay, then I'll leave third uncle to you. Tonight, the reward delegation will arrive at Yong'an City. The Jiyu family has sent someone to deliver invitations, saying they want to discuss some matters tomorrow morning. They should be here by now. I'll go out and see." Watching Jingzhong's back, Yunxiang also raised his hand in farewell. "Okay, rest assured, third grandfather will be fine here soon." Before reaching the door, he also raised his hand in response. "Okay, I'm leaving then." Just as he went outside, Song Mu called out, "Lord Hao." The two of them left, talking as they went. "They've arrived." Yes, the head of the Jiyu family has come in person. Suddenly, Jingzhong paused slightly. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. So that female hero came herself. How interesting. Back in the main building of the east courtyard of the Song Mansion. Inside, Yunxiang was floating, observing the process. Yunxiang opened the adjustment panel to examine the data. "Unfortunately, third grandfather has lost his right arm, but I must heal these hidden wounds first. At least I can ensure that third grandfather recovers 60 to 70% of his strength from his peak." Saying this, he paused to think for a moment. Yunxiang decided to call Xiaohong, "Little brat, get out here." As soon as it appeared, it acted extremely arrogant. Ugh, useless, stupid host. What do you need this venerable one to mercifully help you with? After Xiaohong finished being self-satisfied, Yunxiang lay down and ordered, "I'm going to sleep for a while. The job of healing these hidden wounds is left to you." Xiaohong still smiled arrogantly, mocking him. This stupid host is truly useless, even calling this great venerable one for such a simple task. Yunxiang was not one to endure and threatened. "Stop talking nonsense. If you can't do it, I'll call Shaolan over here. If you don't do it, there's plenty of AIs who will step up. That's right, in a few days, I'll have to promote Shaolan to manager of the K9 Auxiliary AI group. Later, you just wait to follow behind it, waiting for a ride to be rescued. As if stabbed in his weak spot, it turned around and immediately started working. Don't even think about it. This manager position must be mine. Isn't it just hidden wounds? It's just a waste in stage 11 mid-grade. This venerable one will heal him without a scratch. Hearing this, he was a little puzzled. Huh. Then, can you restore this person's severed right arm? Xiaohong shouted angrily. Do you think this is a magical world? How can you create something from nothing? The Star Network also asked to obey the laws of physics. Okay? Seeing that Xiaohong didn't seem willing to cooperate, Yunxiang continued to use his old trick. What you said makes sense. Then I'll ask Shaolan clearly later. If you can't do it, it's just because of you. Who knows? Maybe Shaolan can do it. He got scared and spilled everything. Who said I couldn't do it? As long as I can find suitable treatment equipment and take a tissue culture from that old fool, regenerating limbs is just a piece of cake. However, this method can't repair the soul meridians like you guys say. But I've checked the previously recorded parameters. Maybe material recombination technology, or what you call alchemy, can create a spherical support to repair the soul meridians. These words made Song Yunxiang think a bit. Healing soul meridians, regenerating Dantians. He started to ponder, the Eastern continent lacks inheritance of alchemic arts, but all kinds of herbs and spiritual medicines are everywhere, so he should prepare some soon, and buy a large quantity in the system space as a strategic reserve. Song Yunxiang silently calculated everything. He'll need to collect that favor he's owed from the Tong Clan Trading Company sooner or later, but such a large purchase will definitely attract the attention of the Hong family's leaders, so it's best to be moderate. Suddenly, he remembered something. That second uncle's wife, Zhao Dingyang, it seems her mother's family does business in this field. Thinking about it, Song Yunxiang asked, Oh, right, can other people see you? Zhao Hong, not learning from her previous lesson, teased again. Right now, only you, the host, can see this deity. Other people just see an idiot constantly talking to himself. This made Song Yunxiang angry, so he threatened her. How about I promote Shaolan? Let her reach the peak of her career, who wants to go, no, this servant is working hard. Coming outside, at the same time, in Yong'an City, at the Lin residence, inside a room, a couple was embracing. The young lady of the Lin family's boudoir, Xin Xiao, was holding the Lin family's young lady in his sleep. When suddenly the ring on the necklace on his chest lit up, Zanxia immediately woke up, startled. It hurts. What's going on? He picked up the ring and asked, What's wrong? Is something very important, old do? The young lady was also woken up by the noise, rubbing her eyes and pouting. What is it, Sun Xiagaje? You tormented me until late last night. Why are you getting up so early in the morning? Zhengzhi grabbed his clothes, preparing to leave, suddenly remembering something urgent. I'll take my leave first. She happily teased from the bed. Yunxia, Gig. Aren't you going to stay with me a little longer? He turned to her, speaking with a promising tone. If our love is deep, why rush for morning and evening? Before long, I will possess the Spirit Soul General, and then the court will grant me a title, allowing me to formally propose marriage to the Lin family. Hearing this, the Lin family's young lady was extremely expectant. Then Sun Shigage, when you become the owner of the Spirit Soul General, don't forget the promises you made to me. Zanxia raised his hand and continued to promise, rest assured, at that time, with my help, your father becoming the head of the Lin family will be as easy as pie. The Lin family will also rise from a mid-tier family to a top-tier family. After speaking, he jumped out the window and slipped away. He's gone. She stood by the window, longingly watching him leave. Sun Shigage is so handsome, putting so much effort into his career. Such a man is truly dashing. Even the action of jumping through the window is totally awesome. Zunxia, while walking outside and putting on his clothes, wondered, What is it, old Du? Why are you so anxious? Is something very important? Old Du, inside the ring, also responded seriously, This is not good, this is not good. The Spirit Soul General Cao Ren. My Spirit Soul General Cao Ren. Zunxia, upon hearing this, retorted, Cao Ren. So what about Cao Ren? The old man incredulously recounted. Impossible! Impossible! How could this be? Clearly, that guy's lifespan would end in the next few days, and with my help, your body would become the inheritor of the spirit soul General Cao Ren. But what is happening now? Why is this happening? Scene cuts to his self-introduction. My name is Yunxiang, a handsome and talented 19-year-old bachelor. Sun Xia raised the ring and introduced himself. This is the Black Ring. I accidentally picked up this special ring during a field operation to acquire ancient resources. According to my grandma, after an evaluation, it originates from a certain DUA ancient resource from the central continent. Apparently, this ring is a product of an ancient civilization from centuries ago. He pointed at Old Du and continued. And this voice is Old Du's, a mysterious old man residing within this black ring. He not only guided me to become a spirit soul master, but also predicted that I would become the destined person for the spirit soul General Cao Ren. Sun Xia recalled the team he had established. With Old Du's help, I recruited a large number of freelance professional figures in Yunxiang City to establish the White Dragon Gang, fully devoted to the business of acquiring ancient resources, relying on information advantages and trading channels to earn price differences. From scratch, I became a rising star among young entrepreneurs in Yunxiang City in just a few months. He's surrounded by girls. Now I can casually mingle with the influential families and daughters of prominent figures in Yunxiang City. Sun Xia imagined the moment of reaching the peak, but according to Old Du, Cao Ren's current host is old and weak. Once that old geezer kicks the bucket, Old Du can help me become the host. At that time, I'll be able to be like the main characters in those stories. Not only will I be granted a title by the court and possess saint-level cultivation, but I'll also be able to flirt with beauties and expand my harem. Conferring the title Duke on Sun Xia, rewarding him with a yellow jacket and imperial horse. Receiving the appointment of Super God Grand Official Sun Xia. Thank you, Your Majesty. May you live 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years. At that time, I'll be swimming in a sea of babes. The beautiful and innocent Miss Kuao Man from a noble family, the ice-cold female CEO, the sexy MILF, the sickly girl and the female assassin, the adorable twin-tailed younger sister, the nerdy younger sister with glasses. All mine. All mine. But right now, me and my ring grandpa are facing the biggest challenge of the year. Back to reality, Sun Xia was being dragged away by a gatekeeper. He and his colleague angrily chased him away, making him a little sheepish. Get lost. This is Marquis Zhu Ansong's residence, not some place for any Tom, Dick, or Harry to wander around. Sorry, I got lost earlier. Sun Xia's excuse not only didn't appease them, but also earned him a kick. Who are you trying to fool? You look like a thief at first glance, a jobless bum. Come any closer and I'll break your legs. Seeing him kneeling on the ground, the two turned and left. We need to be careful. We have important guests visiting today. Yeah, let's not let some lowlife steal our jobs. Sun Xia, enduring this humiliation, couldn't help but feel resentment. Marquis residence, my ass, Song family, my ass. You're just a bunch of gatekeepers, looking down on everyone. When I, your daddy, become a mighty cultivator, I'll flatten this rotten place, leaving nothing behind. That's right, nothing at all. He picked up his ring and asked, Hey, Grandpa, hey, Dulao, what was the cultivation level of those dog bastards just now? Dulao looked helpless at the scene. If you had listened to me and cultivated diligently these past few months, you wouldn't have been troubled by those two servants. Sun Xia lazily relied on him. Didn't you say that once I become a mighty cultivator and obtain Cao Ren, I won't have any more problems with my cultivation level? You can even help me level up to the saint rank. Then why do I still need to work hard now? Wouldn't that be a waste of time and effort? He was now suspicious. Dulao, don't tell me you're scamming me. Dulao, to dispel his suspicion, had to patiently explain, I can indeed help you advance to the saint rank, but the prerequisite is to obtain Cao Ren's soul essence. Hearing this, Sun Xia turned to look back at An Hosong's residence. Dulao, you're saying that the current host of Cao Ren that you mentioned is in this crappy marquee residence for real? Dulao quickly replied, That's right, I can sense it. Moreover, the situation is quite bad. His vitality is surging. The flame of his lifespan, which was about to die out, has reignited. We can't delay any longer. We must go and stop him. Thinking of this plan, he felt a little scared. But the strength of the guards in this crappy marquee residence is beyond my expectations. There's no way to get in there. Just as Du Lao was about to handle it himself, he suddenly had an idea. Then there's only one way. Wait, I've got it. Maybe Miss Kong from the Kong family can get me in. Du Lao approved of the plan, finding it somewhat feasible. That's for the best. Remember, we don't have much time left. Scene change. At Yong'an City, Zhang Yu was at Jiu High School. There were many students walking around inside the building. In class 12, Xing Xing was chatting lively with two classmates. Yun Rui was sitting at the desk right below, gazing at her with an infatuated expression. Today, Miss Xing Xing was still heart-stoppingly beautiful, like sunlight. At this moment, old memories suddenly resurfaced, causing Yun Rui to clench his fists in anger. That damned Song Yunxiang humiliated me in front of Miss Xing Xing at the party the other day. Now I'm like a tattered dog, no longer worthy of standing beside my goddess. I must defeat Song Yunxiang and wash away my shame. Suddenly, someone entered and shouted, Kong Xing Xing, Kong Xing Xing, is Kong Xing Xing from class 12 here? Hearing someone calling her name, Xing Xing came out and asked, That's me. Who are you? Seeing her, the classmate froze, his face turning red. He never expected to be able to talk to Kong Xing Xing, one of the 4 beauties of Jiu High School. She's so beautiful, and her voice is so nice. She looks so gentle. Xing Xing remained superficially sweet as usual, but inside, she was arrogant. Classmate, what do you need me for? Mesmerized by my beauty, huh? You damn otaku, just spit it out. Don't waste my time. He stuttered, embarrassed. Hello, Miss Kong. There's a guy looking for you at the back of the school. He told me to tell you to go there immediately. She replied gently on the surface. Sorry, the break is almost over. I don't have time to go. Am I someone that nobody can just meet whenever they want? Hearing that, he immediately said something that stunned Xing Xing. His surname is Xin Xia. Without hesitation, she pushed him aside and ran to the back. I know, I'll go there right away. He was about to stop her, but Sis Kong, that person. But the person was already far away, so his words trailed off. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder, and the guy looked shady AF. Standing next to him with a face as stern as a dad, he grilled him. Tell me, who was that person looking for Kong Hin Hin? The scene then switches to another place. When she stretched and yawned a long one, and slumped against the railing, totally bored. Should have just ditched those morning classes and slept on the roof. Suddenly, when she spotted Xing Xing running towards the gate, wonder if Senior Brother Song came back yet, heard that tomorrow, he was startled, watching her leave. Isn't that the two-faced Kong Hin Hin? When she hid behind a wall, eyes glued to the scene. Who's that dude standing outside? He stared at the back of Guanxia, chatting with Hin Hein. And immediately, when she sensed some juicy gossip, I really hope that dumbass Song Yunxiang sees this, on Hin Hin's side, she was ecstatic, like she couldn't believe her eyes. Brother Zon, Xia, why did you come all the way to school to find me? Hin Hin grabbed his hand and pulled him to a secluded corner. Over here. Let's avoid prying eyes. Don't let the teachers and classmates see. Suddenly, Zunxia flung her hand off and scoffed. He gritted out, scolding her. Hin, why was your transmission necklace turned off? If I hadn't called you 1,000,000 times and you didn't pick up, why would I have run all the way here to find you? Realizing her mistake, she put on a pitiful face and stammered an explanation. I'm sorry, Brother Shanxia. The school requires us to turn off our devices during class. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Brother Shanxia, you came to find me in such a hurry. It must be something important, right? Don't be mad at me. Sunxia braced his hand on the wall, causing Hin Hin to flinch. He was speaking in hushed tones, trying hard to contain himself. It's okay, baby. I'm not blaming you. I was just not good enough. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. But I really do have something urgent. I need you to help me with something. She was all innocent and coy on the outside, but totally down for whatever. Brother Yunxiang, tell me, whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. My brother Yunxiang is seriously so handsome. That annoyed look is so manly. Oh man, I want him to conquer me again. Hearing that, he started to butter her up. Could you take me to that Song Marquee residence or whatever? I want to go there. I'm sure you'll have a way to help me, right? Hin Hin looked stunned and doubtful on the outside, but on the inside, she was throwing a party. Song? The Song family? Huh? What does Brother Yunxiang want to do? Look for someone. Could it be that Brother Yunxiang already knows? Does he want to personally teach that damned Song Yunxiang a lesson? Brother Yunxiang is doing this for me. He really is. I'm so touched. Afraid of leaking secret information, Suncha put his hand over her mouth, signaling her to be quiet. Shh, don't ask so much. Men's business. Women shouldn't meddle. You just need to get me in there. Han Han immediately turned around and called her grandpa. Okay, I got it. Don't worry. Brother Yunxiang, I'll tell grandpa right away. He'll get you in. Without so much as a greeting, Kong Fan launched right into the issue. Hey grandpa, can you help Hin Hin bring someone to the Song family? Huh? If they are Hin Hin's friend? Of course. They must be upright people. Why would you say that? He finished listening and immediately scolded Hin Hin. Don't even think about it. Kong Hin Hin. This old man has said it again and again. The Song family has distinguished guests visiting these days. If you dare to ruin young Master Yunxiang's big plans, this old man will personally skin you alive. Being scolded in front of the person she liked made her a little awkward. She tried to calm him down. I'm sorry. Brother Yunxiang, my grandpa is busy. He can't come right now. Don't worry, I'll ask my dad to step in. He's the city lord. If he comes forward, it definitely won't be a problem. Hin continued to call Kong Fan, but got scolded just as badly as before. Hey dad, it's me. That matter, could you? No way. Hein, listen to me. You absolutely must not do anything related to the Song family. The engagement between you is as if it never existed, so don't even fantasize about it anymore. She tries to explain, but it's clearly futile. No, Dad, what are you talking about? Seeing that the situation was not good, Hin embarrassedly said, I'm sorry, Brother Yunxiang. Maybe they're all busy with something. If you're not in a hurry, just wait a bit. Before she could finish speaking, she felt his anger. What do you mean, Kong Hin, goddammit? You don't want to help me, do you? Dulao couldn't wait any longer, so he spoke up. If the person has no way, then don't blame this old man. Zhanxiao was a little flustered and tried to reassure him. Dulao, don't rush, let me think of something. No, it's too late. This old man can only take action myself. I'll borrow this body for a bit. Hearing that, he looked at the ring in confusion. Huh, Dulao, what did you say? Suddenly, the ring began to release many threads. Strange patterns appeared on Sunxia's hands, causing him to panic. At the same time, a notification rang out. What is this? Ah, no, don't. Soul agreement initiated. Permission granted. Agreement effective. Commencing parasitic process. Those patterns quickly spread to his face. Sunxia was terrified, desperately trying to escape the situation, kneeling down, hugging his head, and cowering. Your body, now possessed by me, has completed the parasitism, reactivating its initial state. Xingxing couldn't bear it anymore and rushed to help him up. Brother Suncha, what's wrong? Are you okay? Don't worry, I'll find a way to help you. Old Du angrily slapped her away. What a useless piece of trash. Xingxing looked weak and heartbroken, crying, Brother Zunxia, what's wrong? Why is your voice so hoarse? Don't be angry. Xingxing isn't useless trash. Don't say that to me. Realizing he'd gone a bit too far, he tried to adjust his voice. I wasn't talking about you. I wasn't talking about you, ahem. This voice should be right. Old Du went over and hugged her, gently coaxing. I'm sorry, I was too rough just now. I had something urgent. I hope you can understand. It's okay, Brother Sunxia. Looking at the hands of this body, he fell into contemplation, losing 3 portions of natural talent limit, Forcibly seizing this vessel with the Black Realm still caused too much irreversible damage. I didn't expect that I'd still have to resort to this last measure in the end. Xingxing playfully scolded him, giving Old Du a mischievous idea. Brother Sunxia, your hands are so annoying. The women surrounding this brat can at least be used to warm me up for a while. Absorbing their essence should help me find a way to make up for some of the loss. He helped her up, thinking for a moment. But to get creation seeds, this body is still too weak, relying on the energy contained within the black realm. I can at most reach the heavenly stage. Yunxiang spoke up. I'm sorry, it's all my fault for not being able to help you, Brother Sunshine. There's no other way. With things this urgent, we can only go all in or lose it all. A surge of black realm power emanated from Old Du's body, surprising her. Huh, Brother Sunshine, what are you saying? I don't understand. It's nothing. Just go back first. That energy radiated powerfully. Even the guy observing from behind had his jaw drop. Holy crap, so strong. Heavenly stage. He suddenly sensed someone watching. When she also froze, when he realized he'd been discovered. He's touched me already. Such a strong spiritual force. Old Du smirked, amused. HMPH, reaching the Earth stage at such a young age is quite a treat. But I don't have time for that right now. I need to see what's going on with that old geezer suddenly coming back to life. With that, he leaped up, preparing to leave. Old Du walked in the air, running quickly. This made Yunxiang sigh in admiration. Such powerful aura. Is my brother Yunxiang even stronger than Grandpa? He revealed his true power that he has been hiding for so long because of me. Back inside the school, in the classroom, Yunrui was muttering to himself. Go find Miss Xing, don't go find Miss Xing, go find Miss Xing, don't go find Miss Xing. He kept tearing up paper. Go find Miss Xing, don't go find Miss Xing. At this moment, Rui Yun finally put his foot in his mouth. Damn it, those indecent hooligans outside the school actually dare to covet Miss Xing. Damn them. Should I go beat them up or what? Chapter 196. Scene shifts to the Song residence, main courtyard, reception room. Inside, Xinjiang and people from the GU family were greeting each other. GU family head. I am GU Ying. It is a pleasure to meet Song Marquis. He gestured for them to sit down. Please be seated as well. Xinjiang approached the table, continuing to invite everyone. Please sit down. He spoke politely with the family head. I didn't expect the GU family head to personally come here this time. The Marquis is too polite. The imperial court came to Lanzhou to reward this humble one. The GU family in Lanzhou also shares the honor. GU Ying spared no praise for Yunxiang. Furthermore, Song Gongzi is an outstanding talent who made great contributions in the Battle of Yuanding City. The Marquis truly has an outstanding grandson. Hearing this, he humbly replied, Not at all. Not at all. My grandson Yunxiang has been a good-for-nothing since he was young, but it is thanks to the year he spent studying at the Jiwu Academy that he became who he is today. Then Xinjiang shifted his attention to her, as he should thank Dean Jiu and the trainers there for their guidance. Xijing clasped her hands and replied slowly, It is all thanks to the Marquise's planning and strategy. Xijing and my colleagues dare not take this as our own credit. Young Master Yunxiang is extraordinarily talented and has great fortune, so of course, his future is limitless. She pushed up her glasses, said in an expecting tone, The Song family has 3 generations of Marquis. The future is truly worth looking forward to. He excitedly picked up the teacup too. I've long heard of Director Gaju's reputation as a female Zhuge Liang. I'd love to hear your insights. While those two were chatting away, the dude in the back was face-palming like, These big shots can't just say what they mean, can they? Testing each other back and forth. Such a waste of time. Can't they just spit it out already? He Ming sipped his tea, reminding, What does your little brat know? Qingyi yawned, putting his hand on the table. TCH, I wouldn't dare to understand. Suddenly, he noticed something weird. Qingyi immediately turned his head to look at the maid beside him. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Are these 2 maids twins? So jealous. Scene changed to the east courtyard of the Song Manor, followed by the southeast corner outside the east courtyard. Then, the northeast corner outside the east courtyard. Not only were there guards here, but there was also a formation set up. In the far corner, a figure was moving. Old Du stood on the roof, observing his surroundings. It's this place. Definitely this place. Even with the formation blocking it, I can feel it. He excitedly looked around. Where's that damn old geezer who's still alive, huh? He's got to be around here somewhere. Old Du assessed the situation before entering. 1 male, 1 female. These 2 young ones are true heaven stage plus 3 earth stage. T-esque, there are still 2 heaven stage inside. Jesha sighed. How come this family, exiled to the borderlands, has so many eyes and ears? Old Du had to use invisibility to sneak in. But with this old man's skills, they probably won't even notice. Geishia moved to the foot of the pagoda and observed. When he was sure he wouldn't be discovered, old Du sneered inwardly. This maid looks naive and easy to fool. I'll enter through her side. Then old Du began to move in. From afar, someone was watching Jesha's every move. Jinhua sat on the roof, happily reporting, Young master, just as you predicted, that guy really snuck in. He received the news inside and replied, okay, I know. Then, Yunxiang made a call to give orders. Uncle Ma, Uncle Abe, he's in, get ready. Before leaving, he didn't forget to check on the situation. Hey, how far along are you on your end? Completed? I'm frickin' exhausted. Seeing that things seemed stable, Yunxiang turned to leave, leaving Xiaohong confused. Okay, let's go. We have a guest. The two of them quickly left the room for another place. Ma-san and the man were already waiting inside the east courtyard. Old Du had arrived here by now. Ji Sha looked at the two men, then became smug. With this trash, I doubt anyone will notice me. Looks like I've been too careful. Little did Old Du know that he had been seen through long ago. On Ma-san's side, he also smiled and glanced at Geishia in a sinister way. Old Du stood at the door, looking around, just in these few rooms. You chuckled to yourself, thinking about the goal you were about to achieve, Kaoren, your Kaoren. Old Du started reminiscing about his past. Last time, I was going to snatch the body, but the guy actually chopped off his own hand and ran away, the coward. I only managed to recover a portion of Kaoren's data. Then, relying on my connection to Kaoren, it took me a good decade. Talk about heaven helping me, using another body. I sneaked in here, and finally found an assassin with the potential to become Kaoren's next successor. Then I put the ring on his finger, thinking that I just had to wait for that old geezer to kick the bucket completely, and this young body would swaggeringly inherit Kaoren. At that point, I, this old man, could sit back and relax, snapping the string abruptly. Who knew there'd be a variable? Somehow, that old man's lifespan was not only extended again. You pushed the door open and confidently walked in. But that's no problem either. I can come and go from this place like it's my backyard. What's there to be afraid of? Suddenly, a hand grabbed Old Du by the neck. He lifted you up with just one hand, shocking Old Du. What? How is this possible? Your face was filled with utter shock. No way, you're just a measly Earthrealm cultivator. Song Yunxiang frowned and smirked coldly. You're loud, but try not to be so loud next time, he snapped his fingers. Alright, time to close the door and beat the dog. A formation appeared in the room. This scene left Old Du in disbelief. A Qifeng Valley formation. Impossible. Why is that damned Qifeng Valley scum here? You struggled fiercely, filled with indignation. Damn it, my strength is suppressed by the formation. Song Yunxiang continued to interrogate Old Du. Listen up. Who the hell are you? What are you trying to do, sneaking into the Song family's Dongfu? You weren't backing down either, looking at him confidently. HMPH, so what if you suppress my strength with a formation? Old Du used the ring to do the same trick he did with Sun Xia's Black World, invading his mental world. Song Yunxiang closed his eyes tightly, sensing everything. Suddenly, the space around him transformed into a technological landscape with small squares. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Yansheng looked around in confusion, the squares turning into boxes floating in the air. He frowned, wondering, where is this place? Then, Yunxiang closed his eyes and recalled, I remember I was strangling someone. He continued, Black World invasion, mental world, these are the words I heard before fainting. Yunxiang grinned slyly, as if he understood. Ah, is it the power from that weird ring? It can even drag me into his mental world. A voice echoed behind Yunxiang, startling him and making him turn around. No, you're wrong. A mysterious figure stood on a square, explaining, This is your mental world. I am invading your mental world. Yunxiang tilted his head and smiled slightly mockingly. Oh, so it's my mental world. You've got some skills. How should I address you? In his heart, he thought, this soul force fluctuation is definitely it. I sensed it on that black ring before. It's the same as with Junxia. Before I replicated Cao Ren from that Junxia guy. The figure grinned sinisterly. You can call me Old Du, kid. Why aren't you panicking at all? Old Du's eyes lit up, remembering the scene of a man collapsing on the ground in fear. Ghost. There's a ghost. Don't eat me, don't eat me. Old Du thought to himself, how can this kid be so calm? His spiritual power, physique, and cultivation talent are all 100,000 times better than that trash Zunxia. Old Du continued his train of thought. Too bad this kid isn't a vessel, otherwise he could become my best container. Yunxiang impatiently asked, Old Du, where did you come from? What are your intentions? Old Du stared at Yunxiang with eyes that wanted to devour him whole. I just want to retrieve what originally belonged to me. Boy, who are you? How do you know the Qifeng Valley clan's secret art formation? Yunxiang replied calmly. Oh, so you don't even know who I am. I unexpectedly obtained the ceiling formation. I have nothing to do with the Qifeng Valley clan. Yunxiang suddenly frowned. What's wrong, do you know about the Qifeng Valley clan? Old Du shook his head. Doesn't matter at all. Whether you're from the Sholing tribe or from the eastern continent, it's all the same to this old man. Your purple glowing eyes stared intently at Yunxiang. Kid, I see you have decent talent. You've got what it takes to be my disciple. Old Du kept trying to get Yunxiang to become his disciple. If you become my disciple and serve me from now on, listening to my teachings, I'll not only forgive all the mistakes you've made, but I'll also pass down all my life skills to you. Yunxiang just smiled and said, You look so weak. What's the point of having you as my teacher? Suddenly, Old Du unleashed a flurry of moves, flying towards Yunxiang, yelling angrily, You rude brat, daring to look down on this old man. I was a saint stage expert from 4 trillion years ago, the first one to possess the Cao Ren spirit soul general. Even though the power was almost on him, Yunxiang calmly smiled and asked back, Saint stage rank 6? Old Du smirked. You little punk actually know your stuff, so what do you say? Become my disciple, and I can pass down 40 years of combat experience to you, and even guide you to become a demigod. Otherwise, destroying your spiritual world would be as easy as pie for me. Yunxiang picked his ear, acting like he didn't hear a thing, and scoffed. Alright, I thought you were a big deal. Turns out, you're just a saint stage rank 6 weakling. You're not even embarrassed to brag about such little combat experience? Old Du was furious, yelling in his mind, I was stuck at Saint Stage rank 12 in my past life, unable to reach the God stage, so I could only wait for a breakthrough at 13, 14, 15. I don't even remember how many times I broke through after that. Besides, if we're talking about time, I've accumulated hundreds of years of work experience. Why am I even arguing with this junior? Old Du flew up, his eyes sharp, surrounded by magic, and said, Kid, daring to be so calm in front of a Saint Stage expert, you're just asking for it? I'm wasting my love for talent on you. Old Du raised his hand, a huge robotic hand emitting dark energy, rushing straight towards Yunxiang. I'm so angry. I'll extract your soul from your body and throw it into the Black Realm for endless torture. Let's see if you can still be so tough then. Yunxiang smiled calmly, raised 2 fingers and replied, You just said, this is my spiritual world, right? Suddenly, the huge hand was surrounded by a sphere created by Yunxiang's technique, stopping it. Old Du was shocked, breaking out in cold sweat. How is this possible? How could you? Wrong, Yunxiang pointed his hand straight at Old Du, causing him to be surrounded by a huge sphere. Old Du thought in fear, Damn it, this kid is trouble. How can he still use his power after I invaded his spiritual world? Yunxiang gently squeezed a green jade in his hand and smiled.